Chapter 147 Female Succubus Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling leisurely opened the system backend and began creating his puppet.
The process of creating the puppet was quite fun.
Shen Qingling could even freely customize its facial features, so naturally, he wanted to create a puppet of absolute perfection. The more the system looked at it, the more uneasy it seemed.
Sure enough, Shen Qingling's perverse sense of humor resurfaced. He directly created a female version of himself. Thus, the female succubus Shen Qingling was born.
Shen Qingling named her Shen Qi. Shen Qi's looks were off the charts, her appearance was otherworldly, her figure was curvaceous, her family background was perfect, her education was overseas, her charm was succubus level, her personality could switch at will, her methods of attracting men were top-notch, and her tea-talking and lotus-like skills were unmatched. Not only that, she also inherited Shen Qingling's cunning and perverse sense of humor, making her a true devil who manipulates people's hearts.
What would Shen Qingling use her for? Even a fool could guess what would happen. The system shuddered to think what would follow.
Shen Qi and Shen Qingling bore a striking resemblance upon closer inspection, and their overall demeanor only reinforced this. Shen Qi considered Shen Qingling her master, and all her actions and wills revolved around him. When Shen Qingling didn't need her, she would live a normal life in this world according to her own persona and the settings Shen Qingling had given her. Shen Qingling eagerly anticipated the surprises Shen Qi's arrival would bring.
Shen Qingling stayed in the Gu family's hospital for almost a full month.
During this time, Shang Xia bothered him every day, partly because Shang Mo didn't want Shen Qingling to be discharged quickly. She wanted to secure that piece of land as soon as possible. Another reason was that Shang Xia's ulterior motives towards Shen Qingling were obvious. She still harbored a secret desire to realize the beautiful dream of the three of them living together. The nurse who came to change Shen Qingling's dressing that day was strange. Although she was also wearing a nurse's uniform and a mask, she was clearly not the same person as before. The previous nurse only dared to look at him shyly, and was extremely careful when changing his dressing.
But this one.
Shang Xia stared at the stunningly handsome Shen Qingling, her eyes practically melting with infatuation.
Why does Shen Qingling seem to be getting more and more handsome? So handsome that just looking at him makes you feel uneasy. Shen Qingling deliberately teased her, "Are you a new nurse? I don't think I've seen you before." Shang Xia's eyes widened slightly.
She hadn't expected that even with a mask on, Shen Qingling could notice she was different from the previous nurse. She coughed and said in a sweet, coquettish tone, "Yes, I'm a new intern.
The head nurse assigned me to change your dressing." Shang Xia dressed like this and insisted on changing his dressing. Didn't Shen Qingling not know what she was up to?
Even after she changed into a nurse's uniform and put on a mask, Shen Qingling still recognized her at a glance.
Her eyes were too easily recognizable, revealing the naivete unique to Shang's comedic style.
Coupled with the lecherous look in Shen Qingling's eyes as he lifted his clothes, Shen Qingling saw through her scheme at a glance. Just as Shang Xia's hand was about to lift Shen Qingling's clothes, he suddenly grabbed her hand. "Nurse, my wound is on my arm, not my abdomen." Shang Xia swallowed hard, quickly lowering her eyes to hide her panicked expression.
Finally, she could only come up with a flimsy excuse, "Is that so? I must have misremembered."
"But the head nurse said it's best to give you a full checkup, so let me examine you instead, that way everyone will feel at ease." Shen Qingling deliberately didn't expose her, letting Shang Xia lift his shirt to examine him. Seeing Shen Qingling's abs, she couldn't help but touch them a few times, exclaiming, "Your abs are really well developed." Shen Qingling said with a half-smile, "Do you want to check anything else?"
Shang Xia nodded, lifted up a little higher, "And the pectoral muscles? Oh no, and the chest area, I'll check your heartbeat."
Shen Qingling released her hand, placing the stethoscope on Shen Qingling's chest, almost leaning against him. Shen Qingling whispered, "Does it sound nice, Shang Xia?" Shang Xia immediately widened her eyes and looked at Shen Qingling. "How did you know it was me?"
Shen Qingling couldn't help but laugh at her silly expression.
He lifted her mask and said, "Which nurse do you think would stick so close to a patient?" Shang Xia blushed and said, I just wanted to listen to your heartbeat, to see if you were interested in me."
"Did you hear it? I think I'm a little bit interested."
"Then you must have misheard." Shang Xia, dressed in her cute pink nurse's uniform, nestled against his abs, whimpering.
Is it so hard to play along with her for a bit? I only dared to do this at the risk of getting slapped. I didn't realize you were so frivolous. Where did you learn that from? That's how it's written in novels. The aloof, celibate male lead is hopelessly infatuated with a gentle, cute nurse. You really should read fewer novels, you're ruining your brain. No, hey Shen Qingling, actually I think you're even more attractive than the male leads in novels. I felt that way from the first moment I saw you. But I was stubborn back then, and I was also bewitched by Gui Jean, so that's why I treated you that way. Are you explaining why you were so rude to me back then? I was apologizing to you. In novels, this is called a chasing after the husband scenario. Oh. Why just one O? Don't you have anything else to say to me? I've told you everything on that card. Shen Qingling's eyes softened even more when she mentioned the card. She lowered her head shyly and said, then do you think my chasing her after the cremation strategy will succeed? Shen Qingling smiled, did you and Ruan Mingyi plan this? She's playing this chasing her after the cremation game with me too. Why don't you two decide how to divide this cremation first? Shang Xia hugged Shen Qingling's waist tightly, I don't care, you're not allowed to like her. Even if it's not my turn, my sister got it first. As long as Shang Mo gets Shen Qingling, she'll always have a chance. Ruan Mingyi is her nemesis. If she gets Shen Qingling, then she'll never have a chance. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow, you're quite loyal to your sister. Shang Xia nuzzled Shen Qingling's abs and said, of course, we're on the same side now. As for Ruan Mingyi, I'll challenge her. Ruan Mingyi had no idea what she was about to face. The ultimate showdown between two abstract women was about to begin. A month passed, and finally, Shen Qingling was discharged from the hospital. On the day Shen Qingling was discharged, the news was reporting that Shang Mo had acquired the development zone. Nanjun saw it too, but she showed no reaction. She even thought that if only she hadn't been greedy and wanted that land, the subsequent events wouldn't have happened, and Shen Qingling wouldn't have died. This woman, Shang Mo, could still prioritize profit and compete with others for land. Indeed, this woman was even more ruthless than her. Perhaps Shen Qingling's death had taken away her last shred of affection. Nan Yan and Nanzhen were mired in a slump this month. Nanzhen only realized she'd been tricked when Shen Qingling's name reappeared on the trending topics list. Shen Qingling had gone back to the Gu family. Chapter 148 2.5 Theory. On a bright and sunny day, Shen Qingling unexpectedly returned to the Gu family home. When Shen Qingling reappeared, Gui Jean stood in the living room, completely dumbfounded. Shen Qingling. Gui Jean had endured immense suffering during Shen Qingling's absence. He hadn't solved the clues Shen Qingling had given him, he felt guilty, uneasy, and utterly incompetent. He couldn't find peace until Shen Qingling returned. He was terrified that the resentment and desires he had painstakingly suppressed would resurface with Shen Qingling's disappearance. He feared falling back into that anxious cycle, just like the days when he feared his identity would be discovered. Fortunately, he still had Shen Qingling's recording. Listening to Shen Qingling's words every night before falling asleep cleansed his soul. Seeing Shen Qingling appear, his joy outweighed his disappointment. He was relieved that Shen Qingling had returned, his dark and unbearable thoughts could finally disappear, and he would no longer have to suffer the torment of his conscience. However, seeing Shen Qingling again gave him a feeling of being in a different world. Even though she had disappeared for 2 months, Shen Qingling had become even more beautiful. She seemed to have a built-in filter, captivating everyone's attention just by standing there. Gui Jean's gaze even momentarily fluttered. The live chat exploded with comments about Shen Qingling's appearance and Gui Jean's reaction. Honey, you're finally back. I've been waiting so long. If you hadn't come back, I'd have been spinning cobwebs. Wah-ah. Wasn't Shen Qingling supposed to be in the countryside recovering from an illness? How come he's gotten even more beautiful while recovering? Didn't the production team give him any special filters? Can I ask where exactly one could recuperate to achieve such results? The Gu family should make a lot of money running a sanatorium, right?
They could hire Shen Qingling to advertise it. Her face is the best advertisement.
So handsome, oh my god. I'm shooting her everywhere. What's meant to be will be, what's not meant to be, I'll force it, I'll beg, I'll plead, I'll beg heaven and earth, I beg you, Shen Qingling, be my husband. Wait, didn't anyone notice Gui Jin? What was that reaction of his? Look at his eyes, isn't he secretly in love with Shen Qingling? Like a puppy that hasn't seen its owner for a month suddenly seeing its owner return, its eyes light up. Sweetheart vlog. Hello Mr. Shen, due to your outstanding performance and length in the program, we would like to invite you to collaborate with Mr. Gui Jin on the next project, The Boy Stuck in the Washing Machine. Please prepare as soon as possible.
As soon as Shen Qingling appeared, the comments section became noticeably more lively, and more people started making memes. Shen Qingling and Gui Jin even gained a CP, couple, fanbase and a dedicated CP super topic called Qingyi CP, a homophone of Qing and Shen Qingling's name and E in Gui Jin's name.
Originally, this CP didn't have many fans.
With Shen Qingling's return, Gui Jin's unusual gaze and reactions caused the Qingyi CP fanbase to suddenly grow significantly. When Shen Qingling wasn't around, Gui Jin was like a wilted eggplant.
As soon as Shen Qingling returned, he seemed to come alive. Shen Qingling smiled at Gui Jin, I'm back, Ajin.
If Gui Jin hadn't remembered he was straight and was currently filming a show, he probably would have rushed up and hugged Shen Qingling.
Gui Jin had many questions for him, so he took Shen Qingling's hand and went upstairs. The comments section erupted with speculation.
Shen Qingling's room was locked by Wan Sulan, and no one could get in. Gui Jin had no choice but to take Shen Qingling to his own room.
Gui Jin asked with a serious expression, Qingling, where have you been all this time?
Everyone at home was worried sick, you know that.
Gui Jin was finally acting like an older brother. It's a long story. What, you can't even tell me?
Gui Jin considered himself to hold some weight in Shen Qingling's heart. Shen Qingling had no choice but to go along with Gui Jin's wild guess, saying, I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I'm sorry. Fortunately, Shen Qingling returned home safely, seemingly unharmed.
Since he couldn't say, Gui Jin didn't press him.
But he was still curious about something. Then what exactly did the 2.5 you sent me mean? Shen Qingling hadn't expected Gui Jin to still be so fixated on the 2.5, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. Shen Qingling deliberately feigned disappointment, lowering his eyes and saying, You really don't understand what 2.5 means, Ajin.
Gui Jin frowned nervously, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't do very well in school, so I couldn't decipher the clue you gave me. So you misunderstood. Actually, it wasn't an important clue, just something I wanted to tell you. Just a sentence? How can a number be a sentence?
Shen Qingling began to fabricate a story in front of Gui Jin.
Actually, this is the 2.5 theory circulating online. 2.5 represents two people, plus 0.5, half a heart, which can be understood as two people becoming a complete whole, similar to you are my missing half, used to express the deep affection for a close friend or lover. The situation was critical. I didn't have time to explain in detail to you. I was afraid I wouldn't come back.
If I were gone, the Gu family would still have to rely on you.
Jin, when people face life and death, they understand many things.
In this family, besides Mom, you're the only one who truly cares for me.
At that time, I thought, if you really were my brother, that would be wonderful.
That way, if I died, you would shed tears for me, and remember that I had ever existed in this world.
I hope that even if I die, someone will remember me, especially you, Jin. I hope you won't forget that you once had a brother like me. Shen Qingling's sorrowful and vulnerable eyes pierced Gui Jin's heart like a knife. These words made Gui Jin's heart tremble even more.
Shen Qingling actually thought of him in such a critical moment, while he was still struggling with his conscience and his right to the inheritance.
He's such a beast. Gui Jin felt utterly ashamed.
This was even more painful than failing to solve the clues. In Shen Qingling's heart, he was the most important person besides Wan Sulan.
Even Gu Chongwang and Gu Yutan ranked behind him. The 2.5 theory.
No one else received it except him. This shows how important he was to Shen Qingling.
Gui Jin was deeply moved.
His eyes reddened as he tightly grasped Shen Qingling's hand and said, "Qingling, my good brother. Don't worry, as long as I'm in the Gu family, we'll be brothers for life. From now on, you're my own brother." Chapter 149 Succubus Power. Gui Jin was deeply moved by Shen Qingling's words. He had never felt so important in someone else's life, that his existence was someone's other half.
Shen Qingling's succubus power was almost maddening Gui Jin. But this didn't seem like a bad thing. Gui Jin had become much more genuine and humane than before.
Only after setting aside his gains and losses did he begin to realize how powerful emotions truly were. Before, he was like a ship searching for direction on the sea, unable to see where his harbor was. He dared not stop, for his identity could be exposed at any moment. He had to keep moving forward day and night, or he would drown. But his talent was limited. No matter how hard he tried, Gu Chengwang was never satisfied with him. He would never reach the end, and even had to collide with new ships appearing on the sea, destroying them completely before he could continue his journey.
He couldn't feel any affection for anyone in the Gu family.
In Gui Jin's heart, each of them was someone he needed to be wary of. Their love would vanish the moment they discovered his identity.
This adrift and rootless state exhausted and weary him. He didn't know when it would end. Days of constant anxiety occupied most of his life.
He couldn't find peace. Shen Qingling's existence was a sword hanging over his head. If it fell, he would die. But he never expected that Shen Qingling wasn't a sword hanging over his head, but a light illuminating his life.
Shen Qingling's appearance gave him hope.
Even if he didn't become the heir, he could still have a harbor. Shen Qingling's kindness and gentleness were his guiding light. His existence was a safe haven. He could finally let go of everything, stop sailing, stop drifting on the dark sea. He had a home, he had brothers.
As long as he treated Shen Qingling well, they could truly be a family. Gui Jin felt an unprecedented happiness.
Zhang Jing was right. Perhaps the road ahead was filled with blooming flowers. How regrettable it would be if he missed it. Gui Jin ultimately distanced himself from the abyss and thorns, choosing the path of blooming flowers, the destination being Shen Qingling who awaited him.
This once quiet home became lively again with Shen Qingling's return.
The Gu family was all happy, but the happiest of all was when Sulan. Shen Qingling asked her what she had been doing these past few days, and when Sulan took out a talisman.
She hung the talisman around Shen Qingling's neck.
The woman looked at him with tender eyes and said, "This is what your mother went to the temple to pray for your safety."
When Sulan's casual remark concealed the immense hardship she had endured.
She didn't tell Shen Qingling that she had knelt and prostrated herself every step of the way up the mountain to obtain it. When Sulan didn't know where Shen Qingling had gone, she only wished him safety. She heard a woman say that as long as one sincerely kneels and prays, their wishes will be granted. When Sulan had never believed in such things before, in her eyes, they were all nonsense. But when she truly had no other options, she understood why some people believed in Buddhism and the afterlife. It was all just a matter of inner attachment.
But for this obsession, she was willing to give anything.
Seeing Shen Qingling return safely, when Sulan had no more requests, she only wanted him to be safe.
Shen Qingling's life returned to its usual tranquility.
The restless ones were Nanjin and Nanyan. Upon learning that Shen Qingling was alive, her first reaction was, "Thank goodness he's alive."
Thank goodness this was just a joke Shang Mo played to annoy her. Her joy outweighed her anger at being manipulated by Shang Mo.
Nanjin sat there stunned for a long while before she came to her senses.
Nanyan rushed in excitedly, showing her his phone. "Mother, look. Shen Qingling isn't dead. He's not dead."
At this moment, Nanyan was like a joyful child, even his eyes radiating innocent youthful energy. Nanjin snapped out of her reverie and smiled, "I already saw it."
"Look at you, you get so excited you don't even care about your image. If those people see this, they'll say you're not steady enough."
Nanyan sat down opposite her, smiling indifferently.
"Let's invite him over for dinner. Xiao Yan hasn't seen him in ages." "Okay, he promised to teach me calligraphy. It's time to ask him."
Both of them used other excuses to mask their ulterior motives of wanting to see Shen Qingling. At this moment, neither of them remembered the land that Shang Mo had taken from them, or their initial purpose in approaching Shen Qingling. Clearly, the land was already in Shang Mo's hands, they no longer needed to deal with Shen Qingling. Both of them seemed to have forgotten, never mentioning the so-called honey trap or the land again. The unspoken understanding was clear, and Nan Yen didn't want to expose Nanjun's little scheme. If Nanjun could find happiness, he hoped that person would be Shen Qingling. He only acknowledged Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling unsurprisingly received an invitation from Nanjun. But he didn't accept. Shen Qingling, sorry, I have something to do this weekend, I can't go. Nanjun was stunned after receiving Shen Qingling's rejection.
Nanjun, he rejected me.
Nan Yen, how is that possible? Isn't he interested in you? Shang Mo said he only stayed in the Shang family for you, could that be a lie too? Nanjun, I don't know.
Nanjun suddenly felt empty inside.
She wondered why.
A short while later, Shen Qingling sent another message.
Shen Qingling, but next week should be okay.
Seeing this, Nanjun finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. So it was because he had something to do this week, not because he didn't want to see her. Then she was relieved. The person Shen Qingling was going to see this weekend was Lin Xingnian. She hadn't seen teacher Shen for 2 months. Lin Xingnian waited anxiously for Shen Qingling to return each day, clutching her cat. She was very obedient. Ever since Shang Xia told her that Shen Qingling had his own unavoidable difficulties, she hadn't messaged him frequently.
She knew teacher Shen wouldn't let her down. She believed he wouldn't abandon her. She believed teacher Shen would come back. Even if he never appeared in her world again, there must be another reason. Teacher Shen never broke his promises. She was willing to believe him. Lin Xingnian waited and waited every day, from spring until almost summer. June was approaching in the blink of an eye. The weather was getting warmer.
She stood on the balcony, watering the flowers, wearing a long white dress, while her kitten lay lazily sleeping beside her. She skillfully took out a candy, peeled off the coating, and popped it into her mouth. This was a candy that teacher Shen had given her before. She would eat a candy whenever she missed him. The jar was almost empty. But that person still hadn't appeared. Chapter 150. We're all simps, so let's not laugh at each other. Lin Xingnian stared blankly at the grass below the balcony. It was there that teacher Shen first came to her home and drew for her. It rained heavily that day, and he braved the rain to protect the painting. That day, he said he didn't want her expectations to be disappointed, that was the beginning of her feelings for him. Her eyes crinkled into a smile, a lump in her throat, yet she felt she shouldn't be like this. After watering the plants, she returned to the table, familiarly flipping to a page of the calendar, and then began folding stars. The star jars in the room grew larger and larger. Her longing was silent, yet surging like a tidal wave, overwhelming her every time she thought of him. She quietly folded stars, but tears kept falling uncontrollably. She gently wiped away her tears and continued folding stars. The kitten, though lazy, was very dependent on her, following her everywhere. Perhaps sensing her distress, the kitten meowed a few times, and Lin Xingnian stroked its head. She whispered, "Did you miss teacher Shen too?" The kitten didn't understand, but it licked Lin Xingnian's palm. Lin Xingnian's eyes softened, and she hugged the kitten. "It's good to have you with me, it keeps me from being so lonely." Just then, her phone screen lit up again. She thought it was another advertisement, until she glanced at it casually and saw the name she had been waiting for. Her eyes immediately lit up. She frantically opened her phone and saw the familiar contact name, her hands trembled. "Shen Qingling, Nian, I'm back." Lin Xingnian burst into tears of joy, tears falling onto the phone screen, but her heart was filled with immense happiness. She hugged the kitten and happily rubbed her face against it. "That's great, teacher Shen is back." She took a picture of the kitten and sent it to Shen Qingling. "Lin Xingnian, teacher Shen, look at the kitten, she's grown so much." She wanted to tell teacher Shen that she had taken good care of the kitten and that she was doing well too. Aside from missing him terribly, she was fine. She was well behaved, never causing him trouble, worry, or holding him back. She was changing herself, trying to become the person he expected her to be.
Teacher Shen should be pleased, right?
Shen Qingling had arranged to meet her this weekend, coming to give her lessons as usual. Lin Xingmian happily rolled around on the bed, hugging her kitten. But then she caught sight of Shen Qingling's standee in the room, and her face suddenly turned red. She felt an awkwardness, as if Teacher Shen had seen her unreserved side. She stood in front of the standee, hugging her kitten, talking to herself.
Pointing to Shen Qingling's handsome face, she said, Lingling, this is Teacher Shen. When you see him, you can't scratch him, you can't bully him. You have to treat Teacher Shen like you treat me, okay?
The kitten meowed a few times. It was unclear whether it understood or not. Lin Xingmian looked at this standee every day. Shen Qingling's face was already familiar to the kitten. Lin Xingmian poked Shen Qingling's face on the standee, her eyes crinkling into a smile.
So looking forward to the weekend. There were still 3 days until the weekend. Before the weekend arrived, Shen Qingling went back to school. How could Wan Mingi let this opportunity slip by? She went to Shen Qingling's school to wait for him, just like before. But this time was different. This time, it wasn't just her. There was also her lifelong rival, Shang Xia.
Shen Qingling was in class at this moment. From the moment he stepped into the classroom, a constant stream of people came to see him. As before, he was still the aloof and handsome god adored by countless girls. His desk was stuffed with letters congratulating him on his return to school and love letters confessing their feelings for him. Even more girls were staring at him in the classroom, their gazes practically burning a hole in him. Shen Qingling's current peak good looks made the girls even more infatuated with him. But the most infatuated gazes came from Shang Xia, standing in the classroom corridor. Her attire was striking in the bustling crowd, just like when Wan Mingi first appeared here. Shang Xia wore an expensive dress, carried an expensive bag, and was meticulously groomed from head to toe. She practically embodied the image of a naive and sweet rich girl. Passing by her, you could smell her expensive perfume.
Shang Xia had clearly come prepared.
Today is Shen Qingling's first day back at school, and Shang Xia came here specifically to find him, to assert her dominance. She's the only one destined for the chasing her husband to the crematorium scenario.
Wan Mingi doesn't even deserve to enter the crematorium.
Beside Shang Xia is her scheming best friend, Lu Qianxian. Facing the subtle glances around her, she said somewhat awkwardly, Xia, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to come here directly to ambush Shen Qingling? I saw a lot of people staring at us in the classroom.
Shang Xia nonchalantly tossed her hair and said, what's wrong with it? Wan Mingi went way too far.
We're nothing compared to her.
Let them look if they want. Maybe our beauty is making them dizzy.
But it's understandable, having such stunning beauties here is like a game changer for them.
Lu Qianxian.
Shang Xia took out her phone and glanced at the time, then slowly revealed a sweet smile. Almost there, 15 minutes until get out of class ends.
She wanted to ask Shen Qingling out for dinner, even if it was just in the cafeteria. Lu Qianxian suddenly whispered, Xia, I think I saw Wan Mingi. Shang Xia immediately gave her a wary look. Where? Lu Qianxian pointed downstairs. Look, it's Wan Mingi and Yi Qiao.
Shang Xia raised her chin. Let her come, I'm not afraid of her. I, Shang Xia, have plenty of strength and methods, humph. Lu Qianxian frowned. Judging from her appearance, she's probably up to no good.
Shang Xia straightened her skirt, waiting for Wan Mingi to come upstairs.
When Wan Mingi and Yi Qiao came up and saw Shang Xia and Lu Qianxian there, their rivals were particularly hostile. The four women confronted each other directly outside Shen Qingling's classroom.
Shang Xia spoke first. Shang Xia, oh, isn't this Wan Mingi?
She looks so disheveled these past few days.
Lu Qianxian, TSK, why are you wearing a dress like that? Have you fallen on hard times? Wan Mingi didn't expect to see Shang Xia and Lu Qianxian here. But since she'd run into them, she wouldn't hold back. Wan Mingi raised an eyebrow, giving her a mocking look. What are you doing here? With your intelligence, you shouldn't be able to get into this school.
Shang Xia frowned directly and said, how come dogs can get into the school?
Wan Mingi said nonchalantly, alright, we're all just simps, so let's not laugh at each other. Even simps have to respect the order of arrival, right? I started first, so why are you cutting in line? Shang Xia snorted. Shen Qingling didn't say you were the only one who could simp him. So many people at school are simps for him, they've been simps since before you even knew him. You cut in line yourself, so what's there to say? Isn't this a matter of individual merit? Why are you getting so worked up? Who gave you the right to be so defensive? Are you his girlfriend? Chapter 151. Let me grow a few years older before asking others out. Ruanming raised an eyebrow. I'm indeed not his girlfriend, but do you remember your own identity? You're Gui Jin's fiancée. My engagement with him is long gone. When did that happen? Was it announced? What, do I need to inform you of something this big? Should I treat you to a farewell dinner while I'm at it? Ruanming's face turned cold. She said icily, I really don't have time to argue with you, Shang Xia. Can you use your pig brain and think this through? You say the engagement is gone, but who knows? Gui Jin is a hot topic on variety shows right now. Everyone knows you're his fiancé. And yet you openly pursue Shen Qingling like this. Are you trying to put him on the spot? Shang Xia was stunned. She really hadn't expected this. She asked, looking confused, "W really?" Of course. Whether in the past or now, you and Gui Jin are a perfect couple in everyone's eyes. You started acting all ambiguous with Shen Qingling without a single explanation. What do you want the public to say about you, and what will they say about Shen Qingling and Gui Jin? Shang Xia's mind suddenly clicked. Wait a minute, besides you, no one knows I came here to pursue him. What if I just came to see him about something? I haven't even seen him yet, so where do all these unfounded rumors come from? Ruanming scoffed, the media and fans are the best at making things up. If you care about Shen Qingling, stay away from him. Shang Xia's little head clicked, and she suddenly affectionately took Ruanming's hand. Just say I came with you. Anyway, your confession to him is trending. Everyone knows you're Shen Qingling's #1 simp. Hey! Shang Xia, are you crazy? Do you think we're the kind of couple who can appear hand in hand? Who in Jiangcheng would believe that? Who cares if they believe it or not? Just say we've made up. Get away. Don't touch me. I'll call the police if you touch me again. Ruanming resisted fiercely. How could she and Shang Xia be holding hands? This was even more absurd than Shen Qingling's claim that he was in another woman's bed. Ruanming tried to push Shang Xia away, but for some reason, no matter how she pried Shang Xia's hands off, it was useless. This woman's strength was terrifying. Shang Xia clung tightly to Ruanming, her large, soft body rubbing against Ruanming's. Ruanming felt both ashamed and angry. Shang Xia quickly gave Lu Qianqian a look, and Lu Qianqian immediately took Yi Qiao's hand. Yi Qiao got goosebumps. Compared to Shang Xia, that arrogant, brainless rich girl with big breasts, she hated Lu Qianqian, the scheming green tea bitch, even more. She shoved Lu Qianqian aside. Who gave you permission to touch me? Stay away from me. Lu Qianqian said in a teasing tone, Don't be like that, Xiao Xiao. We've known each other for so many years. Maybe you've misunderstood me too much. Actually, I've always wanted to be friends with you. Just as Yi Qiao was about to say something, Shen Qingling suddenly appeared. She glanced at the time. It was time for get out of class to end. However, Shen Qingling was surrounded by several female classmates, one of whom was the most beautiful girl in their department. For Shen Qingling, these were all just part of his daily routine. He walked forward, accepting the love letters handed to him by everyone. Shen Qingling, we heard you were sick, everyone was so worried about you. You haven't been to class for 2 months, the girls in the class are practically withered away. Yes, my birthday wish was for you to recover soon, thank goodness you're back, looks like my birthday wish came true. Shen Qingling thanked them softly, thank you. The most beautiful girl in the department spoke up, Shen Qingling, there's a social event this week, do you want to go? Our student council president said he really hopes you can come. She cautiously tugged at Shen Qingling's sleeve as she spoke.
Shen Qingling glanced up and saw Ruan Mingi and Shang Xia and a few others. Ruan Mingi whispered to Shang Xia and the others, "Take a break, deal with the external enemies first."
Shang Xia nodded, understood, that woman doesn't look simple.
Ruan Mingi moved to Shen Qingling's left, squeezing past the most beautiful girl in the department.
Shang Xia squeezed to Shen Qingling's right. Lu Qianxian and Yi Qiao also joined in. The four of them, like bodyguards, firmly occupied Shen Qingling.
"Sister, isn't it a bit much to just push others away like that?" Ruan Mingi glanced back at the girl who spoke. As expected of a pure and beautiful college student, being voted the department's beauty queen naturally meant her looks were outstanding. Ruan Mingi smiled at her and said, "Little sister, Shen Qingling has plans with me this week.
You can go first." The department's beauty queen, unwilling to give up, asked, "What about next week?"
Shang Xia tossed her long hair, walked up to her, and puffed out her chest, saying, "Sorry, I'm booked next week." The department's beauty queen glanced at Shang Xia's chest, then at her own, pursed her lips, and remained silent.
"Grow up a few more years before asking others out." Shang Xia's words were unmistakably suggestive. "You."
Although Shang Xia couldn't gain much advantage over Nanjun and Ruan Mingi, provoking a college student was still easy.
She couldn't handle the higher-level opponents, but surely she could handle a college student?
Ruan Mingi had Yi Qiao and Lu Qianxian hold off Shen Qingling while she came to support Shang Xia. As she walked over, she heard the department beauty no longer pretending. Anyway, Shen Qingling couldn't hear what they were saying. The department beauty, with an elegant smile, spoke in a less than pleasant tone, "Your skin isn't even as fair as mine. So what if you have big breasts?
Don't you know what comes after big breasts?"
Shang Xia blinked, "You are indeed very fair-skinned. How about this, next year for Qingming Festival, I'll invite you to sweep the tombs together, so we don't have to buy paper effigies."
The department beauty looked Shang Xia up and down, like a nouveau riche. "Being decked out in luxury goods doesn't reflect your taste." "Sorry, my family is just rich. I can't find clothes like what you're wearing except for luxury brands."
Shang Xia flicked her wrist, revealing a $1 million bracelet. Her bag swung through the air, drawing envious glances from the other women. The latest limited edition Shang Xia casually stepped out the door as if carrying a shopping basket.
The department beauty, though secretly jealous, wouldn't show it. She just smiled sarcastically, "Don't you know how tacky you look, sister?"
Ruan Mingi chimed in, "Little sister, this little bit of dirt is enough to bury you." The department beauty glanced at Ruan Mingi and continued her attack, "Such heavy makeup, are you outperforming, sister?" Ruan Mingi smiled slightly, "Of course, it's to ward off those shrewish, foul-mouthed people." The girls around the department beauty, seeing Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi like this, didn't dare to provoke them and could only advise the department beauty to let it go. The department beauty deliberately curled her lips and said, "Some people could go to senior citizens university without makeup, yet they still come to this university to date other schools' campus heartthrobs.
Today I've truly witnessed what it means to be an old cow eating young grass." Chapter 152 Mother Level.
Hearing this, Shang Xia wasn't going to let it slide. She walked up to the most beautiful girl in the department and bluntly asked, "Who are you talking about?"
"Dare to say it again."
The most beautiful girl smiled slightly, "Whoever takes it personally is the one I'm talking about."
"Don't be angry, sister. I might not even be talking about you."
Just as Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi were about to launch their attack, Shen Qingling's voice rang out.
"Ruan Mingi, Shang Xia. Come here."
Hearing Shen Qingling's call, the two rolled their eyes at the most beautiful girl in the group of women before turning to Shen Qingling's side. Shen Qingling sighed and rubbed her forehead, "Why are you coming to school to find me again?" Ruan Mingi said pitifully, "You were so cold to me while you were recovering, and you even joked about lying in another woman's bed.
How could I not be worried?"
Shang Xia glanced at Shen Qingling, then looked at Ruan Mingi with a wave of sympathy. And sympathy for herself. At least Ruan Mingi thought Shen Qingling was joking, she'd been hearing it for a whole month. Ruan Mingi continued, "You promised me last time you wouldn't ignore me, so why were you so cold to me again?"
"I'm really sad."
Her sadness was genuine, and her venting to Shen Qingling, hoping he would feel guilty, was also genuine. Shen Qingling lowered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, there was a reason."
I didn't mean to. Ruan Mingyi pouted, "Okay, then you have to make it up to me."
"I've been sad for 2 months, crying all the time, and I've even lost weight."
Shang Xia scoffed, "Where have you lost weight? Your chest has gotten smaller, hasn't it?"
Ruan Mingyi glared at her, "What else do you have to be proud of besides your big chest?"
Shang Xia tilted her head back and said, "So what?"
Shen Qingling likes big chests, he likes people like me.
Shen Qingling, he said calmly, "What exactly are you two trying to do? I don't want to be watched like monkeys here."
Shen Qingling was surrounded by 4 stunningly beautiful women, all dressed elegantly, clearly from wealthy families. It was hard not to notice them.
Ruan Mingyi said softly, "Oh, I just wanted to see you.
Let's go out to eat and chat, it's too crowded here." Shen Qingling thought about how he hadn't really spoken to Ruan Mingyi for 2 months, and realized it wasn't right, so he agreed to her request. Shang Xia, however, insisted on coming along, and Ruan Mingyi couldn't shake her off, so he finally agreed to let her go too. In the car, Ruan Mingyi whispered to Shen Qingling, "How did you get involved with this lunatic, Shang Xia?"
Shen Qingling, who's the lunatic? We're both equally crazy. Don't laugh at me, big brother. I don't know either.
She suddenly became like this.
Yeah, that's just how she is. If I like something, she'll definitely take it. She must have seen me pursuing you, so she started clinging to me.
If Shang Xia hadn't argued with her for so many years, she would have really thought Shang Xia had a crush on her.
The group drove away from the school. Shen Qingling's return was big news. He suddenly appeared in many posts online. The post about 4 women surrounding him has once again become a trending topic. For heiresses of Jianchang buy for Shen Qingling, trending post.
The photos show, in order, Ruan Mingyi, daughter of the Ruan family, Lu Qianxian, daughter of the Lu family's securities business, Yi Qiao, daughter of the Yi family's bank business, and Shang Xia, daughter of the Shang family's group.
Could they all be Shen Qingling's arranged marriage partners? Shen Qingling is so lucky, none of them are ugly. He wouldn't lose out by choosing any of them.
Please, that's Shen Qingling.
Choosing any of them would be a loss.
It would be best if Shen Qingling never got married.
Anyway, he wouldn't end up in my hands.
Sigh, I'd rather he never get married so no one can benefit from it.
Give me someone who will ensure I never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. Would Shen Qingling adopt me as his godfather? I've wandered half my life, only regretting that I haven't met a wise ruler. If Shen Qingling doesn't abandon me, I'm willing to become his godfather. What window did God close for Shen Qingling?
I don't know what window God closed for Shen Qingling, but God only gave me hemorrhoids.
The post about Shen Qingling initially just sparked a buzz after a chance encounter, but now that Shen Qingling has quite a few fans, it was quickly reposted on Weibo.
Nanjun has even started using Weibo for Shen Qingling's sake, and she narrowed her eyes when she saw this photo in the super topic. She'd been so focused on dealing with Shang Mo that she'd forgotten about these others. She couldn't wait for Shen Qingling to come see her next week.
Nanjun dressed up and went out. Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi arrived at a restaurant near Zhang University.
Ruan Mingyi and Shang Xia were arguing back and forth, creating quite a scene, with Yi Qiao and Lu Qianxian occasionally trying to mediate and sometimes joining in. Shen Qingling was being looked at with teary eyes by Shang Xia one moment, and then being clung to by Ruan Mingyi's arm, pouting and acting all wrong the next.
Shen Qingling, look at her. Shen Qingling, say something. She bullied me. She insulted me first. Give me a kiss and I won't be angry anymore. Give her a kiss and I'll die. Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling was trying to appease one person and comfort another, making Yi Qiao and Lu Qianxian sweat with anxiety. Luckily, Shen Qingling was a master of impartiality, he didn't favor anyone, and Ruan Mingyi and Shang Xia were actually enjoying it. They were in a chasing her husband situation, and Shen Qingling's coldness and fairness were normal to them. Otherwise, why would it be called chasing her husband? It's because none of them could get Shen Qingling's favor that they wanted to win him over and become the one he favored. For Shang Xia and the others, being tortured by Shen Qingling was a kind of enjoyment. When Nanjun arrived, Shen Qingling and the others were almost finished eating.
She sat motionless in a corner, watching them.
Today, she wasn't wearing a cheongsam, but a purple, bodycon long dress. Her hair was loosely styled in waves and pulled back on the left side, with a few strands falling down her cheeks, adding a touch of gentleness and allure, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. When the woman smiled, her captivating fox-like eyes became exceptionally mesmerizing and alluring.
Today, Nanjun was completely motherly, the kind of woman a junior student would definitely call mom.
The feeling she gave was that even if she were to slap someone, you'd first smell the fragrance on her hands, making one intoxicated. Nanjun deliberately toned down her femme fatale aura, beginning to dress in a gentle and non-aggressive manner. That way, when she attacked someone, they would only suspect that she was overthinking things. As she sat there, countless men in the restaurant turned to look at her, and she rejected every single one of them who tried to strike up a conversation. She rejected them with a seemingly gentle tone, but as soon as they turned and left, her cold and indifferent gaze returned. She took a listless sip of the wine on the table, her eyes fixed solely on Shen Qingling, with an air of domineering confidence.
It was the look of someone eyeing prey. Chapter 153. Then come to my house.
Although Shen Qingling wasn't particularly enthusiastic towards Ruan Mingi and the others, seeing these women swarming around him like flies still annoyed her greatly. However, Shen Qingling was exceptionally aloof in front of others, rarely even showing a smile, or if he did, it was only a very faint, fleeting one. Only in front of her would he reveal that side of himself. The boy's youthful awkwardness, nervousness, shyness, and his cautious yet undisguised adoration. Just like now, when he unexpectedly noticed her sitting in the corner. The boy looked at her in surprise, his eyes immediately changing. There was joy at seeing the one he liked, but then, as if something was amiss, he lowered his head with a forlorn expression. After hesitating, he pursed his lips, whispered something to Ruan Mingi beside him, and then got up and walked towards her.
Madam. Today, Nanjun was breathtakingly beautiful.
Shen Qingling paused for a moment, then looked away, avoiding her gaze.
Nanjun smiled at him and said, Qingling, you're eating here too? Sit down and let's talk.
Shen Qingling sat down opposite her. Although he sat down, Shen Qingling was unusually silent, looking preoccupied.
Nanjun sensed something was wrong with him and asked curiously, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood because you saw me?
Shen Qingling suddenly looked up. No, how could I dislike you? Nanjun rested her chin on her hand and swirled the wine in her glass.
The woman said softly, then why is that? You seem to be in a bad mood. Shouldn't you be happy to have so many beautiful women with you?
Shen Qingling seemed afraid she would misunderstand and explained, I have nothing to do with them.
You don't misunderstand?
His inability to stop explaining made Nanjun smile.
Afraid she would misunderstand? What else could it be?
Of course, it was because he still couldn't let her go. That hidden, cautious affection was impossible to conceal from her.
Nanjun's mood improved considerably. I understand. It's perfectly normal for young people to get together, have fun, and eat out. Who is Madam here to see? A business partner. Unfortunately, he stood me up, so I'm left drinking alone here.
Nanjun gazed at him alluringly as she drank. Perhaps she had already drunk quite a bit before he arrived, for her eyes had become somewhat hazy. The way a woman drinks red wine is particularly captivating, especially when her eyes are fixed intently on Shen Qingling. A drop of red wine clung to her lips. Shen Qingling stared at the drop and said, Madam, there's red wine on your lips.
Nanjun blinked. Where? Wipe it off for me.
The young man's breath caught in his throat. Responding to her gaze, he pulled out a tissue and wiped her lips. Unexpectedly, the woman slightly turned her face, her red lips brushing against his palm, just like before at the Nan family's residence. Shen Qingling recoiled as if electrocuted, lowering his head helplessly, his ears turning red. After a moment's thought, he stood up abruptly and said, I'll be going now. Please enjoy your meal, madam. Shen Qingling still didn't want to face her, and Nanjun couldn't understand what he was thinking. He clearly liked her, yet he avoided her time and time again.
Why was Shen Qingling acting this way?
Of course, he was waiting for her to finally get impatient and ask him. He couldn't bring it up himself, He could only answer if Nanjun asked him first.
Nanjun couldn't stand his repeated hesitation and resistance.
She called out to him directly, "Don't you have anything to say to me?"
The boy paused.
Nanjun saw his hesitation and walked to his side, blocking his path.
"Since we've run into each other, why don't we have a good talk? Let's clear up any unresolved issues. I don't want you to avoid me.
When you're like this, it makes me very sad." Shen Qingling paused, looking into her eyes.
Melancholy, sadness, sorrow. Who could bear to see such a look in her eyes?
In the end, he was defeated by her gaze and whispered, "Okay."
Nanjun pulled Shen Qingling out of the restaurant. "It's too crowded and noisy inside, let's talk here. What does Madam want to hear? If it's about that matter, I can explain."
These were words he had been holding back for a long time, finally uttering. The two had tacitly avoided mentioning the matter at the Shang family before, but now they were finally getting to the point.
"Qingling, I don't want you to explain.
I want to know what you're thinking, what you're hesitating about and saddened by." After a long silence, he finally spoke his mind.
He looked at her with complicated emotions and said, "Actually, I just don't know how to face you.
Knowing that shameful side of me makes me feel guilty, and I don't deserve to like you anymore.
I originally thought, let's just let it go, not see each other again, not bother you anymore. But seeing your message, I still couldn't bear to refuse. Meeting you here again today, all of this was unexpected."
I wanted to explain, but it felt pointless, because what's done is done, there's no use saying anything. The young man's brows furrowed, his expression pained.
He couldn't change anything, yet he couldn't completely distance himself from her.
Seeing the sadness in her eyes, he couldn't help but lean closer to comfort her. He simply couldn't stop bothering her, he was trapped in a vortex of pain, unable to escape. Nanjun could see that Shen Qingling was truly in pain. It seemed that incident had deeply wounded him. She hadn't expected that Shen Qingling was afraid to face her because of this.
It was terrifyingly innocent.
But that's just how Shen Qingling was. When facing someone he liked, he was as pure as a blank sheet of paper.
"Just because of your physical condition, you feel you're no longer worthy of liking me?" "Yes." Nanjun couldn't help but laugh.
She leaned close to Shen Qingling and gently smoothed his furrowed brow.
"Don't frown. This isn't something you wanted to happen. You're completely the victim in this. How could I blame you? I'm heartbroken for you."
It was clearly all Shang Mo's fault. She forced Shen Qingling, hurt Shen Qingling, and even used her to blackmail her.
If anyone's to blame, it's Shang Mo. How could she bear to blame the innocent Shen Qingling?
Besides, Shang Mo became so crazy because she deliberately provoked her. She bore a lot of responsibility for this.
Shen Qingling was completely innocent in this disaster.
Seeing his guilt, self-blame, and pain, Nanjun felt deeply ashamed and felt even more strongly that Shen Qingling was a pure and innocent young man.
The boy looked at her in surprise. "You really don't blame me?" Nanjun sighed softly. "I really don't blame you. It's okay, I don't mind those things. She hurt you, it wasn't your fault."
Shen Qingling said with a somber look in his eyes, "But some things are different now." Seeing how concerned he was, Nanjun said with a dreamy look in her eyes, "Then come to my house, and some things will be the same."
Do you understand strategy in chapter 154?
Nanjun's words carried a clear implication.
Shen Qingling was naive, but not stupid. How could he not understand the meaning behind her words?
As a man, seeing the person he liked reveal this side of herself, he couldn't possibly remain unmoved. The woman's eyes were hazy, slightly drunk, the corners flushed with the red of intoxication, making her fox-like eyes even more alluring and seductive. She moved closer to him, her fragrance wafting into his nostrils, mingled with the scent of red wine, exceptionally tempting.
Nanjun saw the boy's Adam's apple bob. Clearly, it was an involuntary reaction.
But the words he uttered were a rejection.
"Madam, you're drunk."
Nanjun paused, then smiled, and said, "I'm not drunk, I'm perfectly sober." Shen Qingling lowered his eyes and said, "Even if you're not drunk you still can't."
The woman seemed disappointed and confused. "Why? Don't you like me?" It's precisely because I like you that I can't do this.
Shen Qingling's tone was serious, his eyes carrying a youthful stubbornness, which made Nanjun's heart tremble.
He had finally openly admitted that he liked her. He was exceptionally serious about relationships and deeply respected those he liked. He was never a frivolous playboy, and he was never casual or careless about feelings. Because he liked her, he refused. Nanjun suddenly remembered her sister and that man from the past. He had done everything to hurt her in the name of loving her. In matters like this, he only took from her sister, never caring about her feelings. His so-called love felt more like treating a pet casual, frivolous, and utterly disrespectful. In this era driven by the rhythm of desire, such behavior between men and women seemed commonplace. Only Shen Qingling would reject her like this. He was truly different from those other men.
Nanjun always found Shen Qingling surprising, but upon reflection, his behavior made perfect sense.
Rejected, Nanjun quickly went from disappointment to joy because she understood what Shen Qingling was thinking.
Shen Qingling noticed Nanjun's interest had increased again. Shen Qingling wasn't a lustful fiend, he was used to seeing beautiful women and wouldn't succumb to such temptation.
Sometimes, sticking to principles can actually make women look at you more favorably, seeing you as unique. Unless it's like Shang Mo, who's already forced you into bed. At least, he and Nanjun shouldn't be developing a physical relationship yet. Making your body easily accessible is never a good thing, for both men and women.
Beware of insufficient closeness. When you're not familiar with each other, this situation is only suitable for a drawn-out, ambiguous relationship. Physical intimacy can sometimes quickly bridge the gap between two people, but this is due to hormones controlling their hormonal activity. When the passion fades, you'll quickly grow tired of the person once you're familiar with their body.
Because you don't love them.
Only love can maintain a long-term, stable relationship. Purely physical intimacy is unreliable because today it could be you, tomorrow it could be someone else. You are not unique, much less the only one.
But with love, it's different. What distinguishes humans from animals is that humans are conscious and capable of thought.
Faced with other temptations, you'll think of the person you love, no longer controlled by hormones. Love makes you go against your instincts, defy your nature. Love is the surrender of free will. Therefore, Shen Qingling prefers love before desire. He won't feel desire for a woman he's not interested in, much less have a relationship with one. If every woman could feel desire, she'd be an animal, not a human.
He said to Nanjun, "We can take it slow, no need to rush."
Nanjun's eyes softened even more. Okay, take it slow.
She abandoned her so-called honey trap, abandoned the land she was determined to possess.
She didn't know when it started, but she had fallen for those cool yet gentle eyes. The closer she got to Shen Qingling, the more she loved him.
This is true for every woman. Shang Xia and Wan Mingyi, watching Shen Qingling's behavior towards Nanjun from the window, both felt a pang of envy.
Ruan Mingyi, Xingxia, let's call a truce.
It looks like we haven't even gotten close to the crematorium yet.
Xingxia narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't worry, this woman won't be able to keep this up for long."
Shang Mo said she had something that would make Shen Qingling completely disillusioned with Nanjun.
The more Shen Qingling likes Nanjun now, the more desperate and indifferent she will become then. Shang Mo usually keeps her word. She wouldn't just watch Shen Qingling associate with Nanjun without sufficient confidence and assurance.
Shang Xia still had some confidence in Shang Mo.
However, seeing Shen Qingling's affection and infatuation for Nanjun still made her very jealous.
Ruan Mingyi sadly lowered her eyes and said, "You say she won't last long, but I can't stand it for even a second. Seeing him so gentle with another woman, I feel like a joke." Shang Xia said expressionlessly, "Don't say like.
We too are a joke, but it's only temporary."
"We won't be jokes forever, believe me." Ruan Mingyi, how long is temporary? Are we just going to watch them go back and forth like this? Maybe one day Shen Qingling's joke about lying in another woman's bed will come true.
Shang Xia's nails scratched against the window, making an unpleasant sound.
Her face twisted as she said, "Now I understand why that woman said that." Ruan Mingyi, what?
Shang Xia, some people could go to senior citizens university without makeup, yet they're still trying to pick up male college students.
It's like an old cow eating young grass, disgusting. Ruanmingyi, how could Shen Qingling like her? They're not even from the same generation, won't there be a generation gap? Ruanmingyi wasn't familiar with Nanjun, but the Nan family had a bad reputation in Jiangcheng.
People privately described Nanjun as a ruthless, venomous beauty. She couldn't even understand how these two had gotten together. Ruanmingyi felt like the sky was falling. She said heartbrokenly, "Do you think Shen Qingling was deceived by her, or did she do something to seduce him?" In Ruanmingyi's eyes, Shen Qingling was a simple and innocent young man. How could he possibly outmaneuver a scheming woman like Nanjun? She didn't believe Nanjun approached Shen Qingling because she liked him. She definitely had ulterior motives. At this moment, Nanjun was just like Shang Mo before. No one believed that her approach to Shen Qingling was out of kindness.
Shang Xia sighed, "How would I know?
He clearly has feelings for that woman now, and there's nothing we can do." Ruanmingyi retorted, unconvinced, "Do you think the two of us combined can't compete with her alone?"
Shang Xia turned to look at her. "Is winning someone just about numbers? We need strategy, don't you understand?"
These words sounded absurd and laughable coming from Shang Xia. Ruanmingyi raised an eyebrow. "Among us, you're clearly the least intelligent.
What strategy could you possibly have?" Shang Xia glanced at Nanjun's figure and said, "It's simple. We'll expose this to the Gu family."
I don't believe the Gu family will just stand by and watch Shen Qingling fall in love with Nanjun.
Chapter 155, A plan to turn the tide. Ruanmingyi's eyes lit up. "Wow, that's rare. Your intelligence has finally prevailed."
Shang Xia whispered, "But we absolutely can't let Shen Qingling know that we betrayed the Gu family."
Ruanmingyi asked, "Then how do we let the Gu family know?" Shang Xia smiled, "I have my own way."
Although Shang Xia was an abstract, naive girl, she had learned quite a few tricks from being by Shang Mo's side for so many years. It just depended on whether she was willing to use her brain. Clearly, this time she had indeed used her brain for Shen Qingling's sake. However, the scapegoat became Gui Jin. Shang Xia, like Gui Jin, was extremely vengeful. The two had gone from being a perfect couple in everyone's eyes to being bitter enemies. It seemed that their past engagement had become a criminal record for each other. Nanjun had been drinking, so she couldn't drive home herself. In the end, Shen Qingling could only say goodbye to Shang Xia and the others and drive Nanjun back to the Nan family home herself. On the way, Nanjun, emboldened by alcohol, kissed him. Shen Qingling, driving, couldn't dodge and sat motionless in the driver's seat, his ears turning red with embarrassment. Nanjun's smile deepened as she gazed at his cool, sharp profile. She seemed to have suddenly discovered a certain amusement, enjoying teasing Shen Qingling. The calmer and more composed he was, the more she wanted to see him lose control. When they arrived at the Nan family's door, Nanjun suddenly hugged him.
"You promised to come for dinner, you can't break your promise." "I won't, I'll definitely come." "That's good, I'll wait for you."
Shen Qingling went back to school for classes in the afternoon, and when he returned to the Gu family home in the evening, he sensed something was amiss. Gu Changwang and Wen Sulan immediately called him upstairs. Gui Jin, unaware of what was happening, sensed the tense atmosphere and cautioned Shen Qingling, "Dad seems very angry."
"Be careful what you say." Shen Qingling asked, "Do you know why?" Gui Jin shook his head, "I don't know. It seems someone sent something." Shen Qingling frowned slightly, nodded, and went into the study.
In the study, Gu Changwang sat opposite Shen Qingling with a cold expression, while Wen Sulan looked at him worriedly.
"Dad, what did you want to see me about?" "See for yourself." Gu Changwang tossed out a file folder, from which photos spilled out. They were photos of him and Nanjun from earlier that day. There were photos of them in the car, photos of Nanjun kissing him, and photos of Nanjun hugging him at the Nan family's door. Shen Qingling looked at the photos without speaking. A thought quickly crossed his mind, and he suddenly realized that this might not be such a bad thing. Regardless of who sent the photos, he planned to play along. Shen Qingling quickly devised a countermeasure and a plan for the future. "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "What do you want me to explain?"
"What is your relationship with this woman from the Nan family?"
"There's no relationship yet." "You mean there will be in the future?"
Shen Qingling remained silent, a silence that sounded more like acquiescence.
These photos were taken by the media.
If someone hadn't intervened to suppress them for you, these photos wouldn't be in my hands now, they would be trending on social media.
Do you even know your place?
Being with her is ruining your future.
Wonsulan couldn't help but speak up, don't be so harsh. Talk to her nicely. Qingling is just too naive. Don't blame him.
Gu Changwang softened his tone and said, Qingling, you're too young.
You don't understand a woman like Nanjun at all.
You don't understand her methods in scheming, and you don't know what her purpose is in approaching you.
You need to know that you and she are from different worlds.
In terms of age, experience, and personality, you are not suitable for each other. You have your own path to walk, and she is not a good match for you.
This matter ends here today.
I can pretend it never happened, but from now on, you cannot have any contact with this woman.
Shen Qingling said calmly, I'm sorry, I can't do what you say.
Gu Changwang, what did you say?
Shen Qingling, I said I can't do it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Nanjun. Even if I want to be with her, that's my own business, and you have no right to interfere.
Gu Changwang was almost amused by Shen Qingling's words.
He abruptly stood up and said, I thought you were a smart kid, somewhat like me in my youth.
Who knew you would do something like this? It's truly disappointing. You were young once too.
When you like someone, you naturally don't care about the gossip.
She's wonderful in my heart. If you can't be with the person you love, some things are better left unsaid.
Shen Qingling was deliberately provoking Gu Changwang. He even deliberately threatened to give up his inheritance to provoke Gu Changwang, resulting in Gu Changwang locking him in the house to reflect on his actions. Gu Changwang declared that as long as he didn't figure things out, he wouldn't be allowed to leave, and seeing Nanjun was out of the question.
Gu Yijin was eavesdropping at the door. Hearing Shen Qingling's audacity, Gu Changwang's eyes widened.
Shen Qingling hadn't listened to a word he said. And the fact that Shen Qingling liked Nanjun was truly a headache. This matter is likely to escalate into a very ugly situation. Gu Yijin was somewhat worried, and his disgust for the Nan family intensified.
Wonsulan looked at Shen Qingling with concern, unsure how to comfort him.
Wonsulan had witnessed many similar situations. Young people could display unwavering courage for love, and defying their families was nothing new. Although she hoped Shen Qingling could be with the person he loved, Nanjun was simply too dangerous, and deep down, she didn't want her son to be with a woman with such complicated intentions. Wonsulan could only offer gentle advice to Shen Qingling, but he only said he had his own thoughts and told her not to worry.
How could Wonsulan not worry? The more Shen Qingling acted this way, the more worried she became.
Gu Yijin also wanted to comfort Shen Qingling, but Shen Qingling suddenly looked at him with a strange expression, leaving him utterly perplexed.
Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong?
Shen Qingling just stared at him without saying a word.
Finally, Shen Qingling silently walked away under Gu Yijin's uneasy gaze.
This was the first time Shen Qingling had treated him with such scrutiny and indifference, and Gu Yijin panicked immediately.
He looked at Wonsulan and asked, what's wrong with him? Did I say something wrong? Wonsulan said calmly, didn't you betray him? Gu Yijin was shocked. What? I betrayed him? How come I didn't know? I didn't. I really didn't. Mom, believe me, explained to Qingling, I didn't do it. Wonsulan said expressionlessly, don't treat everyone like fools. I've already investigated.
That reporter is Zhang Jing's man.
Do you think we won't know this is related to you? Before Gu Yijin could answer, Wonsulan left.
Gu Yijin was utterly speechless.
Who wanted to harm him? Who was so insidious? Gu Yijin was about to faint from anger.
He immediately called Zhang Jing. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling returned to her room and refused to see anyone. He finally had a reason to carry out his plan. Different times, different places, two different women received different tasks.
Sang Yin's mission is to assassinate Shen Qingling. Jian Yuning's mission is to win over Shen Qingling. Chapter 156 Assassins and Liars. Shen Qingling.
Sang Yin stared at the data displayed on her computer, lost in thought. On the surface, Sang-in was a professional bodyguard, but in reality, she was a rising star assassin known as the Judge. Sang-in had a rule for her jobs. She only killed those she considered utterly heinous. Ordinary people didn't need her help. As an assassin, Sang-in hadn't actually killed that many people. But those she killed were all very famous. These people were either corrupt high-ranking political officials who escaped punishment, wealthy tycoons who murdered for money but remained unscathed, or unscrupulous capitalists who exploited the lower classes for enormous profits. In Sang-in's view, none of her killers were innocent, they all deserved to die. In other words, Sang-in didn't kill for money, she believed she was acting for justice, a law enforcer walking in the shadows. Her existence was to judge these people. If the law couldn't judge them, then she would. Whether he was guilty or not, she could find out with a simple investigation. Before committing a murder, Sang-in would spend time infiltrating her targets' lives, investigating everything about them. The closer she got to them, the angrier she became. Because the evil they openly committed was only the tip of the iceberg. The boy named Shen Qingling in the file disgusted her even more. According to the file sent from the other side, Shen Qingling was a monster in human clothing, colluding with hospitals to traffic human organs, secretly organizing teenage prostitution, using methods to lure girls into depravity, and privately operating a transnational erotic business. And such a demon was just an 18-year-old boy. Shen Qingling studied at Jiang University, one of the top universities in the country, and his grades were among the best even among the academic elites at Jiang University. As the campus heartthrob, his appearance was naturally outstanding, and he was ardently pursued by countless girls from the moment he entered the university. He came from an orphanage and was adopted by the Gu family after adulthood. After appearing on a variety show, he became a huge star, transforming into the dream lover of countless fans. In Sang-in's eyes, Shen Qingling's life, while not perfect, was already better than most. Such a person should have a bright future. If he had just lived a stable and peaceful life, his future would have been limitless. But he abandoned his conscience and engaged in such disgusting deeds behind the scenes. And this man was actually adored and worshipped by countless young women, hailed as a god and idol. Sang-in utterly despised him and utterly scorned this hypocrite. He deserved to be judged. Just then, her bodyguard company posted a bodyguard assignment for the Gu family, and Sang-in signed up without hesitation. As an assassin, she was exceptionally skilled. As a bodyguard, she was also one of the company's top performers. As a bodyguard, she worked diligently and conscientiously, never making a mistake on any mission. The company leadership trusted Sang-in's abilities, and after seeing her application, the senior management held a meeting and decided to assign her the job. The bodyguard company Sang-in works for specializes in providing bodyguard services to wealthy families like the Gu family. Their prices are high, but their capabilities are correspondingly superior to other bodyguard companies. Wan Sulan was extremely dissatisfied with Shen Qingling's previous incidents and quickly dismissed the bodyguard she had hired, spending a large sum of money to hire new bodyguards for Shen Qingling. But this was all orchestrated by Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling secretly hired an assassin to kill him, while openly hinting to Wan Sulan to hire bodyguards. How could Sang-in, having received the mission, pass up such a golden opportunity? This time, Shen Qingling appeared to be the prey on the surface. But in reality, he was the mastermind behind it all. Sang-in would never have imagined that someone would pay to have him killed. Jiang Yuning would never have imagined that someone would pay to be deceived. Jiang Yuning frowned in confusion the moment she saw Shen Qingling's file. "Ian, are you sure you didn't send the wrong information?" "No, it's him, Shen Qingling, the young master the Gu family just recognized." "What I mean is, someone like him shouldn't be our target." Jiang Yuning, as a professional con artist, naturally had accomplices. She had a dedicated studio, with 5 people including herself. But she wasn't the boss of the studio, nor was she the one in charge. On the contrary, she was the last to join. In this studio, Ayin was responsible for taking orders, researching, and money laundering. Everything related to information and money was her responsibility. Another member was Ayin's henchman, Wei Lan, who was responsible for staking out locations, threatening, assaulting, intimidating, picking up people and fleeing, and acting as Jiang Yuning's bloodsucker brother. Pei Shuji had a similar role to Jiang Yuning. He was responsible for deceiving women, while Jiang Yuning was responsible for deceiving men.
Jiang Yuning was the central figure responsible for formulating and executing plans.
When the boss was away, Jiang Yuning was the head of the studio. As for who the boss was, Jiang Yuning didn't know.
She only knew that the boss was a woman.
Jiang Yuning had spoken to her on the phone and heard her voice, but they had never met in person. The woman was very wary, perhaps her status prevented her from easily revealing herself.
But Jiang Yuning didn't care.
As long as it meant survival and earning her more money, she was willing to work for her. In the past, when selecting targets, they usually chose those who were easy to fool. For example, those who received compensation for demolished properties, rich but foolish second-generation heirs, or spendthrift sons who had just inherited their family fortune and were constantly squandering it. These people usually had two characteristics: they were rich, and importantly, they had to be stupid and easy to deceive.
Shen Qingling didn't fit any of these criteria.
The information showed that Shen Qingling studied at Jiang University, had excellent grades, and was a campus heartthrob completely different from their selection criteria.
Wei Lan leaned over and glanced at him, laughing. Judging from the photo, he has a smart face and is so handsome.
What if Sister Ning falls for him, hee.
Pei Shuji also turned around and glanced at him. I've had similar cases before, it's just a bit more troublesome. Even the smartest man can be fooled by a woman. It's just like those financial scams, only they haven't encountered a scam tailor-made for you, otherwise, you'd fall for it every time. Good grades and high IQ don't mean anything.
Ning is a queen of disguise, she can handle any persona.
Why would she be afraid of not being able to win over a naive male college student?
Wei Lan, you're overthinking it.
Wei Lan scratched his head and said, I just don't think he's the type to be easily fooled by women. And while the Gu family is rich, Shen Qingling hasn't inherited the family business, and there's another young master in the Gu family competing with him for the inheritance. How much money could he possibly have for us to swindle? The Gu family isn't just any ordinary wealthy family. Touching someone from the Gu family could easily lead to retaliation.
I think we shouldn't take such a big risk.
Ayin, seeing their heated discussion, raised an eyebrow and said, What are you talking about? This mission isn't about swindling money from Shen Qingling.
Huh?
Not swindling money? Then what is it?
To win over Shen Qingling and make him fall in love with Ning.
Chapter 157: Desperate Gain of Wealth.
The client wants Ning to toy with Shen Qingling's feelings, to ruthlessly abandon him when he's hopelessly in love. To make him suffer unbearable pain because of a woman, to sever all emotional ties, and to never trust a woman again.
Hearing Ayin's words, the group couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Wei Lan asked curiously, How much money can you make from this?
Who knows how long it will take to deceive his feelings?
Isn't this just delaying our chance to scam other people's money?
In the past, some clients who had been hurt and betrayed in love had hired them to do this kind of thing to get revenge. But the pay for such tasks was usually very low. They only took on these jobs when the studio was short of money at the beginning. Ayin narrowed her eyes and said, Guess how much money you'll get if the task is successful.
Wei Lan stroked his chin and said, Judging from your tone, the price shouldn't be low. How about I guess 500,000 inch?
It's possible that there are some naive, rich, and vengeful young ladies out there. Wei Lan guessed that the other party wanted to take revenge on Shen Qingling because of love turned to hate.
Ayin smiled slightly and said, Add another 0. Everyone's eyes widened. What? This Shen Qingling's feelings are worth 5 million inch.
Holy crap, who did he offend to be willing to spend so much to get revenge on Shen Qingling? Pei Shuji sneered, For those rich girls, it's just the price of a bag or a necklace.
This Shen Qingling must have offended some rich young lady. Ayin looked at Jiang Yuning and asked, Yuning, what do you think? Should we take this mission or not?
Jiang Yuning looked at the astonishing number and curled her lips into a smile, saying, Why wouldn't we take it for 5 million?
Deceiving his feelings doesn't prevent us from continuing to swindle other people's money.
We can do both simultaneously. Originally, she had hesitated when she saw Shen Qingling's information. Because in previous missions, her ultimate goal in deceiving the other party's feelings was money, so the balance and control in between were crucial.
You can't let the other person realize your intentions.
You also need to probe their financial situation and how much they can give you, ultimately devising a final plan to swindle their money and then find a way to escape unscathed.
But Shen Qingling's mission is different.
Her goal isn't to swindle money, she doesn't need to be cautious at every step.
She just needs to appear as someone he likes.
In previous missions, winning the other person's favor was only the first step. But for Shen Qingling, the first step is the last step, and the only step.
This is much easier than her previous missions. The reward is high, the task is easy, and the target is so beautiful. Jiang Yuning feels like this mission is giving her a vacation.
She rested her chin on her hand, smiled, and said, "Ian, book me a plane ticket to Jiangchang."
Shen Qingling is about to have 2 new targets. Now, Shen Qingling can't go anywhere except home.
The Gu family claims that he hasn't fully recovered and needs to continue resting, so he's been staying at home.
It was almost the weekend, and Shen Qingling couldn't break his promise, so he finally decided to have Lin Xingmian come to the Gu family home.
If she couldn't go out, he could teach Lin Xingmian at the Gu family home, that would be just as good. Shen Qingling sent Lin Xingmian a message, inviting her to take lessons at the Gu family home over the weekend. For Lin Xingmian, just seeing teacher Shen was enough to make her happy.
Moreover, she quite liked Mrs. Gu, who was very gentle and friendly towards her. Lin Xingmian wasn't opposed to going to the Gu family home and quickly accepted Shen Qingling's invitation.
Gu Yijin, on the other hand, had been frantic these past 2 days.
Because Shen Qingling was ignoring him.
He called Zhang Jing, and the reply he received infuriated him. According to Zhang Jing, the reporter was named Wu Liang, the one they had previously bribed to expose Shen Qingling and Song Jining's plan to expose them. In the original novel, when Shen Qingling was framed, the reporter who brought a group of reporters to the school to frame her and publish smear articles was this Wu Liang. But this time, he had been bribed by someone and had actually taken photos of Shen Qingling and Nanjun and sent them to the Gu family. If he wanted to harm Shen Qingling, the matter remained unreported, the photos were only sent to the Gu family. If he intended to use the photos to blackmail the Gu family for profit, then the matter simply vanished without a trace.
It's baffling, no one can see what the person behind it is up to.
But without a doubt, the most hurt person is Gu Yijin.
He's utterly speechless.
Wu Liang not only admitted to acting on Gu Yijin's orders but also disappeared from Jiangchang, no one knows where he went. After hearing Zhang Jing's words, Gu Yijin nearly smashed his phone in anger. He spent the entire night in his room in a frenzy, finally managing to calm down and lie in bed, pondering what to do next. Wu Liang is like a ticking time bomb, ready to destroy the brotherhood between him and Shen Qingling at any moment.
Because Wu Liang holds a crucial secret, he knows about Gu Yijin's attempt to frame Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin isn't even sure if Wu Liang has revealed this. Because of this, he's been depressed all day. He wanted to confront Shen Qingling, but he worried that he might accidentally reveal something and arouse Shen Qingling's suspicion. Gu Yijin sat in his room all day, from the previous night to the next, unable to muster the courage to face Shen Qingling. Until he went out to get some water that evening, he encountered Shen Qingling. The young man stood alone on the second-floor balcony, the wind blowing on him, his back looking lonely and pitiful. Gu Yijin hesitated for a moment, then walked over to him. "Qingling, why aren't you asleep so late?"
Shen Qingling remained silent, gazing at the night sky, lost in thought. Even without saying a word, Gu Yijin could sense his sadness and distress. Shen Qingling ignored him, making Gu Yijin feel a little awkward, but he continued, "I know you're upset.
Dad might just be having a moment of madness. Maybe he'll calm down someday. Don't be too sad."
Shen Qingling finally turned to look at him.
"Isn't this what you wanted to see? Why bother putting on an act in front of me anymore?"
Shen Qingling's words were particularly piercing, causing Gu Yijin's heart to ache. He had never imagined that he could be so vulnerable in the face of Shen Qingling's indifference and mockery. Just one sentence was enough to completely shatter his carefully constructed psychological defenses.
Gu Yijin couldn't help but explain, "It's not what you think.
I really didn't do the photos, Qingling, you have to believe me." Shen Qingling stared into Gu Yijin's eyes. "If this has nothing to do with you, then what about Song Jining's kidnapping?" What about me being knocked unconscious and framed? What about those articles online after I returned to the Gu family, all vehemently accusing me of being an illegitimate child? What about those articles saying I hurt you, stole everything from you, and made you wait until you fainted? Those articles online deliberately smearing and slandering me always manage to trend on social media so easily.
Your unintentional remarks on the show always seem to align perfectly with trending topics. What I said to you 1 second, and the next second it's trending on social media.
And those who dug up my past, maliciously spread rumors about my background, and published articles and used smear campaigns to elevate you and belittle me. And the private investigators who followed me, stalked me, probed my whereabouts, and secretly watched my every move. All of this has nothing to do with you, is it? Gui Jean, answer me, are these things related to you or not?
Gui Jean stood there, feeling his heart sink to the bottom. Even though summer was almost here, his heart was as cold as ice. He thought, people really shouldn't do bad things, or they'll get their comeuppance sooner or later. Shen Qingling had finally seen through his true colors. Chapter 158 Shen Qingling, don't treat me like this. Shen Qingling, questioning him relentlessly, seemed even more heartbroken than he was.
No one could escape his eyes when the movie star was delivering a powerful performance. Shen Qingling, her eyes red-rimmed, questioned Gui Jean.
Why won't you speak? Gui Jean didn't know how to explain. He had no way to explain. Because it was all indeed him.
From the very beginning, he had approached Shen Qingling with malicious intent. He had deceived Shen Qingling by pretending to be a good brother, but he couldn't deceive her forever.
Lies always come to light eventually.
But this day came so quickly that he couldn't accept it. He thought he could walk down that glamorous path. But it turned out that he had blocked that path from the very beginning. It was his own doing. Gui Jean only felt guilty toward Shen Qingling. He dared not look into Shen Qingling's eyes. He was afraid to see disgust in those eyes. Perhaps even more frightening than disgust was seeing his sadness. It didn't seem worth being sad for such a hypocrite.
Gui Jean's silence made Shen Qingling even more upset. He grabbed Gui Jean's shoulders and stared into his eyes. Why won't you look at me? Look me in the eyes and answer me.
Gui Jean slowly raised his eyes and saw the tears in Shen Qingling's eyes. His heart was almost overwhelmed by a tide of guilt.
Ah, Jean, I trusted you so much, I considered you my other half. No matter how others questioned you, I chose to believe you, believing that everything you did was for my own good. Even with enough evidence to shake my beliefs, I refused to admit it was true. Maybe I was deceiving myself, maybe I was just wishfully thinking we could be family. I forgot that you and I could never be family from the beginning. No wonder you once asked me if I hated you. It turns out the person I've always hated isn't me, but you.
Shen Qingling practically gritted his teeth as he told him how disappointed he was in him.
Gui Jean felt like he'd been struck by lightning.
Shen Qingling's words were like knives, each one stabbing a wound into his heart.
Gui Jean finally broke down. His eyes were red as he cried out, "That's not how it is.
Shen Qingling, I admit I did harbor ill will towards you at first, but not anymore.
Now I truly want to be family with you, truly want to be a good brother."
He genuinely wanted to walk that path of success, and he genuinely wanted to be good to Shen Qingling.
But could the words of someone who was once full of malice be trusted?
Gui Jean knew that what he was saying was nothing but excuses and acting, but he couldn't remain silent. Shen Qingling paused, stunned by his words.
So, can the hurt you caused me be erased? Who will return the trust and sincerity I lost because of you? You made me feel like an utterly foolish and naive idiot. You must have felt so smug when you manipulated me. Gui Jean's defenses completely crumbled. He knelt before Shen Qingling, breaking down in tears, sobbing, "Qingling, don't talk about yourself like that. Blame me. I'll do whatever you want. Hit me, please. I really know I was wrong. Please don't."
He truly didn't want to hear such words from Shen Qingling.
Gui Jean grasped Shen Qingling's hand and began slapping himself.
Now, even if Shen Qingling demanded he jump from the second floor, he would jump off the balcony without hesitation, avoiding the stairs.
Shen Qingling listened to the resounding slaps in the night air and finally spoke. What are you trying to get from me by putting on this show?
Gui Jin paused, feeling another 1,000 blows to his heart.
I just want your forgiveness.
Gui Jin completely bowed his head to Shen Qingling. He wanted to be family with Shen Qingling, to be good brothers with him like before. At this moment, a high and mighty protagonist from the original story was kneeling before him, begging for forgiveness. Shen Qingling pulled his hand away coldly and said, Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf?
Gui Jin raised his head, his eyes red-rimmed, and said, I've repented, Qingling, you have to believe me.
Shen Qingling seemed somewhat shaken, but he dared not easily believe him again. Shen Qingling ignored him and turned to leave.
Gui Jin completely broke down.
He stood up, blocking Shen Qingling's path, and even closed the glass door to the balcony.
Shen Qingling, you can't do this to me. Why can't you hate me the way I used to hate you? Why are you so good to me? Since you've been so good to me, why change that kindness now? Shen Qingling, you can't do this to me.
You said we'd be best friends for life, have you forgotten?
It's so cruel of you to abandon me like this.
Shen Qingling, please don't do this to me, I beg you.
Gui Jin had lost his mind.
He was like a broken maniac, like a dog about to be abandoned by its owner. Shen Qingling had shown him a different kind of warmth, given him hope for the future, and shown him another path. He couldn't accept Shen Qingling destroying his hope with her own hands.
Seeing Gui Jin's broken and pitiful state, Shen Qingling ultimately didn't leave. Shen Qingling asked him, Do you still hate me now?
Gui Jin smiled bitterly, I wish I hated you, but I simply can't bring myself to. Shen Qingling, you used to be like a sword hanging over my head, ready to pierce me at any moment.
Like you said, being born into the Gu family wasn't happy.
At least for me, the one who usurped the family's place, I've never felt happy. From the moment I learned about my origins, I've lived in constant fear, afraid you'd come back and take everything from me, leaving me a homeless stray dog. No one in this family truly loves me, while my real family surrounds me every day, telling me my humble origins and that if I don't strive and fight, I'll have nothing.
I just don't want to become like my mother. I used to hate you, even before you appeared.
I hated your absence, yet I feared your arrival. You were like a symbol, constantly reminding me that I was a hateful, despicable, disgusting imposter.
Even if you did nothing wrong, I couldn't tolerate your existence.
Actually, I just didn't want to accept my shameful origins.
From the beginning, I knew I was wrong. No one can accept being born a mistake. Gui Jin looked pained and shed tears. Chapter 159 I forgive you, Gui Jin.
He had kept these words bottled up inside for years, living with the secret of error since childhood.
He couldn't tell anyone, couldn't confide in anyone.
As he said, no one can accept being a mistake from birth. His mother gave birth to him out of wedlock, he was a mistake not accepted by his mother and grandmother. Even after joining the Gu family, he was still a mistake. He wasn't a Gu family child, just an adopted son with no blood relation, he was still a mistake.
As long as Shen Qingling returned, this mistake should disappear.
And He Mei Fong, who had cared for him in the Gu family for so many years, constantly reminded him that he was just a rat occupying someone else's place.
As Gui Jin's biological grandmother, He Mei Fong had led him astray. She didn't want her grandson to truly become part of the Gu family, she only hoped that Gui Jin would inherit the Gu family and treat her well. Therefore, she sowed discord between Gui Jin and the Gu family, telling him that no one in the Gu family truly loved him. She told Gui Jin he had to be a good boy, he had no right to be willful, or he would be disliked. From a young age, Gui Jin was burdened with worries, building layers of defenses around himself, living behind a thick mask. Even if his family truly loved him, they were kept outside his heart by his fake smiles and concern. More often than not, he felt unworthy of the Gu family's love, unworthy of genuine love, because this love was never meant for him. He constantly tormented himself, ultimately telling himself that the Gu family didn't love him at all, and he didn't need their love. He Mei Fong also constantly reminded him to remember his true identity, his real family, and that he was a mistake that couldn't be discovered. At first, I just didn't want to admit I could lose to you. I desperately wanted to prove I wasn't a mistake. But the closer I got to you, the more painful it became.
Your perfection and excellence deeply hurt me, making me realize that my mediocre background could never compare to someone as privileged as you. Your kindness towards me made my conscience uneasy, yet it also allowed me to experience trust and warmth I'd never felt before, letting me know that there are things in this world more important than self-interest.
Shen Qingling, I hate you, yet I love you.
This hatred is painful and heavy, just like this love. Guijin confessed his feelings. His love for Shen Qingling was a complex mix of love and hate. He truly wanted to be the kind of good brother Shen Qingling envisioned. He needed Shen Qingling to tell him that his life wasn't meaningless, at least someone trusted him, someone knew he was a mistake but was willing to accept him. After Shen Qingling returned to the Gu family, she not only didn't hate him but treated him like a brother. This made Guijin realize that life has more than one possibility, more than one path. That bright future existed, it's just that he had taken the wrong path. He wanted to turn back, to become as wonderful as Shen Qingling.
But ultimately, one must pay the price for their mistakes. The fact that he hurt Shen Qingling is undeniable.
For Guijin, this was the most despairing thing. If he had never seen the light, he could endure the darkness. But seeing hope brought him despair once more. Guijin's nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. After listening to him rambling on and on like a madman for so long, Shen Qingling finally spoke.
Guijin.
He slowly raised his tearful eyes to look at Shen Qingling. And at his salvation. These past years, you must have suffered a lot too. Guijin stared blankly at him, tears completely blurring his vision.
Why did it have to be this way? Shouldn't you hate me the most? After hearing my disgusting self-confession, shouldn't you hate me even more? Why are you doing this to me again? Why don't you hate me? Hate me, Shen Qingling. I deserve to die. I stole everything from you, stole your perfect life. You should hate me. Don't forgive me anymore, don't forgive me anymore.
Guijin's every word was meant to make Shen Qingling hate him, to make her never forgive him. But these were all sarcastic remarks, a deep fear lurked within him. He feared Shen Qingling's hatred and her refusal to forgive him. What he wanted most was Shen Qingling's forgiveness. In the end, the person he felt most guilty towards in his life was Shen Qingling.
In Guijin's past thinking, how could Shen Qingling not hate him? How could she possibly forgive him?
Therefore, he only wanted to use more drastic methods to hurt Shen Qingling. Her disgust and the hurt she caused him could offset his guilt. When Shen Qingling first said in the car that she didn't hate him, Guijin was plunged into deeper self-torture and self-loathing.
But the second time, when Shen Qingling told Wen Sulan that she didn't blame him, Guijin achieved self-redemption.
He longed to offset his sins with his future kindness towards Shen Qingling.
His kindness towards Shen Qingling was also a form of self-redemption.
Therefore, he couldn't accept that Shen Qingling had seen through his true nature and would no longer accept his kindness. Everything that happened tonight had exceeded Guijin's capacity to bear. One moment he hoped Shen Qingling would forgive him and give him a chance to change, the next moment he hoped Shen Qingling would hate him and never forgive him. His incoherent words, helplessness, self-collapse, and self-loathing all ultimately dissipated in Shen Qingling's embrace. Shen Qingling gave him a hug, silently soothing Guijin's heart, which had been frozen for many years. His voice was still so warm.
I forgive you, Guijin.
Guijin calmed down completely in Shen Qingling's embrace, but his tears flowed even more fiercely. No one's birth is a mistake, the mistake lies in the person who does wrong.
You really don't blame me.
Like you said, I should hate you, but seeing you like this, I can't feel hatred.
Someone like me doesn't deserve your kindness. You do. Haven't you changed?
Shen Qingling released him, looking into his eyes and smiling gently.
Even if it happened again, I would still choose to believe you, brother.
Guijin sobbed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by guilt and gratitude.
On this night, Guijin finally chose to reconcile with his past self. Qingling, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's alright, it's all in the past. Let's look forward together. Ahead lay a bright and promising path. Guijin and Shen Qingling stood side by side.
Guijin made a vow to the starry sky.
He would never betray Shen Qingling, never break his trust.
He would become a good older brother, ensuring Shen Qingling received the happiness he deserved. Shen Qingling's happiness was more important than his own. No one in this world could harm Shen Qingling.
Guijin looked at Shen Qingling and smiled gently.
At this moment, his smile and gentleness were genuine. He had family now, a younger brother. He was no longer alone, no longer a mistake. His life had finally ushered in new hope. Their sleeves brushed gently against each other in the wind, like two plants growing from a crack in the rock, finally reaching the morning mist where they could intertwine and grow together.
Guijin's fate was completely rewritten. Chapter 160 Bizarre Daily Life.
Shen Qingling was unaware that he had unintentionally changed someone's fate once again. He saved not only those pitiful young girls in this world, but also Guijin, who saw him as his savior. Watching this scene, 077 finally understood why so many people loved Shen Qingling. A succubus doesn't attract others with perfect looks. Shen Qingling possessed something far more precious than appearance. The moment he saw through the suffering of others, he chose the gentlest way to heal them. Regardless of gender or romantic love, those who loved him received strength and love in return. This was Shen Qingling's magic. Whether his intentions were genuine or feigned, he truly saved those trapped in darkness. Even someone like Guijin, deeply mired in self-loathing, could find hope again because of him.
This was Shen Qingling's moving quality, transforming others through love and trust.
Shen Qingling's charm lay not only in his appearance, but also in his ability to touch the deepest wounds of others' souls and bring true redemption. A succubus who appeals to both men and women shouldn't rely solely on the allure of lust. Shen Qingling's captivating quality lies in her ability to penetrate the most vulnerable cracks in human nature, accepting the most wretched and darkest aspects of others with near-divine empathy, and then using sincere trust to reshape broken souls into new life. When Guijin tormented himself while wearing a mask of hypocrisy, Shen Qingling had already seen through the fear beneath his twisted struggle. The chill of being seen through drove Guijin to the brink of collapse, but what followed wasn't exposure and humiliation, but rather a rope being pulled towards the abyss. Shen Qingling didn't choose the most heinous means to conquer Guijin. That would be too cruel. Although he initially provoked Guijin, only in this way could he force Guijin to admit his true feelings, allowing Shen Qingling to offer forgiveness. Therefore, when faced with Guijin's self-destructive act of slapping himself as atonement, Shen Qingling didn't easily offer forgiveness, but instead used silence and departure to push Guijin to the brink. He was forced to reveal his inner thoughts and past. Only by truly facing it could he bravely move on. Only through a complete breakdown and rebirth could Guijin break free from the cycle of self-loathing and be reborn. In fact, Shen Qingling initially didn't intend to become good brothers with Guijin. It was only later that he unintentionally discovered that he had awakened in Guijin a potential for goodness beyond his nature. For Shen Qingling, there was no benefit in having another villain in the world. He would rather Guijin become a kind person. Whenever someone was redeemed because of him, he felt genuinely happy.
Sincerity and pretense are difficult to define clearly.
Just as 077 couldn't see whether he chose to save Guijin out of self-interest or out of genuine pity and a desire to become brothers.
Or perhaps these two are not contradictory. It's okay to have sincerity mixed with self-interest.
Guijin becoming better is a fact, and Shen Qingling gaining a good brother is also a fact.
The relationship between Guijin and Shen Qingling became even closer.
However, some of their everyday interactions seemed strange to others. It was raining that morning, and Shen Qingling came downstairs wearing only a short-sleeved shirt.
Guijin, it's raining today.
Why are you dressed so lightly?
Here, put on your coat.
At breakfast, the milk was a little hot, and Shen Qingling frowned slightly.
Guijin, is it too hot? Let me blow on it to cool it down before you drink it. Eat this first, it's delicious. At lunch, Shen Qingling picked up a shrimp. Guijin, hey, Qingling, don't move. I'll peel it for you. Don't get your hands dirty.
That evening, Shen Qingling was preparing art supplies for Lin Xingmian's class the next day.
Guijin, don't move. I can handle these little things. You sit and rest. Just call me if you need anything.
Guijin's actions made the Gu family's nanny and servants feel like they were about to lose their jobs, or rather, that they were being unprofessional.
Guijin was now practically Shen Qingling's personal nanny.
When Sulan was a little confused. When she asked Shen Qingling what had happened, he wouldn't say directly, only that Gui Jin had become better. Gui Jin saw this concern as normal, but everyone else thought he was acting strangely. Gui Jin's concern and kindness towards Shen Qingling seemed excessive, further confusing the viewers watching the livestream and fueling their speculations about their relationship. The live chat was buzzing with discussion, and Shen Qingling and Gui Jin dominated the trending topics again.
What's the easiest way to become famous in the entertainment industry? Selling a romantic pairing, especially a gay one.
As the show progressed and Gui Jin's insanely kind treatment of Shen Qingling grew, the number of fans for the couple became absurdly large.
Every glance and every word between them was analyzed.
The conclusions drawn from these analyses were:
Shen Qingling is so handsome. The most handsome, aloof and beautiful seme in the Chinese entertainment industry. And the unattainable type at that. Does anyone understand? Isn't Gui Jin the seme? Isn't this a classic case of chasing after a wife in a crematorium? Shen Qingling is clearly the aloof and beautiful uke. You can tell who's the top and who's the bottom just by their names.
They're a match made in heaven, even their names are so perfectly matched. This pair of brothers has gathered all the elements of suspected incest, pseudo-incest, sworn enemies, wealthy families, real and fake young masters, aloof beauty top, and scheming green tea bottom. Every single one of these is a popular tag in BL novels. They're just tagging each other, but in terms of looks, this is definitely a CP that no one in the Chinese entertainment industry can compare to.
Some people in the Chinese entertainment industry wouldn't even sell their CP. It's just a good relationship between the brothers. CP fans shouldn't be too obsessed.
Shen Qingling is beautiful on her own, and Gui Jin shouldn't try to piggyback on that.
Isn't there anyone else's brother who treats Shen Qingling like Gui Jin?
He even peeled shrimp and put them in Shen Qingling's bowl, and the way he looks at Shen Qingling is like he's staring anyway. My brother would never look at me like that, or I'd get goosebumps. I heard that after this variety show ends, a dating reality show is about to start production.
Can Shen Qingling be on the dating reality show?
I want to see Shen Qingling dominate the dating reality show. Since appearing on this variety show, Shen Qingling has indeed received many offers from the entertainment industry. There are offers to act, magazine shoots, variety shows, and even signing him as an idol.
Shen Qingling has rejected them all.
The audience wants to know everything about Shen Qingling, but he doesn't give them the chance.
Shen Qingling remains mysterious in the public eye, someone everyone wants to pry into.
The variety show is ending in a month, and Shen Qingling, despite his sudden rise to fame, hasn't even opened a Weibo account, leaving viewers with no way to follow him. Just as this show ends, preparations are underway for a new dating reality show, and the production team is receiving countless messages asking Shen Qingling to participate. The director also spoke to Shen Qingling about it, but he didn't immediately agree, saying he needed to consider it. The director's reason for persuading him to participate was quite bizarre. He said it could dispel rumors of an inappropriate brotherly relationship between him and Gui Jin.
It was practically an open admission that Gui Jin had a crush on him. Shen Qingling almost lost his composure.
Zhang Jing, as Gui Jin's well-known friend, received countless inquiries, both overt and covert, all asking if Gui Jin had gone mad or suffered some kind of trauma, as he seemed to have become Shen Qingling's lapdog.
Zhang Jing couldn't say anything, no one would believe him anyway.
No one could be as good as Shen Qingling, so Zhang Jing understood Gui Jin's actions.
Well, actually, he didn't quite understand.
The person who couldn't understand it the most was Shang Xia. Shang Xia also received a lot of concern, but most of it was mockery and sarcasm. Ruan Mingyi went even further, she sent Shang Xia a song directly. The song was called Tears of a Fellow Wives. Gui Jin received dozens of WeChat voice messages from Shang Xia in the middle of the night, each longer than 60 seconds, filled with extremely explicit content. He didn't care at all, he blocked Shang Xia without even listening.
The next day,
Shen Qingling got up early in the morning to prepare her painting tools in the garden, ready to welcome Lin Xingmian.
However, before Lin Xingmian arrived, when Sulan brought another person first. Sang-in. Chapter 161 The Lowly Killer. Sang Yin found it incredibly difficult to reconcile Shen Qingling's image with the scoundrel described in the files at first glance. This young man looked almost unbelievably beautiful. Even though she had seen all of Shen Qingling's videos and files, seeing him in person was still a shock. Especially in such a beautiful atmosphere, the young man before her was like a painting. As the morning mist drifted across the lawn, the young man sat before his easel, his paint box casually placed on the dew-covered grass. As he adjusted his canvas, the hem of his shirt lifted slightly, revealing glimpses of his abs. 2 silver buttons remained undone at the collar of his shirt, revealing his collarbone rising and falling with his breath. His right hand, holding a brush, hovered above the paper, the curve of his eyelashes forming a cool, wispy line with the bridge of his nose. His pale skin made his dark eyebrows and eyelashes appear even thicker, and as he lowered his head, stray hairs brushed against his straight nose, casting dappled shadows on his eyelids. Beneath the shadow cast by his brow bone were a pair of clear, aloof eyes, their lashes trailing long, delicate curves at the corners when he lowered his gaze. Dewdrops shimmered on the bridge of his nose, reflecting fragments of light, and his beautifully shaped lips were slightly pursed in focused concentration. The glass curtain wall of the greenhouse behind him gleamed in the morning light, the condensed water droplets refracting countless tiny spots of light, casting flickering shadows on his pale face. Flowers swayed in the breeze behind him, their petals, dusted with gold, now blurred into indistinct silhouettes. The flowers in the garden paled in comparison to his exquisite features. The morning mist, like a semi-transparent veil, enveloped him, blurring his features with a hazy yet sharp quality. Shen Qingling gave Sang Yin the feeling of seeing flowers through mist. This young man seemed gentle and ethereal, but the moment his eyes met hers, a chilling coldness would emanate from his clear, calm gaze.
When Shen Qingling's eyes met hers, Sang Yin's throat went dry.
If Shen Qingling wasn't a beast, then he truly captivated her. Especially his demeanor and presence, so incredibly. A certain aspect of Sang Yin's being almost forced forth. But the thought of Shen Qingling's notorious record quickly suppressed those alluring thoughts. Shen Qingling's current 100% attractiveness would make most women fall for him at first sight. But this assassin was completely unmoved, her attraction level didn't even reach 1. Shen Qingling could understand Sang Yin's indifference, the evidence the system had fabricated for him was difficult to detect. It would be abnormal for Sang Yin to fall for him based solely on this one aspect after seeing those criminal records. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He would gradually dispel her doubts and make her completely believe in him.
Qingling, so you're painting here.
Wan Sulan's gentle voice rang out, and the boy's entire being seemed to melt away, revealing a softer side. Shen Qingling's eyes held a faint smile. Mom, is there something you need?
Sang Yin observed Shen Qingling's expression.
The moment he saw this Madame Gu, the affection in his eyes seemed genuine.
Perhaps even demons have people they care about.
The same was true of the mission targets she had encountered before. Those who had completely lost their humanity and didn't even care about their families were ultimately a minority. Perhaps Shen Qingling only harbored unique feelings for his mother, or perhaps his acting was so convincing that he could fool everyone.
When Sulan stepped aside, revealing Sang Yin behind her. I've found you a personal bodyguard. From now on, she'll be responsible for your safety.
Shen Qingling shifted his gaze to Sang Yin. Just as Sang Yin couldn't understand how Shen Qingling could be this kind of person, Shen Qingling felt that Sang Yin didn't seem like an assassin at all.
Sang Yin's appearance was completely that of a lowly.
Her princess-cut hairstyle and long, chestnut-brown curly hair accentuated her features, making her look like a lowly girl straight out of an anime. When Sang Yin tilted her head back, the tip of her nose gleamed like mother-of-pearl in the sunlight, and a light pink hue floated on her cheeks, as if dyed with the sap of cherry blossoms in spring, sweet and adorable. But what was most striking was her eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes were so large they almost took up half her face, her eyelashes curled like a BJD doll's, but when the corners of her eyes drooped slightly, a dangerous and unsettling glint appeared in her dark, lifeless pupils. The girl's lips curved slightly into a smile, her rose-colored lips glossy with a honey-glazed sheen.
Sang Yin's smile was sweet, with 2 adorable dimples that appeared and disappeared at the corners of her lips, easily winning one's favor.
In the sunlight, the girl extended her hand to Shen Qingling with a smile, saying, "Hello, Mr. Shen, my name is Sang Yin." Her voice, sweet with the scent of peaches, made it impossible to associate her with an assassin.
Even more impossible to associate her with a bodyguard. Sang-in noticed Shen Qingling's momentary pause when he looked at her, but it wasn't a look of amazement at her beauty, nor the look of someone eyeing prey. Shen Qingling shouldn't be so foolish as to openly display his feelings. At this moment, Sang-in didn't understand why, but she soon did.
Shen Qingling gave her a questioning look. She protects me. When Sulan smiled and explained, don't let her cute appearance fool you, she's very capable.
Qingling, you can't judge a book by its cover.
Sang-in wasn't surprised by Shen Qingling's suspicion. This wasn't the first time she'd been questioned because of her looks. The girl suddenly spun the cream-colored parasol halfway around.
With a soft click of the ribs, a cold glint of light hidden beneath the lace canopy grazed Shen Qingling's Adam's apple. It was just a hair's breadth away. The exposed blade tip was about to slit his throat, so fast he couldn't react at all.
Her chestnut-brown curls swayed gently with her movement. Her fluffy, ruffled skirt billowed with the swirl of the umbrella.
She gently lifted her skirt, revealing a tungsten steel dagger strapped to her outer thigh. I dress like this to better conceal my weapons, I hope you don't misunderstand.
The more accessories she wore, the more weapons she could hide.
These lace ornaments and hair clips resembling strawberry cakes were large enough to effectively conceal her weapons. Whether it was the dagger on her leg, the hair clip in her head, or the bracelet on her wrist, all needed some accessories to cover them. Shen Qingling believed in her strength the moment she made her move.
A lowly assassin, quite a contrast.
When Sulan added, tell everyone she's a distant cousin of the Gu family, visiting Jiangqing for a few days, and likes to stick close to you.
Shen Qingling replied, okay, I understand.
His eyes seemed a little dazed when he saw her, but now he didn't seem to care much about Sang-in.
When Sulan gave Sang-in a few more instructions and then left. After when Sulan left, Sang-in silently stood behind Shen Qingling, watching him paint.
The boy wore a white shirt, his tall, straight back and broad shoulders were captivating, even from behind.
Sang-in glanced at him several times before forcibly looking away. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Shen Qingling stopped painting. Your name is Sang-in, right? Chapter 162. One of Shen Qingling's targets? Sang-in felt inexplicably irritated. Shen Qingling's voice was also very pleasant, cool and magnetic, simply.
This man was damnably alluring. But he was a beast.
Her eyelids twitched slightly, and she replied, yes. Which Sang, which een? Sang as in mulberry tree, een as in seclusion. Good.
After asking that question, he continued drawing.
Sang-in remembered the information that said Shen Qingling was aloof and not good with words. Now it seemed true.
When she took on missions before, she had encountered some wealthy young men and young students who were always full of curiosity about her, even pursuing her under the guise of needing protection because of her outstanding appearance. It could be said that most men would feel a sense of attraction to her at first sight. But Shen Qingling showed no curiosity about her at all, not even much emotional fluctuation, which seemed inconsistent with the information. For some reason, the colder and more dismissive Shen Qingling was of her, the more her bad habit would flare up. Sang-in was well aware of her bad habit, and she forcibly suppressed the strange emotions within her. She reminded herself countless times that Shen Qingling was a beast.
The record showed that Shen Qingling most enjoyed luring young girls astray. Sang-in stared coldly at the boy's back.
She would definitely find evidence of his crimes.
No evil could escape her eyes.
Sang-in was an extremely patient person, she wouldn't act until she found conclusive evidence. Sang-in was very good at observing micro-expressions and analyzing movements. She vaguely sensed that Shen Qingling seemed to want to say something to her. The boy turned his head slightly, and his drawing motions paused noticeably. She immediately noticed and smiled. Mr. Shen, is there something you need? Shen Qingling said calmly, you don't need to stand all the time, there's a chair over there.
So he meant for her to sit. She's quite the actor. It's alright, it's my job.
Working and sitting don't conflict, and besides, you don't need to keep calling me Mr. Shen.
Then how should I address you?
My mother says that to outsiders you're my distant cousin, so you should call me brother. Sang-in paused, then gave a sweet smile, okay, brother. As she uttered that address, she clenched her fists tightly. Her heart was pounding, her breathing was rapid, and her brain was racing with excitement. She quickly turned to get a chair to hide her inappropriate emotions. Sang Yin obediently moved a chair and sat behind him. Then Shen Qingling really did start painting seriously, ignoring her completely.
Shen Qingling painted for an hour, and Sang Yin watched for an hour.
It must be said that Shen Qingling is indeed quite talented. His painting skills are outstanding.
On the surface, he seems excellent in every aspect. Sang Yin truly couldn't understand why he did these things.
If it were for money, Shen Qingling has now returned to the Gu family and has a mother like Wen Sulan. Logically, he shouldn't be short of money.
So it can only be that he's purely evil.
Some people commit crimes for money, some commit crimes purely for thrills.
It seems Shen Qingling belongs to the latter.
Lin Xingnian's appearance seemed to confirm her suspicions.
When that angelic girl appeared, Sang Yin's eyes darkened. The innocent and naive girl described in the information had appeared. So, this was also one of Shen Qingling's targets?
Lin Xingnian, wearing a white dress and holding a kitten, appeared in the garden.
As Lin Xingnian drew closer, Sang Yin finally understood why Shen Qingling had glanced at her so briefly.
Perhaps it was because she and Lin Xingnian gave off a similar vibe. Both seemed like innocent and adorable girls.
Teacher Shen.
The girl, her face flushed from running in the sunlight, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Shen Qingling put down his paintbrush and stood up to greet her.
He smiled gently at the girl in the sunlight. Long time no see, Nian Nian. Lin Xingnian looked at him, her eyes filled with the joy and longing of their reunion, her admiration impossible to hide. She stood there, staring at Shen Qingling, completely mesmerized.
Why does Teacher Shen seem even more handsome?
His smile completely captivated her.
Teacher Shen is so handsome.
Shen Qingling leaned down and smiled at her. Snap out of it, Nian Nian. The girl's eyes widened suddenly. Looking at the magnified handsome face before her, her face flushed crimson. She lowered her head shyly and said, I'm sorry, Teacher Shen.
I was a little distracted.
The girl felt a pang of regret.
How could she be so infatuated with Teacher Shen?
But being infatuated with Teacher Shen seemed perfectly normal. She could even stare blankly at his standee sometimes, let alone talking to him face to face like this.
Teacher Shen was even more handsome when he was moving. That kind of attraction couldn't compare to a still standee.
It seemed that not seeing Teacher Shen for so long had deepened her affection for him. Only when that person completely disappeared from her world did she understand that kind of despair. Seeing him safely and well before her again, she couldn't help but feel an urge to cry.
But today was a happy day, she couldn't cry.
Countless thoughts raced through Lin Xingnian's mind as she suppressed her emotions, condensing all her feelings into a single sentence. Teacher Shen, I missed you so much while you were gone. She rarely expressed her feelings so directly.
Shen Qingling patted her head and said, I'm sorry for making you worry. I won't do it again.
The kitten in her arms suddenly meowed at Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling's face was already familiar to the kitten. Lin Xingnian made sure the kitten recognized Shen Qingling's nameplate every day. Shen Qingling lowered her eyes to look at the cat in her arms. I didn't realize Lingling had grown so much. Lin Xingnian placed the cat in Shen Qingling's arms. Yes, Teacher Shen, hold her. She's gained so much weight.
It seems Nian Nian has taken good care of her. Hearing Shen Qingling praise her, Lin Xingnian's eyes crinkled into a smile. Shen Qingling stroked the kitten.
Lingling nestled quietly in his arms, her eyes squinting lazily. Lin Xingnian poked the kitten, tilting her head, and said, Lingling's a lazy little cat, she just loves lying in my arms basking in the sun.
Shen Qingling's attention wasn't on the kitten.
He noticed she seemed to have lost some weight. Her pointed chin made her eyes appear larger and more innocent. Lingling has grown up, but you've lost so much weight. Lin Xingnian paused, then gave a sweet smile and said, No, it's probably just the heat, I don't feel like eating much. She just missed him too much. When Shen Qingling wasn't around, she couldn't eat much and was always lost in thought. Ji Yinmiao would occasionally come to see her, but just like before, she couldn't heal her heart's wounds, nor could she replace Shen Qingling's presence in her heart. Shen Qingling held a unique place in her heart. Shen Qingling guessed the reason and instructed, You need to eat properly from now on. You're really too thin, if you keep going like this, you'll become a paper doll. Lin Xingmian smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Teacher Shen and eat well to take care of myself." She turned her head and noticed Sang Yin behind Shen Qingling. The girl gave a puzzled look, her expression subtly changing.
Does Teacher Shen have any other guests today? Chapter 163 The Perfect White Moonlight.
Sang Yin observed for a while, her doubts deepening.
Shen Qingling was incredibly gentle with the girl before her, a stark contrast to his usual aloofness. And it didn't seem like an act at all. Was it his acting that was so good, or was this girl different for him? She couldn't detect a trace of pretense.
It had to be said that when Shen Qingling showed his gentle side, it was hard for a woman to remain unmoved. She even unconsciously wondered if there was something wrong with the information Yumi had gathered. Sang Yin suppressed her doubts and smiled at her, saying, "I'm a distant cousin from the Gu family.
This is my first time here. You can call me Sang Yin."
Lin Xingmian looked at the delicate and beautiful girl before her, her mind racing again.
Why would a cousin appear at a time like this? Was she another potential marriage partner for Teacher Shen? She looked so adorable. Would Teacher Shen like her? Lin Xingmian grew nervous. "Hello, my name is Lin Xingmian, and I'm Teacher Shen's student."
"Teacher Shen, will the three of us draw together later?" She regretted saying it as soon as the words left her mouth. The resistance in her voice seemed a bit too obvious, her tone betrayed reluctance. The girl frowned in annoyance, looking both dazed and adorable. She seemed a little too petty. This cousin hadn't done anything wrong, yet she felt hostile towards her simply because she was there. Lin Xingmian reflected on herself and realized that her behavior was wrong. It seemed that she couldn't help but think this way whenever she saw anyone near Teacher Shen. Loving someone naturally breeds possessiveness, but Lin Xingmian didn't understand this. She felt her thoughts were dark, filled with guilt and helplessness. Feelings are uncontrollable, she couldn't control herself.
Sang Yin could tell at a glance that Lin Xingmian really liked Shen Qingling.
She smiled sensibly and said, "You and your brother can paint. I'll just watch from behind, I won't do anything, I won't disturb you."
Hearing that brother, Lin Xingmian was even more deeply affected.
She didn't hear much else, only that sweet brother. She could only call Teacher Shen teacher. Lin Xingmian felt both envious and sad. Being stimulated by Sang Yin, her heart fluttered a little more. Shen Qingling didn't say a word to Sang Yin, he directly said to Lin Xingmian, "Let's go, Mian Mian, I've prepared everything."
Lin Xingmian nodded, and the two bypassed Sang Yin and went straight to the easel.
Lin Xingmian whispered to Shen Qingling, "Teacher Shen, your cousin is so cute." Her voice was gloomy, sounding very disappointed. She was genuinely unhappy, and she genuinely thought Sang Yin was cute. This was something she had to admit, her cousin was the sweetest girl she had ever seen, with two adorable dimples when she smiled, making her instantly likable. She lowered her eyes, her lips pressed tightly together, looking both cute and pitiful.
Shen Qingling couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't realized her little angel Nian Nian could be so jealous. Shen Qingling smiled and said, "Really? I don't think Nian Nian is cuter."
One sentence made Lin Xingmian blush and smile.
Her eyes lit up as she tilted her head and asked, "Really? Teacher Shen really thinks I'm cute?" Shen Qingling patted her head and said, "Really, in my heart, Nian Nian is the cutest."
Unlike Sang Yin's sweet and beautiful appearance, Lin Xingmian's cuteness came from within. She didn't need to deliberately dress up to be considered cute.
Lin Xingmian pressed on, "Then who's the second cutest?"
Shen Qingling glanced at the kitten in her arms. "Lingling is the second cutest, you're number one."
"Then who's the third cutest?" "Then it'll be myself."
Shen Qingling kept avoiding mentioning Sang Yin, and Lin Xingmian's lips curled into a smile that wouldn't go away.
Sang Yin heard everything clearly from behind. Sang Yin. Was she just part of a play? Oh well, she didn't care anyway. Her cute appearance was merely a disguise. She hated all things pink and cute, but it was a facade she had to maintain. Watching Shen Qingling and Lin Xingmian interact, even she found it beautiful. Sunshine, breeze, grass, garden, handsome man, and beautiful woman. Her mood improved. If Shen Qingling wasn't her assassination target, being his bodyguard would actually be a good job.
He wasn't talkative, not annoying, and didn't leer at her. Ignoring her was the best thing about him. After observing him for a while, she realized Shen Qingling was nothing like the person described in the files. His words to Lin Xingmian didn't contain any seductive hints. He was simply a gentle older brother and teacher.
Was it because she was watching? But seeing Lin Xingmian's reaction, this seemed to be their usual, routine interaction. How could someone like this be the person described in the files? Sang Yin's doubts deepened, and she decided to ask Yumi that night.
Midway through the lesson, Shen Qingling went to change the paints, leaving only Lin Xingmian and Sang Yin in the garden.
Sang Yin was indeed a very well-behaved and adorable girl.
She didn't speak or cause trouble, nor did she disturb teacher Shen's lesson. She just stood there for a long time, making Lin Xingmian feel a little embarrassed.
She turned to Sang Yin and said, "Sang Yin, you've been standing for so long, won't you sit down for a while?" Sang Yin smiled and said, "I'm used to it."
Since Lin Xingmian had taken the initiative to speak to her, she couldn't miss the opportunity to test the waters.
She wanted to know if Shen Qingling was deliberately approaching this girl. "How did you and your brother meet?"
"I'm curious how a college student like him became your art teacher."
Lin Xingmian was a little nervous. Was she starting to pry into her past with teacher Shen?
So, this cousin also liked teacher Shen. But that was quite normal. Liking teacher Shen was as easy as breathing. Lin Xingmian disliked lying, and there was nothing she couldn't say, so she honestly told Sang Yin about her past with Shen Qingling. The more Sang Yin listened, the more her brows furrowed. "My life was originally full of storms, but because teacher Shen stood in front of me, the storms bypassed me. Teacher Shen is the most important person in my life, more than myself."
Hearing Lin Xingmian say this, Sang Yin was completely bewildered. Her curiosity about Shen Qingling reached its peak. Shen Qingling, just what kind of person was he? In Lin Xingmian's description, Shen Qingling was practically a perfect, unattainable ideal.
Any girl would fall for him if she had done what he did for her. If she were Lin Xingmian, she would also fall in love with Shen Qingling. Therefore, Shen Qingling had only been helping Lin Xingmian from beginning to end, without the slightest seduction or harm.
He was kind. Chapter 160 For the Days of Being a Succubus Bodyguard. Sang Yin, do you like teacher Shen? Lin Xingmian's sudden question caught Sang Yin off guard.
Such a straightforward girl. But her eyes only held innocent curiosity, without any ill intentions.
What kind of like are you talking about? Is it the kind of like you're referring to? Sang Yin's question left Lin Xingmian speechless. How cunning. How was she supposed to answer that?
Lin Xingmian blushed and lowered her head, remaining silent.
Sang Yin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have those kinds of feelings for him."
At this moment, Sang Yin was full of confidence. She had never imagined that anything could happen between her and Shen Qingling.
If anything did, it could only be a relationship of assassin and victim, bodyguard and protected. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xingmian murmured, "Then you're really amazing." Amazing what?
It's very difficult to not have feelings for teacher Shen.
You're really interesting. Do you think all the women in the world should like him?
Not really, but it would be normal if they did.
Lin Xingmian's eyes crinkled with admiration. Teacher Shen deserves everyone's affection. Sang Yin was utterly puzzled.
This little girl seemed brainwashed, as if all the women in the world should like Shen Qingling.
Is Shen Qingling really that charming? Sang Yin didn't think so at the moment.
A short while later, Shen Qingling returned. Beside him was Gui Jin, who was helping him carry the paints.
"I told you I could handle this little thing. Why did you do it yourself?" "Brother, it's just a box of paints." "That won't do. I'm stronger than you, so I should do it." Sang Yin was puzzled again.
She had seen the information. This was the eldest son of the Gu family. She had even suspected that the order was placed by this eldest son of the Gu family. After all, the two had a conflict of interest. If you were to say who in this world most wanted Shen Qingling to disappear, it would probably be this eldest son of the Gu family, Gui Jin.
But looking at him like this, why does he seem like Shen Qingling's lapdog? Has the competition for the inheritance of a wealthy family become like this? Would he go to such lengths to mislead his rivals? But Guijin's performance was completely genuine. Could he be a master of acting? While Shen Qingling and Lin Xingnian were painting, Guijin didn't leave. He looked at Sangyin warily and asked, "Who are you?" Sangyin smiled and said, "Brother." Before Sangyin could finish saying brother, Guijin frowned and interrupted her. "Guijin, who's your brother? Is that a term you can use to address him?" Guijin showed no infatuation with the beautiful woman, only dissatisfaction with her use of the word brother. Sangyin. Sangyin thought this guy was seriously ill. Could he be a brother-obsessed person? Even the way he addresses her, is he? Seeing Sangyin remain silent, Guijin coldly snorted, "Another woman with feelings for Qingling, huh? Let me tell you, he won't like you. Give up on that idea as soon as possible." Sangyin forced a smile, suppressing her anger, and said, "You misunderstand. I'm a distant cousin of the Gu family. Madame Gu invited me to her home." Guijin paused. "Distant cousin? I've never seen you before." Sangyin made up a reason, and Guijin didn't ask further. Guijin said listlessly, "Since Mom invited you, have fun. Try not to bother Qingling if you don't have to." Sangyin, following the persona Wen Sulan had given her, said, "I like to stick to him." Guijin was immediately enraged. "What right do you have to stick to him? You're just a distant cousin. Remember your place. Don't think about people you shouldn't." Sangyin almost laughed out of anger. Does she think every woman in the world has feelings for Shen Qingling? Lin Xingnian is one thing, she's a woman bewitched by Shen Qingling. But what about Guijin? This is Shen Qingling's rival. How did she get turned up like this? If he's acting, then Guijin is quite something. He can actually act like this. Even she, a masked assassin living a life of secrecy, is ashamed of herself. Sangyin suppressed her emotions and said, "Young Master Gu, you're overthinking it. I have no feelings for him." Guijin frowned again, dissatisfied. "You mean you look down on Qingling?" Sangyin. Before she even spoke, he accused her of having feelings for Shen Qingling, telling her not to covet her. Now, saying she has no feelings for Shen Qingling makes it seem like she looks down on her. He said everything. Sangyin was numb. Sangyin thought Guijin was completely insane. She didn't want to deal with Guijin, it was a waste of time. Just then, Shen Qingling called out, "Brother, come look at this." Guijin immediately scurried away. Sangyin felt that something was off with the Gu family. Guijin wasn't normal. Shen Qingling was even more abnormal. He was practically a succubus, neither men nor women could escape his clutches. For Sangyin, this was just the beginning, she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. In the days to come following Shen Qingling, she would witness what a true succubus was. Shen Qingling handed Guijin a painting she had finished. "This is for you." "For me? Really? Really?" Guijin excitedly held the painting and laughed. Sangyin couldn't help but wonder, could what was said online be true? Did Guijin really have those kinds of feelings for Shen Qingling? Guijin was labeled as a suspected homosexual by Sangyin. When Sangyin mentioned this to Lin Xingnian didn't seem to find anything wrong with it. Lin Xingnian blinked and said calmly, "Someone like Teacher Shen deserves everyone's affection. Young Master Gu is Teacher Shen's brother. Isn't it normal for him to be happy to receive her painting? I would be happy too." Sangyin, "I shouldn't have told you that." She was completely captivated, talking to her was pointless. Lin Xingnian smiled and said, "You'll see later." Noon arrived quickly, and Lin Xingnian was invited to stay for lunch. Sangyin, as her apparent cousin, was also invited to the table. Wen Sulan hadn't invited Sangyin just to be her bodyguard. Sangyin's striking appearance aroused jealousy and suspicion among many women. Coupled with the public claim that Sangyin was invited by the mistress of the Gu family, and Sangyin's constant presence by Shen Qingling's side, it was hard not to suspect the relationship. It sounded like a marriage arranged by the Gu family for Shen Qingling. This would deter women with designs on Shen Qingling, especially Nanjun.
Sang Yin was Wen Sulan's shield for Shen Qingling, protecting her from any women who might have designs on her.
Wen Sulan thought she could use Sang Yin to deter Nanjun, but instead, she attracted a host of other women. In the days to come, Sang Yin had to deal with numerous women's tests and attacks, both overt and covert. Her life had never been so eventful. An assassin only needs to kill, a bodyguard only needs to protect. But being Shen Qingling's assassin and bodyguard also meant protecting herself. Chapter 165 Dealing with Nanjun? Sang Yin's appearance attracted the attention of the live stream viewers.
Sang Yin's outstanding appearance was eye-catching. Even sitting next to the two beauties, Shen Qingling and Lin Qingyan, she looked harmonious and pleasing to the eye. Wen Sulan deliberately treated her with great gentleness, prompting viewers and fans in the livestream to speculate about Sang Yin's identity. After the meal, she followed Shen Qingling closely, even squeezing Gui Jin aside. For Sang Yin, this was her duty, she was used to it and didn't feel anything was wrong. However, Gui Jin's malicious and resentful gaze was hard to ignore, so Sang Yin could only ignore him. Lin Qingnian's gaze towards her also carried a hint of envy. She didn't dare to follow Teacher Shen so openly in front of the camera. Sang Yin's cousin was really bold, unafraid of others' opinions. She wished she could be as brave as her someday. The hashtag Shen Qingling, cousin quickly became a trending topic. The comments section and fans are buzzing about the sudden appearance of this cousin. Judging from Mrs. Gu's attitude, could this cousin be the object of her idol's arranged marriage? No way. Shen Qingling can't belong to any woman. I don't think any woman is worthy of him. Please stay single, okay? Wah-ah. But I think Nian Nian and Shen Qingling are a better match. Nian Nian is so cute, like a daughter, wah. Calling him my dear teacher Shen makes my heart melt.
That cousin is a bodyguard. My family used to hire her. Look at what you're saying. Bodyguard? That's hilarious. You don't have to defend someone like that. Shen Qingling's fans must be crazy. They even brought up bodyguards. If you can't accept that, just unfollow. Are they trying to make passers-by laugh with such a ridiculous excuse? Ha ha ha. Whose bodyguard is so beautiful and sitting at home eating with their employer? From now on, if anyone in the Chinese entertainment industry finds a girlfriend, they should just say she's a bodyguard. I'm dying of laughter. The only toxic fans will hate the real sister-in-law. Just look at the way Gui Jin looks at his cousin. Some fans in the comments section were devastated, some rationally tried to explain, and the rest were just casual observers. A couple of comments suggested that Sang Yin was a bodyguard, but nobody believed them and they were ridiculed. Sang Yin's appearance naturally attracted the attention of Shen Qingling's other targets. The Shang family. Sister, look. A little cousin from the Gu family has arrived. Shang Xia excitedly rushed into Shang Mo's study. Shang Mo was frowning slightly, staring at the computer.
Shang Xia muttered, "At a time like this, you're still looking at that stupid report." When she leaned closer, she saw that the computer screen was actually a live TV program.
Shang Xia, so you're watching it. Shang Mo, a perfectly good CEO, wasn't doing anything but staring at the program. Shang Mo lightly tapped the table with his knuckles, seemingly lost in thought.
Shang Xia had completely lost her patience. She leaned over and pointed at Sang Yin on the show, saying, "It's this woman.
Don't you think something's off about her?" "What's off?"
"She's like a dog, following Shen Qingling everywhere."
"What kind of cousin is she, acting like that?" "Indeed, even more clingy than you." The implication was that she was even more of a sycophant than you.
Shang Xia rolled her eyes and continued, "In my opinion, you should continue to pressure Shen Qingling into a marriage alliance with you.
Otherwise, you might be letting this woman get away with it.
If Shen Qingling marries Shang Mo, she can still gain some advantage. Even without a formal marriage, she can still see Shen Qingling every day, and her plan for a happy life together as a trio is still very likely to come true.
But if Shen Qingling marries someone else, she will have absolutely no hope. You suspect she's Shen Qingling's marriage partner. What else could it be? Why would I invite my cousin here out of the blue? She can't possibly be Shen Qingling's marriage partner. How do you know? Gu Chenwang wouldn't let Shen Qingling marry a woman of ordinary status. Gu Chenwang is Gu Chenwang, and Madame Gu is Madame Gu. They clearly have different ideas. The person Shen Qingling cares about most is Madame Gu. What if Shen Qingling listens to Madame Gu? He won't marry someone he doesn't love.
Shang Mo spoke with certainty, but Shang Xia was still worried.
It's all my fault.
I was so busy dealing with Nanjun that I didn't know another cousin would appear, and she's the same type as Lin Xingyan.
What if Shen Qingling really falls for her? Shen Qingling already favored Lin Xingyan, and now this cute, girlish type has appeared.
The two of them are sitting on either side of Shen Qingling, making her eyes almost red with envy. And that annoying cat is still lying in Shen Qingling's lap. That's her spot.
Even Lin Xingyan's cat gets better treatment than hers. It's so enviable. Shang Mo didn't notice the last sentence. She looked up and asked, "You? Dealing with Nanjun? What did you do?" Shang Mo had a bad feeling. Had Shang Xia done something stupid behind her back?
Shang Xia touched her nose and whispered, "Well, it wasn't exactly a solution, it was just that I told the Gu family about Shen Qingling and Nanjun." Shang Xia explained what she had done, and Shang Mo looked at her like she was an idiot, finally closing his eyes in despair.
What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? You think their relationship isn't progressing fast enough, right? That's precisely why I intervened. If we can't see each other, it can't progress any further. Idiot. Would you stop liking Shen Qingling just because you can't see him?
Wouldn't you be even more heartbroken, like him more, and want to see him more?
Now that you mention it, it does seem true. If Shen Qingling were to defy the Gu family for you, wouldn't you be moved? Wouldn't your love for him deepen? Then I'd give him my life. If he could go to that extent for me, then I'd be committed to him for life.
At this point, Shang Xia realized that what she had done not only hadn't stopped Shen Qingling and Nanjun's relationship from developing, but had actually helped to accelerate it. She widened her eyes and said, no way did I really do something wrong."
Shang Mo felt helpless towards her, but things had already come to this point. What could she do? In the end, she just sighed, "Never mind, the final result won't change anyway. I just don't want Shen Qingling to have too deep feelings for her. He'll be the one most hurt when he sees the outcome. I'm really afraid he won't be able to handle it after what you've said. What kind of riddle are you playing now? If you have a solution, why don't you use it to deal with Nanjun? Because it's not the right time yet. Stop being so mysterious. Let's not talk about Nanjun for now. Let's go to the Gu family and find out what's going on with that cousin." "Okay, let's go." "Wait, I'll call Ruan Ningyi again and ask her to come along." "Why do you want to call her?" "She said some nasty things, we have to bring her." Chapter 166 Reunion in the Shura Field. The Gu family home became lively again that afternoon.
Not only did the Shang sisters bring Ruan Ningyi to visit, but Nanjun and Nanyan also arrived.
The five of them met at the Gu family's door. 3 against 2, the atmosphere was awkward.
Nanjun faced the gazes of the 3 women alone without fear.
Nanyan raised an eyebrow and said, "So, you have to form an alliance to pursue someone now? Too bad, 3 against 1, you're no match for my mother." Shang Mo smiled slightly, "At least we don't have children." Nanjun didn't seem angry at this.
She walked up to Shang Mo, tossed her hair, and whispered, "So what if you have children?"
"He still doesn't like you even if you don't." Shang Mo's smile faded slightly.
She leaned close to Nanjun's ear and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You've only temporarily won his heart, but I've already won his body."
"It's not a loss." "Not just his body, she wanted to take his heart as well."
Shang Mo's words truly struck a nerve with Nanjun.
"I've touched every inch of his body. His lips, his collarbone, his waist all bear my marks." Shang Mo's fingers lightly traced Nanjun's collarbone. "You know what?
He has a small mole below his collarbone that turns red every time he's aroused."
"By the way, do you know what he looks like then?"
Shang Mo's hand moved from Nanjun's collarbone to her shoulder, then across her arm, grasping and encircling her waist, his red lips almost touching her earlobe. Like this, gripping my waist, uncontrollably frowning and panting, with an expression of utter ecstasy. Nanjin's pupils suddenly contracted, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Nanjin glanced at her sideways, raising an eyebrow defiantly. Then do you know what he's like when he likes someone? He blushes, he calls me sister shyly, and he's completely captivated by a single kiss from me.
Shang Mo, don't think you've won.
You got him through such dirty means, it's nothing to brag about. The two women stabbed each other in the heart with the most venomous words.
Ruan Mingi, standing to the side, asked, puzzled, what's wrong?
Does your sister have a grudge against Nanjin? Sheng Xia, realizing Ruan Mingi was completely unaware of these things, felt a strange pang of sympathy.
It's alright, you don't need to worry about it. You just need to know that my sister is on our side. Ruan Mingi murmured, it's strange, really.
Why would someone as busy as President Sheng agree to come to the Gu family with us? Sheng Xia smiled guiltily. Maybe she has some business to discuss with President Gu.
You know her, she only cares about money.
Sheng Xia herself felt a little guilty saying the last few words.
Shang Mo used to be like that, but not anymore. Fortunately, Ruan Mingi didn't think much of it.
Nan Yen, however, heard their conversation clearly and ruthlessly exposed Shang Xia's lie.
What? Doesn't President Shang like Shen Qingling? Miss Ruan didn't know that. Shang Xia panicked and glared at Nan Yen, saying, what nonsense are you spouting? Ruan Mingi is now fully supporting Shang Xia.
She sneered, you don't need such a reason to sow discord between us. I might believe anyone else, but it's absolutely impossible for President Shang to do this.
You think I'd believe your nonsense? The Nan family is truly cunning.
Shang Xia nodded vigorously, exactly. The cunning Nan family, Mingi, don't believe him.
Nan Yen said with a forced smile, is that so? Can you swear to God? Speaking of which, who are you, Shang Xia? Aren't you Gui Jin's fiancée? What's your purpose in deliberately getting close to Shen Qingling? What tricks are you playing with Gui Jin? Nan Yen didn't believe a word of the trending topics about Gui Jin and Shen Qingling's good relationship. Gui Jin must be faking it.
Maybe Shang Xia's sudden defection was all prearranged. He had no trust or goodwill towards either of them.
The words Gui Jin's fiancé were particularly grating.
Shang Xia, thinking about how she'd been mocked because of Gui Jin lately, felt a surge of anger.
Enough. Don't mention that gay man in front of me. I broke up with him a long time ago.
Ruan Mingi almost lost her composure, giving Shang Xia a sympathetic look. Shang Mo, hearing the argument, walked over and said, he's just Nanjin's dog, not worth the trouble. At this moment, the Gu family members also knew that the group had arrived outside the Gu family's gate.
The butler said 5 people had arrived, and Wen Sulan confirmed their identities one by one.
Before Wen Sulan and Shen Qingling could speak, Gui Jin rushed out immediately. The Shang family members were allowed in, but the Nan family members and the dog were forbidden.
Gui Jin arrived at the door and indeed saw the group.
Shang Xia, seeing Gui Jin at the door, also felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Enemies meeting are always filled with hatred. Outside the door, Shang Xia, Ruan Mingi, and the Nan family mother and son were all Gui Jin's enemies.
Gui Jin only spoke to Shang Mo. Mr. Shang is here. What brings you here? I'm here to pay a visit to Aunt Wen. Then please come in, Mr. Shang. The others don't need to. Shang Xia angrily retorted, hey. Gui Jin, what do you mean? The Gu family isn't under your control anymore.
I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you dare to stop me from entering the Gu family. Gui Jin said expressionlessly, I haven't settled accounts with you for ruining my reputation in front of Qingling.
You dare to come to the Gu family? Are you looking for death? Gui Jin was referring to the time Shang Xia accused him of womanizing in front of Shen Qingling, which led to a fight. Shang Xia, however, thought Gui Jin was referring to the photos. She paused guiltily, you know? How did you find out?
She had been very discreet. However, she was the only one who had a grudge against Gui Jin, so it was normal for him to guess.
Damn it, when did Gui Jin become so smart? Gui Jin narrowed his eyes and finally realized something was wrong. Shang Xia's IQ dropped the moment she left Shen Qingling. Gui Jin's IQ returned the moment he left Shen Qingling. Gui Jin almost gritted his teeth and said, "So, it was you." Shang Xia.
Gui Jin's gaze was almost murderous, and Shang Xia quickly hid behind Shang Mo. Ruan Mingyi asked, puzzled, "Shang Xia, forget it.
I didn't do anything to offend you, did I?"
Gui Jin sneered, "I haven't forgotten your mockery of me. Besides, you have ulterior motives towards Qingling.
Who knows what your intentions are in coming to the Gu family? For Qingling's sake, I don't want to let you in." Nan Yen spoke up, "Then we can at least go in, right? Our Nan family helped search for Shen Qingling when she went missing last time."
Gui Jin looked at Nan Jin and Nan Yen, his eyes filled with resentment. Shen Qingling's first outburst against him was because of this mother and son from the Nan family. Now, Shen Qingling is being held captive at home by Gu Changwang because of Nanjin.
Gui Jin thought these two were poisonous, they were the ones who had bewitched the innocent Qingling. Nanjin raised an eyebrow, "Why are you looking at me like that? What, can't I come in? The last person you can't come in here is you. You dare come to the Gu family? You've already ruined Qingling like this, isn't that enough? What exactly do you want from him?" Nanjin was stunned. What? What? I ruined him like this?
Explain yourself clearly.
Chapter 167, Suffocating like a python's coil. Gui Jin sneered, "What are you pretending for? Really don't know, or are you just feigning ignorance?"
Nanjin stepped forward, her brows furrowed with worry.
Explain yourself. What exactly happened?
Nanjin's tone had become somewhat urgent. Gui Jin stared into her eyes, trying to see through her pretense. The woman said coldly, "If you look at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Nanjin lost her patience. She narrowed her eyes and said, "If you don't tell me, I'll go ask him myself."
"Don't blame me if I say anything unpleasant to him."
Gui Jin pursed her lips and said, "My father found out he likes you. They had a huge fight, and now he's locked up at home by my father and can't go anywhere. All this talk about being sick is just an excuse, it's just to prevent you two from seeing each other. I must say, Madame Nan really has some tricks up her sleeve. She even got him to give up his inheritance from the Gu family for you." Nanjin froze completely, her heart clenching violently. A lump of lemon-saturated cotton felt stuck in her throat, a sour, stinging sensation shooting up her nose and into her eyes.
"He gave up his inheritance of the Gu family for me." Nanjin's question was hesitant, tinged with disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that Shen Qingling could go to such lengths for her. In such a wealthy family, how many people could do that, abandoning their interests for so-called love? At least, she had never seen anyone like it before. These words carried immense weight, even Nanyan was stunned. He couldn't imagine anyone in this world who could make him go to such lengths. Shen Qingling was truly. His love was too precious, too beautiful, and too heavy. His sincerity was completely untainted by self-interest, betraying his love would be suffocating with guilt. Yes, is he feeling guilty or happy that his scheme succeeded? Even though countless people around him warned him that you and your mother from the Nan family weren't good people, he just wouldn't believe it and stubbornly insisted on getting close to you. You know better than I what the Nan family's reputation is in Jiangcheng, yet he doesn't care at all about the gossip, saying that as long as he thinks you're good, that's enough. You dare say you didn't deliberately bewitch him? Nanjin's eyelashes trembled, her heart filled with both emotion and worry. She thought he was foolish, yet she was also moved by his pure love. He always kept silent, not saying a word to her since it all started, silently bearing everything alone. Shen Qingling was like that. If he liked someone, he would do anything for them. He let her stay in the Shang family for Shang Mo's sake, and now he's turning against the Gu family for her, even giving up his inheritance rights. How could she be worth him giving up all of this? Suddenly, Shen Qingling's gentle, restrained, and youthful smile flashed before her eyes. The boy, so cautious even in his glances, had done something so bold and rebellious for him.
Shen Qingling's affection was careful and restrained. It turned out that this love was so profound in places she couldn't see. Shang Mo gave Shang Xia a cool look, and Shang Xia lowered her head guiltily.
How could she have known things would turn out like this?
And judging from Nanjun's expression, she was probably even more determined to have Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling had gone to such lengths for her, how could she possibly let go? Now they understood why the Gu family had suddenly brought in this cousin. It seemed they'd brought in a young and beautiful girl to make Shen Qingling forget Nanjun, hoping to shift her affections. Upon learning this, Shang Mo and the others, though jealous that Nanjun had won Shen Qingling's heart, were even more infatuated with her. The more this happened, the more they desired Shen Qingling's love.
Being loved by Shen Qingling was an incredibly alluring thing.
Nanjun lowered her eyes and said, "Let me see him."
Guijin sneered, "Don't even think about it. If you really care about Qingling, stay away from him, the farther the better." Just then, Wen Sulan's voice suddenly broke in. "Come in, everyone. Mom, why are you here? There's no reason to shut out guests." Wen Sulan wasn't stupid. What good would it do to stop Nanjun once or twice? Love doesn't just disappear when you don't see each other. Nanjun and Nan Yen exchanged a glance. Nan Yen handed Wen Sulan the gifts they had brought. "Madam, this is a small token of our appreciation." Wen Sulan accepted them with a smile. Even if she disliked the Nan family, she couldn't show it too obviously.
The Nan family was a prominent family in Jiangcheng. Proper etiquette and face had to be observed. It didn't matter if Guijin, a junior, was just playing around with them, but as the mistress of the Gu family, she couldn't do that. Besides, Nanjun was the person Shen Qingling liked. If she embarrassed her, the one who would be hurt would be her son. Wen Sulan didn't want an outsider to affect her relationship with her son. She planned to test the waters first, to see if Nanjun's feelings for Shen Qingling were genuine or feigned. Wen Sulan led her group to the garden. "Qingling is teaching a class today. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here. There's food and drinks. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll go tell him." Wen Sulan smiled gently, seemingly having no objections to Nanjun and the others. After everyone sat down, their eyes all fell on Sangyin. Lin Xingnian and the others basically knew her. It wasn't their first meeting. But this cousin. Sangyin suddenly felt a suffocating, python-like pressure. She turned around and saw a group of people staring intently at her. She even sensed murderous intent. Sangyin was extremely sensitive to other people's emotions and gazes. As an assassin, every move others made attracted her attention. How could she ignore those blatant stares? Looking back, she realized these women were familiar faces, several were recognizable. She knew Shang Mo and Shang Xia. The Shang and Gu families were closely related, and Shang Mo was now the head of the Shang family. She occasionally appeared in financial news and interviews. Shang Xia was the fiancée of the eldest son of the Gu family. She also knew Ruan Mingyi, who was standing next to Shang Xia. This woman had once professed her love for Shen Qingling on trending topics and had done many obscure things. As for the other man and woman, she had no recollection of them. They probably don't have much contact with the Gu family, otherwise they wouldn't be in Yumi's file. They're probably not important people. Sangyin sized up the group, and had to admit, their looks were all incredibly striking. These women were beautiful in their own unique ways. You could say even celebrities on the red carpet weren't this good-looking. They looked like they were in a movie. Putting aside their personalities, Guijin and Nan Yen were more handsome than most male stars in the entertainment industry. The group had been staring at her ever since they came in, talking amongst themselves. Sangyin suddenly had a bad feeling. Could these people be like Lin Xingnian? Chapter 168 I'm a green TB *TCH2, I understand you. As Sangyin observed the group, they too were observing her. Sangyin was undeniably beautiful, radiating a sweet, youthful charm. Lin Xingnian was similar, but she resembled an angel, exquisitely pure and untouched by the world. Sangyin, on the other hand, possessed a pure and sweet girlishness. Her chestnut brown curls and princess-cut hairstyle made her seem like a character from an anime come to life, almost unrealistically beautiful. That's Shen Qingling's cousin?
Not so great, looks rather dim-witted. Ruan Mingyi retorted sarcastically. Ruan Mingyi wasn't the same type of beauty as Lin Xingmian or Sang Yin. Ruan Mingyi was a tall, slender, and strikingly beautiful woman, completely incompatible with the terms pure and cute. But she noticed that Shen Qingling seemed to have a natural affinity for this type of girl. But Nanjun wasn't that type of woman either. Nanjun was a charming and alluring woman, with a little dressing up, she could definitely pull it off. Ruan Mingyi was considering whether she should change her style. Shang Xia, why is she staring at us? Is she trying to provoke us? Shang Mo, with all of us staring at her like this, it's hard for her to remain indifferent. Sang Yin frowned slightly and looked away. When Su Lan and Shen Qingling discussed the visit, Shen Qingling put down her paintbrush and said to Lin Xingmian, Mian, you continue painting. I'll be right back. Lin Xingmian smiled obediently and said, okay, teacher Shen, go ahead. I'll finish this painting today. Shen Qingling and Wen Sulan walked towards Shang Mo and the others. Sang Yin naturally followed Shen Qingling. She was always mindful of her public persona while observing Shen Qingling's attitude towards these women. She was incredibly curious. What was the purpose of so many women appearing together, and how would Shen Qingling react? Shen Qingling's appearance was like fish food thrown into a pond, everyone swarmed around her. Sang Yin was pushed aside by Shang Xia. She, the bodyguard, was relegated to the furthest corner. The woman named Shang Xia even rolled her eyes at her. Sang Yin. Sang Yin could only stand aside and silently observe the group. Shang Xia, as Guijin's fiancée, didn't say a word to Guijin. When their eyes met, there was only disgust and hatred. Not only that, she stayed close to Shen Qingling, chirping like a little bird, sometimes acting coquettishly, sometimes whimpering, making no attempt to hide her adoration for Shen Qingling. The way she looked at Shen Qingling seemed familiar to Sang Yin. She had seen the same look at Lin Xingmian's place not long ago. That look in her eyes completely captivated, utterly infatuated, and hopelessly lost. It wasn't just Shang Xia, Ruan Mingyi had the same look. Besides those two women, even Shang Mo had it. Although she seemed the more composed one, Sang Yin, familiar with micro-expressions and sensitive to emotions, still keenly sensed the woman's thoughts. That look, a deep, restrained yet irresistible gaze, a gaze that held back words yet brimming with infatuation. Moreover, she sensed something strange about Shang Mo. Her eyes held a morbid glint, and a deep-seated possessiveness. She sensed a similar aura in them, they were all psychologically unstable. Shang Mo, this woman, only appeared clear-headed and calm. In reality, she wasn't much more clear-headed than Shang Xia and the others. Sang Yin was deeply shocked. The two sisters had both fallen in love with the same man? Shang Mo, in the interview, projected an image of a ruthless, power-hungry businesswoman, devoid of emotion and only interested in money and power. How could this be? Could Shen Qingling have cast a spell on them? At the same time, she shifted her gaze to Nanjun. This woman's relationship with Shen Qingling seemed more than just casual. Because she saw jealousy in the eyes of Shang Xia and the others. So, did Shen Qingling have something going on with this Madame Nan? The eye contact between her and Shen Qingling was almost palpable, it was hard to say their relationship was innocent. And then, Nan Yen and Guijin stood out starkly among the group of beauties. Women are one thing, but what are you two men doing getting involved? Nan Yen was cold to everyone, except when speaking to Shen Qingling, where his arrogance was tinged with a gentle warmth and intimacy. Guijin was even more of a simp for Shen Qingling. Sang Yin stood there, questioning her existence. Perhaps the sun was too strong today, causing her to hallucinate. Then look at Shen Qingling. How could there be such a man? Shen Qingling was completely at ease among these women, the chaotic scene didn't bring him any urgency. These women made no attempt to hide their infatuation and affection for him. They even enjoyed the feeling of vying for Shen Qingling's attention. Seeing Shen Qingling's smile made them clutch their hearts with excitement. Even knowing that his feelings for Madame Nan were different, all they wanted was his attention and affection. Just what kind of top-tier succubus was Shen Qingling? Sang Yin was completely dumbfounded.
It turned out that what she had seen with Lin Xingmian was merely the tip of the iceberg.
Only now did she have a clearer understanding of Shen Qingling's succubus-like nature. Now, recalling the entry in the file about her skill in seducing women, perhaps she shouldn't have doubted the information's veracity. When Sulan glanced at the group and said to Nanjun, "Would Madam mind if we went over there for tea and a chat?"
Shen Qingling's expression changed, and just as he was about to say something, when Sulan smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, we're just chatting." Nanjun glanced at Shen Qingling and smiled, "Okay." When Sulan left with Nanjun, and Shen Qingling watched Nanjun's retreating figure with a worried look, Nan Yen patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, my mother isn't the kind of fragile little flower that breaks at the slightest breeze." Once when Sulan left, everyone's attention turned to Sang Yin. "Qingling, is that your cousin? Aren't you going to introduce her to us?" Finally, the battle had reached Sang Yin. Several women were eyeing her menacingly.
Sang Yin smiled. "Hello, my name is Sang Yin." Shang Xia walked up to her and asked, "Where are you from? I've never seen you before." Sang Yin, using the false information provided by Madame Lin, said, "I'm from Fengcheng."
Shang Xia smiled, "So you're just a country bumpkin. No wonder you're dressed so plainly."
"Such a strong attack?" Sang Yin's smile faded slightly.
She was just a bodyguard, she didn't really care what these people said. Anyway, her target was only Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling said helplessly to Shang Xia, "Speak properly."
"She's just my sister." Shang Xia huffed playfully, "Sister? What kind of sister?" "A romantic sister."
Sang Yin calmly explained, "Miss Shang, you misunderstand.
I have no feelings for my brother."
The word brother changed the women's expressions, and Shang Xia was furious. Sang Yin's voice was naturally sweet, and the word brother carried an extra sweetness. Combined with the sun-kissed blush on her face, the women interpreted it as having ulterior motives. She said she didn't care, but her face flushed, her voice was so sweet, and she kept calling Shen Qingling brother and staying by his side without leaving his side.
It was hard not to think things through. To put it bluntly, she was just like a little green tea *tch.
Shang Xia leaned closer and smiled slightly, "Don't pretend, little sister.
I'm a green tea *tch too. I know you."
She used to say she'd rather die than marry Shen Qingling. She didn't believe this woman had no feelings for Shen Qingling at all. Even if she didn't now, it was only a matter of time.
Sang Yin.
Chapter 169. Shen Qingling only needs to fish lightly. Destroy this world. She really didn't have time for these pointless, love-struck fools.
Is it normal for every woman in this world to like Shen Qingling? Saying she didn't like Shen Qingling made her seem like a hypocrite. But what if she said she liked him? Wouldn't you explode? She was just an innocent assassin, why should she stand here and put on this drama of jealousy and rivalry with these pointless women?
Sang Yin suppressed her anger and said, "Miss Shang, you've really misunderstood. I'm new to the Gu family and unfamiliar with everything here, so I like to stick close to my brother."
I don't mean anything by it. In Sang Yin's view, she was simply following her persona.
But to others, these words sounded like the epitome of hypocrisy. Sang Yin clearly had no intention of doing this, but the more she explained, the more wrong it sounded.
Shang Xia smiled and said, "Unfamiliar? No problem, I'll recommend someone to you. I guarantee you won't feel unfamiliar."
Shang Xia shoved Gui Jin in front of Sang Yin.
"You should stick with him, he's got a lot of free time. And just like you, all pretentious and affected."
Gui Jin scoffed at Sang Yin, "No, I'm busy." "Judging by your expression, you'd probably have more to talk about with Lin Qingdai. If you were to ask who in this family spoke with the most affected, it would undoubtedly be Lin Qingdai." Gui Jin admitted he was no match for Lin Qingdai in this regard.
Nan Yen raised an eyebrow. "I think this younger sister and Gui Jin are a perfect match. He's the best at taking care of women. Shen Qingling isn't good at entertaining girls. Younger sister, you've chosen the wrong person."
Nan Yen was mocking Gui Jin for his past antics at various banquets, where he acted like a charming young nobleman, attracting women to surround him.
Gui Jin narrowed her eyes at Nan Yen. What, jealous of me? No woman likes you, huh? How pathetic. Nan Yen continued her attack. What's so pathetic about it? You can't even keep your own fiancé, how dare you laugh at me? Gui Jin said indifferently, what fiancé? I don't have such a thing. Shang Xia snorted coldly, that's for the best. Whoever becomes your fiancé will never be able to hold their head high for the rest of their life. Ruan Mingi coughed and said, how did we get off topic? Don't forget why we're here. A moment later, Ruan Mingi also joined the attack on Sang Yin. When it comes to sharp tongues, Ruan Mingi and Shang Mo are probably on par. Ruan Mingi is even more venomous and direct. Under Ruan Mingi's attacks, Sang Yin's anger and speechlessness were pushed to the extreme. Thinking of her mission and persona, she couldn't afford to argue with these women, so Sang Yin held back. Sang Yin knew she couldn't explain herself even if she had 800 mouths. These people were prejudiced against her, and any explanation would be useless. How could Shen Qingling, the culprit, just stand by and watch the show? She looked at Shen Qingling and said, brother, say something. Shang Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, so manipulative. Shen Qingling shielded Sang Yin behind him and said, alright, stop bullying Sang Yin. Let's talk about something else. Didn't you come to see me? Sang Yin looked up at the figure blocking her way, a strange feeling rising in her heart. She inexplicably felt like she had really become a little manipulative, a manipulative girl favored by Shen Qingling. Because Shen Qingling had indeed protected her in this way. This approach would undoubtedly make the women even more resentful. Shang Xia said pitifully, I've never called you brother like that, so why does she? Shen Qingling smiled slightly, I didn't say you couldn't call me brother. That sounded almost indulgent. Shang Xia asked with bright eyes, really? Can I call you that? Ignoring the murderous glares from Shang Mo and Ruan Mingi, Shang Xia leaned close to Shen Qingling and started calling him brother repeatedly. Sang Yin was pushed aside again. Finally, the conflict had subsided, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She never thought she, Sang Yin, would have a day when she had to dodge. These women are truly terrifying. Just when she thought things had calmed down, the next second. Shang Xia tugged at Shen Qingling's sleeve and asked expectantly, brother, who do you think is cuter, me or that cousin? Shen Qingling deliberately teased Shang Xia, well, the cousin is cuter. Sang Yin's eyes widened. It's strange. Even though I know he was just joking, I still have this weird feeling. Shang Xia started pestering Shen Qingling. Why won't you say I'm cute? You used to say I was naive and sweet, am I not sweet? You're the naive one. Don't say that to me. I'm not naive. Okay, you're not naive, you're sweet. Why won't you say I'm sweet? Say something to me, Shen Qingling. Shang Xia clung to Shen Qingling's arm and started to whine, determined to hear him say she was sweet. Shen Qingling's arm was practically broken from her shaking. He smiled helplessly and said, Xia Xia is sweet. Xia Xia? Xia Xia? Xia Xia? A. This was the first time Shen Qingling had ever called her that. Before, he had always addressed her politely and distantly as Miss Shang, or simply without a title. Every single day. Every single day. Every single day. He actually called her Xia Xia. Xingxia was about to faint. She was so happy she was about to faint. And Shen Qingling called out to her in a tone that was both helpless and doting. Shang Xia smiled dreamily, her eyes glazed over, am I as sweet as my cousin? Shen Qingling, I don't know. Shang Xia, whose brain had been completely swayed by this succubus surname Shen, stared directly at Shen Qingling's lips and kissed him. She lifted her face and giggled foolishly in his arms, brother, am I sweet? Shang Xia looked completely bewitched. Only after the kiss did she realize she had actually kissed Shen Qingling. Aha! She was so confused at the time that she forgot what the touch felt like. Shang Xia really wanted to do it again, her eyes were fixed on Shen Qingling's lips. She seemed to vaguely see Shen Qingling's lips curl into a smile, or perhaps it was just her imagination. Shang Xia's action angered Ruan Mingi and Shang Mo. Shang Mo and Ruan Mingi immediately dragged her away from Shen Qingling, one on each side. Gui Jin and Nan Yen were engaged in their childish banter and didn't notice what was happening.
Shen Qingling watched Shang Mo scolding Shang Xia in the distance with a hint of amusement in his eyes.
Sang Yin finally realized something was wrong. Shen Qingling was acting very strangely. His reactions and answers were far too effortless. He moved among these women without any pressure whatsoever.
These women were completely manipulated by him, utterly unaware. This man, he was practically a born succubus. Shen Qingling only needed to cast a gentle line, and these women would take the bait like fish seeing bait. And he always maintained a sense of control and detachment from emotions, a clear-headedness that allowed him to remain calm and composed. He was never consumed by feelings. She saw in his eyes a languid air of complete control, even tinged with a hint of boredom.
Oh no, that feeling of excitement was coming back. Sang Yin was somewhat lost in thought. Chapter 170. He loves me so much. Shen Qingling glanced at her reaction casually.
Then, a nonchalant smile played on his lips.
Who said he only hooked up with a few?
He didn't let any of them slip through his fingers.
Including Sang Yin.
She sensed something was off because he deliberately made her aware of it.
Ever since Sang Yin appeared, Shen Qingling had vaguely sensed something.
The way she looked at him was too familiar, exactly the same way some women looked at him in his past life.
What kind of look was it? A look that made her want to be his dog.
Although Shen Qingling wasn't in the subtitle community in his past life, he was a top-tier male who was wildly popular among them. They loved the way he looked at them like they were dogs. Shen Qingling was adored by the subtitle community because he had acted in a drama where he played a villainous doctor. They loved his aloof, nonchalant control, his cold, unapproachable air, and the morbid, manic glint in his eyes when he killed. When Shen Qingling's character poster was first released, it became an instant hit in the subtitle community. The poster showed Shen Qingling wearing glasses and a white coat, holding a scalpel, his eyes lowered as he looked at a patient, blood dripping from his eyes and onto the scalpel.
The subtitle community was utterly captivated, even chanting the slogan, "To die under Shen Qingling's blade is to die a romantic death." One can imagine how mesmerized someone like Sang Yin would be upon seeing Shen Qingling's effortless manipulation of people's hearts.
Something within her was being gradually awakened by Shen Qingling. At that moment, Nanjun returned, appearing calm and collected, as if nothing had happened.
Shen Qingling stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Are you all right? What did my mom talk to you about?" Nanjun couldn't help but laugh at his anxious expression.
"What, worried about me?"
"Yeah. They didn't talk about anything, probably just testing whether I'm sincere towards you." "Did you convince my mom?" "To be honest, I don't know." "It's okay, I believe in your sincerity. I know you've always been sincere towards me." Hearing Shen Qingling's words, Nanjun's eyes subtly changed. She had impure motives from the start, how could she talk about sincerity?
Nanjun smiled to cover it up and said, "Aren't you afraid I'll lie to you?" Nanjun thought Shen Qingling would say something like, "Even if you lie to me, I'd be willing," but this time his answer was not what she expected.
"I believe you won't lie to me."
"If you lie to me, then I'll never believe in love again. And you, too, will completely disappear from my world." Shen Qingling's words were undeniably ruthless.
Nanjun glimpsed another side of Shen Qingling for the first time.
The other side of his devoted and sincere heart was ruthless indifference. Shen Qingling was indeed sincere in his feelings, but if he knew he had been deceived and betrayed, he would not hesitate to choose extreme methods to completely erase that person from his world. These were his two extremes.
Being loved by his devoted and sincere side would make one completely immersed in that love. But once that love transformed into his ruthless side, that was the most terrifying thing. If she had never been treated with genuine affection by him, perhaps she could accept it. But once she had experienced his burning, pure love, and then it turned into indifference, that was the deepest, most piercing pain. Nanjun's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition lingered.
She couldn't imagine how she would face that day if it came. She was afraid to see the heartless Shen Qingling appear.
She absolutely, positively couldn't let Shen Qingling know the truth. No matter what, she had to keep that secret. Nanjun changed the subject, looking at him and saying, "You were worried about me?" Why didn't you tell me when something happened?
Shen Qingling's eyes paused, then he lowered them, as if to hide his embarrassment, and said, I'm fine.
Still lying to me? I already know.
Why do you bear so much alone?
I just didn't want to burden you. If my feelings for you are a burden, then this feeling isn't beautiful. Shen Qingling's words made Nanjun's heart ache even more. How could it be a burden? I've never thought of it that way. Won't knowing these things put pressure on you?
Originally, this had nothing to do with you, it was just my own wishful thinking that led me to like you. But in their mouths, it's all become you bewitching me. I don't want their misunderstanding of you to deepen, when you've clearly done nothing wrong. Even now, Shen Qingling's words were full of protectiveness towards her. He truly hadn't listened to a single word others said.
Nanjun's breath caught in her throat. In a sense, they weren't wrong.
It was indeed she who approached him, who bewitched him, that won his affection. From the very beginning, it was all a lie, only the liar was deceived herself. She always felt a sense of guilt towards Shen Qingling. The more sincere Shen Qingling was towards her, the more she felt unworthy of his love. Nanjun's eyes softened as she advised, then you shouldn't give up your inheritance rights.
This isn't a small matter.
You said it impulsively, but your father will remember it, which is very detrimental to you. The young man looked into her eyes earnestly and said, it wasn't an impulsive decision. If I had to choose, I would give up my inheritance rights without hesitation.
In my heart, it's insignificant, far less important than you are to me.
Nanjun froze, completely stunned.
Hearing it from someone else and hearing it from Shen Qingling were two completely different feelings.
She felt her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest. She stared blankly into his eyes, completely captivated by them. Nanjun had never imagined that someone in this world could love her like this.
He loves me so much.
Her eyes welled up with tears. The closer she got to Shen Qingling, the more she discovered the passionate heart beneath his cold exterior. At first, his affection was restrained and clear-headed, but once he truly fell for you and was certain of his feelings, he would unhesitatingly abandon everything to be with you. Watching him change little by little for you is also a captivating experience.
Like opening a blind box, this person is always mysterious and always brings you something new. You never know what surprise you'll find next. She couldn't help but reach out and stroke his cheek, even her fingertips trembling. Shen Qingling, I'm not worth it.
You are. His tone was as firm as ever.
Nanjun's progress bar jumped to 90.
He wiped away her tears. Don't cry, I still prefer your smile. Nanjun smiled through her tears. You really are. She frowned slightly, both moved and worried. She didn't want Shen Qingling to sacrifice so much for her. I will try my best to persuade your father. These words sounded very familiar.
It was as if Shang Mo had said them too.
The young man looked into her eyes stubbornly and earnestly and said, this is something I should do, not you.
You don't need to do anything.
Nanjun's eyes softened with affection. It's all right, we have a long future ahead of us.
Sangin couldn't help but wonder, was Shen Qingling's affection for this woman genuine or feigned?
Sangin seemed unaware that she was drifting further and further away from her purpose in coming here. Her focus had completely shifted from testing Shen Qingling to spying on her. This person had thoroughly piqued her curiosity, and also her certain desire.
Chapter 171 The rude yet charming boy with a contrasting aura.
Sangin, seemingly an observer but actually caught in Shen Qingling's machinations, participated in this massive battleground from beginning to end. It was her first time experiencing such a chaotic situation, and she wasn't quite used to it, silently enduring the women's attacks.
But it didn't matter, people always improve. As an excellent assassin, she learned everything quickly.
At this moment, Sangin never imagined such a thing would happen again. After the women left, she breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Finally gone.
Finally, she saw these powerful figures off.
Sangin had never thought women could be so terrifying.
She had never felt this exhausted even when killing and burying bodies. She suddenly looked at Shen Qingling beside her, who was all smiles. This man acted as if nothing had happened, even smiling and greeting them as he saw them off.
Not only that, Shen Qingling even had the Shang sisters help him take Lin Xingnian home. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable.
As their car drove away, the smile in Shen Qingling's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a calm, indifferent gaze.
Shen Qingling turned and walked away, seemingly ignoring her.
His earlier gentle protection seemed like an illusion.
Was it all an act?
For some reason, she felt a pang of disappointment.
However, this disappointment was tinged with an unexpected excitement. What a man who truly embodied acting and ruthlessness. Sang-in stared blankly at his retreating figure. Damn it, even his back view exuded a captivating charm.
Sang-in bit her lip, reminding herself that Shen Qingling was still a suspected pervert who seduced young girls. She couldn't fall for a man who crossed her boundaries. Shen Qingling possessed a fatal attraction for her, but that wasn't enough for her to abandon her principles and fall in love with a devil. She would rather Shen Qingling be a devil who manipulated hearts. But if he was a devil who truly manipulated women's bodies, she wouldn't like him. The former was her preference, the latter her bottom line. Even assassins have their bottom line. Sang-in warned herself that she had to be patient until she understood the facts. Seeing that the girl behind her hadn't followed, Shen Qingling stopped and turned his head.
"Aren't you coming?"
His cold voice was also incredibly arousing. This was bad.
Sang-in hesitated for a moment, then followed his back.
Shen Qingling said calmly, "Actually, you don't need to follow me like this at home."
Sang-in explained, "It's to get you used to my presence.
Starting tomorrow, I'll be with you whether you're going to school or going out." Shen Qingling suddenly smiled, "Then you'll have to get used to situations like today."
Sang-in's eyes changed slightly. This meant it was just the beginning? Shen Qingling leaned closer to her. "Why aren't you saying anything? If you're scared, I can find someone else."
The boy's eyes seemed to hold a smile, but in reality, they were filled with cold indifference.
Sang-in's heart pounded. Was he threatening her? She was beginning to sense a wicked side to the boy. Such a contrast. And so captivating.
She bit her lip to calm herself. Looking into his eyes, Sang-in smiled and said, "Brother, you're overthinking it.
I'm a professional bodyguard. I've handled far more dangerous situations than this. This is nothing." Shen Qingling finally smiled with satisfaction. "That's good.
You did very well today.
I'll give you a raise."
Sang-in understood his meaning again. He was using her as a tool. A tool to make those women fight over him.
What a wicked young man. Yet so charming.
She lowered her eyes to hide her gaze. "I'm glad you're satisfied.
Customer satisfaction is my service principle." Unexpectedly, Shen Qingling patted her head. Feeling the touch on her head, Sang-in's eyes widened.
But when she looked up, Shen Qingling had already turned and left.
This was a reward? Sang-in couldn't help but smile. Shen Qingling was treating Sang-in like a dog.
He didn't let her fully understand his actions, leaving her to guess and speculate. She liked this elusive, unpredictable feeling. Because it was mysterious and alluring. Sang-in, being so deeply involved, was naturally unaware of what was happening. She simply guessed that Shen Qingling felt there was no need for him to pretend in front of her, because he didn't like her, and didn't even have the intention of toying with her. Indeed, plenty of women liked him, and she was just a bodyguard. Why waste his energy on her? Perhaps it was precisely because of this that she was able to glimpse his true self. This side of him, known only to her, was truly captivating and addictive. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Sang-in made a call to Yumi. This was her business partner.
Yumi was responsible for taking orders, researching, and locating targets. Sang-in's job was simply to infiltrate the target circle, confirm their incriminating evidence, and then carry out the murder.
Yumi found Sang-in's call strange. Because Sang-in had never questioned her before. The two of them almost never failed after identifying a target. Why this time? On the other end of the phone, Sang-in asked in a low voice. "Are you sure the information you received is real? Should we check it more carefully? I spent a day with this person, and he doesn't seem to match the information. I haven't found any evidence of his crimes yet.
Yumi sensed something was wrong.
It's only been a day, and Sang-in is already so impatient to doubt the authenticity of the information. Logically, it's normal not to find evidence in a day. Sometimes, even half a year of infiltration might not yield results. This time, only a day has passed, and Sang-in is already questioning her. This is very strange.
Yumi said half-jokingly, "What, did that person who seduced the girl seduce you too?"
She had seen Shen Qingling's information in photo. For someone like that, seducing a woman would be incredibly easy. Sang-in said helplessly, "Stop fooling around, I'm talking to you about serious matters."
Yumi then became serious. "Okay, I understand.
Since you feel something's off, I'll go through his information again from beginning to end, and have the photos verified to check their authenticity. Just stay put and don't do anything rash before the results are in."
After hanging up with Yumi, Sang-in finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hopefully, the result wouldn't disappoint her. What was she expecting? Hoping a devil wouldn't turn out to be a devil? Sang-in couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. Evening arrived in the blink of an eye. After dinner, Sang-in had roughly figured out the Gu family members and their personalities, and Shen Qingling's position in the family. It's no exaggeration to say that the family members seemed a bit out of their minds. Everyone completely believed in Shen Qingling's innocent and kind image. They constantly said things like, "Qingling, you're too naive, you're easily bullied, I'm worried they'll deceive you, and you need to be careful of those people outside." Sang-in was numb. Was it those people outside who needed to be careful of him? Chapter 172. She is Qingling's only good sister.
Sang-in ate her meal silently, trying her best to be a low-key cousin. She didn't want to create a power struggle with Shen Qingling and her family at the Gu family home.
However, the reality was that some things couldn't be avoided just because she didn't want them to. After 10 p.m., another girl returned home.
Her name was Lin Qingdai. Sang-in remembered her. She was a child living with the Gu family, not related by blood.
She also had a very low profile in the family, rarely appearing on variety shows.
According to the records, Lin Qingdai was attending a cram school after failing her previous college entrance exam, so she wasn't often home. But when she was home, she spent most of her time around Shen Qingling. It was clear that she greatly admired Shen Qingling.
"Brother Qingling, are you free lately? When can you tutor me? After you taught me that problem last time, I haven't lost points on similar questions since.
Your method is really useful.
Exams are coming up soon, and I'm so nervous. It would be so great if I could get into Zhang University and become your junior.
By the way, the teacher gave us a test tonight, and there are still a few questions I don't quite understand.
Could you take a look at them for me when you have time?" Sang-in almost forgot that Shen Qingling was a top student at Zhang University, ranking first in the entire department. This person's aura was simply off the charts.
And so was her attraction to him. Everything about him seemed to perfectly suit her taste.
Sang-in also had an indescribable desire for this kind of high IQ, aloof academic genius. Of course, the prerequisite was having Shen Qingling's face.
Sang-in was an extreme sucker for good looks. If someone wasn't handsome, they could basically say goodbye to her world. When Shen Qingling explained the problem to Lin Qingdai, it was even more breathtaking. He wore a white shirt and glasses, his eyes lowered as he scribbled on the test paper, his tone calm and serious.
Sang-in couldn't hear a word he said.
But that didn't stop her from finding Shen Qingling incredibly charming. Shen Qingling's knuckles, holding the pen, pushed up his glasses, and his eyes, which had been lowered behind the lenses, suddenly lifted as he solved the problem, his dark pupils precisely capturing her furtive glances. Sang-in suddenly felt a dryness in her throat.
He seemed to read her mind, every movement he made was seductive.
Even Lin Qingdai, standing beside him, was drawn to his face, her gaze shifting from the test paper to his features. The boy suddenly tapped the exam paper with his pen. "Focus your mind, look at this equation." He tapped the scratch paper heavily with the pen tip. "Like this problem, when transforming the formula for the sum of a geometric series, you need to." Shen Qingling's explanations to Lin Qingdai were so boring they were almost drowsy, but his face and pleasant voice perfectly balanced it out. Seeing his face immediately snapped her out of it, but often her attention would be drawn to his beautiful eyes. Sang-in forcefully suppressed her emotions as she watched Shen Qingling explain the problems.
She bit her lower lip hard, her gaze lingering on the boy.
White shirt, glasses, a sharp, piercing jawline, a long neck, delicate collarbones. His shirt was rolled up, revealing a prominent wrist bone, veins bulging with each stroke of his pen, and a pair of impossibly long legs beneath his inverted triangle physique.
Sang-in felt breathless. She couldn't watch anymore, but the more she tried, the more she couldn't help but stare. She even wished she were the one listening to Shen Qingling explain the problem right now.
Sang-in forced herself to close her eyes and silently walked a few steps away.
Guijin, carrying a glass of water, passed by her with a merciless sneer.
Guijin, Qingling has been explaining the problem for so long and you haven't even poured me a glass of water.
You've just been standing there doing nothing. You have absolutely no sense of propriety. Sang-in.
Sang-in was too lazy to respond, standing silently to the side like a wooden post.
Oh, still a passionately impassive wooden post.
While Shen Qingling was lecturing Lin Qingdai, Guijin thoughtfully poured her a glass of water and handed it to her.
Qingling, you must be tired after teaching for so long. Have some water and rest. Thanks, brother. Guijin chuckled, it's nothing. Just let me know if you need anything.
Then, his expression changed as he looked at Lin Qingdai and began to complain.
Qingdai, Qingling works so hard every day. You still bother him when you get home at night. If you really can't understand, ask Dad to find you a tutor. Don't bother Qingling every day, he's not your tutor.
Hearing Guijin's words, Lin Qingdai was annoyed.
She smiled slightly and said, what are you saying, Brother Jin? It's Brother Qingling who's teaching me. He hasn't said anything. Why are you so agitated?
The implication was clear, mind your own business. After saying that, she looked at Shen Qingling expectantly and said, right, Brother Qingling, you're willing to teach me, right? Seeing her innocent and aggrieved little green tea look, Guijin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just like her cousin, she's got that same manipulative, green tea mentality.
Shen Qingling smiled faintly, it's just explaining a few problems, nothing much.
Lin Qingdai smiled smugly at Guijin, like a little fox. Seeing Guijin's discomfiture, she continued with a smile, Brother Jin, you're blocking our light.
Why don't you go stand with your cousin and watch? Anyway, you can't help much. If you really can't, go get some rest. Also, staying up late will make you ugly.
Not everyone is like Brother Qingling, able to maintain such a perfect state effortlessly. Lin Qingdai insulted both of them in one sentence, subtly implying several things, while also praising Shen Qingling.
Lin Qingdai disliked Guijin, and she also disliked this new cousin. She kept following Shen Qingling around, watching them even while they were doing their problems. It was incredibly annoying.
Lin Qingdai also had a possessive streak towards Shen Qingling. In the past, Shen Qingling doted on her like a younger sister, treating Gu Yutong and Guijin with cold indifference. Suddenly, another woman appeared, calling Shen Qingling brother, and she instinctively felt a sense of rejection. Moreover, this woman was even more clingy than she was. She herself never followed Qingling around so closely. Lin Qingdai's so-called request for Shen Qingling to help her with her homework tonight was merely a declaration of her ownership. She was Qingling's only good younger sister. Lin Qingdai, at school, was completely unaware of the new women around Shen Qingling. Therefore, Sang-in's presence at home, which she noticed, was particularly conspicuous.
Sang-in inexplicably attracted another wave of hatred. But she was already used to it, and had to get used to it. She pretended not to hear, silently becoming a quiet statue in the corner. Time flew by, and it was 11:30.
Lin Qingdai didn't want Shen Qingling to stay up too late, so she prepared to obediently go back to her room after he finished explaining the problems.
She was a considerate younger sister, unlike someone who always clung to her Qingling brother.
As Lin Qingdai passed by Sang-in, she smiled at her, cousin, why aren't you asleep yet?
Qingling brother needs to sleep tonight, are you going to go to his room to sleep too? Sang-in noticed that this Lin Qingdai was different from the women during the day.
She liked to make sarcastic remarks, but in front of Shen Qingling, she was all sweet and adorable.
If we're talking about two-faced green tea bitches, this Miss Lin is definitely one. Sang Yin smiled slightly. I just remembered I have something to ask my brother.
You should go to sleep, Xingdai. Under Lin Xingdai's disapproving gaze, Sang Yin went upstairs to Shen Qingling's room. Sang Yin was indeed deliberately trying to annoy Lin Xingdai. Seeing Lin Xingdai's expression, Sang Yin actually felt a little secretly pleased.
So this is what it feels like to be a green tea bitch. It's actually quite enjoyable.
In the days that followed, Sang Yin would gradually become the kind of person she hated most. She came to enjoy the feeling of being a green tea bitch. At this moment, she knocked on Shen Qingling's door with an unclear purpose.
Chapter 173 Bodyguard.
The door slowly opened. Shen Qingling seemed to be preparing to undress and take a shower. He loosened his collar, revealing glimpses of his pectoral muscles beneath his prominent collarbone.
Only a dim, yellowish lamp was lit behind him. The room was dark, and the faint light from that lamp added to the cold, lonely atmosphere behind him. Combined with the cold, dark gaze the young man cast down at her. He was practically the master.
Sang Yin felt a jolt run down her spine, and her heart began to pound again. The young man was completely oblivious. He had no idea how alluring he looked.
What is it?
Just two very brief words.
He had little patience for her, not even bothering to pretend.
This made her realize once again that she was nothing more than a bodyguard.
Not the so-called cousin that others envied and were jealous of.
How ridiculous that she had been momentarily captivated by this illusory identity.
Sang Yin smiled.
Excuse me, I just wanted to ask about your schedule for the next few days so I can have a general idea of what to do.
Would it be convenient to talk inside?
The bedroom is a person's most private place.
She wanted to see if she could find anything out there. The bodyguard is really responsible.
Shen Qingling's words carried a strange implication, seemingly a hint of teasing. Hearing this made her heart skip a beat.
Bodyguard. That title was simply too much. Who calls their bodyguard that? How could he so easily stir up such a ripple in her calm heart?
Shen Qingling turned and made way for her, and Sang Yin followed him into the room.
Sang Yin saw paper and a pen on his desk and decided to borrow them.
She sat down at the desk. The closest desk was Shen Qingling's bed. The room was still dark, and he didn't seem to have any intention of turning it on.
The atmosphere was truly.
Shen Qingling sat on the edge of the bed, his hands casually resting on the mattress, a relaxed posture. But his collar was open, his impossibly long legs seemingly about to touch her skirt, less than an inch away. A slight movement from him would bring his leg to hers.
It was too ambiguous.
This was a dangerous juncture, a sense of transgression surging beyond the bounds of their relationship.
Sang Yin's hand, gripping the pen, suddenly tightened. What did the bodyguard want to ask again?
Your daily routine and the people who frequently appear around you.
My routine is just a straight line between 2 points, school and home. That's it.
You should have seen all the people who frequently appear today.
Did you suspect anyone after the incident? I'll pay close attention to anyone you think is suspicious. No.
Sang Yin put down her pen.
It was a wasted question.
Shen Qingling added proactively, don't worry, my life is very simple, I won't cause you too much trouble.
Sang Yin wanted to chuckle. Simple? It was probably just his opinion.
Dealing with women was probably his forte, so he thought it was simple. But for her, an assassin, dealing with women was the most troublesome thing in the world.
Could I show you your class schedule? It's on my phone, you can look at it yourself.
I'm going to take a shower first. Shen Qingling unlocked her phone, put it on the table, and went to take a shower. His knee brushed against her skirt as he stood up.
Sang Yin's pupils contracted sharply. He went to take a shower? What if he comes out later?
For Sang Yin, this was the most agonizing task she had ever undertaken, whether as a bodyguard or an assassin. She felt she should leave immediately, but she couldn't resist wanting to see what Shen Qingling looked like after his shower. No one had ever possessed such a fatal attraction for her as Shen Qingling. It seemed every inch of him was shaped to her liking, even his personality fascinated her.
If only he weren't like the person in the file.
This was the nth time this thought had crossed her mind today.
Remembering her purpose, Sang Yin's gaze fell on Shen Qingling's phone. He actually left his phone with her like that? Wasn't he afraid she would see his privacy and secrets? Was he truly innocent and honest, or had she chosen the wrong person? Sang Yin began to question the meaning of life. She hesitated for a moment but still picked up Shen Qingling's phone. The screen showed his WeChat. Seeing the dense stream of messages from women, Sang Yin raised an eyebrow. She glanced back towards the bathroom, then opened the chat history between Shen Qingling and those girls. Unexpectedly, Shen Qingling wasn't the playboy she had imagined, secretly flirting with girls everywhere. On the contrary, he rarely replied to messages. For example, he might reply to 1 or 2 out of dozens of messages from Shang Xia. But those 1 or 2 were enough to make her happy, and she continued sending messages. Shang Xia seemed to have boundless enthusiasm for Shen Qingling.
She had noticed it from the garden earlier that day. It seemed she readily accepted whatever Shen Qingling said or did to her.
At first, Sang Yin didn't understand why.
Until she found a picture of a card Shang Xia had sent to Shen Qingling in the chat history. The card had beautiful handwriting on it. "You always say you're a star on the dark side of the moon, living under the sun's dazzling light."
Sang Yin read it carefully.
She knew this was a message Shen Qingling had given to Shang Xia. The bright moon on the card referred to Shang Mo, while Shang Xia was a firefly living in her sister's shadow. Shen Qingling used these words to save her from her obsession, allowing her to finally let go.
Shang Xia said, "Shen Qingling, what would this world be like without you?
Luckily, my sister and I both met you. From now on, every day I will be like a firefly in the darkness, illuminating myself and you.
I won't be the bright moon, I'll only be your firefly." Sang Yin paused, suddenly remembering what Lin Xingmian had said during the day. Teacher Shen deserves everyone's love.
From their perspective, they were all people saved by Shen Qingling, which is why they were so infatuated with her. For a fleeting moment, she understood those women. So it wasn't that he seduced them, but that he saved them. She thought Shen Qingling was a manipulative devil, but the truth was quite different.
Sang Yin was utterly bewildered.
What kind of person was Shen Qingling really? After she exited the record on the card, she discovered that Shang Xia had sent another message while she was looking at the records. Most of the messages were about her kissing Shen Qingling today, her words filled with both excitement and regret, saying she hadn't had a chance to savor the kiss and asking when she could kiss him a few more times. Interspersed among them were a few messages calling Sang Yin a green tea, a manipulative woman, and the last one was a video account on a certain app with the words "The Dangers of Incestuous Marriage" prominently displayed on the cover.
Sang Yin.
Ruan Mingi, on the other hand, treated Shen Qingling like a memo pad and a website. She would send him her daily life and beautiful photos, along with various teasing remarks and some erotic anime videos.
The accompanying comments were, "The male lead is not as good as you," and "When will you try dating me?" Sang Yin.
Indeed, they were a pair of abstract sister beauties who were a perfect match for Shang Xia.
Chapter 174: The Devil's Temptation.
As for the other women, they were much more normal.
Shang Mo, Nanjun, and Lin Xingmian all sent messages at a relatively normal frequency.
Shen Qingling didn't reply, so they didn't send more messages either, maintaining a normal back-and-forth messaging frequency.
It seems these few have some sense of shame. The two mentioned above are practically Shen Qingling's ultimate sycophants. Just then, Gui Jin suddenly sent a message. "Gui Jin, is Qingling asleep? Gui Jin, want to go running together tomorrow morning? I've decided to learn from you and work hard to get fit."
Gui Jin, I saw the weather forecast says it might rain tomorrow afternoon, remember to bring an umbrella.
Gui Jin, never mind, I'll leave it at your door tomorrow morning, remember to pick it up before you leave.
Gui Jin, if you're sleepy, you don't need to reply.
See you tomorrow morning, good night Qingling.
Sang Yin, okay, this one is the real heavyweight, she misunderstood Wan Mingi and Shang Xia. Sang Yin glanced at Shen Qingling's phone photo album, it was almost entirely filled with pictures of homework and study materials. Interspersed among them were a few photos of him and Wen Sulan, he always seemed gentler next to her. Besides,
There were photos of Lin Qingmian's cat and some pictures of her gardening. Shen Qingling's life seemed impeccably clean, without even a few bad habits. Sang Yin found no evidence on Shen Qingling's phone.
She put down her phone, lost in thought. Then, her eyes fell on a childhood photo of Shen Qingling on the table. It was a group photo from a time when the Jiangqing orphanage was taking place. The young Shen Qingling looked quite different from now. He smiled brightly in the photo, completely unlike the aloof and handsome man he is now.
What was Shen Qingling's past like? Sang Yin suddenly became curious about his past.
As she reviewed the information, it barely mentioned his past, only that he had grown up in an orphanage. Shen Qingling officially came into the public eye after rescuing a female student in college.
Yes, even his first fame was for saving someone. Sang Yin's suspicions about the information deepened.
The more she learned about him, the more she realized he was completely different from what was written in the information. She rubbed her temples in frustration, then glanced down and noticed a black box next to the photo frame, clearly containing a valuable item.
Sang Yin curiously opened it and found a ring. Was it a gift from someone else to Shen Qingling, or was it intended for someone else? This person really had many secrets. Sang Yin put the box down and fell into a daze.
Until the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, she heard the door open. She turned to look towards the bathroom. The steam rising from the bathroom door wafted out from the cracks, and Shen Qingling emerged wearing a bathrobe. The bathrobe's belt was loosely tied, and streaks of water, not yet dried, meandered past his collarbone, droplets rolling down his Adam's apple and into the shadow of his collar. Sang Yin's breath caught in her throat the moment he saw him look up at her. His usually cool brow was now hazy with moisture, and droplets of water clung to his eyelashes, giving them a fragile, youthful appearance. As he turned his head to dry his neck with a towel, the prominent Adam's apple slid gently beneath his taut skin. He walked towards Sang Yin while drying his hair. The hem of his bathrobe billowed as he dried his hair, and water droplets rolled down his scalp.
What a handsome man emerging from the bath!
Shen Qingling caught her swallowing uncontrollably.
His current 100% good looks were no joke.
Shen Qingling reached her side, and the pleasant scent of his shower gel instantly filled Sang Yin's nostrils.
He lowered his eyes and asked, "Did you find the class schedule?" Sang Yin's voice suddenly changed, "Yes."
The next second, Shen Qingling handed her a towel. "Could you help me dry my hair?" Sang Yin was taken aback, took the towel, and looked up, asking, "Why?"
Shen Qingling replied sleepily, "I'm too tired today, bodyguard, please help me."
He then sat down on the bed with his back to Sang Yin.
Sang Yin looked at the towel in her hand and finally got up and went to the bedside. Watching Shen Qingling's retreating figure, Sang Yin's hand, gripping the towel, trembled involuntarily. Wasn't this blatant seduction? How could Sang Yin, a woman who had never even touched a man's hand, resist such temptation? She couldn't help but wonder, was he doing this on purpose, or? But thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. Shen Qingling had no reason to do this. He had always been indifferent and cold towards her, not even minding her seeing his harsh, contrasting side. He clearly didn't care about her. Someone who liked someone wouldn't expose their dark side like this. So what reason did he have to seduce her? Perhaps he was genuinely tired and was just using her as a maid. With a nervous heart, she took half a step forward and sat on the edge of the bed. The moment her knees touched the edge of the bed, the hem of the boy's bathrobe brushed against her calf, sending shivers down her spine. She held her breath and began to dry Shen Qingling's hair. The moment the towel touched the damp ends of his hair, Sang Yin's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. The boy's hair was unexpectedly soft, shimmering like silk in the dim light. A subtle fragrance emanating from Shen Qingling's body and hair mingled with her breath. The collar of his bathrobe opened slightly more as Shen Qingling leaned back, and Sang Yin's gaze was drawn to the water droplets still clinging to the hollow of his collarbone. As the water trail meandered across his pale skin, her knuckles unconsciously tightened. The edge of the towel brushed against the boy's earlobe, and Sang Yin's hand unexpectedly touched the warm skin behind his ear. In that instant when they both held their breath, Sang Yin clearly saw a faint blush rise to the boy's jade-like skin. Shen Qingling suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Don't touch my ear." His voice was damp, and as he turned his head to speak,
his Adam's apple almost touched her trembling wrist.
Sang Yin's pupils contracted sharply. A wave of even greater excitement washed over her. Was he shy?
Sang Yin felt her heart pounding, her mind blank. Sang Yin slowed her movements, her actions as she dried Shen Qingling's hair becoming gentle and careful, almost unlike herself. She felt her body and mind were out of her control. Sang Yin wasn't sure how long she had been drying his hair. During this time, he didn't say a word. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the rustling of towels and hair could be heard.
Seeing Shen Qingling remain silent, she couldn't help but stop and ask, "Is it all right?" Shen Qingling didn't answer.
She patted his shoulder in confusion.
Suddenly, Shen Qingling's body lost its support and leaned backward.
In the instant Sang Yin instinctively opened her mouth to catch him, the boy's head gently rested on her shoulder, half his body leaning against her. He almost buried half his face in the crook of her neck, his warm breath directly against her throbbing carotid artery. Sang Yin felt as if she had been electrocuted, even her heart trembled. Her stiff knees pressed against the edge of the bed, and she could even clearly feel the boy's lean waistline rising and falling with his breath beneath his bathrobe. She had never been so close to anyone before.
So this is what the warmth of skin-to-skin contact feels like. So unfamiliar, so strange, so stimulating.
The darkness amplified her tactile sensitivity. Just like now, she felt as if her heart was pressed against the boy's. She could feel his heartbeat. This was what it felt like to embrace someone, only much faster than her own heartbeat, a completely uncontrollable rhythm. She bit her lip hard, her gaze fixed on the boy's face. After a while, she lowered her eyes and softly called his name.
Shen Qingling.
The person in her arms didn't respond. He looked very tired, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly fast asleep. Looking at this face so close to hers, she reached out uncontrollably, as if seduced, to trace the contours of his profile.
Shen Qingling, are you a devil or an angel?
Even without knowing his innocence, she was still uncontrollably drawn to him.
Sang Yin sensed something terrible was about to happen.
Chapter 175 I did something that wronged Shen Qingling. Sang Yin let Shen Qingling sleep soundly in her arms. She stared at his face, lost in thought, for a long time. Sang Yin didn't know how long she had stayed in Shen Qingling's room.
She gently placed Shen Qingling's head on the pillow, then prepared to leave.
Looking at the boy sleeping soundly on the bed, yet with a furrowed brow, she couldn't help but reach out and touch his forehead.
Why is he frowning even in his sleep?
It was 1 a.m. when Sang Yin left Shen Qingling's room. The woman, bewitched by the devil, returned to her own room and suffered from complete insomnia. This was something that had never happened to her since she began her mission. The unfamiliar environment, the unfamiliar room, the unfamiliar bed, none of these could keep her awake. What kept her awake was the boy who was already asleep.
Her mind was filled with Shen Qingling's face.
And the boy's seemingly tall and slender yet perfectly proportioned figure. Sang Yin hadn't expected to remember those scenes and details so clearly.
Having excellent eyesight and a good memory isn't always a good thing. In the darkness, Sang Yin sighed resignedly. Damn it.
She buried herself under the covers. She had done something wrong to Shen Qingling.
She was sorry. The next day,
Shen Qingling got up and opened the door to find Sang Yin standing there, neatly dressed. She smiled and said, "Good morning, brother." Sang Yin's sweet and obedient face was still pleasing to the eye, her smile instantly lifted one's mood.
Shen Qingling leaned against the door, still sleepy, and replied, "Good morning, bodyguard." That cool, languid tone. Hearing that address, Sang Yin's eyes flickered unnaturally for a moment.
It was truly bizarre. She had finally fallen asleep last night, only to dream of Shen Qingling again. In her dream, he was like that, calling her bodyguard miss over and over. Then he trained her like a dog. Last night, she had done things she shouldn't have in her dream, and now, seeing Shen Qingling's eyes again, she felt inexplicably guilty and shy. Shen Qingling glanced down and saw her bright red ears. He smiled faintly, a fleeting smile.
He guessed what was going on, but it's human nature. He understood.
Shen Qingling said, "Since my parents haven't left yet, could you do me a favor, bodyguard miss?"
Sang-in looked up and asked, "What is it?"
"Get my dad to agree to let me out, saying you'll be with me the whole time to make sure I don't wander off."
"Okay, I'll go right now." Sang-in blurted out, then paused. Was she being a little too obedient to Shen Qingling? "What? Is there a problem?" "Nothing." Shen Qingling's question made her leave immediately.
Sang-in felt her body had been a little too honest, and she turned away, blaming herself with an annoyed expression.
No sooner had Sang-in left than Gui Jin arrived. Gui Jin had invited Shen Qingling to go for a run.
He had even thoughtfully bought 2 new sets of running clothes.
"Qingling, look, I specially bought these running clothes. The one you wore last time was worn out, so wear these from now on."
"Oh, don't worry, I've already washed them, so you can wear them without worry." "Thanks, brother, they look great."
Shen Qingling smiled slightly and took the clothes from his hands.
Gui Jin pouted immediately after being praised by Shen Qingling. It felt good to be an older brother and pamper his younger brother.
Seeing Shen Qingling getting better and better made him genuinely happy.
No wonder there are brother-obsessed people in the world. Gui Jin now understood that feeling. Before, no matter what he did, he couldn't win the favor of his family. Now, buying things for Shen Qingling or doing small things within his ability would earn him praise and smiles from her.
Shen Qingling calling him brother all the time made Gui Jin completely lose his bearings.
Even when Sulan and Lin Qingdai had changed their opinions of him, and their attitudes towards him were much better than before. Without Gui Jin causing trouble in front of Gu Yutong saw the family becoming more harmonious and grew much closer to Shen Qingling. Except for Gu Changwang, who was still dissatisfied with Shen Qingling and Nanjun's relationship, and the two seemingly in a cold war, everything else was fine.
The family was now filled with joy and harmony.
For the first time, Gui Jin truly felt the warmth of home. He loved it. It gave him a sense of hope for the future.
His life could be like this. Gui Jin chuckled, "Qingling, whatever you like. Black or white, which do you want? I'm fine with either."
"Then you wear black, and I'll wear white." White would stick to her skin when she sweated, making everything visible.
With Qingling's great figure, it wouldn't be good if those lustful women targeted her. Especially that cousin Sang-in.
Before Sang-in appeared, Gui Jin urged Shen Qingling to go for a run with him. The two changed into their running clothes and came down from the second floor together. The fans of the couple started their daily ship in the comments.
Black and white running clothes? Whatever, they're matching outfits. Gui Jin, who's usually out of breath after a run, is actually going for a run with Shen Qingling?
He's risking his life to chase after Shen Qingling.
Why are you speaking such blunt truths? I think old Gu is becoming more and more like a wife lately.
Indeed, he takes care of everything for Shen Qingling, serving her tea and water. He's more attentive than a real wife.
I agree to this marriage on Shen Qingling's behalf. Gui Jin, watch out, your cousin might appear behind you the next second.
This time, her cousin finally didn't follow.
She's practically become Shen Qingling's human accessory, following her wherever she goes. No wonder Gui Jin was so distraught.
She really is here, right behind us. Gui Jin's been getting along with Shen Qingling's cousin lately, hasn't he?
That resentful look in her eyes yesterday cracked me up.
Why is she so persistent?
Could it be that Madame Gu specifically sent her cousin to break up this loving couple?
Gui Jin started complaining about Sang-in to Shen Qingling as soon as she left.
"Qingling, when are you finally leaving? Aren't you annoyed by her following you around all day? She's not noisy, so let her follow. Sigh, you're just too easygoing."
If it were me, I would have kicked her out long ago.
Even Lin Qingdai couldn't stand her. You hate her?
Yeah, of course I hate her. She's always following you around, and she's so clueless. She doesn't do anything she's supposed to do, and she's nowhere near as considerate as me. I don't know what that woman is thinking. I bet all she cares about is your face and body. I think we should tell Mom to kick her out.
Brother. A sweet female voice suddenly broke in. Gui Jin was startled and turned around to see Sang-in standing behind them. Holy crap, are you a ghost? How did you suddenly appear behind someone? It's young Master Gu, you didn't see me.
Sang-in called Guijin young Master Gu and Shen Qingling brother. The difference was quite obvious. Guijin, however, thought she was a scheming woman, and only toward Shen Qingling. Guijin cursed inwardly, that persistent, scheming green tea. Chapter 176. Don't forget your identity. Sang-in walked to Shen Qingling's side and said, I've taken care of what my brother asked for. Shen Qingling nodded and said, then I'll go to school starting tomorrow. Sang-in smiled and said, I'll go to school with my brother. I've memorized the class schedule. Guijin's eyes widened. What? Qingling, you're taking her with you to school. Sang-in said pitifully, I'll be very bored at home alone if my brother goes to school, and no one else in the family really likes me. Only my brother is willing to let me come along. Who are these other people? Of course, she was implying something about Guijin. Guijin said with a forced smile, it's okay. You can come to school with me. My university is a lot of fun. Sang-in shook her head. No, I still prefer to be with my brother. Shen Qingling smiled and said, it's all right. She'll only be with me. Just say she's auditing classes. The teachers won't care. Seeing that Shen Qingling had said this, Guijin had no choice but to shut up and stop arguing. Sang-in felt a surge of satisfaction seeing Guijin's discomfiture. So this is what it feels like to be a green TB*TCH. No wonder there are so many green TB*cheese these days, they're infuriating. It's so satisfying. Sang-in then looked at Shen Qingling and asked, brother, are you going for a run now? Yes. Then I'll go with you. Guijin chuckled in exasperation. He scanned Sang-in up and down, noticing she was wearing a skirt and small leather shoes, and couldn't help but mock her. I'm telling you, with your small frame, you're going running with us? Don't faint halfway and have to be carried back. Qingling won't fall for that. Sang-in was 167 centimeters tall, not particularly tall for a girl, but not short either. It was just that her sweet face always made people think she was young and short, a misconception. Sang-in smiled slightly, young Master Gu, you're overthinking it. I've won awards for running. Guijin scoffed, don't play dumb, little sister. Qingling won't fall for your clinginess. If you insist on coming with us, fine, but let me make this clear, don't expect us to stop and wait for you. Guijin was dismissive of Sang-in's abilities, thinking she was definitely a burden. After running for a while, Guijin began to pant heavily. He glanced at her and saw Sang-in's calm expression, as if nothing was wrong. Guijin's mouth dropped open in disbelief. How could this be? Not only that, she could even smile and speak to him, young Master Gu, are you tired? Why don't you stop and rest for a bit? Guijin heard the blatant sarcasm in her words. Damn it! How could he lose to this woman in front of Qingling? Guijin gritted his teeth and said, not tired. Keep running. Actually, he originally wanted to rest. Shen Qingling deliberately slowed down and praised him, brother's stamina has improved recently. Guijin grinned foolishly, well, of course. Qingling praised him, how could he lose? Sang-in couldn't help but smile contemptuously at Guijin's foolish appearance. He actually dared to question her running ability, how absurd. Today he should learn a lesson and see if he dares to speak ill of her in front of Shen Qingling again. Sang-in deliberately sped up, and Guijin could only grit his teeth and keep up, ignoring Shen Qingling's attempts to persuade him. He refused to lose to this woman. Guijin was exhausted, like an ox, but he stubbornly refused to give up and kept running. Guijin's vision blurred, and he felt like he was about to faint. Shen Qingling noticed his exhaustion and gradually stopped. Shen Qingling deliberately said, I can't run anymore. Let's stop here for today. Guijin breathed a sigh of relief, almost falling over as he stopped. Shen Qingling helped him up. Are you all right, brother? And nothing, just running, ha. Guijin was pale and breathless. Sang-in smiled and said, looks like young Master Gu can still run a little longer. Sang-in deliberately provoked Guijin. Sang-in had a temper, and her competitive spirit was even stronger. Before, it was simply a matter of ignoring her. Guijin had repeatedly provoked her, slandered her in front of Shen Qingling, and even tried to drive her away. Guijin disliked her, and of course, she disliked him too.
Sangin only wanted to teach him a lesson.
But she hadn't expected to anger Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling gave her a disapproving look. Sangin, that's enough. Sang Yin's smile vanished completely.
Shen Qingling walked up to her, lowered his eyes, and said, "Don't go too far, Sangin."
Sangin had already figured out Shen Qingling's habits.
When he was in a good mood, he would call her bodyguard or cousin. He wouldn't call her by her name directly.
Sangin looked up and asked, "Is brother angry?"
Shen Qingling stared at her expressionlessly and said in a low voice, "Don't forget your place." After saying that, Shen Qingling turned and helped Guijin away. Sangin stood there, feeling as if something had pierced her heart. Yes, she almost forgot her place again. She was just a bodyguard, how could she provoke his brother?
But why, did she feel a sense of resentment? Sangin knew she had acted irrationally.
She had encountered unpleasant clients before, but today she had lost control so completely. It was simply because Guijin wanted to get rid of her, and she was worried. Sangin closed her eyes, frowning and forcing herself to calm down. Since appearing by Shen Qingling's side, she had lost control several times. This was not a good sign. What was even more terrifying was that she was starting to feel insecure because Shen Qingling was angry. Would he replace her because he was angry? For the sake of the mission, she should apologize to Shen Qingling so she could stay. Sangin convinced herself that she was bowing down for the mission, not for anything else. Sangin calmed herself down for a while before returning to the Gu family home. She planned to find an opportunity to apologize to Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling and Guijin were eating.
Guijin was alright now, and was offering Shen Qingling milk and tearing bread for him.
Sangin unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief.
Thankfully, Guijin wasn't hurt, otherwise, she might have really been kicked out. Shen Qingling ignored Sangin when she returned. Wen Sulan, however, continued to urge her to eat, as usual.
Sangin quietly ate her breakfast, subtly observing Shen Qingling's every move. After finishing his meal, Shen Qingling said, "I'll go upstairs first." "Enjoy your meal."
Sangin, staring at the barely touched toast on her plate, followed Shen Qingling upstairs.
Shen Qingling hadn't gone far when he realized Sangin had followed.
He stopped at the doorway and looked at her.
"I'm not going out today, you don't need to come with me."
Sangin pursed her lips. "Does brother hate me?"
This sounded off.
This wasn't the kind of conversation a bodyguard should have with his client. Shen Qingling said coldly, "You and I only have a client-employee relationship, it's not a matter of liking or disliking."
Sangyin's face paled. Chapter 177 The Shura field is everywhere. Sangin finally saw his ruthless side. Those ambiguous, seemingly romantic feelings were nothing but her illusions. How could she indulge in a fantasy? Sangin forced an awkward smile. "What I mean is you wouldn't fire me, would you?"
Shen Qingling said calmly, "You were invited by my mother, so I have no reason to fire you."
"I just hope you will be more careful in the future. You don't need to follow me today, I need to rest by myself."
After saying this, Shen Qingling turned around, went back to her room, and closed the door. Sangin stood outside the door, feeling as if she too was isolated from Shen Qingling's world. Just yesterday, she had touched upon a side of him that no one else knew.
Sangin didn't understand what he was losing.
But since Shen Qingling had already said that, she naturally wouldn't go up to him and provoke his cold attitude.
The next morning, Sangin stood anxiously in front of Shen Qingling's door. Today is Shen Qingling's school day, and as his bodyguard, he naturally has to go with him.
She had upset Shen Qingling yesterday, and she didn't know if he had calmed down yet. To be honest, being treated coldly by Shen Qingling was both unpleasant and...
Sangin patted his head. "What are you thinking about again?"
Suddenly the door opened. Sangin greeted him cautiously with a smile. "Good morning, brother." Shen Qingling lowered her eyes and coldly replied, "Good morning."
Sangin felt disappointed when she didn't hear the phrase, "Miss Bodyguard."
But at least I responded to her. Shen Qingling walked past her, carrying her bag on one shoulder.
Sang-in silently followed. Strange, why do I feel so uneasy? While eating breakfast, Sang-in kept observing Shen Qingling's expression. It seems there's no difference from before. So he just didn't want to give her a nice look. At this moment, Sang-in still thought that Shen Qingling was expressing her dissatisfaction. Until she followed Shen Qingling to school. She finally understood what a true flower on a high mountain meant. Shen Qingling is aloof and treats everyone the same in this school. Good morning, Shen Qingling. Good morning, my idol. Good morning, Shen Qingling. Good morning, senior. Good morning, my idol. I bought an extra breakfast today. If you haven't had breakfast yet, you can try it. If you've already eaten it, just throw it away, it's okay. From the moment Shen Qingling entered the campus, people kept greeting him along the way. They didn't even dare to call him Qingling affectionately, they either called him by his full name or called him male god or senior with eyes full of admiration. Shen Qingling simply nodded indifferently at this. There wasn't a single smile. She's incredibly aloof, but never comes across as rude. It seems he was born this way, with an innate aloofness that makes people only dare to admire him from afar. After all, Shen Qingling's aloofness was well known, so getting a response was enough for them. This was the first time Sang-in had witnessed such a scene, and he was naturally shocked. She underestimated Shen Qingling's charm and how popular he was at school. I almost forgot he was the most handsome guy at Zhang University. Looking at his retreating figure, Sang-in realized that perhaps his coldness towards her wasn't directed at her or out of dissatisfaction, but simply because that's how he always was. The reason I had seen his gentle side before was because of his special treatment of those women, and also because he would show his gentle side at home due to the environment. Today, when she came to school, she finally saw Shen Qingling's most ordinary side. Most of the time, this person is extremely cold. That's why girls who get to experience his gentle side fall in love with him so recklessly, like moths to a flame. She only saw his gentle side, but never experienced his true gentleness. In his eyes, she was just one of the masses, no different from the other girls in school. Sang-in felt even more disappointed, and with it came a sense of resentment. Why can Xingxia and the others do it, but she can't? Qingling, is this your cousin? A pleasant voice interrupted Sang-in's thoughts. This person didn't call Shen Qingling by her full name, her address was slightly more intimate than the previous girls. Sang-in looked up and saw an extremely beautiful girl standing in front of him. This is Su Pianpian, the most beautiful girl in our department. Along the way, Sang-in had already received quite a few envious and jealous glances, so she didn't mind having one more. Shen Qingling and Su Pianpian's relationship wasn't particularly good, but it was better than before when they just exchanged greetings. It wasn't a casual nod and walk away relationship. The two were not only classmates, but also in the same club and participated in competitions together. They were also top students favored by the teachers, so they communicated quite a lot. That's why Su Pianpian dared to call him so affectionately. Shen Qingling replied calmly, yes. Su Pianpian smiled and said, I'm so envious. You two are such good friends that you can even bring your cousin to school. I've asked my sister to come to school to play, but she refuses. Sigh. What seemed like a light-hearted joke was actually a way of saying that it was unusual for Sang-in to come to school with Shen Qingling. Sang-in, whether following the character's persona or having some other thoughts, smiled and said, then maybe your sister isn't very attached to you. I'm more attached to my brother. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Shen Qingling's expression. His expression remained unchanged, and Sang-in gradually felt relieved. It seems that Shen Qingling won't care what someone says to someone she doesn't care about. This means that the woman in front of him is no different from the women before him. Su Pianpian thought to herself, she really is a little green TB*TCH. She smiled slightly and said to Sang-in, then you have to be careful when the teacher asks you questions later. The teacher in this class is notoriously strict. If you can't answer when the teacher calls on you, Qingling's reputation as a top student will be questioned. A top student's sister can't be stupid. Su Pianpian smiled gently, her eyes crinkling, and spoke in a friendly and playful tone that made it impossible for anyone to get angry. Most people would simply think she was offering a well-intentioned reminder.
But Sang-in clearly sensed her malice. They mocked her for not being worthy of attending classes at Zhengda University, let alone being in the same classroom as a brother like Shen Qingling. If the teacher really calls on her to answer a question and she can't answer it, she'll embarrass Shen Qingling.
What will Shen Qingling think of this clingy and ignorant younger sister then? Only an outstanding girl like Su Pianpian is worthy of Shen Qingling. Sure enough, none of these women were easy to deal with. Sang-in sighed, the battlefield of Shura is truly everywhere. She couldn't help but think that even though she and Shen Qingling had nothing going on, she was being treated like a rumored girlfriend. It's all just a name, in reality, we don't get any benefits at all. That feeling of resentment resurfaced.
Being caught up in the situation, Sang-in found it difficult to remain indifferent.
Shen Qingling's scheme was not set up for nothing. Chapter 178: A Master-like Existence. Did he go to all that trouble to go out just to learn something at school? Of course not.
From the moment Shen Qingling brought Sang-in to school, she had already walked into his carefully woven trap. Shen Qingling and everything around him gave Sang-in a false sense of security. When she became the only girl he openly brought out with him, the feeling was completely different. It was as if she really was his cousin, as if everyone truly acknowledged that there was something between them.
That dazzling aura and sense of superiority was exhilarating, as if everyone thought she had climbed up this unattainable flower, achieving something ordinary people couldn't.
For the sake of their supposed cousin status, he would never expose her, only allowing her to stay by his side and bask in the envious glances of others.
Even if she said something, as long as it was to maintain their image, Shen Qingling wouldn't refute it. This feeling was endlessly intoxicating.
But seeing Shen Qingling's indifferent eyes was like a bucket of cold water being poured over her. His gaze would remind her that she was nothing. She would torment herself repeatedly between this illusory happiness and lucid pain until she completely succumbed. Sang-in and Su Pianpian exchanged a few words, each one barbed and laced with hidden sharpness.
Most straight men wouldn't understand, and might even think Su Pianpian was being friendly to Shen Qingling's cousin.
Shen Qingling, of course, understood, but he showed nothing.
No matter how subtly Sang-in flirted with Su Pianpian, he remained silent. Sang-in took Shen Qingling's tacit agreement as protection.
The bell rang for class, and Sang-in sat down next to Shen Qingling. The envious and jealous glances in the classroom diminished considerably after the teacher entered. The students at Zhang University were quite serious about their classes.
Shen Qingling was especially so.
He was completely absorbed in class, wearing glasses, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes fixed intently on the front.
Sang-yin's gaze shifted again upon seeing his expression. Damn it, whenever Shen Qingling put on his glasses and wore that expression, an aloof and ascetic aura would overwhelm her. He was practically the master of the room. Looking at him so closely was unbearable. Sang-in felt her mouth go dry. She picked up the water on the table and took a sip. This simple action drew the attention of the teacher on the podium. The teacher could see everything the students did. This girl had been staring blankly at Shen Qingling, her eyes barely glancing at the podium, which naturally displeased him. He didn't like people using class as an excuse to date. He pointed at Sang-in and began to ask a question. Sang-in couldn't understand a word the teacher was saying, not even the question. No one in the classroom laughed at her, but everyone was staring at her, and that gaze made Sang-in very uncomfortable. Whether as an assassin or a bodyguard, she was never comfortable with that kind of gaze. Shen Qingling wrote something in the notebook, then gently touched her hand. "Read it."
Sang-yin's pupils suddenly contracted, then she lowered her eyes and read aloud the answer Shen Qingling had written in the notebook.
"Sit down. Pay attention in class next time."
The teacher's questioning was merely a warning and reminder. Seeing her flustered state, even though she knew Shen Qingling had given the answer, she didn't expose her. Sang-in sat down with a sigh of relief. The spot on her hand where Shen Qingling had touched felt hot. She whispered, "Thank you."
Shen Qingling lowered her head, seemingly taking notes. Sang-in thought Shen Qingling was embarrassed and didn't want to talk to her. Sang-in felt both embarrassed and disappointed. Shen Qingling suddenly pushed a notebook towards her.
Sang Yin paused, stunned by what she saw.
Don't speak openly, this teacher is strict. Write what you want to say in the notebook.
Sang Yin's eyes gradually brightened, a hint of a smile appearing in them. How strange, why does she feel so sweet inside? Sang Yin felt like she had suddenly returned to her high school days. Sitting next to her was the top student from Jiang University, a person who was usually extremely serious and aloof, yet he was actually writing these kinds of secrets in his notebook.
Sang Yin suddenly found it amusing.
The feeling of secretly encouraging a good student to do something naughty right under the teacher's nose was thrilling. She pretended to take notes and began a back-and-forth exchange with Shen Qingling in her notebook.
That scared me to death. Are all the teachers at Jiang University like this? If I have to accompany you to class, I'll get injured on the job.
He has sharp eyes.
He'll think you're provoking him by blatantly daydreaming like that. Am I that obvious? Your gaze is burning me to a pulp.
Seeing this line, Sang Yin's heart raced, and her hand gripping the pen tightened suddenly.
He actually knew.
Well, sitting so close, it should be pretty obvious that she was staring at him like that.
What would he be thinking? Will he overthink it?
Sang Yin seemed to secretly hope he would overthink it, yet she was also afraid that her overstepping her bounds would push Shen Qingling away.
She could only write down an explanation. I was looking out the window. The implication was obvious.
However, Shen Qingling was sitting by the window, so Sang Yin could indeed explain it that way. Sang Yin observed Shen Qingling's expression, seeing that he seemed to have a slight smile, but it seemed like an illusion.
What does he mean?
Sang Yin bit her lip and touched Shen Qingling's wrist. Shen Qingling lowered his eyes and raised an eyebrow at her, as if asking what she wanted to do.
Sang Yin pointed to the unopened water bottle on Shen Qingling's table.
She had already finished the water bottle on her table. Shen Qingling picked up the water bottle and handed it to her from under the table. As Sang Yin was about to take the water, Shen Qingling wrote another sentence.
Drink after class. Sang Yin nodded, took the water, and waited until the end of get out of class. The school bell was a relief for Sang Yin. Finally, get out of class is over.
Thank you for your hard work. Sang Yin felt that Shen Qingling had finally said something sensible.
Jiang University's classes were truly not for the average person.
She felt drowsy, as if she were listening to gibberish. Luckily, Shen Qingling was willing to write a few words with her in her notebook, otherwise she really would have fallen asleep.
Doesn't Jiang University have any easy classes? Is it like this every class?
Yes, we do, but I don't like doing other things during class.
Then why were you writing me a note just now?
Sang Yin noticed the young man pause, seemingly unsure how to explain, and finally lowered her eyes, saying, I don't know either.
I just saw your face was red and wanted to comfort you. Sang Yin's heart skipped a beat.
Shen Qingling was really something. He always managed to say things that flirted with her unintentionally.
Naturally, she didn't think Shen Qingling was deliberately flirting with her. Because his cold attitude towards women was obvious, she was no different to him. Sang Yin tentatively probed, with a puzzled expression, didn't you say yesterday that we were just employer and employee?
You don't really need to worry about my blushing and embarrassment, after all, it's part of my job.
Chapter 179 The Wicked Side. You were called on by the teacher because you accompanied me to class.
This isn't really within a bodyguard's job scope, and of course I didn't want to embarrass you.
I said those things yesterday because I was angry. I'm sorry. Sang Yin was stunned.
She never expected Shen Qingling to apologize so readily.
Did he sense her concern?
Of course, Shen Qingling was a succubus.
He could manipulate so many women at will, how could he not understand what women were thinking?
If he wanted, any woman could become his plaything. But strangely, he seemed to treat those women more than just as playthings, he treated them with a desire to save them.
Sang Yin couldn't clearly define what Shen Qingling's actions were.
She truly couldn't understand this person. This person always seemed so unpredictable, hot and cold.
Most importantly, she couldn't understand Shen Qingling's attitude towards her. What did she mean to him? Am I even worthy of being his plaything?
The thought made Sang-in feel like she was going crazy.
She frowned, looking annoyed. Shen Qingling asked, "Are you angry?"
Sang-in looked up and denied it. "No, I was wrong yesterday too, but I didn't mean to. It's just that I feel like young Master Gu was very hostile towards me. I was just trying my best to do my job, but he misunderstood me." Sang-in felt she had mastered the art of teasing. Her words were like a perfect cup of tea.
Shen Qingling said calmly, "That's how my brother is.
Because you appeared by my side under the guise of your cousin, he probably thinks you have ulterior motives, so he's targeting you.
Don't take it to heart." Hearing the words ulterior motives, Sang Yin's heart skipped a beat. She did indeed have ulterior motives.
She came with the intention of killing.
Who knew it would turn out like this? Killing intent turned into lust. This was something she hadn't expected.
While there was still no result from Yumi's side, Sang-in seemed to have an answer in her heart.
That information must be wrong.
Whether it was her suspicion or her expectation, she hoped that the information was fake.
This is my job responsibility, I should bear it, but everyone has emotions. If I say a word or two in disagreement, will you get angry? As long as it's not excessive, I won't say anything. Then what constitutes excessive, and what constitutes not excessive? Does it vary from person to person, or something like that? Sang-in couldn't help but want to test him step by step.
Shen Qingling twirled the pen in his hand with a cold expression. "You should know your limits.
You should know who around me you can offend and who you can't, right?" Shen Qingling's eyes turned to Sang-in.
Her heart skipped a beat. It seemed Shen Qingling thought she knew everything. After all, he had openly shown her how he manipulated those women. Sang-in knew that the people Shen Qingling meant he couldn't offend were his family and the women who had appeared in the garden that day. Sang-yin's only consolation was that at least this side of him was known only to her. Perhaps this could be considered a kind of special privilege?
Sang-in smiled and said, "I understand. I'll know my limits." "Good, that's good. I helped you yesterday, brother. Can you help me out too? What do you want me to help you with?" "Help me open this bottle." Sang-in held out her hand to him. Both of them knew perfectly well that as a bodyguard, how could Sang-in not be able to open a bottle of water? She was doing it on purpose. This was a slightly overstepping test. Shen Qingling didn't seem to care. He took the water from her and easily unscrewed the cap. Sang-in wondered, was this tacit approval of her overstepping her bounds? Sang-in had to guess Shen Qingling's thoughts every day, like solving a puzzle, like playing a game. She didn't know the secret to winning or the final outcome. But the process was interesting enough, and she enjoyed it. Sang-in took the water and smiled, "Thank you, brother." But Shen Qingling's next words made Sang-in feel that he had tacitly approved of her overstepping his bounds simply because of those words. He said seemingly casually, "Could you do me another favor, Miss Bodyguard?" Sang-in was still oblivious, assuming Shen Qingling would bring up some trivial matter again. She took a sip of water and said softly, "Go ahead." Shen Qingling stared into her eyes and said, "I'm going to see Nanjun in a couple of days. Can you keep it a secret from my parents?" The smile in Sang-yin's eyes gradually faded. So that's what it was about. He'd actually manipulated her thoughts like this? When she went to see Gu Changwang and Wen Sulan, Gu Changwang had clearly stated that Shen Qingling must not go to the Nan family, and even more importantly, she must not meet that woman. That was the only requirement, and she had to fulfill it. If he discovered that Shen Qingling had gone to the Nan family or met with Nanjun, the Gu family would fire her. But now Shen Qingling was asking her to keep it a secret from her employer. Sang-in was terrified that if she were discovered, she would be fired, and the mission would be impossible to complete. On the other hand, she didn't really want to see Shen Qingling and Nanjun meet. Sang-in put down the water and said, "I'm Madame Gu's bodyguard. I can't disobey her orders. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." Shen Qingling smiled slightly, "All right then, I won't force you." The boy quickly revealed his wicked side. Shen Qingling simply ignored her. The deliberate neglect and Cold War were because she hadn't agreed to help him. So, all that kindness he showed her before was for this very reason? Whether it was helping her out in class, the so-called comfort in writing notes, the apologies, and the seemingly tacit approval of overstepping boundaries, it was all fake. Sang-in felt a mixture of anger and resentment at being manipulated. And a helpless, resigned, and somewhat arrogant attitude. She could indeed be easily manipulated by him. But what she wanted wasn't this insincerity. She wanted Shen Qingling's genuine tenderness. She wanted him to treat Lin Xingmian and the others the same way, even if not entirely sincere, with a hint of ambiguity that made his intentions unfathomable. She didn't want this completely insincere treatment. The more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. To gain Shen Qingling's tenderness, she undoubtedly had to submit to him. Shen Qingling was forcing her to submit. After class, she offered to help him pack his books. "Let me help you pack." Shen Qingling directly avoided her hand, silently slung his bag over his shoulder, and left. Sang-in's hand awkwardly froze in midair. She stared blankly at her hand, frozen in midair, the lingering warmth of the book slipping from her palm as if it had never existed. She looked up at Shen Qingling's retreating figure, feeling both helpless and unsure of what to do. Sang-in followed him out of the school gate. She asked if he wanted to go somewhere else, but Shen Qingling remained silent. The boy seemed to emanate a chill from even the hem of his clothes. The strap of his black backpack creased Shen Qingling's shoulder, as if deliberately trying to crack the air between them. "You're standing too close." Chapter 180, The Prey About to be Tamed. Shen Qingling's words were pointed. He was reminding Sang-in that they shouldn't be so close. Sang-in silently took a step back, biting her lip tightly, filled with resentment. Since he had previously tolerated her approach, why was he treating her like this now? Just because she hadn't agreed to that request, was he going to completely sever ties with her? Was Nanjun that important to him? Sang-in didn't understand. A sense of loss and emptiness washed over her. After getting into the car, Shen Qingling looked out the window, lost in thought, ignoring her completely. The car was eerily quiet, a quiet that made Sang-in uneasy. The frequent notifications on the young man's phone made Sang-in's gaze finally fall on it. Sang-in tried to start a conversation, saying, "Your phone is ringing." Shen Qingling remained motionless, neither looking at the messages nor responding to her. Sang-in knew he was still angry and said softly, "I can agree to anything except that one thing." Shen Qingling said casually, "But I don't need your help with anything else." Sang-in felt a pang in her heart. In his eyes, was she just a tool? Even though she had already seen through Shen Qingling's attitude, Sang-in still followed him upstairs as soon as they returned to the Gu family home. She stood behind him, silently asserting her presence. "Are you going for a morning run tomorrow?" The only answer was the soft click of the door locking. Sang-in looked up at the light disappearing through the crack in the door, her eyes lowering sadly. From the moment she refused, Shen Qingling stopped giving her a kind look and stopped exchanging unnecessary words with her. For 3 whole days, Shen Qingling ignored her. Sang-in was caught in a state of unease and inner turmoil. On the 4th night, Sang-in finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Do you have to treat me like this? It's agonizing. It's truly agonizing." During class, Shen Qingling completely ignores her, doesn't pay her any attention, and doesn't even pass her notes. She can only stare at that handsome face every day, yet she can't even get a proper look from him. Everyone thinks she's incredibly happy, that being around Shen Qingling every day is special treatment. But only she knows that she's just a dog following him, a pitiful little dog ignored by its master. Back at the Gu family home at night, the two barely have time to meet or be alone together, except for meals. Even when she lies and says she needs to see him, Shen Qingling won't see her. He's practically telling her in a blatant way, "If you don't agree to help me cover it up, then let's clearly define our employer-employee relationship. Don't have any other ideas or overstepping boundaries." Shen Qingling said calmly, "Then how do you want me to treat you?" Sang-in pursed her lips, unsure how to answer. She frowned and said, "In short, that's not the attitude." The young man lowered his eyes, looked at her, and smiled. "If you want a different attitude, there's a price to pay." Sang-in always felt there was a hint of malice in his smile.
At the same time, Sang Yin knew that Shen Qingling must have seen through her. He knew she had some inexplicable feelings for him. He didn't even have the intention of offering any leverage to make a deal with her. For example, he could offer her a higher price to persuade her to defy her employer's demands. He had her heart firmly in his grasp, knowing she wouldn't be able to tolerate his treatment and would inevitably succumb to him. Therefore, he didn't need any other bargaining chips, controlling her heart was enough. But Sang Yin was unwilling to give up. She looked up at him and said, "The premise of a contract is that both parties are willing to pay a price."
Meaning, Shen Qingling couldn't offer her nothing.
Shen Qingling leaned closer to her. "If you agree to my demands, then besides the employer-employee relationship, I can allow something else to happen."
Sang Yin's voice lowered slightly. "Something else, what do you mean?" Sang Yin sensed a hint of implication and couldn't help but swallow.
Shen Qingling stopped at the door. As his fingertips touched the cold doorknob, the boy's languid voice carried a hint of suggestion. "Didn't you want to know what other things meant?" He opened the door and said, "Come in and talk."
Shen Qingling entered the room, while Sang Yin stood outside, watching him. The two faced each other, a standoff, waiting to see who would take the first step. In the shadow of the turning door hinges, Shen Qingling's knuckles tugged at his tie, a gesture that undoubtedly struck a nerve with Sang Yin. Today, Shen Qingling wore a black shirt with a tie, which softened his boyish charm, adding an indescribable allure. For Sang Yin, this was a silent temptation. Sang Yin's pupils suddenly contracted. What did he mean by this? It felt like he was inviting her. Damn it, he must be doing this on purpose. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you want this bargaining chip anymore? Sang Yin's gaze moved from his loosened collar to his eyes. In that instant, Sang Yin saw the controlling glint in his eyes. The gaze of a hunter waiting for its prey to walk into its trap. Sang Yin was thrilled by that look. She simply couldn't refuse. Even knowing it was a trap he had set, she would step into it without hesitation. Her body always betrayed her. Before she had even thought it through, she had already stepped inside. Sang Yin had completely walked into the hunter's trap. The sound of the door closing came from behind her. The same room, the same dim lighting. She wondered if he had deliberately left the brightest overhead light off. The scene from her dreams suddenly flashed before her eyes, and Sang Yin inexplicably became tense. Why did Shen Qingling specifically invite her into the room? Was it what she thought? Sang Yin couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. The boy stood behind her, suddenly placing his hand on her shoulder. Sang Yin's eyelashes fluttered, and she whispered, "What exactly is this bargaining chip you mentioned?" "Me." Sang Yin suddenly gripped her skirt tightly, her heart pounding wildly. Shen Qingling leaned closer to her and whispered, "Didn't you want me?" Sang Yin felt as if she'd been electrocuted, her eyes widening instantly. She turned around and took 2 steps back, distancing herself from Shen Qingling. She felt like she was losing control. She bit her lip hard, trying to regain her composure. Shen Qingling walked forward, unbuttoning her shirt. The boy's relentless pressure forced her to retreat. By the time Shen Qingling had unbuttoned the 3rd button, Sang Yin's back was already pressed against the desk. The cold wooden desk pressed against her spine, yet she felt her blood boiling. Shen Qingling twirled the loosened tie between her fingers, casually toying with tools like a beast tamer. And she was the prey about to be tamed. In the silent darkness, Sang Yin heard the sound of her own reason shattering, from the deepest recesses of her heart. Chapter 181. Sure, you'll have to beg me. Sang Yin watched Shen Qingling slowly unbutton his shirt, and a sudden, sharp dryness gripped her throat. Before the 3rd button was even undone, Shen Qingling stopped. The desk was right behind her, she had nowhere left to retreat. The boy's shoe stopped just in front of hers, the distance between them barely inches. She could even feel Shen Qingling's waist pressing against the edge of her skirt. Her face flushed, her breathing became labored, as if she were pushed to the edge, about to lose control and plunge into an abyss. Sang Yin was both excited and nervous, her hands gripping the edge of the desk tightly. Her fingernails scratched the desk, making a soft sound. It was clear how turbulent her emotions were. Sang Yin's heart pounded wildly. What do you want to do? Is Miss Bodyguard asking a question she already knows the answer to? Sangin bit her lip, trying to bring her erratic mind back to reason. Just as she bit her lip, Shen Qingling's fingers fell. His thumb traced her lips, rubbing them gently. Her small lower face felt as if it were enveloped in his palm. At this moment, she was a plaything in his hands. Shen Qingling's touch on her lips suddenly became forceful. Are you silent or enjoying it? Sang Yin's eyes reddened at Shen Qingling's words. You don't do this, we're crossing the line. Heaven knows how much willpower it took for her to say those words. Sang Yin's eyes were red with suppressed emotion, she was desperately trying to control herself. Shen Qingling laughed as soon as Sang Yin finished speaking. He chuckled softly and leaned down, placing his hands on the desk, as if to pull her into his embrace. I crossed the line. Weren't you the one testing the waters, trying to cross the line? Sang Yin felt Shen Qingling had completely seen through her. He knew exactly what she liked and wanted. He was seducing her. And she was indeed powerless to resist. Perhaps you've misunderstood. Misunderstood. Shen Qingling brushed the end of his tie across her long, beautiful neck, sending shivers down her spine. Sang Yin reached out and grabbed Shen Qingling's wrist, trying to stop his repeated advances, but Shen Qingling slammed her wrist against the table. He stared into her eyes and said, You stared at me with those burning eyes time and time again. You tested me with those deliberate actions time and time again. The day I came out of the shower, your eyes were practically burning with fire. When I looked at you with cold eyes, do you know what kind of look you had? Excitement, thrill, longing. Admit it, what you crave isn't a normal master-employee relationship. Sang Yin's breath caught in her throat, as if someone had suddenly grabbed her by the neck. Sang Yin abruptly looked up, meeting his all-knowing gaze. The boy suddenly leaned down, his lips lingering near her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. The words he spoke made her neck turn even redder. Sang Yin, every look in your eyes tells me. You want to be my dog. Hearing this, Sang Yin's neck flushed even more with excitement. She began to tremble uncontrollably. Shaking so badly. Did I hit the nail on the head? Sang Yin turned her head and looked away, saying, You're overthinking it. Shen Qingling sighed, seemingly helpless at her stubbornness. Then why don't you push me away? As long as you say no, I'll let you go. You can push me away anytime. But could she really push him away? She could easily push him away, but she just couldn't. A flicker of panic crossed the eyes of this usually calm and composed woman, followed by inner turmoil. I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing her say this, Shen Qingling deliberately withdrew his hand. He took a step back, creating distance between them. Sang Yin's expression changed. No, how can this person just back out like that? Shen Qingling sat down on the edge of the bed and said calmly, Since that's the case, then you should leave. Perhaps I misunderstood. Sang Yin's feet seemed nailed to the spot. How could she possibly leave? Even though Shen Qingling was sitting and she was standing, the hierarchy between them was crystal clear. In this tug-of-war, she had never gained the upper hand. Sang Yin pursed her lips and said, You haven't given me the bargaining chip you mentioned before. Shen Qingling said lazily, It's your own choice not to want it. I'm not in the mood now. Let's call it a day. Sang Yin's pupils suddenly contracted. She frowned tightly, You can't do this. You can't do this to me. What's the difference between this and taking your pants off halfway and then putting them back on and leaving? Sang Yin was now incredibly excited by Shen Qingling's teasing, she couldn't possibly stop. Her previous rejection was merely a feigned reluctance, perhaps deep down, she craved something even more outrageous. Didn't you say I misunderstood? Shen Qingling was forcing her to admit it. Sang Yin initially couldn't let go of her pride and shame, but Shen Qingling insisted she completely abandon her self-respect and be her true self in front of him. Once the beast within is released from its cage, it becomes utterly uncontrollable. Sang Yin remained silent. Shen Qingling continued, It's late, I need to rest. What do you mean by standing there and refusing to leave? Sang Yin's eyelashes trembled, and she bit her lip tightly. What should she do? Did she really have to admit it to Shen Qingling? A last shred of reason struggled within Sang Yin's mind. Shen Qingling waved the tie in his hand, then finally tossed it to the ground. The boy stared at her, a wicked, mocking laugh playing on his lips. How boring. Those 4 words made Sang Yin's face change. This meant that perhaps he would never again be interested in playing these little games with her. He knew everything, understood everything. It was simply a matter of whether he wanted to play along with her, depending on his mood and needs. Sang Yin immediately said, "It's not a misunderstanding." Shen Qingling then revealed an interested look. Really? I didn't misunderstand you? I didn't overthink it. No, what you said is all true. After saying this, Sang Yin seemed relieved, yet also anticipating something. How would Shen Qingling treat her? Oh. Just 1-0? And then? That was it? Sang Yin stared into his eyes and said, "So, you have nothing else to say?" Shen Qingling said nonchalantly, "What do you want me to say? I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't seize it." Sang Yin began to regret it. She should have mustered the courage to admit it. Why was she being so coy? Thinking of what had just happened, Sang Yin couldn't help but swallow. She said in a pleading tone, "Could you give me another chance?" Hearing Sang Yin's words, the boy couldn't help but laugh. Shen Qingling smiled lightly, a slight curve to his lips. "Sure, you can beg me." Chapter 182 The Object in My Palm. Shen Qingling's condescending, maliciously teasing tone was practically a master disciplining a puppy. And his gaze, it was the condescending look of a superior looking down upon an inferior. Sang Yin's eyes glazed over. She stared blankly into his eyes, her excitement growing stronger. It was that look, treating her like a dog. Her last shred of reason prevented her from uttering that inappropriate term. Just then, Sang Yin's phone rang. Sang Yin didn't want to look at it at a time like this, but she had set a special vibrate tone for Yumi. Could it be news from Yumi? This was the last straw that kept Sang Yin from losing her composure. A sliver of hesitation lingered in her heart. Was Shen Qingling really as described in the files? This was her final line of defense. Sang Yin deliberately said, "Can I go to the restroom first?" Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Going to the restroom at a time like this? What do you want to do there? Sang Yin's already flushed face turned even redder. Shen Qingling must have misunderstood something. She explained, I need to think about how to beg you. My mind is a mess right now. I need to calm down. Shen Qingling, go ahead then. I'll only give you 5 minutes. No time limit. Sang Yin nodded and went into the bathroom in Shen Qingling's bedroom. There was a message on her phone from Yumi. Sang Yin took a deep breath, hesitating to open it. She was afraid to see the answer. It seemed that either answer was terrifying. If the information was true, then she absolutely couldn't let herself fall in love with a devil. But she had already lost control. Seeing this result would leave her deeply disappointed. The most terrifying thing was that she would have to kill him with her own hands. The thought pierced Sang Yin's heart. For the first time, she couldn't bring herself to harm a devil. If the information was fake, that was terrifying too. Then she would be completely at Shen Qingling's mercy. Completely and irrevocably succumbing to his grasp. But this seemed to be the outcome she had hoped for. Sang Yin couldn't help but rub her forehead. She was truly hopeless. Sang Yin couldn't help but curse herself as a pervert. Watching the seconds tick by, Sang Yin took a deep breath, then held it and opened Yumi's message. Just as she expected. The information was fake. Sang Yin stared at her phone, her eyes gleaming, her hands trembling. This was the result she had longed for. The cage that had confined the beast within her had vanished. She looked at herself in the mirror with excited eyes. The frenzied, excited, and agitated expression betrayed her heart. She was hopelessly infatuated with him. Thinking this, Sang Yin couldn't help but slap herself. Calm down. Calm down. She had to calm down, Sang Yin.
Even after slapping herself twice, the smile on her lips wouldn't disappear. Although she knew Shen Qingling was now her perfect master, she had to remain rational. She absolutely couldn't let herself be completely outmatched in front of him on their very first meeting.
She absolutely couldn't show any sign of being too pathetic or twisted.
Sangin mentally prepared herself for a long time in the bathroom. However, upon exiting the bathroom and seeing Shen Qingling sitting on the edge of the bed, she completely lost control.
Shen Qingling looked at her, and Sang Yin's legs went weak. What to do?
Completely unable to maintain her composure, her mind went blank.
She walked to Shen Qingling's side, tightly clutching the hem of her skirt.
Shen Qingling seemed to notice her tension and change.
Sang Yin's heart rate had undergone a dramatic reversal in that instant.
Shen Qingling instantly understood what had happened. She had broken down her psychological defenses, realizing he wasn't what the information described. She had convinced herself she could stay by his side without any guilt.
For Shen Qingling, the timing was perfect.
He smiled and said, "Have you thought about how to beg me?" The succubus's smile was a death knell. Sang Yin immediately knelt gently beside him. She finally allowed herself to fall into this trap meticulously planned by Shen Qingling. Her voice was incredibly humble, "Please." Her body reacted instinctively, faster than her brain. Even Sang Yin herself was momentarily stunned.
However, Shen Qingling's next action made her completely abandon all thought.
He reached out and pinched her chin, the movement not forceful, but the gesture drove Sang Yin wild.
So alluring. Shen Qingling lifted her chin, "Looks like you've thought it through."
She stared at Shen Qingling's eyes with a look of infatuation, like a subordinate looking up at a superior.
"I've thought it through. I was wrong before, don't be angry, okay?" Sang Yin's tone completely changed, showing utter obedience to Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling glanced at the tie on the ground, seemingly with a hidden meaning.
Sang Yin obediently picked up the tie and gently placed it on Shen Qingling's lap.
Then she put her hands together and presented them to Shen Qingling. The meaning of this gesture was self-evident. Shen Qingling glanced at the tie beside his legs but didn't tie her hands. He said softly, "Close your eyes." Sang Yin thought Shen Qingling was going to kiss him, and her heart pounded with excitement. She obediently closed her eyes, full of anticipation. However, what she expected didn't happen. Shen Qingling wouldn't let her have her way so quickly. When Shen Qingling blindfolded her with the tie, Sang Yin dug her palms tightly with her nails.
Sang Yin could hear her uncontrollable heartbeat. Thump, thump. Could someone be born with an invincible talent in this area?
Well, it's not surprising it's Shen Qingling. The tie still carried a faint scent of the young man. Sang Yin felt intoxicated. The young man's hand brushed her trembling face. "Now, it's time to pay your dues."
Sang Yin froze, even her neck turning red.
She bit her lip, her eyes trembling.
What should I do? To be honest, Sang Yin could be genuinely innocent at times. After all, most of the time she only rehearsed things with Shen Qingling in her mind. Content has been abridged. Hearing Shen Qingling's command, Sang Yin's throat felt even drier.
She reached out and groped in the darkness, finding Shen Qingling's hand and grasping it tightly.
She took Shen Qingling's hand and placed it on her cheek. Content has been abridged. Chapter 183: The Aesthetics of Control.
Shen Qingling stroked her cheek, praising her in a tone befitting a puppy.
So good. Shen Qingling's praise sent Sang Yin's soul soaring. "I'll always be good."
She smiled, her sweet dimples appearing and disappearing.
Shen Qingling moved closer to her. "Since that's the case, then I'll give you a little reward."
Before Sang Yin could react, her lips were captured by the boy's kiss. Her eyes widened suddenly, her breathing quickening. The kiss she had dreamed of had actually happened.
Sang Yin trembled with excitement. "Look up."
Moonlight filtered through the boy's disheveled clothes, casting flickering shadows on his skin. The boy's hand guided the back of her head forward, forcing her to tilt her head back to receive the sudden kiss.
So good. This forced feeling is so good.
As Sang Yin's throat was gripped and her face was thrown back, she tasted blood spreading between her lips and teeth. Shen Qingling seemed to understand her perfectly. This kiss wasn't a gentle, loving one, nor was it the lingering tenderness between lovers. It was a tearing, bloody bite, until she tasted the rusty metallic flavor of her cracked lips. Tears of excitement streamed down Sang Yin's face. Her dark tie gradually became soaked with tears. The broken brother mingled with gasps escaped her lips, and the girl offered a submissive kiss in trembling fear. She groped for his presence in the darkness, trembling as she tried to touch his body. But Shen Qingling wouldn't let her. He grabbed Sang Yin's wrist, stopping her movement. "I'll give you the reward. You'll accept whatever I give you. You can't move until I say so." Will Sang Yin be angry? Of course not. She only felt fantastic. This man had her completely under his thumb, inside and out. He was so adept at manipulating her psychology. He made her unconsciously want to submit to him. She willingly became his plaything. Content has been abridged. Can't I shout? At Shen Qingling's slight raised eyebrow of questioning, Sang Yin immediately said, "Brother, shout whatever you want. I listen to you the most." Sang Yin licked her lips and said, "Then, is it my turn to please you, brother?" The obstruction in Sang Yin's eyes suddenly disappeared. Before her were the boy's beautiful and deep eyes. "Your turn. If you can't see my face while I'm blindfolded, you'll probably be disappointed." Shen Qingling lowered his gaze to admire her suddenly dilated pupils. The girl was first surprised and bewildered, then excited and thrilled. Tears that had welled up in her eyes from her excitement still clung to her beautiful eyelashes. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and the way she looked up at him was exceptionally endearing. Sang Yin gazed at him with a fascinated expression. She sighed inwardly again, he's so good at this. How could he even know the expression she wanted to see on his face? It would be a huge loss if she couldn't see his expression when she was trying to please him. She had to see his expression change because of her. Can we begin? Yes. At Shen Qingling's command, Sang Yin eagerly reached out her hand to him. Sang Yin's fingertips trembled violently as they touched the hem of Shen Qingling's shirt, her knuckles turning white before flushing with passion. The young man's neck was slightly raised with arrogance, his Adam's apple bobbing slowly beneath his pale skin. His brows furrowed, yet the corners of his eyes curled into a mocking smile, as if scrutinizing his prey. But the rhythm of his chest's rise and fall was cruelly steady. He wouldn't even grant her the privilege of a rhythmic breath. This man's heartbeat and breathing were frighteningly steady. Given his absolute control, he exuded an aura of absolute authority. Sang Yin was absolutely enamored with his cold, disdainful demeanor. Sang Yin couldn't focus her gaze on the button, she couldn't help but glance at Shen Qingling. The boy looked down at her with a haughty gaze. So nervous. The boy chuckled softly at the end of his sentence. Sang Yin, satisfied with the scolding, grasped Shen Qingling's hand and said softly, "It's my fault, brother, hit me." Shen Qingling pretended to strike, and Sang Yin tilted her head back, waiting. But the slap didn't fall. Finally, his hand gently landed on the corner of her slightly reddened, innocent, and pitiful eyes. He suddenly smiled, "You're quite cute." Shen Qingling lowered his gaze, observing her sudden, rapid breathing. It was all a carefully crafted lure. Content omitted. Sang Yin was momentarily stunned by the compliment, then her heart blossomed with joy. Did he find her cute? Would he lose control for a moment? She couldn't help but clutch the hem of the boy's shirt. Shen Qingling glanced down at the wrinkles created by the pulled shirt hem, then suddenly flicked his finger against her forehead. "Sometimes I think you're very smart, and sometimes I think you're adorably clumsy." The boy's voice carried a hint of helplessness and indulgence. Shen Qingling wasn't always domineering and cold. He was adept at this, first giving orders and pressure, then offering a touch of tenderness. Sang Yin was completely hooked. The boy's condescending tenderness also captivated her. She sniffed and said, "It's my first time, I'm not very good at it yet, but I'll try my best to learn. Next time I definitely won't let my brother down." Chapter 184. She is Shen Qingling's only dog. Shen Qingling pushed her away. "Fine, let's leave it at that for tonight. Everything ended abruptly, just as perfectly.
Sangin was left hanging in midair, neither up nor down.
She had already felt happiness and joy from being Shen Qingling's dog.
This was wonderful. Who understands this feeling? Who understands?
From then on, she was a dog wagging its tail and begging for Shen Qingling's attention.
She was willing and happy to be a dog. Unfortunately, she had performed very poorly tonight, disappointing him.
Shen Qingling had spoken, so of course she couldn't insist on continuing. She was Shen Qingling's obedient dog.
I'm sorry, I'll try my best to study. Okay, you can go now.
Then please rest well. Sangin had only taken a few steps after turning around when she suddenly stopped and turned back.
Could I make one more small request? Shen Qingling was slowly tidying his clothes.
Hearing her question, he replied without looking up, "Go ahead."
Sangin couldn't help but let her imagination run wild again at his expression. Looks like she won't be sleeping tonight. She looked down at the tie on the floor shyly and said, "Could you give me your tie? Just as a keepsake." It was her first day as Shen Qingling's puppy.
She would keep the tie carefully.
This day would be their anniversary. Shen Qingling almost praised her for being romantic. He smiled indifferently, "Take it if you like."
Sangin walked to his side, picked up the tie, and held it tightly in her hand. Just as she was about to get up with the tie, the boy suddenly gently stepped on her hand.
"But Sangin, there are some things I need to make clear to you. Please go ahead.
Except for times like this, please treat me normally. It wouldn't look good if others heard."
"Then can I still call you brother normally? Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. Good night."
Shen Qingling moved his shoes, watching her leave the room with a playful look. Sangin felt that gaze following her, her hand gripping the tie so tightly it almost left marks on her palm. When she came out of Shen Qingling's room, she still looked absent-minded. And then Lin Qingdai saw her like this.
Sangin stood in front of Shen Qingling's door, unable to resist kissing the tie. It seemed to smell like him. Sangin was still lost in the previous romantic atmosphere.
Lin Qingdai was standing at the corner, about to go downstairs to get some water, when she saw Sangin emerge from Shen Qingling's room.
She immediately recognized that Sangin was holding Shen Qingling's tie.
When she got closer and saw the mark on Sangin's lips, Lin Qingdai flew into a rage and blocked her path. Lin Qingdai stopped her with a suspicious look.
"Why is my cousin holding Qingling's tie? And what happened to your lips?"
Away from Shen Qingling, Sangin regained her composure. She hid the tie behind her back and said calmly, "My affairs are none of your business." Lin Qingdai glanced at Shen Qingling's door and whispered, "What did you do to Qinglingage?"
Sangin couldn't help but laugh at her jealous expression. "What's wrong with you?"
"My brother just said his tie was dirty and asked me to wash it."
"Why are you so nervous?"
Lin Qingdai murmured suspiciously, "Is that all?"
"What else do you expect? Did my brother and I get all lovey-dovey in the room and lose all sense of reason? Don't talk nonsense. Brother Qingling wouldn't do that. But what happened to your mouth?" "I ate spicy food tonight, too spicy, it's swollen. Give me the tie."
"I'll wash Brother Qingling's tie myself, no need for you to bother." Lin Qingdai reached out to Sangin for the tie.
Sangin smiled slightly. "Sorry, little sister, your brother told me to wash it."
"You're busy with your studies, you probably don't have time for such a small thing." Lin Qingdai scoffed, "Even if I don't have time, there are other servants at home. Why would I need you to wash it yourself?" Sangin took a step towards her. Lin Qingdai, confused, asked, "What are you doing?"
Sangin waved Shen Qingling's tie in front of her. "I just like washing my brother's things. I'll do whatever he asks me to do. Washing a tie is nothing. If he's willing, I'd even wash his underwear myself." Once a puppy's possessiveness kicks in, it doesn't even want anyone else to touch its underwear.
Lin Qingdai was so shocked she couldn't speak, only managing to utter 2 words after a long pause.
"Pervert. Thank you for the compliment."
Lin Qingdai pursed her lips, feeling that Sangin seemed to have changed a little. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what was different. You'd better watch out, I'll tell Qingling that something's wrong with you. Smelling his tie and wanting to wash his underwear, once he finds out, he'll never let you follow him again.
Sang-in chuckled inwardly.
He not only knows, but he's making me his dog. Even being a dog isn't yours, Lin Qingdai.
She's Shen Qingling's only dog.
Sang-in was too lazy to waste words with her, waving her hand and saying, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed. I have to go to school with my brother early tomorrow morning, I can't be late, otherwise it won't be good if I make him miss school.
Without waiting for Lin Qingdai's reply, Sang-in turned and left.
Lin Qingdai watched her departing figure, sensing something unusual and subtle. She looked at Sang-in's back, then at Shen Qingling's door, and frowned deeply.
What exactly happened between Sang-in and Shen Qingling?
It seems she needs to be more careful. No, she could tell Gui Jin and let him investigate. He had money, connections, and Zhang Jing, that good dog. Right now, Gui Jin was Shen Qingling's lapdog, the only one who could help was Gui Jin.
For Shen Qingling's sake, she didn't mind cooperating with him. Anyway, Gui Jin, like her, disliked Sang-in.
If he knew something was wrong with her, he would definitely try to find a way to investigate her. Lin Qingdai stared intently at the woman's departing figure.
Sang-in, you better not let me catch you red-handed.
After returning to her room, Sang-in took a shower, trying to calm herself down.
However, it was no use.
Lying in bed and turning off the light, the scene that had just occurred kept replaying in her mind.
The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became, unable to sleep.
Sang-in sighed, touching the tie beside her pillow.
Succubi are truly harmful.
Finally, she resigned herself to her fate, taking Shen Qingling's tie and burying it under the covers. Once she lay down, panting, and regained her composure, she began to think about the fake information.
Who exactly wanted to kill Shen Qingling? She almost hurt an innocent person.
Luckily, she had become suspicious and had Yumi investigate. Otherwise, she really would have killed Shen Qingling with her own hands. The thought made Sang-in feel suffocated with sorrow.
Thankfully, things hadn't reached the point of no return.
In his heart, she was just a bodyguard with ulterior motives. He didn't know she was there to kill him. This secret absolutely could not be revealed to him. Even if she took it to her grave, she couldn't let him know. A loyal dog versus a dog that might bite at any moment, anyone would choose the former. Although she's a loyal dog now, once he knows her true identity and his initial purpose in coming to her side,
he will absolutely not keep her by his side.
Sang-in began to worry about the future.
How could she keep her identity a secret and continue to stay by his side? Shen Qingling's little dog check-in. Sang-in's master check-in. Chapter 185. Her world seemed to suddenly turn colorful. Sang-in entered into a life both peaceful and thrilling, filled with trepidation. The trepidation stemmed from her identity and her initial purpose.
The peace was a stark contrast to her previous life of constant danger. Being Shen Qingling's bodyguard was a blissful tranquility. The thrill came from finding her master, becoming hopelessly captivated by his charm.
And then there were the occasional provocations from other women. How could that not be thrilling?
Her life had never been so vibrant. For Sang-in, her past life was darkness. She walked in the shadows, doing dangerous things. She was someone who couldn't bear the light.
She couldn't open her heart to anyone.
She dared not even reveal her true self. That's why she acted so recklessly when she met Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling's appearance was like a wildfire, completely igniting her. She began to feel that the world was different. Her world seemed to have suddenly turned colorful. She used to exist as an assassin judge. Now she was the real, living Sang-in. Every morning, she knocked on Shen Qingling's door first thing. He was as indifferent as ever when he saw her, but a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Whether it was teasing or something else, it was different from before. They had a secret known only to each other.
Sang-in sensed something was very different.
At mealtimes, Gui Jin mocked her as usual, but Sang-in could now face it with equanimity. Going to school with Shen Qingling, she was still the target of countless stares, just like before. She was gradually getting used to these gazes.
Admiring Shen Qingling was a perfectly normal thing.
She was one of those among them who looked up to him, who admired him. Only, they looked at him face to face, while she looked at his back. But at this moment, she had willingly become a shadow behind him. Sangin had unwittingly become the kind of person she least understood when she first came to the Gu family. Lin Xingnian's words were gaining weight. Falling in love with Shen Qingling was as simple as breathing.
Now she herself had become one of them.
During class, she still couldn't help but stare at him blankly.
Shen Qingling's profile glowed with a pale golden light in the morning sun. Sang Yin was mesmerized. She didn't even notice the black pen ink spreading in her notebook.
Until the boy suddenly turned and met her gaze, a faint smile curving his thin lips. She frantically pulled her textbook over the pages filled with unconscious scribbles of the character Shen. Shen Qingling's eyes were on the teacher, but his hand snatched the notebook from her grasp.
Shen Qingling looked down at the notebook filled with the character Shen and couldn't help but smile. What a lovesick puppy.
Sangin felt a little shy, but he already knew her true nature, so it didn't seem like a big deal.
She boldly wrote master in her notebook.
She felt happy when Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow at her.
It was like she'd gotten away with something naughty.
The girl smiled at him, and Shen Qingling smiled gently at her adorable expression.
Sangin didn't know what he was thinking, but she felt his gaze soften suddenly. Just like how he used to look at those women. That was the tenderness she longed for. Did she finally get it?
Or perhaps it was all just a performance for Nanjun.
After class, Sangin thought Shen Qingling would be eager to see Nanjun. Because his purpose yesterday was obvious, everything was for Nanjun. But Shen Qingling didn't go to see Nanjun.
He handed Sangin a mask. Put this on.
Sangin took the mask and obediently put it on.
Shen Qingling put on a mask himself.
At first, Sangin didn't know what he was going to do.
Then Shen Qingling led her to the entrance of an elegant clothing store in the mall.
What are you doing here, brother? Sangin wondered if Shen Qingling was going to buy a gift for that Madame Nan. But the boy said casually, I'm buying you clothes. Sangin suddenly looked up at him. For me? To buy you clothes.
Her tone was full of disbelief.
I heard it. Su Pianpian was mocking your cheap, knockoff clothes today. Sangin was stunned. So he heard.
Shen Qingling was writing with his head down at the time, and she thought he hadn't noticed. She hadn't expected him to notice such a detail.
But why? Is this a reward for hiding your whereabouts?
No, it's just that your brother doesn't want his sister to be bullied.
Sang Yin's breath caught in her throat. Did he treat her like a sister? Sang Yin was both flattered and utterly bewildered. The girl's dazed expression was quite adorable.
Shen Qingling couldn't help but smile when he saw her standing there. Why are you so stunned?
Sang Yin said softly, but you know perfectly well that I'm not your sister.
Those were all just an act for outsiders. In reality, she dared not allow herself to become too immersed in this inappropriate identity. There was an insurmountable chasm between her and the Gu family, and even more so between her and the exceptionally talented young man before her. Her world and his were completely separate. She dared not assume she had entered his world simply because of that one close encounter.
One can have aspirations, but not unrealistic fantasies.
Shen Qingling seemed unconcerned about her thoughts. He simply pulled her into the store.
You called me brother, so what do you mean by ISN or ISN? I say you are, and you are.
You yourself said, a little dog should be obedient.
Sang Yin watched his retreating figure, a feeling of happiness welling up inside her. They only removed their masks after entering the store.
Shen Qingling's face was simply too striking. Without a mask, she feared she would be photographed very quickly. After entering the store, Shen Qingling led her to an exquisite glass display case, inside which was a stunningly beautiful dress. More dazzling and beautiful than any dress she had ever worn before. But the knives and weapons she carries would ruin this dress. If she wore this dress, her weapons would have nowhere to hide.
Shen Qingling pointed to the dress inside at the sales assistants. Take this one down and let her try it on. Sang Yin quickly stopped him. No. Shen Qingling looked at her. Why? Don't you like it? Sang Yin's eyelids twitched slightly. Of course she liked it. But it wasn't something someone like her could possess. Both the person and the clothes. It's inconvenient for me to work in this, you know, it's hard to hide my things. It's okay, I'll buy you a bag specifically for those tools. Try it on, I think you'll look great in this. Every word Shen Qingling spoke seemed to bewitch her. Sang Yin looked into his eyes and finally agreed. Okay, I'll wear it for you. Sang Yin took the clothes and went into the fitting room. She stroked the soft silk fabric in her hands, feeling as if she had been dreaming all this time. Especially at this moment, it felt even more like a dream. Was this a beautiful dream that Shen Qingling had specially woven for her? If so, she hoped this dream could last forever, and she would never wake up. Chapter 186. Its time limit can be forever. Warm light streamed into the fitting room. Sang Yin stood before the full-length mirror, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the pattern on the hem of her skirt. This was the softest fabric she had touched in 20 years. She didn't even dare to press too hard, afraid her calloused hands would snag the dress. The reflection in the mirror made her feel even more unfamiliar. Wearing this dress, she truly looked like a wealthy young lady. The girl's waistline was slenderly defined, the silk skirt shimmering with a moonlit glow, like a flowing galaxy in the dark night, shimmering with tiny silver fragments as it swayed gently. But her right hand, hanging by her side, unconsciously caressed the outside of her thigh, where the cold, hard outline of a dagger should have been hidden. Habits are hard to break overnight. Could she really shed her assassin's disguise and become Shen Qingling's sister? Miss, do you need any help? Came the voice of a shop assistant from outside the door. Sang Yin snapped out of her reverie and replied, no need. As she walked out of the fitting room, Shen Qingling was casually flipping through a magazine in the store. For a fleeting moment, she had the illusion that she was shopping for clothes with her boyfriend. Was she just too prone to wishful thinking, or was he so easily able to create this ambiguous atmosphere? Sang Yin didn't have time to think it through. She walked up to him and said, I'm all changed. What do you think, brother? Shen Qingling closed the magazine and stood up. He took a half step back, scrutinizing her, his gaze sweeping over her hands clutching the hem of her dress. It suits you very well, very beautiful. They say clothes make the man, and that's certainly true. Sang Yin was already exquisitely beautiful, and now, wearing this dress, she looked even more like a beautiful doll. Turn around and see if it fits. Sang Yin nervously twirled around in front of him. Behind them was the store's fitting room mirror, large enough to reflect both of them. Shen Qingling approached her from behind, his fingers tracing the back of her neck, seemingly tidying the hair tucked into her collar. Looking at the girl in the mirror, Shen Qingling said, you look great in white. Sang Yin's eyes met his in the mirror, the smile in the boy's eyes making her feel shy and happy. Did he really think she was beautiful? She would even be willing to be a delicate, beautiful doll. As long as she could gain his favor and attention. He glanced down and noticed her loosely tied belt. Don't move, it's not fastened properly here. Shen Qingling reached out to adjust the loose belt at her back. Whether the boy did it on purpose or not, she felt his calloused fingertips brush against her waist, sending a shiver down her spine. Sang Yin's legs went weak. Sang Yin bit her lower lip, suppressing a sound she shouldn't have made. She almost cried out, this was flirting in front of all the shop staff. How dare he? But it's so exciting. Regardless of whether Shen Qingling did it on purpose, Sang Yin couldn't remain indifferent. Shen Qingling saw her trembling eyelashes and suddenly leaned close to her ear. Even tying a belt can make you react like this, what are you thinking? Nothing. Oh, I thought you remembered what happened last night. The girl's eyes in the mirror suddenly became excited. She quickly lowered her eyes, bit her lip, and whispered, please let me go outside, please. She didn't want to show that kind of look in public, it was too shameful. Even perverts get shy. Shen Qingling finally let her go. He turned to the shop assistant and said, excuse me, could you please wrap up this dress, and those other pieces over there too, according to this size? Shen Qingling was experiencing the feeling of a domineering CEO. It's hard for any woman to remain unmoved. Sang Yin suddenly turned back and said, why buy so many? One is enough.
She had already realized that the dress she was wearing was definitely not cheap, and Shen Qingling wanted to buy more.
She didn't want to get his things for free. Shen Qingling said softly, even puppies need pretty clothes. Sang Yin's heart skipped a beat.
She murmured softly, so, brother, you see me as a pretty pet.
Just kidding. I wanted to give you a gift. Why? Our relationship will be different once we make a contract. I don't want others to look down on you.
You've acknowledged me as your master, so of course I'll protect you.
Shen Qingling's words sounded like a joke, yet they were also very serious.
At least his eyes told her he was serious. The so-called contract was just something Sang Yin said casually, but who knew Shen Qingling would take it so seriously?
Sang Yin couldn't help but smile, her eyes crinkling. A master-servant contract. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Master-servant? You could say that. What else do you want to do? I can do it with you today. Aren't you going to see Madame Nan? Sure, but not now. Didn't you keep my tie as a souvenir yesterday? I'll give you a few more souvenirs today. Shen Qingling seemed nonchalant, yet he remembered every single word she said.
She truly understood why women loved him. Some people are blatantly scumbags, yet they still manage to make women love them because they're so skilled at it.
As a bodyguard, you must like knives, right? How about I give you 1 inch? You've given me so many things, but I have nothing to give you in return. You just need to be a good little puppy by my side.
Sang Yin bit her lip, her heart fluttering at his words. She didn't know why, but every time she heard him call her little puppy, she felt a sense of tenderness.
This is truly top tier.
It exudes the gentleness and doting of a superior.
Sang Yin sighed countless times, Shen Qingling was born for this.
Would you grant a puppy's wishes?
As long as it's not excessive, I can grant them. Then how about you treat me to ice cream? Is this your wish? This is my wish for today, I want to eat ice cream with you.
Shen Qingling smiled helplessly, let's go, I'll let you eat your fill of ice cream today. Shen Qingling swiped his card, picked up his clothes bag, and walked out. Sang Yin wanted to see the price, but Shen Qingling wouldn't let her. Sang Yin handed him her mask, but he casually threw it into the trash can.
Sang Yin asked, why did you throw away your mask?
Since your wish is just to eat ice cream, you don't need to wear a mask. A brother treating his sister to ice cream won't make headlines.
Shen Qingling then openly led her shopping in the mall. Sang Yin was completely captivated by Shen Qingling. No woman dislikes being favored. The favor shown to her by Shen Qingling, this unapproachable, aloof beauty, is even more captivating. Sang Yin felt that Shen Qingling truly treated her like a loyal puppy. When Shen Qingling ignored her, her world felt like a harsh winter. When Shen Qingling was kind to her, her world was like springtime. She had never been pampered like this before. A child who hasn't experienced much love will cherish these things immensely. Because he could have chosen not to give all this, she would still willingly be his dog. But he still gave her what she wanted. Sang Yin took this as love. Sang Yin didn't care what Shen Qingling called her puppy, bodyguard, cousin, it didn't matter.
She could see from his actions that Shen Qingling had included her in his inner circle. Whether it was being a shadow behind him or being his loyal dog, he gave her unexpected treatment.
Sang Yin suddenly had an absurd thought. Being some men's woman was worse than being Shen Qingling's dog.
Thinking this, she couldn't help but laugh.
Shen Qingling asked, what are you laughing at?
Sang Yin looked up and said, nothing, just thinking about whether our master-servant contract should be a paper version with signatures and fingerprints.
Does it need to be so formal? Yes, I'm afraid you'll take someone else as your dog. Shen Qingling couldn't help but laugh at her words, you're quite possessive.
Of course, so can you sign a paper contract with me?
Since you want it, I'll grant your wish. Can I ask another question that might cross the line? Go ahead. Will this contract have an expiration date?
As long as you don't betray me, I won't tear up this contract, its expiration date can be forever. The young man looked at her with a gentle smile. Sang Yin was captivated by the gentleness in those eyes, and her eyes also curved into a smile. In the sunlight filtering through the mall's glass dome, Sang-in saw her reflection in his pupils.
Like a sharp blade forcibly sheathed, uncontrollably rusting.
Because of the boy before her, she felt a longing to return to the light.
She didn't want to be an assassin anymore.
She wanted to be his shadow, his little puppy. Existing only for him, living only for him.
Chapter 187. Am I really that perverted?
The word forever is enough to touch anyone's heart. Sang-in paused, a dreamy smile appearing on her face.
Forever, that's wonderful. Sang-in's eyes crinkled, a feeling of happiness spreading endlessly through her.
Then let's find a place to write down the contract now. There's a bookstore over there, let's go there. Now, it was Sang-in who was persistent and earnest. She used to find it pathetic and laughable when she saw people believing that a contract could bind them. But now, she too had begun to believe in it wholeheartedly.
Everyone has moments of naivety.
When you're willing to believe, it doesn't matter whether the contract can actually bind someone. At least she wanted sincerity in this moment.
Aren't you going to eat the ice cream? Let's sign the contract first. We can eat the ice cream anytime, but the sooner the contract takes effect, the better. Didn't it start last night?
Shen Qingling was either flirting or on her way to flirting.
One sentence reminded Sang-in of last night, and her body began to heat up. She quickly tried to distract herself. Written promises are different. How can a verbal promise count? It's not just a verbal promise, is it? My body gave you a promise last night. Doesn't that kiss count?
Thinking of the intense, possessive kiss she'd shared with him while his eyes were covered last night, Sang-in blushed. She swallowed hard, avoiding his eyes. She looked away and said, "We're outside, please don't tease me."
Was he a little perverse, enjoying deliberately arousing her desire in public, leaving her only able to look and think but unable to do anything? How awful. So alluring. She loved it. She loved the way he teased and bullied her on purpose. With her own personality, she simply couldn't resist Shen Qingling like this. Willingly and happily, even her shyly saying no was just a playful act of coy resistance. Sang-in knew herself all too well.
The two went into the bookstore and found a corner to sit down. Shen Qingling casually picked up a book from the bookshelf and began to read.
Sang-in retrieved the notebook from Shen Qingling's backpack, the one filled with his name and their whispered conversations from class.
She first savored the memories, flipping through their conversations, finding them increasingly sweet.
"Brother, can you grant me one more wish?" "Go ahead."
Shen Qingling lowered his eyes, calmly turning the pages. His aloof and restrained demeanor stirred something within Sang-in. Sang-in was either swooning over Shen Qingling or on her way to swooning over him. Being around this man every day was agonizing. This was sweet torment. Sang-in pinched herself to control her emotions. She waved the notebook in her hand and said, "Can I have this notebook?" "It's just a notebook, take it if you like." "In your heart, it's just a notebook. What else could it be? It's filled with memories of the naughty things we did together in class." In Sang-in's heart, this was more than just a notebook. It contained memories of her interactions with Shen Qingling. She had nothing in her life worth cherishing or keeping, but everything about Shen Qingling was something she wanted to preserve.
Shen Qingling finally looked up at her. "I'm right here beside you. There will be many more things like this in the future. Will you preserve them all?"
Shen Qingling painted a grand picture for Sang-in, weaving a beautiful dream. Forever, the future, by her side, many. These were words she couldn't resist, words that made her fantasize.
Sang-in was stunned, feeling as if she had fallen into a honeypot. There's so much more.
Blushing, she hugged the notebook and said, "I want to keep everything, even the smallest things."
Puppies always like to steal their owner's things and hide them.
Shen Qingling smiled helplessly, "You're not a real puppy, how?" Sang-in hugged the notebook tightly, "I don't care, I just love your things, I love everything." Seeing the determination in her eyes, Shen Qingling lowered her gaze and said, "Okay, I understand.
Keep it if you like."
Sang-in then smiled and continued writing her long-awaited master-servant contract. She wrote each word with utmost care, and Shen Qingling looked at her delicate and beautiful profile and sighed softly. Sangyin looked at her, puzzled. Why are you sighing?
Shen Qingling was just sighing for her in advance, thinking about what would happen later. Silly child, this contract is meant to torment you.
Seeing her happy and earnest expression, Shen Qingling's heart almost softened.
Shen Qingling smiled faintly. It's nothing. I'm just pleased to see you so focused.
You're never this attentive in class. Sangyin stopped what she was doing and chuckled helplessly. My academic genius, not everyone loves studying as much as you.
Besides, you said it yourself, that's class. This isn't the same.
Sangyin's eyes lit up, and she smiled mischievously, but I'm definitely very attentive in class too.
Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Attentive? How were you attentive?
She suddenly leaned closer and whispered in Shen Qingling's ear, attentively writing secrets to you, intently staring at your beautiful profile, intently thinking about you. I was incredibly attentive to all of these things. In the classroom, besides attending classes and studying, she was attentive to everything else, especially anything related to him.
Shen Qingling twirled the pen in her hand and said calmly, I'm right in front of you, what are you thinking about?
Sangyin licked her lips, her voice several octaves lower. I'm thinking about how you used to bully me in your room. Shen Qingling paused in her pen-twirling motion. You dare think about these things during class? Sangyin rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head. If I said I think about you all the time, would you think I'm a pervert? Her innocent and adorable appearance seemed completely unrelated to the word pervert. Except for the undisguised mad infatuation and obsessive love in her eyes.
A loli-like face, a cute appearance, an innocent expression, yet utterly perverted yet loyal to her master Shen Qingling's heart. The extreme contrast was extremely captivating. Both cute and perverted, it was hard to resist. Every time she used that cute face to utter those outrageously lewd words, there was an extreme contrast and excitement. Shen Qingling couldn't help but laugh. So you think you're not a pervert just because you don't want to? Am I really that perverted? Is it that obvious? Everything else is fine, but the way you look at me every time, it's too obvious. What kind of look? Do I look like I want to be your dog?
Shen Qingling looked around before saying, You're so bold.
This is a bookstore. If someone walked by, these words would probably be posted online. Sangyin said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone online says I'm your dog, and they're not wrong, are they?
Her eyes curved into a deep, almost obsessive gaze.
I am your dog, a dog wagging its tail and begging for your attention, wanting you to bully me. Chapter 188, A battlefield triggered by ice cream. Shen Qingling sighed, rubbing his forehead. Wasn't this a bit too much? Sangyin couldn't help but laugh at his helpless expression. Alright, I won't scare you anymore, I'll continue writing. Sangyin finally finished writing after a while.
She looked at it several times with satisfaction and signed her name. When pressing her fingerprint, she bit her finger until it bled and pressed it onto the paper. Shen Qingling frowned and said, The shop has a stamp, why bite your finger?
Sangyin stared intently into Shen Qingling's eyes and said resolutely, How can I prove my feelings without blood?
After saying that, she wiped the blood remaining on her lips with her fingertip, her eyes filled with a crazed and obsessed look. In Sangyin's heart, this was a vow witnessed with blood.
Sangyin pushed the notebook in front of him.
She looked at him expectantly. I've signed it, you sign it too. Shen Qingling also signed his name as she did, then bit his finger and pressed his fingerprint on the paper. Seeing their names listed side by side, Sangyin felt a surge of joy.
It even felt like signing wedding vows. She carefully put the notebook into her bag. After leaving the bookstore, the two went to buy ice cream. Sangyin walked over and saw a long line. So many people. Maybe we should just skip it and have it another time. It's okay, I don't have anything else to do today, I'll just wait in line.
Sangyin felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Most of the people in line were girls or couples. At this moment, she and Shen Qingling standing in the line looked like a couple too. Sangyin felt her fantasy addiction was getting worse, but she couldn't change it. Being around a succubus, it was hard not to have some fantasies. It wasn't her fault. Sangyin had no desire for ice cream at all. Her mind was filled with fantasies of Shen Qingling feeding her ice cream. The two of them were so strikingly good-looking that, unsurprisingly, someone recognized Shen Qingling.
Holy crap, Fong Fong, look!
Isn't that the handsome guy in front of us, Shen Qingling?
Oh my god, it really is. The girl next to him looks like that cousin from the variety show.
Oh my god, Shen Qingling, with his aloof personality, is actually queuing up for ice cream with his sister.
Who wouldn't be envious? Sobs. But my cousin is so cute, standing obediently next to my crush and watching him. She doesn't seem as annoying as people say online. I have no resistance to good-looking people. Right now, I actually want to ship them as a couple. Sorry, Gui Jean, I'll only ship them for a second. Do you think Gui Jean will be furious if he sees Shen Qingling and his cousin eating ice cream here? Ha ha ha.
He'll probably drive over from home immediately.
The way he looks at his cousin is like he's poisoned. Gui Jean won't even let Shen Qingling get a glass of water himself.
If he knew Shen Qingling queued up for ice cream for his cousin, I wonder how angry he'd be. The crowd began to stir, all because of Shen Qingling's appearance. In Jiangchang, bumping into other celebrities isn't difficult, but encountering Shen Qingling is a different story. This person basically lives a monotonous life, going between two places, Zhangde University and the Gu family home, neither of which is a place they can enter.
To meet Shen Qingling here today is an opportunity that comes along once in a lifetime.
Shen Qingling's fans were incredibly excited, mustering their courage to approach him and greet him.
Many girls also asked him for photos and autographs.
Shen Qingling remained as aloof as ever, not even offering a smile while posing for photos, but his beautifully handwritten autograph still astonished the girls. Moreover, although Shen Qingling was aloof, this was simply his nature. He was always like this on variety shows, so the girls weren't surprised or upset. On the contrary, they were captivated by his face when they stood so close to him.
Shen Qingling's fan page exploded.
Fans were all asking for directions, wanting to meet Shen Qingling.
Fans who managed to take photos with Shen Qingling today were the envy of other girls.
Shen Qingling underestimated his popularity and influence.
This incident still trended on social media.
The hashtag Shen Qingling accompanies her sister to buy ice cream quickly became a trending topic. Below were photos of Shen Qingling and Sangyin buying ice cream, as well as photos of fans with Shen Qingling. Almost all the comments were from girls showering her with praise and screams. Even a candid photo of Shen Qingling taken by a fan can't compare to any idol drama in the Chinese entertainment industry. Her stunning beauty is captivating.
Shen Qingling, with his aloof personality, actually queued up with his sister to buy ice cream.
Even my boyfriend wouldn't do that, sob sob.
If someone could grant me a brother like Shen Qingling, I'd die happy. How come Shen Qingling is so handsome in group photos?
I saw those fans in photos, their eyes weren't on the camera, they were all looking at Shen Qingling, haha.
They looked like they were completely mesmerized. I was there today, do you know how handsome he is? Seeing his face up close is mesmerizing. Sob sob, I was screaming with excitement because he's so handsome. The expressions of the passers-by were hilarious too.
The guys were all staring at him in shock, like he was some kind of ancient Greek god of succubi. What's destined to be yours will be yours, what's not, you can't force, you can't insist, you can't beg, you can beg heaven and earth, please be my husband, Shen Qingling. Some people are good at attracting men, some people are good at attracting women, but Shen Qingling is so handsome that I'd want to wipe out my entire family, from my 99-year-old grandmother to my 3-year-old toddler sister, everyone would love this face. Because Shen Qingling was surrounded by too many people, the mall's security guards were eventually alerted. Half the girls in the mall had gathered around, and many more fans were on their way. The rest were just onlookers. After all, that face was certainly pleasing to the eye. Shang Xia and her friends were also blown away when they saw the trending topic. Shen Qingling's phone received several missed calls and a barrage of WeChat messages.
Shang Xia, Qinglingage, I want ice cream too. Shenxia, you've never bought me ice cream, wah. Shenxia, I'm going to throw a tantrum, I'm really going to throw a tantrum, wah. Shenxia, can you really bear to see me crying alone at home?
Shenxia, Shen Qingling, please pay attention to me.
Don't let that woman eat the ice cream you bought, what? Xingxia, 60-second voice message. Xingxia, 60-second voice message. Xingxia, 60-second voice message.
Xingxia alone sent dozens of WeChat messages. Ruanmingyi is a woman of action. She rushed to the Shang family home, drove Xingxia away, and the two drove straight to the mall.
Shang Mo, Nanjun, and Lin Xingmian also send WeChat messages to Shen Qingling. Shang Mo, do you need me to take you out? I own shares in that mall. Shang Mo, call me anytime if you need anything, I'm nearby. Nanjun, should I have Nanyan pick you up from the mall?
He and his thugs look scary, your fans probably won't dare approach.
Nanjun, perfect, since I've already infiltrated your parents' circle, you can come to my house for dinner. Lin Xingmian, Teacher Shen, do you like ice cream? I can learn how to make it for you.
Lin Xingmian, I see a lot of people in the photos, Teacher Shen, please be careful. Lin Xingmian, just between you and me, Teacher Shen looks so handsome today, everyone on the trending topics is praising him. Shang Mo and Nanjun are already trying to find ways to contact Shen Qingling, only Lin Xingmian, that little dummy, is still stuck in a daze. Nanjun's offer to help Shen Qingling leave was just an excuse, she really just wanted to create an opportunity to meet him. Shang Mo said she was nearby, but in reality, she came to the mall from her company the moment she saw the photo. However, she didn't dare to go in rashly, afraid Shen Qingling would think she was following him. Shen Qingling is now not only surrounded by fans, but also surrounded by her target.
It's practically a bloodbath triggered by buying ice cream. Another battleground is about to begin. Chapter 189, her show at the circus.
I told you, this woman was definitely up to no good. In the corner, two men wearing black baseball caps, sunglasses, and masks were staring at Sang-in with hostile eyes. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were staging some kind of spy thriller.
A passing middle-aged woman, seeing their attire, said to her son, "What's with the pretentious act? Wearing sunglasses in a shopping mall. Son, don't you dare follow in their footsteps." Gu Yijin.
Forget it, he wouldn't stoop to the middle-aged woman's level.
Zhang Jing frowned and said, "So what are you planning to do? What if your mother really wants your cousin to marry Shen Qingling? You can't stop her, can you?" Shen Qingling's attitude towards her doesn't seem as cold as I thought. Could there actually be something going on? What a load of rubbish. She'd be more like a character in a circus.
Gu Yijin fiercely plucked an ornamental flower from the ground and crushed it in his hand. Zhang Jing sighed, "I know you don't like this cousin, but Jing, you're just Shen Qingling's brother.
You can't protect him forever.
He'll have to settle down and start a family sooner or later."
Of course I know he'll settle down and start a family eventually, but his wife absolutely cannot be this woman.
Lin Qingdai told me that this woman has problems and asked me to investigate her background.
I'm leaving this to you. Problems? What problems?
Didn't your mother say she's a distant cousin of the Gu family?
Gu Yijin's sharp intellect kicked in again.
His eyes were cold and dark as he stared at Sang Yin's retreating figure. If she were really my cousin, she wouldn't have only appeared now. I've never heard of such a cousin in all my years in the Gu family. I tested my dad, and he knows absolutely nothing about this cousin, it's a complete fabrication. My mom said Sang-in is from Xian County, Lini City. Go to that county and check if such a person exists. Then take her photo and offer a hefty reward on the gray market.
You must find out her identity.
I don't want any ulterior motives around Qingling. Zhang Jing suddenly laughed, and Gu Yijin looked at him with a puzzled expression.
What are you laughing at?
You're only starting to resemble your old self now.
I almost thought you were going to become a benevolent saint. Ever since Shen Qingling and Gu Yijin's heart-to-heart talk on the balcony, Gu Yijin has been like a different person. Gu Yijin sneered, lowering her eyes somewhat absently, and said, "What kind of kind saint? I've never been a good person. I only pretended to be one because of Qingling.
No one in this world deserves my kindness except Qingling. Zhang Jing, did you take the Chinese medicine I gave you?"
Gu Yijin, I'm perfectly normal. Don't listen to those people talking nonsense online, okay?
Zhang Jing, no, I think you really should take some Chinese medicine. Letting those words out there will only make those people more resentful. Zhang Jing paused, noticing something, and said, Jing, I think I saw Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi, but why are they dressed like that?
Gui Jin frowned and said, why are they here too? Qingling treating her cousin to ice cream is enough to make them come all the way here? They're so petty. Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow, so what are you doing here? Gui Jin, I came to see her because this woman has ulterior motives. Besides, there are so many people here, what if Qingling is in danger? I can't leave her alone.
Zhang Jing laughed, if you skip class so openly, your dad will definitely scold you for failing your final exams.
Gui Jin was even more ridiculous. He dragged Zhang Jing over during class, it was a wonder how he had the nerve to laugh at Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi. Gui Jin said nonchalantly, failing is fine. Let Gu Chengwang scold me if he wants.
Anyway, I don't need to be an excellent heir anymore, I have Qingling. Zhang Jing saw that Gui Jin had completely given up, but it didn't seem like a bad thing. At least Gui Jin seemed more lively and cheerful than before, instead of being gloomy and thinking about harming this person or that person every day.
Zhang Jing, so what do we mean now?
We've been standing here like two psychos staring at them. Gui Jin rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, of course we rescued Qingling from that group of women.
Let's go, charge in.
However, Gui Jin and Zhang Jing struggled to squeeze through the crowd of fans.
Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi, on the other hand, squeezed right in.
Shen Qingling was stunned to see Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi there. Even more amusingly, the two were dressed in black bodyguard suits, complete with walkie-talkies, looking incredibly professional.
Anyone who didn't know better would think they were bodyguards hired by a celebrity. What are you doing here? To be your bodyguards.
Ruan Mingi winked at Shen Qingling. Shang Xia pleaded softly, you're not allowed to buy her ice cream.
Otherwise, I'll buy that shop right now and make sure they don't make it for you. What if I go to another shop? Will you buy it for her too?
Then I'll cling to your leg and follow you wherever you go, but you're not allowed to buy her ice cream.
It's just an ice cream. I don't even have one. Why should she? Wah! Ruan Mingi frowned at her clingy behavior. Is this the time for you to be so clingy?
Let's get them out of here first, or these women will crush us. Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi pretended to be bodyguards, shielding Shen Qingling behind them and slowly leading him forward.
Sangin, isn't this my job?
The real bodyguards were pushed aside.
Two abstract young ladies dressed as bodyguards.
Before Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi could leave, a group of real bodyguards in black arrived. Nan Yan walked over with a group of burly men in black suits. Each of them was strong and burly, clearly not to be trifled with. This group of men were professional bodyguards and thugs from the Nan family casino, all ruthless characters. But when it came to professionalism, Nan Yan was the undisputed champion. Nan Yan walked forward with a cold face, surrounded by a group of burly men who looked like gangsters. The fans were no match for these men in suits and were pushed aside.
Add to that Nan Yan's cold face and gloomy expression, and anyone would be intimidated.
Gui Jin finally managed to squeeze in, only to witness Nan Yan's swaggering entrance.
Gui Jin took off his sunglasses, holy crap, Nan Yan.
Nan Yan saw Gui Jin and even deliberately stepped on his foot as he passed by. Nan Yan curled his lips into a defiant smirk, giving Gui Jin a provocative look. Enraged, Gui Jin wanted to rush forward and hit him, but Zhang Jing held him back tightly. Calm down.
Calm down, Jin. They outnumber us, we can't fight them. Nan Yan ignored Gui Jin and led his men to Shen Qingling's side. He lowered his eyes to Shang Xia and Ruan Mingi, saying coldly, get out of the way. Shang Xia scoffed, why should I? You tell me to get out of the way and I'll just leave. Nan Yan narrowed his eyes and said, I don't have a rule against hitting women. If you don't want to get slapped, you'd better get out of the way. Chapter 190. Which wild woman is Xiao Nian again?
Shen Qingling shielded Shang Xia behind her, saying, she's not very bright, why bother arguing with her?
Nan Yan's tone softened upon seeing Shen Qingling's expression. Let's get out of here first, no matter what.
With Nan Yan and the group of professional bodyguards, Shen Qingling finally managed to escape the encirclement. She hadn't gone far when she saw Shang Mo, who had been waiting for her.
Shang Mo said softly, "Qingling, there are many people outside.
Let's go to the office on the top floor of the mall to rest. I'm a shareholder here, and there's a private elevator.
It'll be easy for me to take you out."
Nan Yen said with a forced smile, "There's no need to trouble you, Mr. Shang. These bodyguards around me are all professionals."
Shang Mo said calmly, "If he follows you, what will the Gu family think if they see him? Have you considered the consequences?"
Nan Yen pursed her lips. Shang Mo's words made sense. Shen Qingling definitely couldn't just openly follow him like that, otherwise, if the Gu family saw her, they would definitely blame Shen Qingling for associating with the Nan family again.
He could only concede, saying, "Then thank you very much, Mr. Shang. Let's go up to the top floor first." Shang Xia and the others followed, unwilling to give up. Shang Mo led them into an office on the top floor. Upon reaching the top floor, Shen Qingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nan Yen said calmly, "So, are you coming back to the Nan family with me? You can sneak back tonight.
Those women probably won't betray you unless they're willing to see you punished by that old bastard Gu Chengwang."
Nan Yen glanced meaningfully at Shang Mo and the others.
Shang Xia put her hands on her hips and said, "Don't even think about it.
He won't go to the Nan family with you." Nan Yen ignored Shang Xia and continued directly to Shen Qingling. "Xiao Yan is clamoring to see you. Come with me." Shang Xia exclaimed in shock, "Who is this Xiao Yan?" Ruan Mingyi was even more blunt, "Xiao Yan? Just another pretext you used to lure Shen Qingling to the Nan family, isn't it? What a cunning family." Shen Qingling sighed, "You've misunderstood.
Xiao Yan is a poor child I rescued by chance. He hasn't seen me in a long time, and he's timid, so he'll be very uneasy." Shang Xia's lips drooped, looking utterly aggrieved. "There's a poor child in the Shang family waiting for you. Why do you pity others but not me?" Ruan Mingyi chimed in, "That's right, the Ruan family has one too."
Guijin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, "The Gu family has one too. Come home with me, Qingling." Zhang Jing scratched his head, "If all else fails, the Zhang family has one too." Nan Yan's forehead veins were practically bulging. He said speechlessly, "Hey! What are you all arguing about with a child? Are you all crazy?" Shang Mo raised an eyebrow, "Is it really the child who wants to see Qingling?
Then I wouldn't mind helping to bring him over to meet Qingling." Nan Yen said coldly, "Xiao Yan is shy and doesn't like being with strangers."
"Mr. Shang, you shouldn't waste your energy."
Shang Mo sighed, "Although the child is pitiful, Uncle Gu already dislikes Qingling's association with the Nan family. If it's discovered, it might affect their father-son relationship. And you knew this all along, yet you still recklessly sent him to risk his life at the Nan family. It seems that in your wife's hearts, the child has become more important than Qingling, is that right?" If Nan Yen admits that he's only doing this for Xiaoyan, then he's being incredibly selfish, disregarding Shen Qingling's situation. If he admits that he's doing this for Nanjin, then he's using the child as an excuse, which is also selfish and hypocritical. Either would severely damage Shen Qingling's impression of the Nan family. Especially the second one. Once he admits he's using the child as an excuse, he can no longer use Xiaoyan to ask Shen Qingling out, inevitably making Shen Qingling think that the Nan family is using the child for ulterior motives.
Nan Yan looked at Shang Mo. Sure enough, among these women, only Shang Mo had any brains. No wonder she could be a match for his mother. He wouldn't directly answer her question.
His mother had said that if a question was difficult to answer, he should change the subject, not answer directly, but only mention what was advantageous to him.
He looked directly at Shen Qingling and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, that's fine. My purpose in coming today is only to rescue you. Whether you come to the Nan family or not is up to you. I have no other intentions." Shang Mo's eyes darkened. The Nan family is indeed difficult to deal with. Since Nan Yen has said this, how could Shen Qingling refuse?
No matter what, Nan Yen helped him today, and with Xiao Yan included, he would naturally agree to go to the Nan family.
Shen Qingling looked at the others and said, "I'm going to the Nan family to see Xiao Yan. You won't tell my parents, will you?"
Shen Qingling said he was going to see the child and didn't mention Nanjun, so they would feel better.
Since Shen Qingling had already said this, they naturally couldn't object anymore.
Shang Xia could only watch helplessly as Shen Qingling and Nanyan left. But then she noticed that Sang Yin had also left with Shen Qingling. Shang Xia, her eyes wide with anger, exclaimed, "No, why was she allowed to go to the Nan family with Shen Qingling?
Did this woman cast a spell on Shen Qingling?"
Ruan Mingyi frowned. "First there was Nanjun, now there's my cousin, this is bad."
Shang Yimo looked at Sang Yin's retreating figure with suspicion, sensing something was amiss.
If Shen Qingling hadn't allowed Sang Yin to go, she wouldn't have suspected anything. But Shen Qingling allowed her to go to the Nan family with her, which was very strange.
Shang Yimo looked at Gui Jin and asked, "Have you met this cousin before?"
Gui Jin shook her head. "No, she's like she appeared out of thin air.
I've never seen her before."
Shang Yimo raised an eyebrow. "If I remember correctly, it was Mrs. Gu who said she was my cousin." Gui Jin replied sullenly, "Yes, it was Mom who said so, and Mom likes her very much."
Shang Yimo breathed a sigh of relief.
She looked at Shang Xia and said, "All right, let's go home." On the way back, Shang Xia kept complaining, especially about Sang Yin.
Shang Yimo curled her lips and said, "Just a bodyguard, is that worth getting so angry about?"
Shang Xia was stunned. What bodyguard?"
Shang Yimo told Shang Xia his guess.
If she really is Gui Jin's cousin from the Gu family, how could she not recognize her, and even say she appeared out of thin air?
Besides, given Qingling's personality, how could she allow a cousin to follow her around like this every day? It's one thing at other times, but having her come to the Nan family's house too? That's not right.
Unless she's a bodyguard hired by Madame Gu, and Qingling has no choice but to let her come, which is why she even takes her to school. The Shang family also hires bodyguards, a few openly, and several more secretly, otherwise, they're vulnerable to being schemed against. So it's not uncommon for some bodyguards to hide their identities and protect their employers. Shang Xia murmured, "Since this bodyguard was hired by Madame Gu, how could Qingling dare to take her to the Nan family? The Gu family is so opposed to this, perhaps they hired the bodyguard to monitor Qingling." Shang Yamo said with a deep look in his eyes, "Either Madame Gu is soft-hearted and tacitly allows the bodyguard to keep it from Gu Changwang.
Or perhaps this bodyguard hired by Madame Gu has ulterior motives."
Shang Yamo felt that Sang Yin's gaze towards Shen Qingling was very strange.
That wasn't the look a bodyguard should have.
Shang Xia sighed dejectedly, "Forget it, let's put this woman aside for now."
"What about Nanjun?"
"I didn't expect there to be a child as a bargaining chip. As long as Qingling is concerned about that child, she'll keep going to the Nan family. There's no way to stop her from seeing Nanjun."
Shang Yamo chuckled, "Let her be smug for a few more days. Her good days will be over soon." Chapter 191. He wants to control me before he's even become my stepfather. Stop the car.
Shen Qingling, sitting in the car, suddenly told the driver to stop, seemingly noticing something outside the window.
Nan Yan, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?"
Shen Qingling looked at Nan Yan and said, "Could you do me a favor?" A minute later, the car stopped in front of an ice cream shop. Nan Yan, accompanied by two burly men in black, was buying ice cream at Snow King Ice Cream Shop.
Nan Yan looked at the clerk expressionlessly and said, "One original, one matcha, and what was that again?"
"Boss, one strawberry sundae and one Oreo sundae."
"Oh, another strawberry sundae and some Oreo sundae." "Boss, young Master Shen said he wants both sundaes to go. Remember to pack them up."
The clerk, seeing Nan Yan's cold face and the two burly men behind him, didn't dare breathe loudly.
After taking the order, he quickly went to make the ice cream.
Two students who were originally going to buy ice cream nearby silently moved a little further away.
These days, you can even see gangsters buying ice cream.
I don't know why, but the way they hold their ice cream is hilarious. Nan Yan glared at the two of them as he passed by, making the girl shrink back in fear.
Nan Yan handed 2 ice creams to Shen Qingling. "Here, your ice cream." Shen Qingling directly gave the ice cream to Sang Yin. "The ice cream I promised you."
Sang Yin looked at the ice cream, feeling her heart melt like it. He truly remembered every word she said, and he wouldn't break his promise. When Shen Qingling was willing to be kind to someone, no one could resist. Seeing her staring blankly at the ice cream, Shen Qingling said, "It's going to melt if you don't take it soon." Nan Yan, in the front passenger seat, sneered and said, "How old are you to still eat this kind of thing?
And it's worth you remembering it like this? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?"
Before Nan Yan could finish speaking, Shen Qingling's hand was already outstretched.
"Ian, this is for you."
The call of Ian made Nan Yan's expression change. Only his biological mother had ever called him that before. He paused, seemingly lost in thought. After a dozen seconds, he turned to look at the ice cream.
"Is this especially for me? Or did she give it to me because she couldn't finish it? I've calculated it, one for Xiaoyin, one for you, one for Madam, and one for Xiaoyan."
So the 2 sundaes were packed up and taken away. One of these was bought for him by Shen Qingling. Nan Yan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile, but he still took the ice cream while grumbling.
"Who wants to eat something so childish? But I'll accept it because of your kind intentions." Nan Yan took the ice cream and started eating. Like a tsundere who says one thing but means another. "You bought me ice cream and you didn't even say thank you to your brother. What, you're already trying to control me before you've even become my stepfather?" "It's nothing, I just wanted to hear you call me brother. No, I won't.
Everyone I call brother dies, it's bad luck." Nan Yan then asked, "Why did you bring her along?
Aren't you afraid she'll tell on you?"
Before Shen Qingling could speak, Sangyin proactively explained, "At home, young Master Gu and Miss Lin don't like me. Only my brother protects me, so I want to stay with him."
"Don't worry, I won't say anything." Seeing Sang Yin's words, Nan Yan didn't say anything. Meanwhile, after Gui Jin returned to the Gu family home, when Sulan asked about Shen Qingling's whereabouts, Gui Jin felt very annoyed.
Shen Qingling had gone to the Nan family, and he had to stay home and cover for him.
Damn the Nan family mother and son. But to prevent Shen Qingling from being punished, he could only keep his secret.
Guijin smiled and said, "Mom, Qingling was invited to the Shang family by Shang Xia. She should be back after dinner."
Wan Sulan didn't think much of it.
She knew that Shang Xia had been very clingy to Shen Qingling lately. Plus, with Sang Yin there shouldn't be any problem. Guijin planned to inform Shang Xia first to avoid being exposed. After scrolling through WeChat for a while, Guijin realized he had blocked Shang Xia. Guijin had no choice but to tell Shang Mo about it, but he wasn't sure if Shang Mo would help cover for him. After all, she had no obligation to protect Shen Qingling. Shang Xia was the only one in the Shang family who was obsessed with love, so it was safer to ask her.
To his surprise, Shang Mo agreed.
Guijin was stunned for a moment, then put the matter aside.
Shang Xia must have been pestering Shang Mo, otherwise Shang Mo wouldn't have bothered with such a trivial matter.
Guijin was depressed at home, and Shang Xia was even more so. Upon hearing Shang Mo mention that Guijin used the Shang family as a cover to send Shen Qingling to the Nan family, Shang Xia angrily retorted, "What's the difference between this and a wife having to listen in on her husband's affair?"
"It's so pathetic." Shang Mo smiled wryly, "You've heard about it before, haven't you? The pathetic Shang Xia." She lay on the sofa, hugging a pillow and muttering, "Why are you making fun of me about this? If this continues, we might not even have the right to listen anymore."
Shang Mo was currently sitting at her computer, working. Seeing Shang Xia's depressed and pitiful expression, she said calmly, "Actually, it's not that difficult."
Shang Xia's eyes lit up.
She jumped off the sofa, hugged her pillow, and squatted down beside Shang Mo, massaging her legs.
"My dear sister, do you have any ideas? Tell me."
She tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She looked every bit the love-struck woman. Shang Mo's long, beautiful fingers gently tapped the table. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Tomorrow is the day Shen Qingling will teach Lin Xingmian.
Invite Lin Xingmian to the Shang family home."
Shang Xia said listlessly, I thought it was some great idea."
"Is this all? What's the difference between this and inviting your husband's mistress home? Isn't it even more hurtful?" Shang Mo tapped her head and said, "How can they be the same? Do you think Lin Xingmian and Nanjun are the same?
Nanjun could drive you crazy, but Lin Xingnian wouldn't. After meeting her a few times, I think that girl is quite well behaved.
Shang Xia said speechlessly, that's because you don't know.
Nanjun is deliberately annoying, but this little girl can drive people crazy with just the things she says unintentionally.
Shang Mo turned her gaze back to the computer. She pushed up her glasses and said, anyway, the solution is here. It's up to you whether you're willing to put it into practice.
Shang Xia stood up and said, forget it, it's fine to invite Shen Qingling over to see us.
Consider it making friends and bringing her into our camp. If she could reconcile with her archenemy, Ruan Mingyi, then a naive girl like Lin Xingnian would be even easier. Go for it, Shang Xia. You can do it. Shang Xia acted immediately, driving straight to the Lin family home.
Lin Xingnian was eagerly anticipating tomorrow's class when Shang Xia's sudden arrival surprised her for a moment.
She asked innocently, Miss Shang? Did Teacher Shen send you to deliver something to me? Shang Xia. Chapter 192. The puppy is very sad.
She knew this little girl could annoy her with just a few words.
She wasn't Shen Qingling's errand girl. Fine, now she didn't even need to run errands anymore, sob.
Thinking of the important matter, Shang Xia gave Lin Xingnian a sweet smile and affectionately took her arm, saying, it's like this, I'd like to invite you to my house tomorrow, okay? Lin Xingnian was initially flattered, but then remembered that tomorrow was the day Teacher Shen was going to teach her, and couldn't help but frown, saying, but tomorrow is the day Teacher Shen is going to teach me. Shang Xia chuckled, it's okay, you can come to my house for class, and then have dinner at my house after class. Anyway, you guys had class at the Gu family's house last time, so why not come to the Shang family's house this time? My garden and yard are bigger than the Gu family's, and I have villas of all styles. You can paint whatever you want, and I'll fulfill any requests you have. Looking at Shang Xia's excited and enthusiastic manner, Lin Xingnian was stunned. Shang Xia was very enthusiastic, but she didn't quite understand why. However, Miss Shang had previously helped Teacher Shen deliver something to her, so she should be grateful. Lin Xingnian felt embarrassed to refuse her.
She really couldn't say no.
Besides, Miss Shang was Teacher Shen's friend, so it shouldn't be a problem.
But will Teacher Shen agree? Yes, trust me. As long as you're willing to go, he definitely won't say anything. He's the most accommodating person to you. Lin Xingnian blushed at her words, then can I ask Teacher Shen first?
Shang Xia patted her chest and said, leave it to me, I'll definitely persuade him. Lin Xingnian felt both nervous and expectant. She really didn't have many friends, and suddenly meeting Shang Xia, who was like a little son, made her feel shy, flustered, and a little happy. She couldn't help but smile and whisper, this is the first time a girl has invited me to her home.
Thank you, Miss Shang. Seeing Lin Xingnian's shy and touched expression, Shang Xia was taken aback. She vaguely remembered that Lin Xingnian seemed to have depression. Just inviting her to his house was enough to move him, this was too much. The girl's sincere and innocent eyes softened Shang Xia's heart. She smiled and said, you can come to my house often in the future. My house is very big, and I have many friends I can introduce you to. Shang Mo was right, Lin Xingnian was different from Nanjun.
She was a simple and adorable girl, not at all annoying.
As for Nanjun
had already received Nanyan's message that Shen Qingling was coming to the Nan family. Nanjun was naturally overjoyed. Nanjun carefully dressed up, applying a very elegant lipstick.
The woman's full red lips looked exceptionally beautiful in the mirror.
Xiaoyan stood to the side, not understanding anything, just watching her curiously.
Nanjun turned to look at him and asked, Xiaoyan, do I look pretty today? Xiaoyan nodded.
Auntie is pretty, but when will brother arrive? Nanjun smiled, children can't hide their thoughts. While praising her beauty, his eyes kept glancing towards the door. Clearly, he was waiting for Shen Qingling. Nanjun stood up, took his hand, and smiled, let's go to the front hall and wait for your brother. If Xiaoyan wants to see his brother often, tell him what's on your mind, like how much you miss him. Xiaoyan is too shy to say it, afraid of bothering his brother.
No, you won't. How will your brother know you miss him if you don't tell him?
It's because his brother knows you miss him that he comes to see you often. Then Xiao Nian will tell him. Xiao Nian gave a shy and adorable smile, his fair face now quite rounder.
It was clear the Nan family treated him with care. He had become much closer to Nan Jin and Nan Yen recently.
Nan Yen sometimes deliberately scared him, so he still preferred being with Nan Jin. Nan Jin gently stroked his face, then led Xiao Nian to the front hall.
Not long after, Nan Yen and Shen Qingling entered together. Nan Jin's face immediately lit up with a smile.
A beauty is most beautiful when she displays emotion. Her beautiful eyes became incredibly captivating when she looked at Shen Qingling. However, her smile faltered for a moment upon seeing Sang Yin, then returned to normal. She stepped forward, scrutinized him, and asked, "So many people were surrounding you at the mall today, are you all right?"
Shen Qingling replied, "I'm fine, but they were just fans asking for autographs and photos. I won't get hurt."
Nanjin's beautiful fox-like eyes curved into a smile. "Then can I ask you for an autograph and a photo, big star?"
Shen Qingling smiled helplessly. "What big star? They all just like my looks." Nanjin teased, "Who doesn't like a pretty face? I like one too."
She took a step closer, slightly raising an eyebrow, exuding a seductive charm. Her seemingly delicate hand, adorned with red nail polish, rested on Shen Qingling's shoulder. "Will you sign one, The last word, uttered with a slightly raised tone, sounded like a coquettish plea, yet carried an unspoken, ambiguous allure.
Sang Yin was utterly astonished. What were those scheming women compared to this Madame Nan?
She was a master at dealing with men. Standing behind Shen Qingling, Sang Yin watched, her nails digging into her palms. Before, she could watch Shen Qingling and Nanjin flirt without flinching, but now she couldn't bear it any longer. She frowned and slowly lowered her eyes, her mind far from calm. This woman was incredibly alluring, every move she made was captivating. To be fair, Nanjin was a very charming woman. Even if she didn't like Nanjin, she had to admit that Nanjin had the qualities to make men infatuated. But seeing Shen Qingling smile so gently at her, she felt a deep loathing for this woman. She hated her fox-like eyes, hated her seductive smile, hated her touching Shen Qingling's body. That was her master. The little dog was heartbroken.
Sang Yin's oppressive aura only deepened the smile in Nanjin's eyes. "Brother, I want to go out for some fresh air, it's a bit stuffy."
"Okay, go ahead." Shen Qingling seemed oblivious to Sang Yin's emotions.
Sang Yin walked out dejectedly.
She turned back at the door, but Shen Qingling didn't even glance at her. She suddenly felt lost.
What did Shen Qingling really mean to her? Sometimes gentle, sometimes cold, sometimes close, sometimes distant. Was his affection for this Madame Nan genuine or feigned? Nanjin's gaze inadvertently swept over Sang Yin by the door.
She lowered her eyes and smiled. Apparently, she wasn't anyone important. Nanjin turned to Shen Qingling and smiled. "Sit down and talk. Xiao Nian missed you terribly, he's been eagerly waiting for you to come this morning."
Shen Qingling sat down, then smiled and pulled Xiao Nian onto his lap.
Shen Qingling asked about Xiao Nian's daily life and studies, and was relieved to see that he was doing well.
He looked up at Nan Yan beside him. "Ian, where's the ice cream you bought?" Nan Yan leaned against the wall, watching Shen Qingling and Xiao Nian, lost in thought.
Seeing him so engrossed, Shen Qingling called out again, "Ian."
Nan Yan then snapped out of his reverie.
He took 2 sundaes from the bag, giving one to Xiao Nian and one to Nanjin.
Nanjin laughed, looking at the ice cream in her hand. "Why did you buy this?" "It's fine for Xiao Nian. My stomach isn't good, I can't eat anything too cold."
Nanjin didn't want to eat ice cream in front of Shen Qingling, because it would ruin her beautiful lipstick. Every move she made in front of Shen Qingling had to be perfect.
Besides, ice cream is sweet and fattening, so it's best not to eat it. Beauty always requires sacrifice.
She had a morbid obsession with her perfect figure.
"He already has one, it's not good for a child to eat too much." "I'll take this one." Nan Yan picked it up and started eating.
Nanjin shook her head helplessly. Standing beside Shen Qingling, Nanjin continued, "Xiao Nian's mother came to see her a couple of days ago. She's working now, saying she wants to pay you back the money."
"That's good. It's good to have a stable job, that way, Xiao Nian's life will be easier. With the Nan family around, he can live a life of comfort and security. He won't have to worry about anything.
Shen Qingling looked up and asked, "Are you really going to support him for life?"
Nanjun smiled. "I never break my promises. Supporting Xiao Nian is no problem.
The Nan family is large and wealthy, we won't let a child starve.
If you feel bad about it, just give me some living expenses each month."
Shen Qingling smiled and asked, "How much living expenses does Madam want?" Nanjun leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Just one kiss."
Shen Qingling blushed instantly. In front of Xiao Nian.
He's just a child, he wouldn't understand. Auntie wants her brother to kiss her, Xiao Nian understands.
Shen Qingling awkwardly explained, Xiao Nian misheard. Xiao Nian giggled, and Nan Yan, finding him in the way, simply took him from Shen Qingling's arms.
Now only Shen Qingling and Nanjun remained in the front hall. Nanjun stood, Shen Qingling sat. Nanjun leaned down slightly and touched his face, her eyes filled with longing and love. The woman's soft, fragrant black hair brushed against Shen Qingling's nose. A soft, seductive voice reached his ears.
"Can I give you this month's allowance now, Teacher Shen?" Chapter 193, adding fragrance to the red sleeves.
She still loved calling him Little Teacher Shen with a smile.
It sounded somewhat special.
The soft, melodious tone of her Wu dialect when she called him Little Teacher Shen was particularly alluring. Shen Qingling's Adam's apple bobbed, and he looked away, saying, "I've never actually taught Madam, how can I call her teacher?"
"Since you're here today, why don't you teach me?"
"I've come all this way to the Nan family, does Madam just want me to teach you to write?"
If any other man said this, it would be an obvious hint.
But Shen Qingling's tone was serious, his eyes clear, leaving no room for doubt about his intentions. It seemed he simply felt that such precious time was being wasted on writing. Moreover, Shen Qingling was quite interesting. He could have called Nanjun's sister, but he always called her Madam. She wouldn't have thought anything of it if others called her that, but coming from Shen Qingling, it had a certain ambiguity.
Wouldn't it be even more alluring if the seemingly innocent boy, with his ulterior motives, called her Madam?
Each Madam carried the boy's restrained and suppressed affection. Ambiguity blossomed, undercurrents surged, yet neither was explicitly stated, separated by a thin, indistinct veil.
This half-hearted flirting was even more thrilling.
The boy before her seemed completely oblivious. Nanjun couldn't help but smile at his clear eyes.
She blinked and said softly, "So, what does Teacher Shen want to do?" "Something more interesting."
Shen Qingling seemed to realize something was off about his words.
He explained, I didn't mean anything by it. I just meant we should chat more and get to know each other better. Practicing calligraphy and chatting don't conflict. Come, let's go to the study."
Nanjun suddenly took his hand and pulled him up from his chair.
She didn't use much force, and the boy readily got up and followed her. As they walked, Shen Qingling said, "But won't this be distracting?"
"Doing two things at once makes it impossible to concentrate."
Nanjun turned back and smiled, "How could I not concentrate? My heart is full of Teacher Shen. Don't believe me? Listen."
She took his hand and placed it on her heart, raising her eyes and alluringly curving them into a soft voice, "Teacher Shen, listen to whether my heart is only for you."
Shen Qingling's eyelids trembled, and his hand went numb as if electrocuted.
He touched a large, soft mass. The boy blushed and withdrew his hand, saying in a shaky voice, "Madam, please." Feeling the boy's erratic breathing, Nanjun smiled with satisfaction.
Nanjun knew Shen Qingling was an innocent and easily embarrassed young man, so she didn't tease him in public. She smiled and said, "I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's go play in the study."
Nanjun's choice of words was quite interesting. She clearly said she was going to practice calligraphy, yet she used the word play. The two walked hand in hand out of the front hall, through the long corridor, and towards the study.
Nanjun was wearing a cheongsam again today.
The tight-fitting cheongsam accentuated her slender waist, highlighting her full hips and long, fair legs, all beautifully showcasing her S-shaped figure. The swaying of her waist as she walked was exceptionally alluring. Graceful and swaying wouldn't be an exaggeration. The sound of her high heels on the ground seemed to resonate deep within, leaving one restless. Nanjun, looking like a seductive vixen, led the scholar towards the study. The woman smiled radiantly, her eyes alluring, truly like a fox spirit. Sangin stood in the corner, watching their clasped hands, her brows furrowed deeply. Love breeds jealousy, inferiority, insecurity, and possessiveness.
Sangin was deeply affected by the scene. Did Shen Qingling prefer this kind of sexy woman?
Compared to Nanjun, she was the complete opposite.
Nanjun was sexy and alluring, while she had the cute, childlike appearance of a loli.
They were completely unrelated, and there was no chance of her winning. She pursed her lips and glanced down.
Should she get breast augmentation surgery?
Shen Qingling heard Sang Yin's heart flutter again as he reached the study door.
He smiled. Indeed, competition is what makes a woman insecure.
They only want something more and cherish it more when someone else is vying for it. Sang Yin, stimulated by this, felt a surge of jealousy and competitiveness, and her attraction level rose accordingly.
Why aren't you coming in? What are you daydreaming about? Nothing.
Shen Qingling stepped inside. It was the familiar study, the familiar desk. The two of them had kissed here last time.
Nanjun thought he might be remembering that.
She pressed Shen Qingling down into a chair, while she stood to the side. Shen Qingling tried to stand up, but Nanjun held his shoulder to prevent him from doing so.
Shen Qingling looked up at her in confusion. Why isn't Madam sitting down?
Nanjun smiled and said, I'll make some tea for Teacher Shen before he sits down.
Shen Qingling nodded his thanks. Thank you, Madam.
Nanjun made him tea, and the leisurely aroma of tea immediately filled the study. The way the woman made tea was also exceptionally beautiful.
Every movement exuded an indescribable charm.
A strand of hair cascaded down her cheek, enhancing her soft beauty. As Nanjun picked up the celadon-covered bowl, the jade bracelet on her wrist jingled.
The sunlight illuminated her fair skin, making the colors of her cheongsam even more vibrant.
The rising steam from the teapot blurred the corners of her upturned eyes. She tilted her head and gently bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. She casually picked up a cup from the side and poured herself a cup of tea.
Let me test the temperature first. She picked up the cup and took a sip. The rosy lipstick on the woman's lips left an alluring mark on the rim of the teacup. This woman was so alluring even while drinking tea.
The young man stared at the alluring red Adam's apple bobbing on her lips.
It seems warm enough now.
She deliberately took out another cup, placed it in front of Shen Qingling, and then poured him some tea. As she bent down to pour tea, Shen Qingling was breathless at the wafting fragrance. Two soft mounds beneath her silk cheongsam pressed against his left shoulder, a brief but alluring touch that seemed almost unconscious. The glimpses of her fair skin, barely visible through the cheongsam slit, were revealed as she bent to pour. She lowered her eyes and said softly, Teacher Shen, how does this tea taste? The woman's breath, close to his body, made the back of his neck instantly break out in a light sweat.
Shen Qingling picked up the teacup and drank, watching her expectant gaze.
As he drank, he saw a beautiful pattern unfurling at the bottom of the cup in the steam, resembling the curves of her skin beneath the buttons of her cheongsam, alluring and captivating.
How is it? Is it good? It's delicious. Does Teacher Shen like tea? Shen Qingling hesitated noticeably for a moment, but then said, yes.
Nanjun realized he was just saying that to appease her. It seemed Shen Qingling didn't have the habit of drinking tea. Jiancheng didn't have this custom, only those from out of town had it. While Shen Qingling drank her tea, Nanjun picked up the inkstone beside her.
I'll grind the ink for Teacher Shen.
While Shen Qingling drank her tea, Nanjun ground the ink. Sunlight shone on her beautiful, fair face, creating a serene and peaceful scene. This was truly a case of a beautiful woman adding fragrance to one's life. Chapter 194. She was clearly the one being provoked. Nanjun gave Shen Qingling the most beautiful fantasy a man could have about his other half.
She paused in grinding ink, suddenly looking at him.
Sure enough, the young man was staring at her, lost in thought. She said in a slightly coquettish tone, My wrists are so tired. The young man snapped out of his reverie, lowered his eyes, and said softly, Madam, please rest for a while.
Nanjun smiled and said, "Would you like me to massage them, Teacher Shen?" Shen Qingling's pupils suddenly contracted, unsure how to answer. While the young man was still in a daze, she suddenly sat on his lap. Feeling the young man's stiffness, Nanjun hooked her arms around his neck and pulled him into her embrace, saying, "May I borrow Teacher Shen's lap to rest for a bit?" Seeing the young man's Adam's apple bob violently, Nanjun extended her beautiful fingertips and traced the shape of his Adam's apple. "Didn't Teacher Shen say before that practicing calligraphy is rather boring?" "Madam, that's not what I meant." "I don't care, I've already taken that as my understanding. Or do you think I'm too heavy?" "No, madam is very light, not heavy at all." "Then it's alright for me to sit for a while, isn't it? Anyway, didn't Teacher Shen say last time that he liked me?" "If we're mutually attracted, this little bit of contact is nothing." "Teacher Shen is going to teach me to write, isn't he? I happen to have a few questions I'd like to ask Teacher Shen." "You mean, to write like this?" "Yes, you can teach me step by step, isn't that more convenient?" Nanjun sat in his lap, looking at him with innocent yet alluring eyes, making it impossible for him to refuse. "It's rare for me to see you, I just want to get closer to you, so please don't refuse me, okay?" With Nanjun saying this, how could Shen Qingling bear to refuse her? "What would you like to write, madam?" "Just write both of our names." "All right." Shen Qingling was about to write his own name, Shen, when Nanjun raised her hand to stop him. She smiled and said, "Write my name first." Shen Qingling picked up a pen and wrote Nanjun's name on the paper. The woman looked at his beautiful handwriting and praised earnestly. "They say handwriting reflects the person. Teacher Shen's handwriting is truly clear and sharp." Shen Qingling smiled slightly. "Madam, you flatter me." Then she pointed to the character Shen that Shen Qingling had written and said, "Teacher Shen, I always struggle with this stroke. Could you teach me how to write it properly?" She blinked at him, her curled eyelashes like a fan. "Show me first, then I can teach you." "Okay." Just when he thought she was going to write it herself, she suddenly grasped Shen Qingling's hand. "Let me hold your hand and write it once, that way you'll feel it more clearly. Then hold my hand and write it again when you teach me, I'll feel it even more clearly then." The woman leaned forward, her full breasts almost pressing against the back of his hand. A few strands of hair brushed against his knuckles holding the brush. The cool jade bracelet slid down Shen Qingling's burning hand, guiding his hand in a graceful arc across the rice paper. Shen Qingling noticed her problem, pointed it out, and then, following her instructions, held her hand and began to teach her. "This should be written like this." His gaze was focused and earnest, unwavering, and the alluring atmosphere gradually dissipated as he patiently taught her calligraphy, word by word. Nanjun, watching his earnest expression, felt a stirring within her. She couldn't quite describe whether she felt disappointed or surprised. Shen Qingling was genuinely unaffected by her good looks, earnestly teaching her to write. She had initially thought that men were all susceptible to beauty, and that Shen Qingling would likely do something with her because of her teasing and flirting. But apart from occasionally blushing, Shen Qingling did nothing else. He was the epitome of gentlemanly conduct. Yet, she wanted to see this hidden side of him. She wanted to see him lose control, to see him reveal a different side. She wanted to see Shen Qingling go crazy for her, to see those cold eyes tinged with desire because of her. But Shen Qingling was too focused, or perhaps he was too upright, unwilling to make any frivolous moves towards her. Nanjun's feelings were complicated, yet his integrity improved Shen Qingling's image in her eyes. Shen Qingling knew very well that if he easily accepted her advances and something happened between them, it wouldn't advance their relationship further. Things easily obtained are never cherished. She might think this man was nothing special, just prey she could easily obtain, no different from other men. Therefore, Shen Qingling wouldn't let her have her way. The more unattainable something is, the more she desires it, the more she values him, the deeper she falls. Shen Qingling didn't consider himself a gentleman. How could he remain unmoved by such beauty? It was simply that the time wasn't right. Anyway, good things come to those who wait. What's meant to be his will eventually be his. Men who can restrain their lust are ruthless. Shen Qingling was that kind of ruthless person. With Shen Qingling beside her, Nanjun was completely distracted.
Her gaze kept falling on his handsome face and those beautiful yet aloof eyes. Feeling the boy's strong heartbeat, she couldn't help but become distracted and let her mind wander. It wasn't just Nanjun flirting with Shen Qingling was also playing hard to get with her.
Men and women use different methods to seduce.
Shen Qingling's method made it impossible for her to discern his intentions. She would only be immersed in the ambiguous atmosphere he created. He held her hand, his face drawing closer and closer to hers. His breath brushed against her ear, making her cheeks burn. His clear, magnetic voice stirred her imagination. The cool scent of tea lingered around her nose. The boy's strong heartbeat and the feel of his chest muscles were incredibly clear to her. Choosing to sit on his lap and snuggle into his arms seemed like a mistake. She was the one being teased. Shen Qingling carefully taught her to write her name several times. But because of her lack of focus, the characters she wrote remained the same.
She feigned annoyance, saying, "Am I too stupid?
That's why I don't improve no matter how you teach me." Shen Qingling comforted her, practicing calligraphy isn't something that can be changed overnight.
Just practice more, and your handwriting will get better and better. Nanjun's eyes crinkled as she said, "I know. I've finished writing my name, now it's your turn."
She grasped Shen Qingling's hand and asked, "Does the autograph you promised, Teacher Shen, still stand?" Nanjun wanted to get back at her. How could she let her indulge in desire alone? He couldn't remain so calm, his usually cool eyes should be tinged with lust to please her. Shen Qingling assumed she only wanted an autograph and readily agreed, "I'll write it if you want." Just as Shen Qingling was about to write his name on the paper, Nanjun stopped him again.
"I don't want to sign it on paper."
"Then where?" "Here." She reached down and removed the thin shawl from her shoulders, revealing her fair shoulders.
Chapter 195 Even if you do nothing, I will still love you.
Nanjun was about to unbutton her shirt to reveal her back when Shen Qingling suddenly grabbed her wrist. The boy stopped her.
"Don't do this."
His tone was no longer gentle, but rather tinged with melancholy. Nanjun paused, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Didn't you promise to sign my autograph?" Shen Qingling pulled her shawl up, neatly covering her shoulders. He looked intently into her eyes. "You don't need to do these things to confirm my feelings. Even if you do nothing, just stand there, I will love you." The most touching words of love could not be more so. Shen Qingling's words completely stunned Nanjun. The woman's lightly clenched fingers suddenly tightened. Shen Qingling was no longer just flirting. He was tightly holding her heart, grasping it little by little in his hands. Nanjun was stunned for a few seconds, then became bewildered. Although Nanjun appeared sexy and alluring, those who didn't know her might think she was a cunning and manipulative woman, even a seasoned veteran of many relationships. But in reality, before meeting Shen Qingling, she had never even touched a man's hand. Her skills stemmed solely from observing how other women seduced men. She viewed these as methods to win a man's heart. But Shen Qingling was different. He actually said even if she did nothing, he would still love her. This kind of love was something Nanjun had never seen before. Hearing this, a huge wave of emotion surged within her, followed by bewilderment. She always felt that a man's heart could only be won through calculation, through lustful arousal, to keep his heart forever. All her past experiences had taught her that the body was a woman's weapon, a tool she used to conquer men. Shen Qingling, however, showed her otherwise. Shen Qingling said softly, "Did I do something to make you uneasy?" Nanjun lowered her eyes and said, "You didn't do anything wrong. I just want you to love me a little more. It's because I liked you first that physical contact came about, it's a natural progression. It's not because you did these things that I started liking you. Otherwise, would this person be in love with you, or just your appearance?" Nanjun looked up at him and said, "If it can make you like me more, even if it's just my appearance, I'll be happy. But even the most beautiful face will grow old one day. The only thing that remains unchanged is the heart, only true love is eternal." The affection in the boy's eyes was so sincere that her breathing became erratic, and she avoided his gaze. At this moment, she couldn't bear to look directly at his sincerity. The word eternal was too distant, she dared not think about it. Compared to Shen Qingling,
Was she not sincere enough, not pure enough in this relationship?
She suddenly felt very sorry for him. She had underestimated him, which was why she hoped to seduce him with her body.
If she succeeded, how would she view him? My lady, it's actually very simple to make me love you more. Is that so? What do you need me to do?
He smiled, looking at her with a look of deep affection.
Just be yourself.
As time goes by, you'll still be you, and my love will only grow deeper with time.
Nanjun hadn't expected Shen Qingling to speak so movingly.
He seemed born to say such sweet nothings. More touching than any carefully crafted romantic phrase. In this situation, he certainly didn't have time to think things through. Therefore, these must be his true feelings, spoken from the heart.
Nanjun's eyes welled up with tears.
She hugged Shen Qingling's neck and nestled against his chest.
But I feel like I have nothing that would make you like me, except for this rather attractive appearance.
Even a woman like Nanjun felt insecure in the face of the boy she loved. Liking and loving are inexplicable, not a matter of worthiness. Falling in love is always voluntary, uncontrollable. Even if the other person hurts you deeply, you'll still love them.
Love itself cannot be measured in value. To me, you are priceless.
Nanjun was deeply moved.
How can you be so good at sweet talk? I used to think you were just a naive young man, but I never expected you to speak so eloquently. No woman could resist. I'm just telling you what's in my heart. Nanjun's eyes crinkled with happiness.
So this is what it feels like to be loved.
She felt happiness for the first time. She tilted her head back and gently kissed his cheek. Thank you for loving me, Qingling.
This kiss was more moving than any of her previous teasing gestures. And so were these words. Shen Qingling lowered his eyes, looking into her incredibly beautiful eyes, lost in love, and leaned down to gently kiss her eyes. At this moment, his kiss was genuine.
Nanjun couldn't help but tremble, realizing what Shen Qingling had said earlier. A gentle kiss was far more moving than any frivolous flirtation.
Her heart was beating faster than ever. Seeing her reddened eyes, the boy explained further.
I'm a man too. It's not that I don't like those things.
I couldn't possibly be indifferent to what you did, but I'm willing to endure it.
So don't think I don't like you, and don't feel uneasy about it. Nanjun felt even happier.
So he was just enduring. She smiled and asked, why should I endure it?
Shen Qingling pursed his lips and countered, what's our relationship now? Nanjun laughed at his persistent yet earnest question. These kinds of questions usually come from girls.
Her fingers slowly traced his cheek.
Whatever kind of relationship you want us to have, that's what I care about. I don't care about empty titles. We can't do that, otherwise it would be disrespectful to you, bad for you.
Before we're officially together, doing that is disrespectful.
Nanjun was moved by his earnest and persistent demeanor, her eyes softening even more. How could there be such a gentlemanly young man as Shen Qingling in the world? Most of the men she'd met only wanted to enjoy the ambiguity and didn't want to take responsibility.
Shen Qingling, however, had responsibility and respect for women ingrained in his very being.
Nanjun lowered her eyes, frowned, and sighed, to be honest, Qingling, I really like you, but my status I'm not good enough for you. Why do you think like that? I've never thought like that. I know you don't, but there are more people in this world than just the two of us. Living in this world means having to be mindful of others' opinions.
I'm already this old, and you know my reputation in Jiangcheng. I don't care about those things anymore, but you can't.
She looked up at him, her eyes filled with love. Qingling, you're still young. You'll inherit the Gu family in the future. Getting involved with me isn't a good thing for you.
Actually, Nanjun had also struggled with this question.
What exactly was her relationship with Shen Qingling? Would they have a future together? Chapter 196 Do I have the right to be jealous?
She truly loved him, but in a sense, they were mismatched. Even though Madame Gu hadn't made things difficult for her that day, and spoke gently and tactfully, the underlying meaning was quite clear. She and Shen Qingling were from different worlds.
She was torn and heartbroken, yet she couldn't let him go. She didn't want to give him up either. She had finally managed to win Shen Qingling away from Shang Mo. How could she be willing to do that? She couldn't bear to watch Shen Qingling leave her and fall in love with another woman. But if she were truly with him, only Shen Qingling would be hurt. The more she loved him, the less she could bear to hurt him. She feared that Shen Qingling would face criticism for being too close to her, and even more, she feared that he would ruin his future because of her. His life and future should have been bright and promising. She was just a woman walking in the shadows, unable to see the light. So what do you mean? Are you going to continue this clandestine relationship? Qingling, for me, knowing your feelings is enough. This so-called name only brings you harm. To put it bluntly, I'd be willing to be your lover. But I can't do that. Nanjun paused, looking at him in surprise. Then what do you want to do? Don't do anything impulsive. Shen Qingling smiled, nothing. Anyway, I'll definitely make sure you can be with me openly. Nanjun was both touched and worried. Shen Qingling, remembering something, suddenly said, I heard from Nan Yan that your birthday is at the end of the month. Yes. On your birthday, I'll give you a wonderful birthday present. I'm afraid you won't be able to come to my birthday party. I heard from Gui Jin that your father practically wants to lock you at home to prevent you from seeing me. I'm having a banquet on my birthday, your father definitely knows, and he'll know exactly what you're up to. I'll persuade him. But. No buts, don't worry, I'll definitely come. Nanjun smiled with a complex expression. The love of young people is always sincere and passionate, genuine and moving. Perhaps she should trust him. She suddenly began to look forward to her birthday. What birthday present would Shen Qingling give her? Shen Qingling held her quietly for a while, and Nanjun fell asleep in his arms. He almost forgot that she was also a woman busy with the family business, and dealing with so many things must be exhausting. Shen Qingling held her and let her sleep. He picked up a brush from the table and wrote his name on a piece of paper. This was his promise to her. He wrote his name next to Nanjun's. After writing, he lowered his eyes to look at the woman sleeping with a furrowed brow, sighed softly, and carried her to the couch in the study before leaving. Sangin stood outside the door. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. How long have you been standing here? Sangin lied, just arrived. Actually, she had been standing outside the door as soon as Shen Qingling and Nanjun entered the study. However, there was no sound from inside, it seemed nothing had happened. She inadvertently glanced into the study, the desk only had teaware and paper, looking very neat. Shen Qingling suddenly lifted her chin. What are you thinking about? Sang Yin's eyelids fluttered, and she smiled, nothing. I didn't know where to go by myself, and I'm used to following you, so I came looking for you. Shen Qingling released her. Oh, I thought you were jealous. Sang Yin's heart skipped a beat, and she bit her lip. Then do I have the right to be jealous? Shen Qingling chuckled, and Sang Yin didn't understand the meaning behind his laughter. Seeing that Shen Qingling didn't speak, she took a step forward, looked up expectantly, and asked, Did you? No. Shen Qingling was always like this, occasionally giving her a fleeting illusion that she had touched him, touched happiness. But when she was lost in thought, he would quickly bring her back to reality, making her realize how naive her unrealistic ideas were. Is he really treating her like a dog? But the way he coldly and indifferently said no was so handsome. She had always liked being his dog, even with his alternating hot and cold attitude, she was content, even finding a masochistic pleasure in it. She was truly shameless. Sang Yin couldn't help but despise herself for being so spineless. But she was completely under Shen Qingling's control, what could she do? Sang Yin smiled and said, Okay, I hope I can get my love number someday. Shen Qingling was amused by her obedient appearance. What love number? Sang Yin's eyes crinkled, like how you fished for Shang Xia and the others, I'd be willing to be fished by you too. Shen Qingling chuckled, knowing I'm fishing, you'd still be willing to be fished. Sang Yin blinked obediently, what's wrong with fishing? If you fish me every day, what's the difference between that and loving me? Shen Qingling patted her head and remained silent. The young man walked past her, leaving Sang Yin alone, her heart fluttering at the gesture of the head pat. Was this being stroked by her master? Sangin turned and followed Shen Qingling.
When Nanjun woke up, she found Shen Qingling gone, and she was lying on the couch. She walked to the desk and looked at it, seeing the boy's name written beside it. Her heart melted. Nanjun looked at it for a while and then put it down. When she went to the front hall, Shen Qingling and Nan Yan were chatting, with Xiao Yan sitting in Shen Qingling's lap.
Shen Qingling was coaxing Xiao Yan to sleep while playing with Nan Yan. He was acting like a doting father.
Although it sounded unbelievable, Nan Yan felt maternal love from Shen Qingling.
Some people are born with the ability to love, like Shen Qingling.
From the first time he saw Shen Qingling save Xiao Yan, Nan Yan had felt it. He could draw strength from Shen Qingling's love. Like Nanjun, he was a river about to dry up. Shen Qingling was like all-encompassing water, flowing into his heart.
Nanjun asked, "Didn't you say you had something to do this afternoon? Why are you still here?"
Nan Yan stubbornly replied, "I had my subordinates take care of it. I'm staying home with my mother in Xiaoyan today." Nanjun saw through his insincerity and found it amusing, but didn't call him out on it. It was better to save him some face, otherwise, pointing it out in front of Shen Qingling would likely make him furious. Shen Qingling stayed at the Nan family home for dinner before leaving.
As he left, Nan Yan kept watching his retreating figure. Nanjun said with amusement, "What, you're even more reluctant to let me go than I am."
Nan Yan pursed his lips.
"What is there for me to be reluctant about?"
Nanjun smiled and said, "You've practically clung to him all day, even more so than during the Lunar New Year.
Don't you realize it?" Nan Yan's expression changed, and he lowered his eyes. "Is it that obvious?" "Yes, I reckon Shen Qingling noticed too, and is just teasing you. I think he looks a lot like my mother." Nanjun was taken aback.
The mother he was referring to wasn't herself, but Nan Yan's biological mother.
Nan Yan looked at her and said, "Mother, I really want him to be part of our family." Chapter 197 OTA 2.
While at the Nan family's house, Shen Qingling barely checked his phone. After getting into the car and turning it on, he found a ton of messages on WeChat. Most were from Shang Xia, hoping he would come to the Shang family's house the next day to tutor Lin Xingyan. He couldn't help but laugh at Shang Xia's last few messages.
"Shang Xia, if brother doesn't reply to me, I'm going to turn into a peeled potato." Shang Xia, a potato is a potato. Shang Xia, without the P, what's left? Shang Xia, potato. Shang Xia, please talk to me. Shen Qingling didn't reply to Shang Xia's messages all afternoon. Shang Xia lay on the sofa, hugging a pillow and eating a fruit platter, on the verge of tears.
That evening, when Shang Mo returned home from work and was having dinner, Shang Xia complained tearfully, "He hasn't replied to me all afternoon."
Could he be doing something with that woman from the Nan family? Wah-ah. Thinking of some unpleasant experiences, Shang Xia was extremely annoyed. Shang Mo's eyes widened. He wouldn't. Shen Qingling wasn't that kind of person, she knew him.
Shang Xia retorted, "He wouldn't. Even if a beauty like me actively seduced him, he wouldn't budge."
Shang Mo.
Shang Xia, but Nanjun is a cunning woman, and a sexy bombshell. What if she uses some underhanded tricks? Shang Mo immediately picked up his phone and called Shen Qingling.
"Qingling, are you home yet?" "That's good. Gui Jin and Auntie said you ate at the Shang family's house today. Don't let it slip when you get home." "Okay, I understand." Shang Xia's eyes widened. "What do you mean?"
"You don't reply to my WeChat messages, but you answer my calls."
Shang Mo raised an eyebrow. "Maybe it's because you're rather useless."
Shang Xia felt as if her heart had been pierced. She leaned back, reciting heartbreaking poems one after another. "They all look down on me, and I'm useless too. No one helps me reach my lofty ambitions, and I can't even climb that mountain myself. Everyone laughs at me, and I'm the funniest one too. My future is bleak, and I'm sleeping in the darkness. If only I had any talent, I wouldn't be completely useless. Gold always shines, but I'm just a useless idiot. I won't fight those who can defeat me. No one can use me, because I'm useless. People who smile a lot are lucky,
because unlucky people can't smile.
The strong never complain about their circumstances, but I'm weak, so I complain not only about my circumstances, but also about the strong. I wanted to cover myself with the blanket and cry my heart out, but I fell asleep. In her sorrow, Shen sent Shen Qingling another message.
Shen Qingling, I never want to like you again. Liking someone is so tiring.
After sending it, she sighed while holding her phone. Sigh, maybe this is the sorrow of a pure, cute, rich, and beautiful girl like me. Even if you have everything in this life, there are always some things that aren't easily obtained. Seeing her like this, Shen went over and explained, his phone died.
He said he'd reply to you when he got home.
Shen jumped up immediately. Really? You're not ignoring me on purpose, and you don't want to talk to me.
Shen Qingling isn't that kind of person, don't overthink things.
Shen nodded vigorously and quickly deleted the message she had sent earlier.
Shen accidentally pressed an emoji, don't worry about it, moi. The next second, Shen Qingling's message arrived. Shen Qingling, I saw it. Shen pupils dilated in shock.
Then she started to act cute and clingy towards Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling looked at the WeChat message and laughed. Sangin asked curiously, is something making you happy? Teasing a fool is quite fun. Why don't you tease me? Sangin blinked, looking at him innocently.
Shen Qingling chuckled lightly, because you're not stupid, you're actually quite clever.
Sangin smiled and said, I feel like I'm a complete fool in front of you. No matter what you do, you always manage to manipulate me easily. Even the smartest woman becomes a fool in your presence. Like me, like Shang Mo, like Nanjun, like Shang.
Never mind, Shang Xia wasn't exactly smart to begin with.
Being manipulated by Shen Qingling is her blessing.
Otherwise, how could someone with her intelligence be considered a fish in his pond alongside women like Shang Mo and Nanjun? Fools have their charm, and smart women have their unique allure.
What if you're neither foolish nor smart enough? What do you think? Then you'll be completely at my mercy. I'm not as bad as you think.
Even if you're bad, I'll still love you. If you kill, I'll hand you the knife, if you hit, I'll clean up the mess. We'll be in cahoots, the perfect master and servant.
Xiaoyin will be your most loyal dog.
Sangin grouped herself and Shen Qingling together, seemingly feeling different from the other women in Shang Xia. Because she knew his true self, his hidden side. These were aspects of him that those women couldn't see.
He wouldn't easily reveal these to them.
So, comparatively, she should have an advantage.
Sangin, the advantage is mine.
This time, Shen Qingling didn't shatter her illusions. He patted her head and said, you're perfect like this, not foolish, but also very cute.
Sang Yin's face instantly turned red, her eyes lighting up with excitement.
This seemed to be the first time Shen Qingling had praised her so directly. Not in a specific atmosphere or setting, but just in their everyday interactions. This made her heart flutter, her eyes unfocused.
Shen Qingling narrowed his eyes and said, what are you thinking about again?
Your eyes are so unfocused. Sangin snapped out of her reverie and smiled, nothing, I wasn't thinking about anything. Shen Qingling leaned close to her ear and whispered, we're in the car, and I even bought you a new dress. I'll be upset if you get it dirty. Sangin bit her lip, then don't get so close to me, and don't say things like that in that tone.
Isn't that just making me more upset?
Shen Qingling calmly took a step back, you really can't handle a little teasing. Sangin blushed, clutching her dress as she sat down, not daring to approach him again. This dress was a gift from Shen Qingling. She would be heartbroken if it got dirty.
After they returned to the Gu family home, Wen Sulan didn't notice anything amiss.
After a few words of concern, she told him to get some rest.
On the contrary, Gui Jin was quite resentful.
After going upstairs, Gui Jin asked anxiously, Qingling, did they do anything to you?
Sangin, standing nearby, almost laughed. Those two were practically infatuated, what could they possibly do to Shen Qingling? Shen Qingling smiled and explained, it's nothing.
I just saw Xianyan, had a meal, and came back.
Nan Yen didn't bully you, did he?
He has a bad temper and is a nasty person, he must have said a lot of hurtful things.
Don't worry, brother, Nan Yen didn't do anything to me. He's a really nice guy. They practically treat him like a stepfather. What could they possibly do to him? Hearing Shen Qingling praise Nan Yen, Guijin felt a pang of sadness. What does Nan Yen have to do with being a nice person? Never mind, as long as Qingling is alright.
After exchanging a few words with Guijin, Shen Qingling returned to his room. Back in his room, his gaze fell on the desk.
Shen Qingling walked over and picked up the black gift box on the table.
Inside, nestled quietly, was a ring. This was his birthday gift for Nanjun, worth millions.
Chapter 198 Naturally Dumb and Cunning.
Sheng Xia endured an agonizing night, but Shen Qingling ignored her completely.
Until the next morning, Lin Xingmian appeared at the Shang family's door with her school bag. The girl gave a sweet, shy smile. "Good morning, Miss Shang." Shang Xia's eyes widened immediately, and didn't he refuse? Lin Xingmian gave an innocent and confused look. Didn't teacher Shen say he'd be teaching at the Shang family's house today? So I came. Ah? Then why did you come alone? Didn't he pick you up? He did. Teacher Shen saw me to the door before leaving. He went to the car to get his drawing board and tools. He'll be there soon.
Sheng Xia was overwhelmed with surprise and joyfully welcomed Lin Xingmian inside.
It's alright, it's good you're here, hee hee. Miss Shang, you're amazing. You actually managed to persuade Teacher Shen. It's alright, he's a very easy person to talk to. See, he agreed as soon as I asked. Sheng Xia was too proud to tell Lin Xingmian the truth.
Otherwise, where would she put her pride?
But why are you carrying a backpack? What's in it? It looks so heavy.
Lin Xingmian was small, but carrying a huge backpack made it look like it was about to weigh her down. Lin Xingmian smiled shyly and took 2 large boxes out of her bag and placed them on the table.
These are ice creams I made myself. I'm not very good at it yet. They don't look very pretty, but they taste okay. Miss Shang, please try some. Don't keep calling me Miss Shang. Now we're practically friends. Just call me Xia Xia.
Lin Xingmian's eyes were a little confused, and she looked a bit dazed when she was innocent. Although she didn't understand Miss Shang's meaning, she figured it was a desire to be friends.
Lin Xingmian gave a shy smile. Okay, Xia Xia.
Lin Xingmian opened the box. There was another layer inside, with ice cubes at the bottom and ice cream packaged in different pretty boxes on top.
Wow, you're so amazing? It looks so good. You're so talented. Someone as clumsy as me could never do that.
Lin Xingmian was embarrassed by Shang Xia's praise. For Lin Xingmian, being friends with a girl like Shang Xia was a novel and interesting experience. Her enthusiasm was as warm as the sun, making one feel cozy inside. The two chatted in the living room. After a while, Shang Xia heard footsteps and looked up. Shen Qingling and Shang Mo walked in together, followed by a ghostly figure, Sang Yin. Shang Xia was filled with questions.
Sis, didn't you go to work? When did I say I went to work? I thought you went to work. No, why didn't you tell me Qingling was coming? What? You didn't know. I'm going to throw a tantrum. I'm really going to throw a tantrum. Shang Xia walked up to Shen Qingling and asked pitifully, why didn't you tell me? Everyone knew, and I was the only one kept in the dark. Shen Qingling smiled gently. It was to give you a surprise. Shang Xia's eyes widened with surprise. She felt surrounded by happiness. Really? Just to make me happy? Shen Qingling nodded seriously. Yes, really. Look how happy you are, aren't you?
Shang Xia's eyes crinkled with happiness, and she said shyly, oh dear, I was just overthinking things.
It's such a surprise. Brother is so good to me. This was a treatment even Shang Mo didn't receive.
If she had known beforehand, she wouldn't have been able to experience this surprise.
This was happiness that only she, Shang Xia, could enjoy. A surprise from Shen Qingling. What kind of treatment was this? Who understands? Who understands?
While Shen Qingling was talking to Lin Xingmian, Shang Xia sent a message to Ruan Mingi, bragging about the special treatment she had received today. Ruan Mingi replied with only one sentence after reading it.
Ruan Mingi, idiot.
Shang Xia could even picture Ruan Mingi's cold, merciless smile. Shang Xia thought Ruan Mingi was jealous, and she smugly hummed, "I knew you were jealous. This young lady is magnanimous, I won't stoop to your level." Shen Qingling walked to Lin Xingnian's side, her expression pausing when she saw the ice cream on the table.
Nian Nian, why did you suddenly decide to make ice cream?
I saw teacher Shen queuing to buy it yesterday, so I learned how.
You just said you wanted to learn yesterday, and you've made so much today.
You didn't stay up all night, did you? Queuing to buy ice cream was yesterday's affair. With buying things, learning, and making it, she must have been up late. Lin Xingnian nervously smiled to cover it up. No, my sister helped me make it, so it wasn't very late. The two sisters enjoyed a rare moment of happiness, and Ji Yunmia was also happy that Nian Nian was now willing to be close to her. Since meeting Shen Qingling, Nian Nian had changed a lot, and was now willing to open her heart to make friends.
For Ji Yunmiao, this was the biggest surprise.
The changes at home were even more clearly visible. She could clearly feel that Lin Xingnian's world was beginning to come alive.
Lin Xingnian enjoyed doing these things for Shen Qingling. At least she didn't feel tired while making ice cream.
She only thought about how teacher Shen would look eating the ice cream she made herself. Thinking about it filled her heart with sweetness and happiness. Moreover, today was her first time visiting the Shang family, and bringing something she made herself would show more sincerity. Hearing Shang Xia's praise, her heart was filled with soft clouds, overflowing with happiness. Lin Xingnian took out a strawberry-flavored ice cream and placed it in front of him.
Teacher Shen, would you like to try some?
Suddenly remembering something, she frowned in annoyance and said, I forgot it's still morning.
It's not good to eat ice cream. Let's eat it this afternoon. She was so happy that she forgot the time. Shen Qingling's gaze softened as he looked at her. It's all right, it doesn't matter if I eat it in the morning or the afternoon. Since Nian Nian made it herself, of course I have to try it.
He picked up the ice cream beside him, opened the box, and tasted it, praising it to Lin Xingnian repeatedly. The girl blushed shyly, happiness spreading from her heart throughout her body.
Shang Mo looked at the girl's happy expression, his eyes dimming. Only with Lin Xingnian would he show such a gentle side. His gentleness and pity only briefly belonged to her. When Shen Qingling reappeared at the Shang family home, her mind was filled with memories of their time together. Just as Shang Mo was feeling down, a small, fair hand appeared before her. Mr. Shang, would you like to try some? Lin Xingnian looked at Shang Mo timidly. This wasn't the first time she'd met Shang Mo.
Everyone called Shang Xia Miss Shang, and their tone was generally friendly when speaking to her. They also loved joking with Shang Xia. But their attitude towards Shang Mo was very different. Everyone respectfully called her Mr. Shang, their tone respectful and polite, yet carrying an inexplicable distance. She always stood alone in a corner, or watched others' antics from the sidelines. She always felt like an observer in someone else's world. Lin Xingnian was a little afraid of her, yet also felt a little sorry for her. Perhaps she'd gone mad, she actually felt sorry for this goddess whom everyone admired. Maybe it was because of the thought of being so out of place in the crowd that she felt this way. She used to be like this too, standing far away beside others, always an observer, never able to integrate into their world. Lin Xingnian mustered her courage and handed her the ice cream. Looking at the girl's soft, timid eyes, Shang Mo suddenly understood Shen Qingling a little. It was really hard to feel any ill will towards a girl like Lin Xingnian. She was jealous, but she also understood that Lin Xingnian hadn't done anything wrong. Shang Mo took the ice cream and smiled faintly, "Thank you." The tone was brief and distant, but Lin Xingnian smiled upon hearing it. President Shang's smile is really beautiful. Shang Mo was taken aback, it was rare for someone to praise her so directly. She pursed her lips, but could only manage a weak thank you. Lin Xingnian found her somewhat adorable. Such a capable and strong woman, yet she had this side to her. Shen Qingling watched this scene with a hint of amusement. They say that a naturally naive person can be cunning, and it seemed to be true. Afterwards, Lin Xingnian shared the ice cream with Sang Yin and Shang Xia. Shang Xia snorted coldly, "Some people really have the nerve to follow me all the way to my house."
Sang Yin smiled slightly, "My brother sent me."
"If Miss Shang has any objections, you can tell him."
"Shang Xia, you."
Shang Xia and Sang Yin exchanged subtle barbs, while Lin Xingnian, a naive and innocent girl caught in the middle, oblivious to their veiled sarcasm, was completely out of touch with their conversation.
"Shang Xia and Sang Yin, what a scheming green tea bitch."
Lin Xingnian smiled sweetly, "How heartwarming."
Shang Mo had no interest in their childish, play-fighting conversation. She stood beside Shen Qingling and said, "It's Madame Nan's birthday at the end of this month. Will you go?" Shen Qingling's eyelids twitched. "Why am I suddenly curious about this?" Shang Mo turned to look into his eyes. "Do you think that just because you left the Shang family, everything about you will disappear from my world?" "She's my rival in love. How could I not be curious?"
"I'm not only curious about that, I'm also curious about how far things have progressed between you two, whether you've done anything you shouldn't have." Although the Yandere had been reformed, she was still the same person. She had only given up violent methods, but she couldn't change the fact that she deeply loved him. Her desire to have him hadn't changed for a single day. Giving up the arranged marriage and giving up having him were two different things. Unfortunately, the boy before her didn't seem to understand.
"Is this question so hard to answer? I just want to hear that answer from you." "I will go."
"You will be with her on that day, right?"
"Yes." Shang Mo's heart snapped. She knew she couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 199, Don't covet those you shouldn't covet.
She had been waiting for this moment. Waiting for Shen Qingling's love for Nanjun to deepen, waiting for him to want to be with Nanjun. Only under these circumstances, when the truth was revealed, would Shen Qingling truly hate Nanjun.
But now that the moment had arrived, hearing those words from his mouth, Shang Mo still broke down. He actually wanted to be with Nanjun. That woman had gotten what she wanted so easily. Why?
The resentment and jealousy in her heart were threatening to consume her reason. She almost couldn't help but tell him the truth right there. Thankfully, she restrained herself. Seeing Shang Mo staring at him without speaking, Shen Qingling said, "I'm sorry, I know this might be hard for you to accept." The young man's tone carried a hint of guilt.
He knew how much Shang Mo loved him.
Now, to tell him in front of her that he was going to be with someone else was indeed cruel.
Shang Mo lowered her eyes and frowned slightly.
She was in great pain now, but soon she wouldn't be the one suffering.
"It's okay, you have your choices, I understand." Shang Mo's reaction surprised him.
This was the woman who could go crazy and imprison him.
Hearing that he was going to be with someone else, she actually said it was okay? Should he believe Shang Mo's it's okay or believe that Shen Qingling was Qin Shi Huang? The boy asked uncertainly, "You mean you've let go?"
Shang Mo raised her eyes and smiled, "You have your own thoughts, I have no right to interfere with your happiness. If you can find your own happiness, I will bless you." Her words were insincere. In her heart, she was thinking about how to destroy the love between him and Nanjun. She couldn't bring herself to bless him.
Shen Qingling gave a gentle smile, "It seems you've thought it through. I hope you can also find your own happiness."
The smile in Shang Mo's eyes didn't reach her eyes.
Only Shen Qingling could give her happiness.
Otherwise, she would rather be alone for life than settle. If all else failed, she'd rather spend her life with Shang Xia than be with someone she didn't love. She refused to repeat her parents' mistakes. Being together with someone you don't love is just mutual torture.
If it wasn't Shen Qingling, no one else would do.
Shang Mo remained fixated on the young man before her.
The Shang family has also received an invitation to Madame Nan's birthday banquet. I'll be there too. Qingling shouldn't mind me witnessing your happiness, right? Like you said, it's your freedom. I have no right to interfere. Even if we can't be together, we can still be friends. Friends, that's fine too.
A sarcastic smile curled at the corner of Shang Mo's lips. Even a fool like Shang Xia wasn't content with just being friends, she'd be happy even to be a mistress.
How could Shang Mo, another major madman in the Shang family, be content with just being friends with him? It's not impossible to be friends, if we really have to. If everyone around him were dead, and only she was left, then she could agree to be friends with him. Shang Xia's disgruntled voice suddenly interrupted. What are you two talking about? You've been chatting for ages, it's time to go to class, Teacher Shen. She was afraid she'd be driven mad if she kept talking to those two women. Led by Shang Xia, Shen Qingling took Lin Xingmian to the Shang family's garden. Shang Xia pestered Shen Qingling, insisting that she join in learning to paint. When Shen Qingling remained silent, she turned to Lin Xingmian. Lin Xingmian, being the most soft-hearted, couldn't resist Shang Xia's pleading and cajoling, and readily agreed after a few words. In the end, Shang Xia successfully joined Lin Xingmian's little group, and the two painted together. Shang Xia even had the servants bring a pile of snacks and place them nearby, feeding Lin Xingmian from time to time. Shen Qingling felt like he was taking two elementary school students on a field trip. Fortunately, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant, and he was happy to be there. After painting for a while, Lin Xingmian glanced at Shang Xia's easel. Xia, what did you draw? Is it hard to tell what it is? It looks like a person, but it doesn't look like a person. I drew Shen Qingling. Ah. This is Teacher Shen. Looking at the ugly blob on the drawing board, Lin Xingmian found it hard to sincerely praise it, and even if she wanted to, she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she could only blush and stammer, Teacher Shen doesn't look like this, but it's good that Xia wanted to draw Teacher Shen. The intention comes first. Shen Qingling glanced at Shang Xia's drawing board. Shen Qingling. He chose silence. In your heart, this is what I look like. I thought it was very nice, but I don't know why it turned out like this when I drew it. Brother, don't be angry. I'm not angry, it's just that you look a bit like the US economy of the 1970s. Is that a compliment? Of course. Shen Qingling smiled slightly, and Shang Xia smiled shyly. Oh, don't praise me like that. Although I also think I have a lot of talent in art, one should remain humble. Praise me discreetly next time. Shang Mo and Sang Yin couldn't participate in this activity, so they could only sit aside and drink coffee. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shang Mo probed Sang Yin. I heard you're a cousin of the Gu family. I'm a little curious which branch of the Gu family you belong to. The woman's eyes were calm and indifferent, her gaze slowly sweeping across Sang Yin's face. Sang Yin knew this was a smart woman, unlike a fool like Shang Xia. Shang Mo wasn't easily fooled. She wondered what the woman was trying to do by suddenly asking this, to test her background? But she hadn't given anything away, so why was Shang Mo suddenly suspicious of her identity? Even if I told you, Mr. Shang probably wouldn't know. It's alright, just say it. I have the Gu family genealogy here. My aunt and uncle gave me a copy when we were preparing for the marriage. Why aren't you saying anything, cousin? Why is Mr. Shang so curious about my identity? As Qingling's cousin, whom she takes with her every day, shouldn't I ask? Or is it that you're not actually his cousin, so you're afraid to say? Shang Mo narrowed his eyes, staring into them. Sang Yin's heart skipped a beat. How could this woman know? They've only met 2 or 3 times. If Mr. Shang is curious, he can ask Mrs. Gu. I have no obligation to tell you. Don't panic. I was just asking, and also to remind you of something. What are you reminding me of? Shang Mo leaned closer to her face, speaking in a dangerous tone, keep your restless eyes to yourself. Don't covet what you shouldn't be coveting. Sang Yin hadn't expected Shang Mo to warn her like this in private. Seeing Shang Mo's dangerous gaze, Sang Yin seemed to sense a kindred spirit. She smiled and said, Mr. Shang, you're overthinking it. There's nothing between my brother and me. Shang Mo withdrew his gaze and said calmly, that's for the best. A woman like Sang Yin didn't require much effort from her. Once her feelings for Shen Qingling were discovered, the person who would most want her gone might not be her. The Gu family would be the first to object. Compared to Sang Yin, Nanjun was more worthy of her concern. She needed to carefully consider how to present that woman with a grand gift at Nanjun's birthday banquet. Shang Mo wasn't the only one eyeing Nanjun's birthday banquet.
Meanwhile, another group of people also had their eyes on Nanjun's birthday banquet.
Chapter 200: The Scammer's Plan.
For Jiang Yuning, this was the best opportunity to get close to Shen Qingling. Of the 2 orders Shen Qingling placed, only the killed order had arrived, the cheated order was still en route. This current order was being prepared for delivery, but a suitable delivery time was needed.
Jiang Yuning set this time at Nanjun's birthday banquet.
She had been waiting for a long time. While Sang Yin was getting close to Shen Qingling, Jiang Yuning's group of con artists had been gathering information and formulating plans.
For such high-risk work, sometimes formulating a plan could take longer than executing it.
The preliminary investigation and understanding required a significant amount of time. To understand Shen Qingling, every detail about him had to be meticulously collected. The room was covered with photos of Shen Qingling and people associated with him. While organizing Shen Qingling's photos, Pei Shuji remarked, "Every time I see this face, I feel like I'm a fangirl."
Even celebrity photocards don't compare to Shen Qingling's natural beauty in a casual snapshot. If I had Shen Qingling's face, I wouldn't need any tricks.
I could just stand there and all those rich women would come running to me. These past few days, they've been staring at Shen Qingling's face every day, marveling at how incredibly beautiful she is.
Even Wei Lan, a man, joked, "If I keep looking at him, I'm going to fall in love with him." Jiang Yuning said calmly, "No matter how handsome someone is, it's just an empty shell. Don't be so superficial.
We ourselves are the ones who deceive people with our appearances. How can we be infatuated with a pretty face?" Ian teased her amusedly, "You should be grateful. You're already lucky you don't have to look at those pig-faced people anymore."
Isn't looking at Shen Qingling's face better than looking at those other people's faces? This is practically a woman's blessing.
Besides, he's a very clean person, unlike our previous clients. You don't need to carefully carry pepper spray anymore.
It seems this mission is really letting you enjoy yourself.
They investigated Shen Qingling for a while and found that his private life was too clean, almost outrageously so. Shen Qingling had almost no hobbies, his only hobby was painting.
His daily life consisted of going between school and home.
He would help out at the orphanage when they needed volunteers or take time to teach the children. Aside from that, the only photos occasionally taken of him were of him jogging in the morning and buying ice cream with his cousin. In fact, for someone who lives under the constant scrutiny of variety show cameras, Jiang Yuning could easily piece together Shen Qingling's daily routine. He was a model young man with no vices whatsoever.
In a wealthy family, such a person was practically an anomaly. Moreover, Shen Qingling was handsome but didn't philander, wealthy but didn't squander his money, and even donated to orphanages. These points alone were remarkable.
Compared to the other rich young men they had investigated before, the difference was like night and day. Deceiving such a pure and kind young man was truly unsettling.
Luckily, she was a heartless, wicked woman.
Jiang Yuning had been thinking about how to get close to Shen Qingling. She tried several methods but none were satisfactory, because Shen Qingling was definitely not the type of man who would be swayed by beauty. Physical attraction wouldn't work on him. The only way was to win his heart. Fortunately, the client revealed a crucial piece of information, which finally allowed Jiang Yuning to finalize her plan. The information was that Shen Qingling actually had someone he liked, a woman named Nanjun. And Nanjun's birthday party was at the end of the month, and Shen Qingling would be attending.
Jiang Yuning intended to sabotage his relationship with Nanjun at this birthday party.
This was the client's request, and she had to comply. After reviewing the plan, Ayin asked worriedly, "Yuning, are you sure Shen Qingling will go to Nanjun's birthday party?" Wei Lan glanced at the plan and said, "Sister, don't worry. The client who placed the order said that Shen Qingling is now in love with Nanjun. How could he possibly miss the birthday of the woman he loves?" Ayin looked at the plan repeatedly, still feeling uneasy.
She frowned and said, "I've investigated. The Nan family is not simple.
If that woman Nanjun finds out you're trying to steal her man, she's capable of anything.
This woman is different from the pampered young ladies you've encountered before.
She's known as a femme fatale in Jiangcheng. Everyone says she's ruthless. I'm worried that if something unexpected happens..."
"Nothing will happen.
Even if something goes wrong, it won't be traced back to us.
Don't worry. This is the best opportunity. If you miss this chance, it'll be hard to find another one. Jiang Yuning was confident in her plan.
I have a very bold guess. This client's identity must be extraordinary.
You know who the client is?
I can't be completely sure, but it's very likely what I'm thinking.
Jiang Yuning shared her guess with them.
At first, I was surprised when I saw what was going on between Shen Qingling and Nanjun, but then, thinking back on the previous suspicions, it suddenly made sense. I initially suspected this client might have a grudge against Shen Qingling and wanted to take revenge, but now it seems there's another possibility.
The client's request is for Shen Qingling to sever all emotional ties. While that's undoubtedly harmful, perhaps his intentions are for Shen Qingling's own good. Nanjun's reputation in Jiangcheng isn't good. She's a 30-year-old woman with a child. What parent would agree to their child being with a woman like that? Besides, the client spent 5 million to hire us. Spending that much money, isn't the possibility of changing someone more likely than seeking revenge? Think about it again. How could an ordinary person know such a private matter as Shen Qingling's feelings for Nanjun? So the client's identity is obvious. Ian exclaimed in surprise, could this client be Shen Qingling's parents? Are they having you seduce him to force him to sever all emotional ties and inherit the family business? Or perhaps they simply don't want Nanjun as their daughter-in-law and want you to ruin their relationship.
Jiang Yuning, that's my suspicion, but it's just our guess.
Anyway, the client's identity isn't really our concern. If it's true, then the situation would be more advantageous for us.
With the date fast approaching, they didn't have much time to prepare. Jiang Yuning picked up a pen and circled the date in red. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This birthday banquet, we must ensure everything goes perfectly. She had to win over Shen Qingling.
Chapter 201 Rainy days are perfect for playing the victim.
Before anyone knew it, the Gu family's variety show had come to an end.
The biggest beneficiary of the show wasn't the main guest, Gu Yutong, but Shen Qingling. Personally, Shen Qingling's looks and personality attracted countless fans.
Although he didn't have a Weibo account, he had a personal super topic, which quickly surpassed 1 million followers.
1 million followers isn't much in the entertainment industry, but that's assuming those followers are real, not fake or inactive accounts. Shen Qingling's million followers were genuine, there was no fake data, no inactive followers. Such popularity is astounding.
As for the on-screen couple, Shen Qingling and Gu Yijin consistently held the top spot in the on-screen couple super topic and remained at the top of the charts.
After the episode's edited version was released, viewers who were reluctant to follow the series began to delay their viewing.
Shen Qingling's data continued to climb, his popularity soaring, and the director naturally didn't want to let him go. Director He Qili earnestly invited him to appear on a dating reality show.
Shen Qingling politely declined, but the director didn't give up, saying she would definitely offer something compelling enough to sway him. Shen Qingling's life seemed to return to normal after the show ended.
Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was Nanjun's birthday. Before this, Shen Qingling clearly had a way to persuade Gu Changwang to allow him to go to the Nan family.
But he deliberately didn't do so, stubbornly delaying until Nanjun's birthday.
Shen Qingling specifically checked the weather forecast for today. It's raining all day, and there's going to be a heavy downpour tonight.
Great.
Even the heavens are on his side, helping him play the victim. Seeing Shen Qingling's phone screen lingering on the weather, Gu Yijin sighed, Qingling, stop looking at the weather for now.
Dad wants to talk to us in the study. As a prominent family in Jiangcheng, the Gu family had naturally received an invitation to Nanjun's birthday banquet.
Whether considering the Gu family's status or because of Shen Qingling's relationship, Nanjun couldn't refuse to invite the Gu family.
The Gu family discussed attending the birthday banquet that evening in the study on the second floor.
Although the Nan and Gu families didn't have frequent interactions, Gu Changwang would still send 1 or 2 people to such banquets to show respect. Those families he personally attended were those with whom he had close ties, such as the Shang family.
Gu Changwang said calmly, this time, let Yutong and Yijin go together. Your mother and I won't attend the birthday banquet.
It's already a favor for you 2 younger generations to go and celebrate.
As for Shen Qingling, Gu Changwang didn't agree to him going out. Gu Changwang didn't even go to the company today, staying home all day. His purpose was to keep an eye on Shen Qingling. Now he didn't even trust Sang Yin, fearing that Wen Sulan might soften her heart and conspire with Shen Qingling to keep it from him. The Nan family's banquets were always grand, no less so than the Shang family's, and attended by all sorts of people from all walks of life. If people knew that the heir of the Gu family was involved with a woman like Nanjun, it wouldn't sound good. The legitimate and underworld could intersect, but they couldn't coexist. If Shen Qingling and Nanjun got together, the Gu family and the Nan family would be linked together in gossip. Gu Changwang valued his reputation above all else, so he absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Mainly, it wouldn't be good if Shang Mo found out either. Gu Changwang still hoped that Shen Qingling could marry Shang Mo. The Shang family will definitely have someone attending the Nan family's banquet. What if word gets to Shang Mo's ears? Gu Changwang continued, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Qingling, stay home with me and your mother. Gu Yijin and Gu Yutong both looked at Shen Qingling after hearing Gu Chengwan's arrangement. Shen Qingling looked at Gu Chengwan calmly. Dad, I want to go too. Gu Yutong frantically gave him meaningful glances, signaling him to be quiet, and Gu Yijin coughed to stop him from continuing. Gu Chengwang had clearly come to stop him from going to the Nan family's banquet today. Now Shen Qingling was still insisting on going. Wasn't he deliberately trying to anger Gu Chengwang? Both of them knew about Shen Qingling and Nanjun's affair and couldn't help but worry. Young people are most stubborn, and they feared that Shen Qingling's insistence would anger Gu Chengwang. In their eyes, their father was an incomparably authoritative and unassailable figure. Having lived under such immense pressure for so many years, they naturally couldn't remain unmoved by Gu Chengwan's coldness and anger like Shen Qingling. Gu Chengwang said with a half-smile, didn't you always dislike attending these kinds of banquets? Since you returned to the Gu family, countless socialites and heiresses in Jiangcheng have invited you to banquets, yet you haven't accepted any. Shen Qingling pursed her lips without answering. Gu Chengwang continued, don't think I don't know what you're up to. There are quite a few reporters from the Nan family today. If I see you in the news, don't blame me for using family discipline. Hearing the words family discipline, Wen Sulan's face changed. She frowned. Don't threaten the child like that all the time. So many people went to the Nan family's birthday banquet. Outsiders don't know the situation. Even if Qingling went, people will only think we sent him, they won't think much of it. It's not that I'm threatening him, but Qingling is simple-minded. How could he possibly outmaneuver a woman like Nanjun? What if Nanjun gets malicious and insists on exposing him? Can you guarantee she doesn't have bad intentions? Gu Chengwang always tended to assume the worst of others. He thought the Nan family might be trying to whitewash their image, which was why they were so desperate to climb up to Shen Qingling. Climbing up to Shen Qingling meant climbing up to the Gu family. He didn't believe that Nanjun, at her age, could develop feelings for a young man like Shen Qingling. It was all about profit, only his foolish son would believe in so-called love. Wen Sulan, naturally, couldn't guarantee it either. She could only sigh. Gu Chengwang turned his gaze to the others. You all go out. I need to speak with Qingling alone. Yutong and Yijing, get ready for the banquet, it's getting dark. Wen Sulan was worried and didn't want to leave. Shen Qingling reassured her, it's all right, Mom, you go out first. I won't act impulsively. Wen Sulan and the others left with worried looks. Now only Shen Qingling and Gu Chengwang remained in the study. Gu Chengwang spoke to her in a rare earnest tone, Qingling, you're already my chosen heir. The entire Gu family will be yours in the future. Why get entangled with Nanjun? Listen to me, give it up. The Nan family is a quagmire, once you jump in, you can never get out. You and she are from completely different worlds. Gu Chengwang had already made his point, yet Shen Qingling acted like a madman, completely disregarding everything. Mainly, to gain sympathy, he had to make Gu's father play the villain, otherwise, how could he demonstrate his resolve in front of Nanjun? Secondly, he had already informed Jiang Yuning, under the guise of a client, that he would appear at the birthday banquet. Therefore, she would definitely take action tonight. Seeing everything he had done for Nanjun,
Jiang Yuning would completely believe in his pure and innocent image. Besides, he was also laying the groundwork, nipping any impending events in the bud.
That so-called white moonlight of Gu Chengwan, Bu Yunru. Shen Qingling would show him that a white moonlight never attained might not be as wonderful as he imagined. Chapter 202, Dismantling His Obsession.
Shen Qingling lowered her eyes and said, "Dad, I promise my visit to the Nan family won't make the news. I'll sneak in from somewhere else, avoiding guests and the media.
No one will know. I'm just going to see her." Gu Changwang still refused. "That won't do either. What do you want me to do for you to agree to let me see her? No matter what you do, I won't agree. Since that's the case, then I'll have no choice but to disobey you. Unless you tie me up, I'm going today." Gu Chengwan was truly enraged now. No one had ever dared to defy him like this. Since Shen Qingling returned to the Gu family, everything had pleased him, but on the matter of Nanjun, she was completely indifferent and wouldn't listen to anything. Today, she was actually going against him for that woman. Gu Chengwang slammed his hand on the table and stood up, coldly saying, "What do you mean by this? Are you defying your father?"
Shen Qingling boldly met his gaze, her eyes resolute, and said, "Haven't you ever been willing to do anything for someone you love?" Seeing the boy's stubborn eyes, Gu Chengwang froze. How similar this scene was to his own.
He had done the same for a woman before.
Defying his father, resisting an arranged marriage, determined to see her regardless of the consequences. Like Nanjun, the woman he loved also had a bad reputation. Yet he still stubbornly insisted on being with her, ignoring his father's advice and the slander against Bu Yunru. Why is it that generation after generation, the same things keep repeating themselves? Gu Chengwang moved his lips, but ultimately only revealed a cold expression. He slowly sat back down, turning his chair around so his back was to Shen Qingling.
"Don't give me that nonsense. Didn't you say you were going to use family discipline? If I withstand it, will you let me go?"
Gu Chengwan was silent for a moment, then finally agreed.
"Fine, kneel if you want, let's see how long you can hold out."
After Shen Qingling left, Gu Chengwang frowned and sighed.
Outside, it was raining heavily. Shen Qingling knelt directly at the Gu family's gate.
It can only be said that those with points and attribute points are truly willful.
It was already dark. Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin were on their way to the banquet.
Wan Sulan was locked in her room by Gu Chengwang, who forbade her from helping Shen Qingling. Gu Chengwang himself stood by the second-floor window, watching the rain-soaked boy outside, his brows furrowing deeply. Years ago, he, like Qingling, had knelt there, accepting his father's punishment. But he ultimately couldn't withstand the family punishment, nor could he see Yunru one last time. This was his deepest regret, and he felt utterly sorry for Yunru.
Gu Chengwang had everything in his life.
Once people achieve success, they tend to reminisce about the past and dwell on what they never had.
Gu Chengwang felt the same way about Bu Yunru.
Rain dripped slowly from the boy's hair.
Shen Qingling knew Gu Chengwan was watching him.
Fortunately, he remembered the part in the original novel where Gu Chengwang defied his family for his beloved.
In the end, Gu Chengwang couldn't keep his promise to see Bu Yunru. She went abroad.
From then on, the two were separated, and Gu Chengwang became a thoroughly self-serving patriarch.
Who knew that all of this in the original novel was actually foreshadowing Bu Yunru's return? Shen Qingling wouldn't let her return to the Gu family as she wished.
This was the family Wan Sulan had painstakingly maintained for so many years. No one could hurt her. Back then, Gu Chengwang failed to see Bu Yunru, and the two completely missed their chance. For years, Gu Chengwang harbored resentment, unable to forget Bu Yunru, and idealizing her 1,000-fold in his heart. For Shen Qingling at this moment, Nanjun was his unrequited love, his white moonlight. In Gu Chengwan's eyes, Shen Qingling was his past self. This time, Shen Qingling knelt here just like Gu Chengwang had years ago. But the difference was that Shen Qingling would definitely defy family discipline to see his white moonlight. Just when Gu Chengwang thought Shen Qingling had obtained the love he desired, Shen Qingling returned, battered and bruised. All his efforts had resulted in nothing but deception. Love was nothing but a laughable illusion.
When Gu Changwang sees Shen Qingling heartbroken and desperate after her love affair, will his heart waver?
Shen Qingling simply wants to use her experience to tell Gu Changwang that clinging to a white moonlight, ideal love, doesn't lead to a happy ending.
How could someone as selfish as Gu Changwang bear to suffer even the slightest hurt in a relationship?
If Gu Changwang had truly been that resolute back then, he wouldn't have failed. Even just making a phone call to tell Bu Yunru wouldn't have made him fail.
Ultimately, he wasn't that in love. He chose inheritance over love.
His inability to leave was merely a fig leaf, a cover-up and self-comfort for his abandonment of love. His lingering feelings for Bu Yunru stemmed from an obsession with what he had never possessed.
Shen Qingling wants to dismantle this obsession. For a family, sometimes the collapse of certain things happens in a single moment. Gu Chengwang's one wrong decision could very well shatter this family.
Even for this one wrong decision, Shen Qingling has to try to change his mind. Shen Qingling was calculating the time, contemplating how to stage her heartbreaking act with Gu Changwang after returning to the Gu family.
Suddenly, an umbrella appeared, shielding him from the rain.
Shen Qingling looked up and saw that it was Sangyin holding the umbrella for him, while she herself stood in the rain, her eyes waterlogged.
Why are you here? Am I supposed to just watch you stand here in the rain? It's just a little rain, it's nothing. Is it really worth it to go against your father for that woman? It's just a birthday. You don't understand. Yes, I really don't understand, and I can't see through what you're thinking.
Sometimes she thought Shen Qingling was heartless towards these women, just playing with them. But sometimes he was so deeply affectionate, willing to do anything for them that ordinary men wouldn't.
How could she possibly understand his heart? She simply couldn't.
But she thought, if Nanjun knew Shen Qingling had gone to such lengths for her, she would probably fall hopelessly in love with him.
Go. Holding the umbrella for me here won't help. My father won't soften his heart and let me leave until he sees me suffer enough.
But you'll get sick like this.
I'd rather be physically sick than emotionally sick. Seeing Shen Qingling's stubbornness, Sangyin had no choice but to leave.
Shen Qingling knelt there, and she stood nearby, afraid he might suddenly collapse.
The sky completely darkened, and night fell. Shen Qingling had been kneeling for almost 3 hours, his knees were swollen. Nanjun's birthday banquet was about to begin.
Looking at the stubborn young man outside, Gu Chengwang finally came out.
You won.
I can let you go to the Nan family, but that doesn't mean I agree to you being with her.
Thank you, Dad. Shen Qingling looked up, his face pale. Gu Changwang felt a pang of heartache. He looked at the boy before him with complex emotions. He had done what he himself hadn't been able to do back then. He was more resolute, braver, and more sincere than he had been. He had given so much. Would things turn out differently between him and Nanjun? Gu Chengwang suddenly became very curious about how far they could go. Could his child accomplish what he couldn't do back then?
Having received Gu Chengwang's permission, Shen Qingling immediately prepared to go to the Nan family. He had just stood up when a sharp pain shot through his knee, almost causing him to collapse. Fortunately, Sangyin caught him. She looked at him worriedly. Brother, are you all right? Let me put some medicine on you before we go to Madame Nan's. Shen Qingling shook his head. No need, help me back to my room first.
I need to get something. Don't move, I'll get it for you. You don't know what it is, I'll go. I know, it's that ring.
Shen Qingling looked into her eyes, which were filled with heartache and sorrow. She felt heartache for everything Shen Qingling had suffered. She was saddened that everything he had done was for another woman. How could any woman in this world receive such favor from him? Sangyin felt both jealousy and hatred towards her.
Sangyin returned to her room and brought him the black gift box. Shen Qingling gripped the box tightly, a smile spreading across his face. His smile, in Sangyin's eyes, resembled that of a naive young man who had achieved his goal. But she had no idea what kind of storm this seemingly innocent young man was about to unleash. Let's go to the Nan family. Chapter 203. Shen Qingling can be his father. The Jiangcheng Cloud Top Hotel was shrouded in torrential rain.
Nanjun's birthday banquet wasn't held at the Nan family residence, but at the 120-story Cloud Top Hotel. A long line of private cars belonging to celebrities and dignitaries stretched through the rain, flashes of light erupting as car doors opened.
Those attending Nanjun's birthday banquet today were all prominent figures in Zhengcheng. Unlike typical lavish birthday banquets, Nanjun's banquet featured many Zhengcheng figures rarely seen in public. There were established Jiangqing families whose ancestors were incredibly wealthy and whose fortunes were immeasurable, yet, due to special circumstances, had to maintain a low profile and rarely appeared in the public eye, and families involved in organized crime who preferred to remain out of the public eye. The former had long-standing ties with the Nan family, connections that couldn't be easily severed. The latter too had deeper business dealings. The Nan family skillfully balanced the intersection of the legal and illegal worlds, maintaining contact with both sides, but without deep relationships, focusing solely on mutually beneficial cooperation. The Nan family holds many people's secrets, and Nanjun, as the woman behind the Nan family, commands respect at her banquets. Nan Yan stood in the banquet hall on the first floor, responsible for receiving important guests, though this was more of a polite exchange of pleasantries. Gu Yijin and Gu Yutong were quickly led to Nan Yan after presenting their invitations. Nan Yan was dressed in a bespoke suit today, the draped satin tie gleaming under the crystal chandelier. His bangs were styled back with hair gel, giving him a somewhat aristocratic air. But even this formal suit and styling couldn't conceal his wildness. The words unruly seemed tailor-made for him. When Gu Yijin appeared, Nan Yan was leaning against a gilded pillar, one hand in his trouser pocket, the other smoking, looking weary and aloof. Nan Yan truly disliked these kinds of banquets, but because it was his mother's birthday, he wanted her to be happy, and he was willing to spend any amount of money and effort. He was just feeling a bit tired. Dealing with these people insincerely wasn't something he was good at. During this brief break, Nan Yan finally found time to smoke a cigarette when he was told that another guest had arrived. Nan Yan frowned slightly, about to put out his cigarette, when he heard that the person arriving was Gu Yijin. He paused and looked up. Nan Yan looked directly at the person behind Gu Yijin. Seeing that Gu Yijin was accompanied only by Gu Yutong, he asked with a cold expression, "Why isn't he here? Could Gu Chengwang be so petty as to lock him up at home?" When Nan Yan slightly raised his chin, the shadow cast by his brow arch perfectly framed his long, narrow eyes, revealing a hint of sinister intent. Today was his mother's birthday, and the gift she most wanted was for Shen Qingling to come. Shen Qingling had promised to come, but he hadn't shown up yet. If Shen Qingling wasn't coming, it wasn't because he broke his promise, it must be the Gu family interfering. Those despicable Gu family members, actually trying to prevent their family reunion. On such a joyous day, not only could they not see Shen Qingling, but they also had to see this blob of Gu Yijin. Nan Yan frowned in annoyance. Seeing his disappointed expression, Gu Yijin couldn't help but sneer, "It's just a birthday, not worth him coming in person. He's at home with my parents. Compared to this kind of scheming banquet, it's certainly more comfortable to be with my own family. Some people are outsiders, and outsiders can't compare to family." Gu Yijin's implication was that Nanjun and Nan Yan were outsiders, while he, Gu Yijin, was Shen Qingling's family. Nan Yan's eyes turned cold. He flicked away cigarette ash, a spark landing on Gu Yijin's gleaming leather shoes. "Put down your gift and get lost. We came to kindly present a gift to Madame Nan, and this is your attitude? As the young master of the Nan family, isn't this extremely lacking in manners? Is this how Madame Nan taught you to treat guests?" "I'm sorry, my family all died young, and no one taught me. I was already like this when my mother raised me, so I can't blame her." "You, Gu Yijin, are quite well-mannered, saying that our Nan family's banquets are places of intrigue. Did you also lose your parents at a young age?" Gu Yijin was about to say something when Gu Yutong stopped him. "All right, Yijin, we're just here to deliver a congratulatory gift. Let's not make a scene." Even though Gu Yutong had a bad temper, she wouldn't argue with Nan Yan here. But she didn't like Nanjun and Nan Yan either. If it weren't for them, Qingling wouldn't have been treated coldly by her father. She didn't think the Nan family had any good intentions towards Qingling, they were definitely trying to get something from him. Qingling was so naive, he must have been deceived by the cunning Nan family. She turned to Nan Yan and said, "Qingling is also part of the Gu family. If Qingling knew how you treated us, he probably wouldn't be happy. Nan Yen scoffed, his surname is Shen, so how is he part of the Gu family? Does that mean your entire Gu family is going to change their surname to Shen? Gui Jin said, Nan Yen, don't try to provoke us with those words. It's useless. Let me tell you, no matter what Qingling's surname is, he has Gu family blood flowing in his veins. He will always be a member of the Gu family, and has nothing to do with your Nan family. How do you know he doesn't want to be associated with the Nan family? Don't think you can represent him. Just because some mentally unstable netizens say a few things online, you think you're his confidant and can represent all his thoughts. Nan Yen thought those women online had no taste. How could a hypocrite like Gui Jin be worthy of them putting him and Shen Qingling together? On the other hand, those people who were shipping him and Shen Qingling under the mall photos last time seemed to have some sense. They looked more like a family than a family. Whether considering brotherhood or father-son relationships, he should have the upper hand over Gui Jin. At least Shen Qingling couldn't be Gui Jin's father. But Shen Qingling could be his father. He completely outclassed Gui Jin. He and Shen Qingling could be both good brothers and father and son, could Gui Jin? The answer is definitely no. Unless Gui Jin becomes Shen Qingling's son, then he could barely be considered to have won back some ground. Gui Jin, my relationship with Qingling is not something an outsider like you can comment on. Anyone with eyes can see how deep our bond is. Of course I know what he's thinking, I understand him better than you do. Nan Yen, that's just wishful thinking on your part. He might not think that way. You two are close, and so am I. Has he ever treated you to ice cream? Gui Jin's pupils dilated in shock. What? He treated you to ice cream. Nan Yen smiled, sigh, you say you're so close, but you've never even tasted an ice cream that Shen Qingling personally handed you. How pitiful, Gui Jin. Do you even know what a strawberry sundae tastes like? Chapter 20 For the Prey appears. Nan Yen deliberately looked at Gui Jin with pitying eyes. See, you can't say anything now, can you? Let me tell you, he's so gentle with me, he even makes me call him brother, and he's always acting like a father, caring for me and disciplining me. Sigh, maybe one day he'll become my stepfather, and then we'll be family, right? Maybe I should call you uncle now. Who's your uncle? Keep dreaming. Nan Yen was absolutely infuriating, and Gui Jin's face turned black with anger. Gu Yutong was speechless watching the two of them argue like elementary school kids. She frowned and said, all right, Jin, we should go upstairs. What's the point of arguing with him here? It's just an ice cream. Gui Jin shook his head indignantly, no. It's not just an ice cream. Qingling had bought ice cream for her cousin and Nan Yen before, but not him. Gu Yutong coaxed him while pulling him along, all right, I know. I'll have Qingling buy it for you when we get home. Let's go, the banquet's about to start. Let's go upstairs first, don't bother with those kinds of people. Outside, rain poured down like silver chains, but inside the banquet hall, it was as bright as day. Crystal chandeliers reflected dazzling light, intertwining with the golden ripples of the champagne tower. A rose-gold velvet carpet stretched from the spiral staircase to the stage. Nanjin stood at the top of the steps, wearing a dark green, high-slit velvet cheongsam. The slit in the cheongsam subtly revealed the well-proportioned lines of her body, and gold-embroidered vine patterns climbed from her waist to her shoulders. Her fingertips, painted with dark jade nail polish, rested on the gilded armrest. When the tassels on the hem of her cheongsam clashed with the subtle patterns, the icy jade bracelet on her wrist made a clear, cool sound. A priceless jade earring swayed gracefully with her movements as she descended the stairs, a smile playing on her lips. The torrential rain outside seemed merely the carefully orchestrated background music. This woman's mere presence could stir ripples in the hearts of countless men. A femme fatale, she was a femme fatale, but also a beauty. A beauty, yet one whom one dared not touch, dared not even dream of. Nanjin first went on stage to thank the guests for their attendance, then announced the start of the banquet. She stepped off the stage, looking at the throngs of people clinking glasses, but the one she longed to see was nowhere to be found. Shen Qingling hadn't come. Nanjin picked up her wineglass and took a sip, her heart filled with melancholy.
Although she knew it hadn't been easy for him to come, his promise that day had left her with a lingering hope. Her phone would vibrate frequently with messages, each time she opened it with anticipation, only to be disappointed in the end. Those were all birthday wishes from others, none were his. She knew Gu Changwan was a heartless man and would definitely prevent him from seeing her, so she couldn't blame him.
Without Shen Qingling's birthday wishes, it was just a social gathering for her.
Nanjun accepted the birthday wishes from those around her, but her mind was only on that one person who hadn't appeared.
Shang Mo and Shang Xia stood to the side, watching Nanjun's figure. Shang Xia whispered, "Didn't you say Qingling would come? The banquet has started and he hasn't shown up. I only saw Gu Yijin and Gu Yutong."
Shang Mo's eyes flickered slightly, then he lowered them and said, "He'll come. If he doesn't, this charade can't continue."
Not only Shang Mo was orchestrating a grand performance, but Jiang Yuning was too.
She was dressed as a hotel waitress, moving around the room pouring champagne for the guests. A Yin's voice came through the miniature earpiece.
"Yuning, Shen Qingling has left." Jiang Yuning smiled.
The prey was about to appear. An hour into the banquet, Shen Qingling still hadn't appeared. Nanjun dealt with the guests briefly before heading to the top floor. Shang Mo, Shang Xia, and Jiang Yuning's people were all watching her. They assumed Nanjun's departure was because Shen Qingling had appeared. They had to keep a close eye on Nanjun today, no matter what. Because to see Shen Qingling, they could only start with Nanjun.
Nanjun went to the top floor of the Cloud Top Hotel.
The top floor had been meticulously decorated by her.
It had everything.
A room, a swimming pool, a bed, a bathroom, a dining room, a viewing platform. The indoor pool was covered in rose petals, pure white and dark red petals alternating to create ripples on the water, the malachite mosaic at the bottom shimmering in the light. On the table, covered with an expensive tablecloth and lit with candles, were her carefully selected champagne and red wine. A 7-tiered cake stand stood not far from the table, adorned with fondant figurines of her and Shen Qingling, the two of them nestled together, looking very happy. Romantic and elegant piano music played on a loop from a record player. All of this was carefully arranged for tonight. She had planned for Shen Qingling to come and celebrate her birthday. She had intended to spend a romantic birthday with him here. She wanted to become his girlfriend today.
Unfortunately, he didn't come.
The torrential rain lashed the glass curtain wall of the Hentang Hotel, the water streaks distorting Nanjun's reflection in the floor-to-ceiling windows. She reclined in a dark green velvet sofa, the smoke from her cigarette mingling with the rain and mist outside. Through the hazy smoke, she thought she saw his face.
Nanjun couldn't help but reach for her phone.
She desperately wanted to call Shen Qingling. But after picking up the phone, she hesitated to dial. After thinking about it, she decided against it. Perhaps he was also saddened by not being able to attend her birthday party. Calling him now would feel like an accusation, or perhaps an expression of disappointment at his absence.
Just then, Nan Yan's call came in.
After she answered, Nan Yan asked where she was.
Nanjun took a sip of her drink and said, "I'm resting on the top floor. I really don't feel like dealing with those people. I brought him up."
Upon hearing this, Nanjun slammed her phone on the sofa and abruptly stood up and walked towards the door.
Jiang Yuning and Shang Mo both saw Shen Qingling.
They watched from a corner. The boy appeared in their sights so unexpectedly. This was the first time Jiang Yuning had seen Shen Qingling in real life.
He wasn't the aloof and cold campus heartthrob from the photos.
He looked disheveled, vulnerable, and flustered. Shen Qingling emerged from the private elevator, clutching a gift box. The boy's knuckles were white from gripping the gift box so tightly. The downpour had soaked through his white shirt, and raindrops were still dripping from his hair. The boy's soaked white shirt clung to his waist, outlining his handsome figure. Tears of water clung to the nape of his neck, dripping into his collar, each step leaving a trail of water on the marble floor. He was breathing heavily, his hand gripping the elevator door trembling slightly. Jiang Yuning wondered if it was because he was in too much of a hurry or because he was too cold.
Was he soaked from rushing here, or had some other reason for getting caught in the rain?
Judging from his appearance, he had clearly been soaked more than a little. His face was unnaturally pale. Jiang Yuning's gaze swept over him, then she noticed the mud on his knees.
Jiang Yuning's eyes widened in surprise. Could he have knelt in the rain all night to see Nanjun? Chapter 205 Nanjun's touching moment. Nanyan and Sangyin followed closely behind in the elevator.
Shen Qingling stood at the door of the presidential suite on the top floor, catching his breath. Before he could even tidy himself up, the door suddenly opened. Nanjun's initial expression of surprise upon seeing Shen Qingling turned to shock when she looked at him. The young man was soaked to the bone, even his hair was wet with raindrops, and his face was sickly pale under the crystal chandelier. He looked disheveled, yet possessed a broken beauty.
Shen Qingling gave her a gentle smile. "Happy birthday."
Nanjun looked at him with concern and asked, "Why did you get so disheveled?" Shen Qingling paused, then casually explained, "It's nothing, I just forgot my umbrella and got a little wet." He glossed over his past suffering, not wanting Nanjun to know about it or feel guilty about it. But Nanjun noticed the mud on his trousers.
He was soaked to the bone, so why was there mud only on his knees? Nanjun seemed to guess what was going on.
Her eyes reddened as she asked, "How did you convince your father?" The boy lowered his eyes, his gaze evasive, and said, "Nothing much, we just had a fight. He's not happy, but as long as I come home on time, he won't do anything to me."
"I'm fine, don't worry."
Nanjun suddenly squatted down, and while the boy was still stunned, she unexpectedly lifted his trouser leg. Seeing the marks on his knee, Nanjun's pupils contracted sharply, her fingertips trembling as she touched his knee. The marks were a patchwork of purplish blue, one could only imagine what he had been through. Her voice trembled as she asked, how long did you kneel in the rain?"
Shen Qingling whispered, "I forgot. I knelt there after a little argument this afternoon.
I rushed over as soon as Dad agreed, but I still missed the banquet. I'm sorry, I'm late, I disappointed you." The young man even looked guilty, just because he hadn't arrived in time and disappointed her. Nanjun suddenly stood up and hugged him tightly. The woman's hot tears mingled with the cold rain and rolled down his neck.
Nanjun trembled as she cried, holding him.
Nanjun's fingertips dug into the young man's soaked clothes, her throat feeling terribly dry and constricted. Feeling the chill emanating from the young man's body, her heart felt like it was being burned by a bitter ache. The young man hid his broken wounds in the rain, wrapped his suffering in a gentle smile, as if pain and dignity were nothing more than dust that could be easily brushed away. Each weak breath from the boy felt like a dull knife scraping against her chest. So the so-called argument had actually been a kneeling ordeal from afternoon until dusk. He hadn't even had time to change his clothes before appearing in such a disheveled state, his mind preoccupied only with the fear of missing her banquet. As Nanjun's scalding tears soaked into the boy's collar, his cool hand gently touched the tear tracks on her face.
"Birthdays should be joyful, not filled with tears.
I'm here to make you happy, not to make you cry for me."
Qingling I. Nanjun was too moved to speak.
The boy's promise was his promise, he would do it no matter the means.
It was just a birthday celebration, yet he went to such lengths.
Just to see her once, he knelt in the rain from afternoon until night. Gu Changwang, a heartless man, would never have released Shen Qingling so easily if he hadn't seen her on the verge of death.
What deep affection, what sincere love. Nan Yan stood to the side, deeply moved.
Perhaps he should be relieved that his mother had found someone who loved her deeply, and that this person was Shen Qingling, whom he wanted to be part of the family.
Nan Yan smiled, his expression complex. No one else in this world could have gone this far.
He had once disbelieved in true love, even his relationship with Nanjun was only bound together by his biological mother's wishes. He had despaired of love. The boy, whose handwriting in her memory possessed an unapproachable elegance, knelt in the pouring rain, just to attend his beloved's birthday party. Nanjun's trembling back betrayed her deep emotion, while Shen Qingling gently patted her back with his scarred hands, as if he weren't the one injured. Just now, when his mother hugged him, his first reaction was to wipe away her tears.
This scene was more powerful than any words of love.
Nan Yan felt that love might exist in this world, but it just needed to meet the right person.
He sincerely longed for Shen Qingling to be with them forever. The scene that moved the Nan family mother and son deeply affected Shang Mo and Shang Xia.
Shang Mo's fingers clenched tightly at her sides, a bitter taste swirling in her throat as she swallowed violently. She suddenly realized how ridiculous her forbearance and concessions had been. She was once incredibly proud, unwilling to lower herself or lower her pride. Even a chance encounter with him required meticulous planning, for fear that Shen Qingling would suspect ulterior motives, and that he would see her as utterly subservient. But now, seeing what Shen Qingling had done, she understood that loving someone meant being willing to break one's pride and bury it in the mud for the one you love. In the face of love, so-called dignity and pride are worthless. Before, whether it was imprisoning him out of desire or giving up the arranged marriage out of wish for his happiness, it was all self-indulgent sentimentality. She was never brave, and she had never truly bowed down for love. She wasn't even as brave as Shang Xia. Shang Xia could easily express her love verbally, but she couldn't do it herself, like a mute with a rich inner world who remains silent. Shen Qingling could only sense her affection from her obsessive methods, but he couldn't clearly know the depth of her love. She was always secretly plotting how to win him over. Compared to Shen Qingling, her love was far less open and honest, and certainly less courageous and sincere than his. How could he be so good that even his love was so readily displayed, making one feel envious and jealous just by looking at him, jealous of the woman he favored? Shang Xia wasn't feeling much better either. This scene was too much of a shock for her. She had only ever seen Shen Qingling's tenderness towards Lin Xingyan. She thought that was his ultimate expression. But so this is how he falls in love with a woman. So he can love someone like this, willing to do anything for that person. He held her so carefully, wiping away her tears, his own clothes disheveled yet still afraid of hurting her. The sharp pain of her nails digging into her palms brought her back to reality. He wasn't a silent sea, just one that didn't surge for her. As Nanjun sobbed, resting her forehead on the boy's shoulder, Shang Xia suddenly tasted the metallic flavor on her lips. She had bitten her lip without realizing it, the burning anger of jealousy threatening to consume her.
Shang Xia's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. Chapter 206: A Complete Mess.
Jiang Yuning stared at the scene, her eyes wide with disbelief.
Could such a man truly exist in this world?
Perhaps Shen Qingling's cold and aloof first impression was too deeply ingrained, making it hard to imagine he would do such a thing. This aloof young man actually acted this way when he met someone he liked. Although she already knew from the information that he liked Nanjun, witnessing firsthand everything he did for her still left her deeply shocked. Jiang Yuning's mood suddenly turned strange.
If she successfully won him over, would he treat her the same way in the future? Jiang Yuning's affection level increased by 5.
The system's announcement suddenly echoed in her mind, and Shen Qingling slowly lowered his eyes.
It seemed Jiang Yuning had indeed taken action.
She hadn't disappointed his expectations.
This is a birthday present for you. I hope you like it.
Shen Qingling reached out to hand over the ring box.
Hiding in the shadows, Shang Mo could no longer contain herself and emerged from around the corner. Qingling. Shang Mo's appearance displeased Nanjun. Why would she suddenly appear at a time like this?
And not just Shang Mo, but Shang Xia as well.
Nanjun said with an unfriendly gaze, shouldn't President Shang be downstairs right now? Shang Mo's expression wasn't exactly pleasant, she didn't even bother to pretend anymore.
Her purpose today was to cause trouble, so there was no need for pretense.
Shen Qingling gave him a surprised look.
Seeing Shang Xia looking at him with red eyes and a wronged expression, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?
Who bullied you?"
Shang Xia gritted her teeth and said, "A big bad guy.
I want to bite him." While Shen Qingling was still puzzled, Shang Mo said directly, "Qingling, I have something to say to you. Come with me."
She reached out to take Shen Qingling's hand, but Nanjun stepped forward and blocked Shen Qingling behind her.
"Shang Mo, this is my guest. What do you want?
Are you trying to snatch her away right in front of me?" Nanjun had barely finished speaking when the elevator announced its arrival at the floor.
Everyone looked towards the elevator. Gui Jin and Gu Yuton stepped out. Shen Qingling asked in surprise, "Why are you here too?"
Gui Jin glanced at Nanjun and Nanyan and said, "Dad said you're not familiar with banquets, so he sent us to accompany you, afraid you might be used by someone with ulterior motives." Gu Changwang had called Gu Yutong to tell her about Shen Qingling's attendance at the banquet and instructed Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin to keep a close eye on her. Before Shen Qingling arrived at the banquet, the two of them had been keeping an eye on Nanjun and Nanyan, respectively.
After Nanjun went up to the top floor, Gu Yutong sensed something was wrong.
When Nanyan suddenly walked out as well, Gu Yijin followed and discovered that Nanyan had gone to pick up Shen Qingling, and the two of them had taken the elevator together. Gu Yijin turned to find Gu Yutong, which delayed them for a while, and it was only now that the two of them came up.
Seeing Shen Qingling's disheveled appearance, Gu Yijin and Gu Yutong were both furious. Gu Yijin went over and asked her a few questions. "You came in the rain? Why didn't you let me pick you up?"
"I'm fine, brother, you don't need to worry about me."
Shang Xia deliberately pointed to Shen Qingling's knees and said, "Qingling, why are your trouser legs dirty? Did you accidentally fall?"
Shen Qingling made up an excuse to cover it up, but Gu Yijin sensed something was wrong. He crouched down and lifted Shen Qingling's trouser leg. The wounds on it were glaringly obvious.
Gu Yijin and Gu Yutong both stared intently at Nanjun. Gu Yutong gritted her teeth and said, "Madam Nan, you've got some nerve. You've made my brother go to such lengths for you." Gu Yijin was both angry and furious.
He stared coldly into Nanjun's eyes and said, "You'd better not let me find out you have any ill intentions towards him. If you betray his heart, you'll die a horrible death."
Nanyan pushed Gu Yijin away. "Mind your own business. Qingling likes us and wants to be with us.
What right do you have to say such things to my mother?" Shen Qingling advised, "It's just a minor injury, it'll heal in a few days."
Shang Yimou suddenly smiled, "Since everyone's here, madam, won't you invite us in? Let's celebrate madam's birthday together.
I see there's a dining table and a cake inside.
How about we share a birthday cake? Madam wouldn't be so stingy, would she?"
"Oh dear, madam can afford to book the entire Cloud Top Hotel, why would she care about a cake?" Before Nanjun could speak, Shang Xia finished speaking and walked inside on her own.
"Then we won't stand on ceremony, madam. Father said we must stay with Qingling at all times. If Qingling doesn't leave, we can't leave either."
Gu Yijin and Gu Yutong didn't want to leave Shen Qingling and Nanjun alone, so they followed Shang Xia inside. Nanjun knew that if she refused, the two siblings wouldn't give up easily, so she had no choice but to compromise. Sang Yin, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly said, "Brother, wearing wet clothes will make you sick.
The most important thing is to change your clothes and apply medicine. Your health is important."
"I happen to know a little about pharmacology, let's go inside and talk."
Nanjun, thinking of Shen Qingling's soaked clothes and injured knee, didn't bother arguing with them for the time being. "Qingling, there's a bathroom inside. Go take a shower and change your clothes. We'll wait for you outside."
Nanjun glanced at Sang Yin, "You come in too."
"I'll have someone bring the medicine up." And so, the whole group went into the room.
Jiang Yuning really hadn't expected so many people to come tonight.
This was completely unexpected.
The scene was utter chaos. Fortunately, she and Pei Shuji were in charge of all the services in the presidential suite tonight.
Once Nanjun ordered service, she and Pei Shuji could enter openly. But with so many people around, how could she possibly make a move on Shen Qingling? Things suddenly became tricky. The romantic scene Nanjun had prepared for Shen Qingling was now crowded with a group of unrelated people.
Shang Yimou and Shang Xia were even more furious when they saw what was happening in the room.
Candlelight dinner, Lafite wine, flower-filled pool, double bathrobes. If they hadn't come to ruin it, what would have happened to Nanjun and Shen Qingling tonight?
Shang Xia was so angry she wanted to drink the entire pool in one gulp. She walked to the dining table, her eyes sweeping across the room before her, landing on the red wine in front of her. The young girl said sarcastically, "Oh, you even prepared red wine.
What would Madam have planned if we hadn't come? It couldn't have been just a simple cake, could it?"
Gu Yijin, seeing the pool full of roses, also sneered, "Even the pool is covered in petals, how romantic, madam."
Qingling, a naive young man, was no match for Nanjun's advances. The pool and the bathrobe, it seemed like a premeditated scheme.
The others were relieved they had come. While Shen Qingling was showering and changing, Jiang Yuning and Pei Shuji entered.
Madam, hello. I'm Xiaoyu, tonight's waitress. It's a pleasure to serve you. Madam, hello. I'm Jishu, tonight's waitress. It's a pleasure to serve you. This is the medicine box you requested, madam.
Madam, dinner is ready and can be served at any time.
Chapter 207. No. You two can't be together.
Jiang Yuning and Pei Shuji were both dressed as hotel waiters, their eyes lowered in respect, and no one questioned their identities. Mainly, everyone's attention was elsewhere, no one had time to care about two waiters.
This relieved Jiang Yuning and Pei Shuji.
Nanjun sat in the main seat, a sudden unease creeping into her heart.
Her gaze fell on Shang Mo.
She had a feeling this woman's arrival was ill-intentioned.
Shang Mo wasn't the type to give up easily. She burned down the Shang family home and abducted Shen Qingling. Would someone like Shang Mo sit idly by and wait for her fate?
Nanjun stared at Shang Mo, momentarily lost in thought.
Why is madam looking at me like that? Shang Mo's cold tone snapped her back to reality.
Nanjun gave a fake smile. I just didn't expect Mr. Shang to personally attend such a small birthday banquet, and Miss Shang came along too.
I'm quite flattered. Madam's 32nd birthday. Oh no, a 32nd birthday is naturally something to celebrate.
My sister wouldn't agree to me having a birthday banquet at my age, saying it's too young for a child. Sheng Xia was practically implying Nanjun was old.
Madam's status is different. She's the madam of the Nan family.
Mr. Nan used to favor her older sister, which elevated Madam's status within the Nan family. It's a pity her sister died young, leaving such a large family for Madam to manage alone. Madam has devoted herself to the Nan family, which is why it's what it is today. You're just a young lady from the Shang family, how can you compare? Shang Mo was even more venomous, directly implying that Nanjun's past status was insignificant, and everything she possessed was due to her sister's death. Nanjun wasn't Mr. Nan's legal wife, yet she ultimately took control of the Nan family. One couldn't have attained such a position without considerable skill and cunning. Nanjun paused, her smile unchanged, and said, "That's my honor."
Qingling said I'm at the perfect age, possessing a charm that young people lack.
As for managing the household, Qingling also told me not to overwork myself.
Women should spend more time and energy on themselves. I'll gradually hand things over to Nan Yan, leaving time to enjoy life with the person I love.
Shang Mo and Shang Xia's eyes gradually turned cold.
What's there to brag about?
You'll regret it later. Gui Jin and Nan Yan were exchanging sarcastic remarks on the other side of the table, the cause being nothing more than an ice cream.
Gu Yutong, sitting in the middle, felt the atmosphere was strange.
She knew that Gui Jin now treated Shen Qingling like a younger brother.
But what about Shang Mo and Shang Xia?
Shang Mo, arrogant, cold, and ruthless, with only self-interest in his eyes and an extremely cold and official demeanor, was now subtly sarcastic.
What puzzled Gu Yutong even more was why Shang Mo would mock Nanjun like that at her birthday banquet. Did they have a grudge?
Shang Xia was also puzzled. She had always been a spoiled, bad-tempered young lady, yet she had transformed into a seemingly weak but actually barbed green tea, a manipulative woman.
Had she missed something? Or had something happened that she didn't know about? Gu Yutong was still oblivious.
She was simply remembering her father's words, to keep a close eye on Shen Qingling and prevent Nanjun from doing anything bad to him.
Sangin sat silently at the end of the table, completely invisible. She couldn't get a word in edgewise at this dinner. Given her status, she wouldn't even have the right to sit there. Hearing a sound behind her, she glanced towards the bathroom. Shen Qingling emerged. He looked even better after his shower, though his complexion was still somewhat pale. Nanjun stood up and went over to him, taking his hand.
"Qingling, sit next to me."
Shen Qingling nodded and sat down next to Nanjun. The two looked every bit the couple, seemingly the hosts of the banquet. Just looking at them, they were a handsome couple, a perfect match. Nanjun thought so too. In a good mood, she said to the waiter, "The food can be served now." Suddenly, Sangin walked over from the end of the table. "Brother, let me apply the medicine for you first." It's alright, I can apply it when we get home. Nanjun looked at Shen Qingling and said, let's apply the medicine first, it won't take long.
Shen Qingling agreed immediately.
Sangin tightened her grip on the medicine box.
She knelt down beside Shen Qingling and rolled up his trouser leg to apply the medicine. Pei Shuji placed the dishes on the table.
Jiang Yuning opened a bottle of red wine and began pouring drinks for everyone.
After Shen Qingling sat down, he took out the box and placed it in front of Nanjun.
I haven't given you your birthday present yet. Open it and see if you like it.
The boy's eyes were full of sincerity and expectation. Such a genuine look would move anyone.
Nanjun picked up the box and opened it. Inside was a ring. And if she remembered correctly, rings from this brand were quite expensive.
Just looking at the large diamond on it, the ring's value wouldn't be less than 10 million. The diamond shone brilliantly in the candlelight, displaying a beautiful fire.
Nanjun parted her lips slightly. Why such an expensive birthday gift? Shen Qingling smiled and said, it's not expensive, as long as you like it. I wanted to give you the best birthday gift I could afford.
Everyone present could tell that the ring was worth at least 10 million. Shang Xiao was about to stand up when Shang Mo grabbed her hand tightly.
Pei Shuji and Jiang Yuning, standing in the corner, were blinded by the ring.
Pei Shuji whispered to Jiang Yuning, if you ask me, you shouldn't take that job. Winning over this young master Shen's heart means you can just give him a $10 million ring.
That's way more profitable than doing a mission.
Jiang Yuning maintained her smile and said, shut up. Shen Qingling took out the ring and took Nanjun's hand.
Actually, there's another reason I gave you the ring. He gave a shy, shallow smile. Sister, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Shang Mo had dreamed of hearing these words from someone else.
Nanjun looked at him with surprise and emotion. Overwhelming happiness almost made her dizzy, leaving her somewhat dazed. Everything felt unreal, as if she were in a dream.
She asked again incredulously, Qingling, are you serious? You really want to be with me? Shen Qingling looked at her tenderly, of course it's true. I came today to tell you that I want to be with you.
Nanjun, her eyes red-rimmed, said, I do.
The knife and fork scraped across the plate with an unpleasant sound. No. You two can't be together. Gu Yutong was the first to stand up and object. Qingling, have you forgotten what Dad said? Dad won't agree to you being with her. Dad originally didn't want me to come to the birthday party either, but I came anyway. I believe that as long as I'm firm enough, Dad will accept it one day. Guijin stood up anxiously and said, Qingling, you really need to think this through. She has a son. Do you really want to become someone's stepfather at such a young age?
Nan Yan curled his lips and said, Guijin, stop struggling. I said we'll be family sooner or later.
Uncle, sit down, look how anxious you are. Guijin glared at him fiercely, shut up.
Shen Qingling advised, brother, actually, Ian is quite good. It's just that you have a prejudice against him. I believe you'll change your mind once you get to know him better. Guijin's brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. Qingling, it's you who doesn't understand him. I can go along with everything else, but you really need to consider this carefully. Just as Shen Qingling was about to say something, Shang Mo, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Qingling, your brother is right. You don't understand them at all. Shen Qingling paused, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Even you're going to stop me? You said you'd bless us back at the Shang family. I could have blessed you, but I found out some things I have to tell you. Chapter 208 Nanjun's Innocence Exposed. Shang Mo wore a troubled and conflicted expression, her gaze turning deep as she looked at Nanjun. I think you should really see what kind of person the woman sitting next to you is. She's definitely not what you think she is. What do you mean by that? Nanjun's heart sank. She stared intently at Shang Mo. What was she planning to do? A terrible premonition filled Nanjun. The room was eerily quiet, a calm that seemed to hold an impending storm. Outside, the rain pounded fiercely against the glass, the tempestuous downpour sending a shiver down one's spine. There are some things I didn't want to reveal here, but Qingling has been bewitched by you and lost his mind. I have to shatter his illusions and let him see who you really are." Shang Mo took out her phone, placed it on the table, and started a recording. The phone played the voices of Shang Mo and Nanjun. It was from the time Nanjun had confronted him at the Shang family home. "Shang Mo, madam, you've given up so easily? I thought you liked him so much." "Nanjun, I never said I liked him. I only ruined your marriage for that piece of land. What I despise even more is your provocation." The woman's cold, ruthless tone pierced Shen Qingling's heart like a sharp blade. The young man's body seemed frozen, staring at Nanjun in disbelief. Nanjun panicked completely at this point in the recording. She reached out to grab Shang Mo's phone. Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed. Shen Qingling gripped her wrist tightly. His face was grim as he said, "Let her finish playing it." Nanjun was utterly desperate, her heart sinking deeper and deeper. "Shang Mo, unfortunately, your dislike is useless. If anyone's provoking me, it was you who provoked me first. If you hadn't provoked Shen Qingling, I wouldn't have provoked you. Nanjun, if you want to settle these things with me, then we have to go back to the land dispute at the beginning. Your Shang family isn't involved in real estate, yet you insisted on meddling. You ruined my plans first, understand? Shang Mo, this land isn't in your name, Nanjun's name. Why can't I fight for it?" "Nanjun, fine, fight then. We'll each use our own methods and see who the final winner is. Shang Mo, I want the land, and I want the person. You'll get nothing. Nanjun, is that so? Then we'll wait and see." After the recording finished playing, the boy's knuckles gripping Nanjun's wrist turned white, veins bulged, and his nails almost dug into her skin. He was like a frozen ice sculpture. The color drained from his face, leaving his lips a sickly grayish white. His eyes were red-rimmed, filled with hatred, yet his voice was filled with heartbreak. "So everything you did to me was just to ruin the marriage between Gu Sheng and his family, just for a piece of land?" The last few words lingered, a question tinged with incredulous mockery. The ring box on the table cast distorted shadows in the candlelight, the diamond's brilliance transforming into a mocking face in the flickering light. The sincerity once so precious was now exposed to the public eye as a ridiculous joke. The boy's eyes reflected Nanjun's panicked face. It was as if he was seeing the person before him clearly for the first time. The once tender gaze shattered, transforming into sharp icy shards piercing the other. Seeing Shen Qingling like this, everyone held their breath. Nanjun's trembling voice broke the tense silence. "Qingling, let me explain." Shen Qingling looked into her eyes, releasing her hand and pressing closer. "Explain what?" "Explain that you were sincere with me. Explain that you weren't using me from the beginning, that you didn't have ulterior motives. Explain, Nanjun." He gripped her shoulders, his eyes stubbornly demanding an answer from her. Seeing the heartbroken look in the young man's eyes, Nanjun felt as if 1,000 arrows were piercing her heart. Nanjun's tears dripped onto his hand, but she couldn't utter a single word of explanation. Because she couldn't explain that she had approached him to sabotage the arranged marriage, to exploit his sincerity for that piece of land. Her love had never been pure from the start. Ultimately, everyone must pay the price for their actions. Why won't you speak? I just want an answer from you. Or are you simply speechless? Now that I know the truth, you're too lazy to keep placating me. Nanjun, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face, said, "I." Shang Mo stepped forward and said, "She can't explain it. That's the truth, isn't it?" Nanjun stared at Shang Mo with a venomous look. "This is between us. It's none of your business." Nanjun grasped Shen Qingling's hand and explained, "Qingling, I admit, I did approach you with ulterior motives at first, but later I lost myself. I've fallen in love with you. Now, my feelings for you are genuine. Qingling, I truly love you." The young man slowly pried her fingers open. "Are your words true or false? Or are you pursuing some unknown motive? I truly cannot discern your sincerity. I dare not, and do not wish to, believe a single word from you again." Nanjun's heart shattered completely. He no longer believed her words, nor would he ever love her again. The woman's meticulously manicured nails dug deeply into her palms, drawing blood from the force. At that moment, her throat felt as if it were being constricted by invisible threads, her breathing became the tearing sound of a broken bellows, and her carefully applied lipstick was bitten until it bled.
Nanjun desperately clung to him. Please, believe me one more time.
I can make amends, I can change, I won't let you down. Please believe me, just this once. This was the first time she had lost her composure in public since becoming the head of the Nan family. This woman, always noble, elegant, and smiling, was now panicked, helpless, and utterly humiliated. She pleaded for his forgiveness, her pride utterly shattered in that moment. Seeing Shen Qingling's eyes soften, Shang Mo spoke again. Qingling, you can't trust her anymore.
This woman is a liar. Besides this, there's something else I must tell you. Shen Qingling looked up at her. Something else? What is it? This incident had already hit him hard enough. Was there really something else?
That fire at the Shang family mansion was her doing too. She wanted us both dead so she could win that land. She didn't hesitate to set fire to the house and kill us, determined to perish in the flames.
Qingling, look closely. This is her true face.
She's nothing but a woman who will stop at nothing for profit. Your sincerity is worthless in her eyes. If she truly loved you, how could she bear to do such a thing to you?
Nanjun was furious. She stepped forward and slapped Shang Mo hard across the face.
The loud slap startled those nearby. Nanjun used all her strength this time, and blood trickled from Shang Mo's lips.
She expressionlessly wiped the blood from her lips with her fingertip.
Nanjun even saw smugness and provocation in her eyes.
Nanjun, you've lost. Completely lost. Chapter 209 Bloodshed.
Nanjun gritted her teeth and said, I didn't.
If you hadn't imprisoned him, why would I have done this? I only wanted to rescue him.
You keep saying I'm not a good person, but are you, Shang Mo, some kind of saint?
Wasn't it you, Shang Mo, who plotted to get him? Wasn't it you, Shang Mo, who went to such lengths to imprison him?
And how were you any better than me in everything you did? If you hadn't been so reckless, how could I have risked everything by setting fire to save him? I was just trying to get him out of the Shang family. Don't you dare slander me. And dare you say this wasn't a long-planned conspiracy? If you truly loved him, why did you wait until he was deeply in love with me to confess? You had so many opportunities to say it before, but you insisted on waiting until now.
You were just waiting for him to be disappointed and desperate in me so you could appear as a savior, appease him, win him over, make him see only yourself, control him completely, and never be able to see anyone else again.
Shang Mo, you're more ruthless than me, and you don't deserve his love at all.
Gui Jin stepped forward in disbelief, gritting her teeth. Wait, what did you say? Shang Mo imprisoned Qingling.
Nanjun sneered.
Now it's time to make everything clear. Do you all think Shang Mo is any good?
She repeatedly sent people to follow him, even going so far as to imprison him, harm him, and even.
Gui Jin's eyes reddened with anger.
He shouted, what else?
Speak up.
Did she lay a hand on Qingling? Nanjun naturally couldn't bring herself to say such a thing. She didn't want Shen Qingling to lose her dignity here. Anyway, what she did was far worse than mine.
You still think she's a good person?
I told you long ago that Shang Mo was suspicious, but you wouldn't believe me, insisting that my Nan family kidnapped him. In reality, it was the person you trusted most who laid hands on Shen Qingling.
Gui Jin blared at Shang Mo, his eyes filled with rage. Shang Mo, how could you do such a thing?
You're despicable. I trusted you so much, even believing that your Shang family had nothing to do with Qingling's disappearance.
So the wolf hidden deepest here is you. We've all been deceived by you. Shang Mo looked at Gui Jin expressionlessly. What does this have to do with you?
You, Gui Jin, are the last person who has the right to speak here.
This is between him and me.
You, the one who usurped his place, are the one who hurt him the most.
If you hadn't stolen his identity and taken away his rightful happy life, how could he have become an orphan growing up in an orphanage?
How could he have recklessly thrown himself into the fire for Nanjun's so-called love? If you had any conscience, you should have left the Gu family and given everything back to him, instead of staying by his side playing the role of a so-called good brother.
Do you really consider your actions upright?
Gui Jin, provoked by Shang Mo's words, lost his temper and slapped Shang Mo across the face.
Shut up! What do you know? The relationship between Qingling and me is not something you can question. Do you think I wanted to be the young master of the Gu family? If I could choose my birth, I would rather have died in the womb and never been born. You understand nothing, you know nothing. How could you know the precarious existence I endured in the Gu family, even having to marry your sister, that spoiled and unreasonable good for nothing, just for the sake of inheritance? A mad woman like you, born with everything and using tricks to imprison others, has no right to question my feelings for him. You don't understand what love is at all.
Seeing Shang Mo being attacked, Shang Xia rushed forward to help. Shang Xia slapped Gui Jin across the face.
Gui Jin, what right do you have to criticize my sister? Are you some kind of saint?
Wasn't it you, Gui Jin, who bribed reporters to frame Qingling and Song Jining, smeared him, and tried to ruin his reputation?
Wasn't it you who repeatedly used underhanded tactics to buy trending topics and attack Qingling on the show? Now, what are you pretending to be, this innocent young man?
In terms of acting skills, Gui Jin, you're the #1 actor here.
Do you think I'd willingly marry a hypocritical and insidious person like you?
If it weren't for the Shang family and my lifelong financial security, I wouldn't even look at someone like you.
You call me useless? Aren't you useless too?
Gui Jin had finally convinced himself to forget the past. Hurting Shen Qingling was the biggest regret of his life, only to have it exposed by Shang Xia in front of everyone. He slapped Shang Xia across the face. Shut up!
What kind of good person are you, Shang Xia?
You kept saying you liked Qingling, but after finding out Qingling liked Nanjun, wasn't it you, Shang Xia, who sent people to follow them, take photos of their meetings, and then sent those photos to my parents? And you made me take the blame, making me misunderstood by my family and Qingling. It was clearly you, Shang Xia, who did these shameful things, and I didn't expose you, yet you dare bring it up again in front of me.
And Nan Yen. He definitely knew what he did to Nanjun. Maybe they even plotted it together. I don't believe he's innocent.
Qingling, take a good look.
Everyone here has ulterior motives towards you. Gu Yutong was completely dumbfounded.
Her brain was practically turning to mush. The money-grubbing, cold-blooded Shang Mo imprisoned Shen Qingling. The kind and understanding younger brother, Gui Jin, repeatedly plotted against Shen Qingling. The brainless Shang Xia bribed a reporter to expose Shen Qingling and Nanjun's affair. The cunning Nanjun toyed with Shen Qingling's feelings for a piece of land. The wild and untamed Nan Yan now wore a pitiful expression of brokenness and despair. Shen Qingling gritted his teeth and sneered.
Fine, fine. He first looked at Nanjun. Is this how you treat my sincerity? Seeing me being manipulated like a fool, you must be very proud of yourself. No, Qingling, I really didn't think that way.
Nanjun, tears streaming down her face, tried to grasp his hand, but the boy violently shook her off. In the process, Nanjun knocked over the red wine and glasses on the table, shattering the glass at her feet. This ring is something I bought with all my savings. Consider it my sincerity thrown to the dogs. Shen Qingling threw the ring on the ground without hesitation, as if throwing away their relationship. Ignoring the shards of glass at her feet, Nanjun lunged for the diamond ring that had rolled to the ground, letting the shards cut her hands. She clutched the blood-stained ring tightly to her chest, as if this could force their shattered love back into her heart. But a broken mirror cannot be mended, just like the love between him and Shen Qingling. A story that began with deception was destined for a bad end.
Shen Qingling then looked at Shang Mo. Did you discover everything today by accident, or was it premeditated? I want to hear the truth. I discovered it by accident. Lying.
Shen Qingling stared at her coldly. You could say you discovered the fire afterward, but you could have told me about your conversations with her much earlier. You had countless opportunities to tell me she didn't love me, but you didn't. You just watched me slowly fall deeper and deeper into her trap. Then, when I offered her my whole heart, thinking I was about to find true love, you ruthlessly woke me up, letting me see her true colors, so I would hate her completely and believe you, who discovered the truth for my own good.
Shang Mo, even sincerity is calculated inch by inch. What is your love anyway?
Shang Mo stood frozen, wanting to explain, but Shen Qingling ruthlessly pushed him away. Don't touch me. Shen Qingling then looked at Shang Xia. Shang Xia felt tense and frightened by his cold gaze.
She forced a smile, trying to get away with it by acting cute as before.
But before she could touch Shen Qingling, the boy grabbed her chin. His eyes were icy cold, devoid of any affection, filled only with hurtful hatred and disappointment in her.
And you, why did you treat me like this? I thought you were innocent, kind, and adorable.
Even when you made foolish mistakes, I never held it against you. Even when you targeted people around me, I thought you were just too fond of me, that you weren't bad at heart, just a little girl wanting candy.
But it turns out you can deceive me too, that you can scheme and manipulate behind my back.
You're quite adept at shifting blame onto others. I actually thought you were naive, that you had no guile, and even tried to save you.
So, the most naive person here is me.
The women of the Shang family have no hearts.
Hearing Shen Qingling's words, Shang Xia's heart shattered.
I'm sorry, I just like you so much, I didn't really mean to hurt you. Large tears streamed down her face, the scalding tears dripping onto Shen Qingling's hand, but the boy's eyes showed no sign of softening. She reached out to touch his hand, pleading with him like before. But Shen Qingling released her abruptly, refusing to look at her again.
Finally, he looked at Nan Yan.
Ian, tell me, did you know about her deceiving me, and were you involved?
Chapter 210 The Last Straw That Broke Him Off. Nan Yan felt a chill run down his spine.
It's not frightening to see a person with a bad temper angry, because that's their normal state, you've seen it countless times, and the fear wears off.
But the sudden anger of a usually gentle and patient person is the most terrifying.
Because you've never seen that side of them before, you can't judge whether you can withstand their rage, whether you can face those usually gentle eyes turning cold and ruthless. This was the first time Nan Yan had seen Shen Qingling like this, and he felt like a stranger.
A deeper panic followed.
Those eyes now held scrutiny, suspicion, and a fragile, shattering sadness. Nan Yan was about to become the final straw. Shen Qingling's eyes told him unequivocally that he wanted this young man to say he knew nothing. Looking into his eyes, Nan Yan was filled with guilt and sorrow. But he couldn't lie to Shen Qingling.
He couldn't lie to him a second time. And some things he wouldn't believe just because he said Shen Qingling wasn't there.
Shen Qingling might already understand, but she couldn't accept it, wanting to hear an answer from him personally, so she could finally give up on them completely. Nan Yan felt his beautiful dream was about to shatter. Looking into Shen Qingling's eyes, he knew he was about to be utterly defeated. The record player in the room was still playing piano music, the melody intense yet elegant. The sudden burst of piano chords felt like a sharp blade slashing at Nan Yan's heart. He was extremely tense. The angled edges of the crystal chandelier cast dappled light on Shen Qingling's pale chin.
His eyes were fixed stubbornly on Nan Yan, determined to get an answer.
Everyone watched this scene in silence, their hearts pounding with Nan Yan's. The shadows of everyone in the room were stretched long and distorted by the light, weaving together on the curtains like shadow puppets, swaying eerily to the escalating vibrato. At this moment, they were like actors performing on stage. But their relationship was about to end with this play. This was a drama called bad. Your silence is acquiescence. Shen Qingling spoke again. Nan Yan's throat felt blocked, unable to utter a sound. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would see disappointment and hatred in Shen Qingling's eyes. But his silence was no different from acquiescence. Nan Yan, even someone with your personality has moments of running away. Shen Qingling's address to him had changed from a yen to Nan Yan.
Nan Yan's Adam's apple bobbed. He knew that now he had no way out but to admit it. In the end, he took all the blame.
I'm sorry, I made mother do this, don't blame her.
In fact, it was indeed he who had Nanjin use her beauty to seduce Shen Qingling.
But no one expected things to turn out this way. Nan Yan's attempt to seduce Shen Qingling failed, and instead, he lost himself in the process. Shen Qingling gave a sarcastic smile. You devised the plan, she executes it, a truly flawless combination. Nan Yan saw heartbreaking despair and the hatred of being deceived in his eyes. Nan Yan felt as if his heart had been crushed by that look. He couldn't accept that Shen Qingling would hate him. With a sorrowful and guilty look in his eyes, Nan Yan said, "I'm sorry, our initial intentions weren't pure, but now we truly want to be your family, really.
I've never wanted anyone to be a part of my life like this before. You're so good that even my mother and I were moved by your sincerity. We feel guilty for deceiving you before, and we're afraid that something like this will happen again. Our anxious concealment was just to keep you here forever. My mother and I aren't good people, but even the worst people have hearts. My mother and I used to walk in darkness, but because of you, for the first time, we want to step into the light and become the kind of good people you like. Could you give us another chance, brother?"
Nan Yan's eyes also looked broken, cautious, anxious, even pitiful and humble. This wild and untamed boy was pleading with someone for the first time with such eyes and tone. Just to beg for his forgiveness. Shen Qingling saw the look in his eyes and felt as if she were looking at a puppy about to be abandoned, desperate and pitiful. If she were truly abandoned, it might drive him completely insane. Hearing Nan Yan call him brother, Shen Qingling's expression changed. Gui Jin, worried that Shen Qingling would soften, rushed forward and interrupted their conversation.
Gui Jin slapped Nan Yan, suspectedly settling a personal score. "Nan Yan, that's enough. You've done such disgusting things and still want Qingling's forgiveness, still want to be family with him? How dare you say that? Clinging to Qingling like a dog, wagging your tail and begging here like a dog, I'm ashamed for you." Every word Gui Jin said sounded familiar. When Shen Qingling wanted to break up with him, his reaction was even more intense than Nan Yan's. After all, he was a man who could kneel down and slap himself. Nan Yan couldn't even do this much. How could he deserve Qingling's forgiveness? The way Nan Yan looked at Gui Jin now was practically murderous. Ignoring the bloodstains on his lips, he grabbed Gui Jin's neck with a sinister gaze. It's always Gui Jin. It's always him who tries to ruin their relationship. Nan Yan truly wanted to kill him now. "Gui Jin, I've put up with you for too long." The already untamed youth slammed Gui Jin against the table, his neck gripped tightly. Shen Qingling tried to rescue Gui Jin, but he was soaked from the rain and weak. He was no match for Nan Yan. Gui Jin's face grew paler and paler, while Nan Yan's expression became increasingly ferocious. "What right do you, Gui Jin, have to talk to me like that? Since you're just a usurper, a fake son, aren't you completely unrelated to your brother? What talk of family, of brothers? Do you think you can make it real just by acting? He's not your brother, he never will be. You're just a completely worthless product, the one who caused his tragedy and brought him suffering, a fake worthless product at that." Gui Jin's eyes reddened with anger. "I'm not." Gui Jin reached for the red wine on the table, picked up the bottle, and smashed it over Nan Yan's head. Nan Yan finally released him. Blood slowly trickled down the boy's forehead. The stylus of the record player vibrated in the grooves of the film, a fierce rhapsody suddenly soaring to the high register, the sharp strings like blades slicing through glass, creating a terrifying harmony with the shattering of the wine bottle. Gui Jin roared at Nan Yan, "I'm not a defective product. I am his brother, for life. As for you, Nan Yan, you'll never get Qingling's forgiveness. He will never be your family. Never." Nan Yan was now driven mad by Gui Jin's words. He calmly wiped the blood from his eyes and smiled slightly. "You're really asking for it." Chapter 211, Nanjin's heartbeat value 100. He rushed forward and began fighting with Gui Jin. The two fought from the dining table to the cake stand, which collapsed with a crash, the two little figures on the cake falling to Nanjin's feet. The two continued fighting, moving from the cake stand to the edge of the swimming pool. Nanjin picked up the two little figures, her eyes filled with sorrow. But this was not the time for sorrow. She feared that Nan Yan might do something irreversible here. Killing someone in public would ruin his life. Gui Jin was no match for Nan Yan. If this continued, Gui Jin would be beaten to death by Nan Yan. Nanjin tried to step forward to stop them, but Shang Xia grabbed her arm. "Where do you think you're going? Give me Qingling's ring." "Why should I give it to you? You don't deserve this ring at all." Qingling spent 10 million to buy it. How can you have the nerve to take it? Let me go. Gui Jin is going to be beaten to death if you don't get over here. So what if he's dead? What's the rush? I think you just want to take Qingling's ring. Nanjun ignored her and tried to push her away. But Shang Xia was incredibly strong, she wouldn't give up until she got the ring. How can a woman like you, who deceived his feelings, deserve his love? You have to return this ring to him today. I'll give it to him myself. You don't need to bite me like a dog. I'm going to bite you. You'd better sleep with one eye open from now on, or I'll crawl out of the sewers and strangle you. Shang Xia bit Nanjun's hand. Nanjun had no choice but to slap her. Shang Xia remained unmoved, still biting her relentlessly. She bit and cried, tears streaming down her face. It was all that wicked woman, Nanjun's, fault. She so desperately wanted Shen Qingling's affection, and did those things to destroy the love between Nanjun and Shen Qingling. But Shen Qingling found out and was angry. Seeing his cold, indifferent gaze, Shang Xia's heart shattered. But who knew that Nanjun had only been using Shen Qingling? The love she desperately wanted had become a bargaining chip for Nanjun. Shang Xia's hatred for Nanjun reached its peak. Shang Yimou watched this absurd scene, Shang Xia's screams and the sound of Nanjun slapping her eardrums piercing her ears. Adding to the headache from the intense, high-pitched music playing in her ears, she went over and smashed the record player to the ground. The sound of a record player shattering echoed from the room, followed by a deafening crash from the poolside, and then the world fell silent. Gu Yutong had rushed over before Nanjun could react. Without a word, she forcefully shoved the two wrestling figures into the water. Get in there and calm down. A huge splash erupted on the surface of the pool, and the two finally stopped. Shang Xia and Nanjun, unaware of what had happened, assumed Shen Qingling was in trouble and also stopped their fight, rushing over as well. Gu Yutong turned to face the others who had rushed over, and in a fit of rage, slapped each of them. Besides Shen Qingling and Sang Yin, even Shang Yimou received a slap. Shang Yimou had received more slaps in his entire life than he had ever experienced in his life. The resounding slaps echoed across the empty poolside. Gu Yutong, as the eldest sister of the Gu family, still possessed considerable authority. Her eyes were filled with rage. Have you all calmed down? Look at all of you, what are you doing? How could you do this to Qingling? He's such an innocent young man, how could you bear to hurt him like this? That slap was on Qingling's behalf. I know he's kind, and even if he's heartbroken, he wouldn't want to lay a hand on you, but as his sister, I couldn't stand by and watch. I absolutely will not allow you to hurt my brother like this. Gu Yutong was fiercely protective of her own. During this time, she had come to regard Shen Qingling as family, and her relationship with Wen Sulan had improved considerably. She could even chat with Lin Qingdai, whom she disliked the most, showing how good her mood had been lately. All of this was because of Qingling's arrival. But these people schemed against him like this. Shen Qingling had suffered so much, he didn't like a single one of these women. You, Nanjun. You, Shang Yimou. And you, Shang Xia. You'll never set foot in the Gu family again. Gu Yutong was both heartbroken and furious when Shen Qingling suddenly approached. Sister, don't say any more. His voice was extremely weak. Everyone looked at Shen Qingling's current state, his face was pale with an unnatural flush, and he swayed precariously, as if he would collapse at any moment. Several women wanted to go forward to comfort him, but Gu Yutong glared at them, preventing them from approaching. Gu Yutong turned to Shen Qingling with a look of heartache and said, Qingling, let's go home first. You look like you're sick. Shen Qingling shook his head, a broken and sorrowful aura surrounding him, making everyone feel even more guilty and heartbroken. I want to be alone. You all go back first, don't worry about me. But how can I leave you like this? I'll call you if anything happens. I really want to be alone. Just let me be alone. I don't want to hear anything right now. He looked extremely tired and in immense pain. At this moment, all he wanted was to escape this place, to escape from all those who had hurt him. Gu Yutong knew he must be suffering terribly, and could only sigh and nod. Shen Qingling didn't leave immediately. He walked up to Nanjun, his eyes falling on the ring in her hand. The ring still had Nanjun's blood on it. Her hand was bleeding profusely from being cut by glass. Shen Qingling picked up the ring from her hand. Nanjun thought he was going to take it away. But Shen Qingling took her hand and, to everyone's astonishment, slipped the ring onto her ring finger. "This ring is for you." Nanjun's eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. She stammered, her lips barely moving. Aren't you going to take it back? Love given away can never be taken back." Nanjun's heart ached at those words. A ring can be taken back once given, but can true love be taken back? Nanjun trembled with sobs, clutching the ring, wishing she could kneel and beg for his forgiveness. She hugged him tightly, she didn't want to let him go. Tears blurred her vision, and Nanjun's voice grew hoarse from crying. Her hair and clothes were disheveled from the sweltering heat, making her look wretched and pitiful. "I'm sorry, Qingling, I really didn't want to hurt you. I never thought I'd fall for you. I thought I'd never love anyone else in my life, but I've fallen for you. Qingling, please don't leave me. I really can't live without you. I'll do anything you ask, as long as you can forgive me. Please give me another chance to repent. I want to make it up to you, I want to be good to you. I don't want any land or house, I just want you. I'd even give you the entire Nan family, just if you'd look at me once. Qingling, please forgive me this once, just this once, okay?" Shen Qingling didn't comfort her as he used to. He let her hold him, let her cry, let her plead so desperately. "Nanjun, I once truly loved you, and I even dreamed of personally placing a ring on your finger and making you my wife. Unfortunately, things didn't go as I wished, it was all just my naive fantasy. Consider this ring a wish fulfilled by Shen Qingling, the one who loved you. From now on, that person is dead. I will not love you, I will not forgive you, and I will not hate you. There is nothing between us anymore. Forget me." As soon as Shen Qingling finished speaking, 077's voice echoed in his mind. Nanjun's heart-fluttering value, 100. Congratulations, host, the conquest has been achieved. Chapter 212. Jiang Yuning will never fall in love with any man. Jiang Yuning and Pei Shuji were both dumbfounded. Today's banquet was absolutely rife with juicy gossip. Even movies don't have this kind of exciting plot twists. Pei Shuji, a gossipy and love-gossip-loving individual, took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to them in the corner and started chatting with Jiang Yuning while watching the spectacle. "Pei Shuji, how many slaps have been made since the beginning? Are all wealthy families playing this high-stakes game now?" Jiang Yuning smiled sarcastically. "What a wonderful show." Behind the glamorous facade of these people lies a dirty and despicable nature. That's just human nature. Pei Shuji sighed. It's a pity that this Madame Nan, a fellow con artist, actually fell in love with her target. Jiang Yuning's eyes turned cold as she said in a deep voice, "That's why she failed miserably. How can a con artist fall for the person she's trying to deceive? This lady is a failure as a con artist. From the day she became a con artist, she bid farewell to the concept of love. She, Jiang Yuning, would never love any man." Compared to these women, Pei Shuji was more curious about Shen Qingling. As a man, he deeply sympathized with Shen Qingling's plight. Pei Shuji clicked his tongue and said, "To be honest, Shen Qingling is so pitiful. He's been completely manipulated by these women, his sincere heart crushed. Sigh, the world is about to lose another devoted man. Why did all these people have to come out at once? Accepting things one by one might not have been so difficult, but now, it's all out in one go. The impact on Shen Qingling is probably no less than a nuclear explosion. In my opinion, Shen Qingling's Tao heart is already shattered. You don't need to intervene, he's completely severed from all emotions by now. How did he manage to make so many women fall in love with him? Even those two men seem a bit abnormal. If I remember correctly, isn't Gui Jin Shen Qingling's brother? We suspected he placed the order before, but it doesn't seem like it." Pei Shuji muttered to himself. Jiang Yuning watched Shen Qingling's retreating figure without saying a word. Pei Shuji was used to Jiang Yuning's indifference.
Pei Shuji continued, so many unexpected things happened today, should the mission continue? Of course it should continue, otherwise, would I have planned all this just to watch this melodramatic spectacle? But Shen Qingling has suffered such a huge blow right now, I'm afraid he's closed off from love. If you act now at such a sensitive time, he'll definitely find it hard to trust you, and he might even be traumatized by the hurt these women caused him. Your approach could easily arouse his suspicion.
No, you're wrong.
I appeared when he was at his saddest and most heartbroken, filling the emotional void in him. At this time, he needs someone to heal him, and the simple and innocent me is his best medicine.
Jiang Yuning revealed a meaningful smile.
What happened today actually benefited her in winning over Shen Qingling. Otherwise, with so many women surrounding him, it would have been quite difficult for her to get close to him. Now that Nanjun has lost Shen Qingling's love, it's time for her to step in and save him.
As Shen Qingling turned to leave, Jiang Yuning gave Pei Shuji a wink.
The two slipped out of the room when no one was looking. After Shen Qingling left, only a group of heartbroken people remained in the room.
There were also two people soaking in the water. Nan Yan and Gui Jin climbed out of the water. Gu Yutan looked at Gui Jin with extremely complicated eyes.
Having been Gui Jin's sister for so many years, she felt as if she had never truly known him.
Ajin, come back with me. I have something to ask you.
And you, Sangin, come with me. Gui Jin paused, suddenly remembering that Gu Yutan was unaware of what he had done. Although Qingling had forgiven him, if Gu Yutan, in a fit of anger, told Gu Changwang and Wen Sulan everything, he would definitely be kicked out, and even if Qingling wanted to stop her, she couldn't. Gui Jin left with Gu Yutan, her heart filled with unease, while Sangin silently followed behind them. Shang Xia and Shang Mo naturally saw no need to stay, so they left as well.
Once outside, Shang Xia, her eyes red and choked with sobs, said, "Didn't we agree to deal with Nanjun?
Now he hates both of us. Nanjun lost, but we didn't win either."
Shang Mo withdrew his sorrowful gaze and looked at Shang Xia, who said we didn't win.
Shang Xia was stunned for a moment, but he was so angry just now, and he looked at me like that.
Shang Mo wiped away her tears with a deep gaze. "Fool, what are we compared to what Nanjun did? He was just angry.
Even a clay figure has a temper, let alone someone as proud as him. You only sent people to follow him because you like him too much, think Nanjun has ulterior motives, and are afraid he'll get too deeply involved. Sending the photos was just to stop him from seeing Nanjun.
You did make a mistake, but your intentions were good."
Shang Xia looked confused.
"Ha? But that's not what I thought.
I just wanted to ruin his relationship with Nanjun, purely out of jealousy that Nanjun got his love."
Shang Mo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and resisted the urge to slap him.
"I just wanted you to explain it to him like that." Shang Xia tearfully cried, "But he won't listen to me now. Sister Yutang said she'll never let us into the Gu family again."
"Shang Mo, didn't Wan Mingy know about this too?"
"Let her explain for you, or tell Qingling about her knowledge.
She'll definitely speak up for you."
Shang Xia's eyes gradually brightened, "So there's still a chance to salvage this."
"Of course there is.
What you did was deception, but it's different from Nanjun's deception. If you keep pestering him, he'll eventually soften."
"Then what about you? How are you going to explain it to him?"
Shang Xia looked at Shang Mo worriedly. Explaining it to her was easy enough, but Shang Mo's actions of knowing all along but not saying anything were undoubtedly a major taboo in Shen Qingling's eyes.
He would probably be very disappointed in Shang Mo.
Shang Mo smiled with a complex expression, her smile tinged with bitterness and sadness.
"I don't need to explain. He already knows that's the kind of person I am.
I'll do anything to get his love, regardless of the consequences. I used to be a madwoman who imprisoned him, now I'm a woman who'd do anything to get him.
The difference isn't that great.
Now that he knows I'm still scheming against him, I hope he realizes I don't want to be friends with him, and I certainly won't give him up. Even if I'm entangled with him for a lifetime, I'm willing. I will never leave his world." Shang Mo stared in the direction Shen Qingling had left, his fingertips digging deeply into his palm. Shen Qingling, soon you'll understand that only I will never betray you.
Hate me a little more, it doesn't matter.
Even if I fall into hell, I'll be haunted by your shadow in my next life.
In this life and for all eternity, we will be entangled together, never to be separated. Chapter 213. She can't lose Shen Qingling.
Only Nanjun and Nan Yan remained in the room.
The room was a mess.
Nanjun collapsed to the floor, her face deathly pale. Her heart was breaking, she felt like she was dying. Looking at the ring on her hand, a wave of overwhelming sorrow washed over her, and she wept uncontrollably. She had lost him. She couldn't have either his love or his hate.
Wasn't it more cruel to have neither love nor hate?
It was as if she had turned into a gust of wind, completely vanishing from his world.
Nanyan's face was also extremely pale, he leaned against the wall like a lost dog.
Nanyan was filled with regret, and seeing the disappointment and sorrow in Shen Qingling's eyes made his heart ache to the point of suffocation. He used to enjoy seeing other people's faces contorted in pain, he hoped everyone in the world would be as wounded as he was. But when those sorrows and pains manifested in Shen Qingling, he felt guilt, heartache, and sorrow for him, he felt as if he were dying because of another's suffering. At this moment, he was also filled with guilt towards Nanjun. The happiness and love she had finally gained were gone just like that. He had never seen her so devastated, not even when her mother passed away. This resilient woman had finally succumbed to love, but even that couldn't bring him back.
Mother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't come up with that idea.
We shouldn't have approached him with ulterior motives in the first place. Nanjun closed her eyes, letting the tears flow.
She said self-deprecatingly, heartbroken, doing too many bad things will eventually bring retribution. Ian, this is our retribution.
Nan Yan, but didn't you say people like us should go to hell?
I'd rather go to hell than go back to the way things were before.
Life without Shen Qingling was like being a walking corpse. Nanjun, I told you, going to hell is easy, living is our punishment.
Now it's even more so. Every day without Shen Qingling will be hell for her.
Nanjun forced herself to stand up.
Ian, I want a cigarette. There are no cigarettes. Last time he said I couldn't give you cigarettes, so I threw them all away.
Nanjun didn't speak, walking to the dining table and casually picking up a bottle of red wine.
Finally, the woman's gaze settled on the sofa.
She pulled a pack of cigarettes from her bag on the sofa. The scene before her was a mess, shards of red wine bottles littered the table and floor. The aroma of red wine that filled her nostrils was gradually replaced by the smell of cigarettes. She curled up on the floor beside the sofa, sitting barefoot and smoking. Her hair was disheveled, her makeup ruined by tears, but the way she smoked while crying possessed a strange kind of beauty. At her feet lay spilled red wine, now soaked into the carpet and stained her skirt. The woman resembled a withered rose bathed in blood. Her fingers, holding a cigarette, trembled slightly. Tears mingled with the smoke, blurring her vision. In the flickering light of the cigarette, she vaguely saw Shen Qingling teaching her to write in the study. His gentle, shy, and affectionate image lingered in her mind. Each recurring memory was a slow, agonizing torture. Melancholy and sorrow washed over her, it was as if she had briefly touched the light, only to be swept back into darkness. She picked up the glass of red wine beside her and drank it down. Just then, she seemed to see a young man walking towards her through the smoke. "Don't drink anymore, you'll get drunk."
It was Nan Yan.
She forced a smile, her heart ashen. "How am I supposed to get through this if I don't get drunk?" Nan Yan said coldly, "You're already like this after less than a day.
How are you going to get through every day? A drunkard every day.
He's going to marry another woman and have children.
That woman might be Shang Mo, the one you hate the most. How are you going to face that?"
Nanjun paused, her eyes blurry with tears.
How am I supposed to face that? What can I do but smile and wish him well? Am I supposed to kill all the women around him? Even if I kill them, he won't love me anymore.
He won't love me anymore, Ian, I've completely lost him, he won't love me anymore. Only now did Nanjun dare to cry out loud. She curled up in her arms, desperately trying to escape this world. She didn't want to face this reality, so she wanted to use alcohol to escape. Nan Yan snatched the cigarette and alcohol from her hands.
No, you can't give up. Are you really willing to accept this? Don't you want to win him back?
Nan Yan was unwilling to let Shen Qingling become a stranger to them.
He wouldn't give up on Shen Qingling.
As long as there was a sliver of hope, a tiny chance to salvage the situation, he had to try.
Nanjun looked at him. What can I do even if I'm unwilling? He's already sentenced me to death. How can I win him back? I don't even have the courage to face him now.
She wasn't afraid of killing, but she was afraid of facing his cold eyes. Nan Yan slowly knelt down beside her.
He looked into Nanjun's eyes and said gently, Mother, back then I was like a lump of mud, didn't you pull me out? You said that as long as you don't give up, nothing is impossible. You're so capable, so smart, so tenacious. You managed to turn the Nan family, such a mess, into what it is today. Even someone like me, someone no one thought highly of, rose to this position with your help. In my heart, you are omnipotent. You can change so many things others can't do. Why are you backing down when it comes to Shen Qingling? This is your life's happiness. You love him so much, care about him so much, are you really willing to give up like this? Nanjun's eyes changed.
Nan Yan's words gave her a bit of courage.
Yes, so many difficulties before hadn't defeated her. Was she really going to watch Shen Qingling become a stranger to her? But I don't know if I can win him back. What if he gets tired of my persistent pestering? I was the one who did something wrong, how can I still have the nerve to bother him? You have to try. How will you know if you don't try? I believe in you.
You should pull yourself together now.
Every second you're feeling down and miserable is giving Shang Mo a chance. So what if she's shameless? So what if she clings to him? Shang Mo dared to imprison Shen Qingling, yet she still clung to him relentlessly. Those women didn't do any better.
You're here regretting and feeling sad, but Shang Mo and those women are only thinking about how to steal Shen Qingling's heart inch by inch.
If you really give up like this, that's the real loss. Mother, you've never been one to give up easily.
You dare to fight against fate, and in love, you must show the same courage and attitude.
Nan Yan didn't want to see Nanjun sink into despair.
This ambitious woman never gave up in other matters, there was no reason for her to lose so utterly in love. Nanjun paused, the light in her eyes gradually fading back to its blazing intensity.
Nan Yan was right, she couldn't admit defeat.
That word shouldn't exist in her life. She should pull herself together and think carefully about how to win back his heart.
She couldn't lose Shen Qingling. Chapter 214 Am I really going to die here today?
On one side, Nan Yan was cheering on Nanjun. On the other side, Jiang Yuning was putting her plan into action. The first actor to appear was Pei Shuji. When he found Shen Qingling, he was on the phone with Gu Yutong. Before Shen Qingling could finish speaking, everything before his eyes became increasingly blurry, yet a surge of heat coursed through his body. He leaned against the wall, panting and trying to calm himself, but it was to no avail.
At that moment, Pei Shuji appeared. He was dressed as a waiter, clearly a hotel employee.
Seeing that something was wrong with Shen Qingling, he stepped forward and asked with a gentle, professional tone, Sir, are you all right?
Shen Qingling frowned and said, I feel a little dizzy.
Pei Shuji glanced at the door behind him and said, Sir, please wait a moment.
Pei Shuji turned and took out a small walkie-talkie, speaking into it.
Shen Qingling vaguely heard the words manager, sick, room, rest, and light rain. Shortly after, he turned around and gave Shen Qingling a professional smile.
Sir, let me help you to a guest room in the front.
These are specially prepared for guests, so don't worry.
Then I'll go and call the hotel doctor. Is that all right?
Okay, thank you. Pei Shuji helped Shen Qingling into a guest room and then helped him lie down on the bed. Pei Shuji poured a glass of water and handed it to Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling had only felt dizzy and hot before, without any other severe reactions. Now, however, he felt the burning sensation in his body was becoming unbearable.
Shen Qingling thought to himself, something's definitely wrong.
This waiter must be in cahoots with Jiang Yuning. He's clever enough, even if something goes wrong later, he won't suspect a man. Shen Qingling, feigning ignorance and with a dazed look in his eyes, asked, "Doctor, how much longer until he arrives?" Pei Shuji smiled and said, "He should be here soon, please wait a little longer." The doctor had already been held up by their men and wouldn't be coming anytime soon. Next, it was Jiang Yuning's turn to appear. "Sir, there are still guests to attend to, so I'll have to leave now. Another colleague will look after you, you can rest for a bit." "Okay." Pei Shuji took the cup and tray with him, leaving no trace. Shen Qingling rubbed his forehead, he felt burning hot. As expected of a professional, this medicine is really potent. For the mission, Shen Qingling had to request the system to give him an electric shock, otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain his sanity. That's how ruthless people are, when they're ruthless, they even shock themselves. Jiang Yuning appeared shortly after Pei Shuji left. She arrived precisely on time, thinking the drug should have worn off by now, and Shen Qingling should have lost his mind. Jiang Yuning entered the room and tentatively called out to him. "Sir, are you all right? I'm Xiaoyu, the waitress who came to take care of you." Upon seeing the young man lying on the bed, Jiang Yuning froze for a moment. Shen Qingling was nestled in the soft sheets, his pale cheeks flushed a wine-like red, his wet hair clinging messily to his sweaty forehead, and his Adam's apple bobbing rapidly on his tense neck. Beneath the boy's ripped shirt collar lay an exquisitely beautiful collarbone, glimpsed intermittently in the shadows with his disordered breathing. As his sweat-drenched eyelashes trembled, a single bead of sweat fell into the hollow of his collarbone. The boy, his eyes unfocused, lost his senses, his uncontrollable breathing filling the room. Seeing Shen Qingling like this, even Jiang Yuning, who was indifferent to appearances, was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yuning's heart-fluttering points increased by 3. Shen Qingling, despite his strenuous acting, only earned 3 points of heart-fluttering points from the woman. Jiang Yuning regained her composure and continued her act. Seeing that the person lying on the bed remained silent, she walked over with a puzzled expression. "Sir, you..." Before Jiang Yuning could finish speaking, the boy pulled her onto the bed. Startled, her face paled, and the girl struggled in terror. "Sir! Sir, let me go. I'm calling the police if you keep this up." Shen Qingling had clearly lost his mind. His eyes were red and glazed, seemingly unaware of what he was doing, only instinctively drawn to her coolness, wanting to get closer to quell the heat coursing through his body. Jiang Yuning was slender and delicate, no match for this grown man, and utterly powerless against him. Of course, she didn't want to resist. The moment Shen Qingling grabbed her hand, she collapsed onto him. It was all an act, after all. Jiang Yuning deliberately struggled and cried out a few times, even scratching marks on Shen Qingling's hand, demonstrating her struggle and resistance. Seeing the time was right, she was about to take out a sedative and inject Shen Qingling. But this irrational young man seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, dodging her attack and even knocking the needle aside. Jiang Yuning's eyes widened instantly. Her needle. Jiang Yuning reached for the syringe, but Shen Qingling casually curled her lips into a smile and kissed her directly. Jiang Yuning almost couldn't resist slapping him. Jiang Yuning's eyes widened, and she even forgot her lines. Her first kiss. Jiang Yuning was truly panicked now. Would she really die here today? She wasn't prepared to give up her body for 5 million. Jiang Yuning's hands groped around. Damn it, where's her tranquilizer? A Yin's anxious voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Yuning, what's wrong? Did something happen? Should I call Pei Shuji to help you? Just shout the code we agreed on before. Jiang Yuning didn't speak. Ian was anxious and at a loss. What was going on? It seemed something unexpected had happened. Jiang Yuning didn't want to give up this opportunity and run away, but she also didn't want anything to actually happen between her and Shen Qingling. Right now, she could only play it by ear. If it didn't work out, she'd give up this opportunity and find another chance to approach Shen Qingling next time. The boy's hot breath brushed against her face, and Jiang Yuning's breathing became erratic. The touch on her lips felt unfamiliar, like falling into soft clouds.
So men's lips can be this soft too.
Jiang Yuning saw fine beads of sweat on his forehead, rolling down his sexy chin and neck. As he tilted his head back to kiss her, the boy's sharp jawline became even more pronounced. His Adam's apple, glistening with a thin sheen of sweat, bobbed in the dim light. His well-defined knuckles gripped Jiang Yuning's nape, the veins bulging in a restrained yet sensual arc. At this moment, Shen Qingling was simply breathtakingly sexy. Jiang Yuning stared wide-eyed at the handsome face so close to hers. The boy's loose strands of hair brushed against the corners of her eyes, the shadows cast by his eyelashes creating a small, tender curve beneath his eyes that was breathtakingly beautiful, a dizzying contrast to his cold, sharp features. Her heart was pounding.
Jiang Yuning's heart-fluttering value increased by 5. Chapter 215 Your vulnerability shouldn't be seen by me. Jiang Yuning considered herself not someone easily swayed by male beauty. But even she, with her handsome appearance, felt a fleeting flutter in her heart. Her attraction level didn't lie.
Shen Qingling's stunning looks, a perfect 100, caused even the cold and aloof Jiang Yuning to lose control and feel something. She actually wanted to reciprocate the boy's kiss for a moment.
She was going crazy.
Besides, this kiss was a huge shock to this lifelong single woman.
A novice meeting a master kisser, Jiang Yuning had never seen anything like it before. She nearly tore Shen Qingling's shirt to shreds.
Jiang Yuning only managed to avoid being completely captivated by Shen Qingling's beauty thanks to her strong self-control.
Jiang Yuning remembered her mission.
She turned her face to look for her lost tranquilizer. Just then, a scalding tear fell onto her cheek.
Jiang Yuning paused, looking at the tearful boy. "Sister, why did you do this to me?"
The boy seemed to mistake her for Nanjun, his gaze was filled with deep affection and sorrow. Seeing his distressed and vulnerable appearance, Jiang Yuning's eyelashes trembled. Those eyes were enough to move any woman. Unfortunately, she was a bad woman. Even if her heart was touched, it wouldn't change her resolve. Shen Qingling hugged her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Jiang Yuning felt his hot tears, his pain, and his love.
Forgetting someone isn't so simple. It's not something that can be completely erased from memory by uttering a few harsh words.
Shen Qingling wasn't a god, he was just a boy experiencing his first love. His love and hate for Nanjun wouldn't disappear in an instant. At this moment, all his love and hate were given to the girl he held tightly before him.
So, was his composed facade in front of those women just a facade to hold back tears?
Having studied Shen Qingling for so long, she naturally knew how proud he was.
His pride and sincerity had been utterly crushed by those women today.
Her gaze was complex, and the hand she wanted to use to comfort him instantly withdrew.
So Shen Qingling could also have such vulnerable moments.
Too bad she wasn't Nanjun. It wasn't a good thing for a con artist like her to discover this side of him.
Shen Qingling, your vulnerability shouldn't be seen by me.
It will allow me to easily see through your personality, becoming the catalyst for my conquest of you, and ultimately, the betrayal. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, stubborn yet soft-hearted, top-tier looks, proud pride, yet such a pure and fragile heart, this kind of boy is the easiest to win over.
But for Jiang Yuning, hurting someone like this would also be the most psychologically burdensome. As a qualified con artist, she couldn't be soft-hearted towards him. She finally grasped the tranquilizer.
"I'm sorry, Shen Qingling."
Jiang Yuning slapped Shen Qingling's neck.
The boy frowned and leaned against her shoulder, fainting.
Jiang Yuning pushed him away and sat up.
Looking at Shen Qingling's furrowed brows, the woman's hand gently touched the tears at the corner of his eye.
My appearance has only led you from one abyss to another. Perhaps you're destined to be forever without love. Don't shed another tear for a woman. Jiang Yuning sat quietly for a while.
Seeing that enough time had passed, she began setting up the crime scene. The doctor knocked on the door midway, but upon hearing a woman's voice inside, he tactfully left. Time ticked by, and the boy on the bed twitched, seemingly showing signs of waking. He thought he heard someone crying.
Shen Qingling groggily opened his eyes.
He vaguely saw a woman frantically dressing. Her clothes were torn, and her hair was disheveled. She kept crying, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, not knowing what had happened. Her sobs were soft, weak, and pitiful, as if she had suffered a great injustice, making one's heart soften. Shen Qingling wanted to ask who she was, but his voice was hoarse when he uttered, "You."
Hearing Shen Qingling's voice, the woman trembled.
She hugged herself tightly and took a step back.
"Don't come any closer."
Her voice trembled, filled with fear and resistance. She looked at him as if he were a demon. The situation before him left Shen Qingling frozen in place.
He rubbed his temples and asked, "Excuse me, who are you? What happened just now?"
The girl seemed surprised by his shamelessness, but she didn't dare argue with him. Ignoring her still-dressed state, she fled. Only a bewildered young man remained in the room. Shen Qingling looked down and saw blood on the sheets. He narrowed his eyes.
Acting so convincingly?
Well, it seems she really did want to use this tactic to make him remember her. Jiang Yuning simply wanted to evoke boundless guilt and pity in him.
If Shen Qingling were truly a naive and kind-hearted good boy, what would he think after witnessing all this? He would feel that, because of the Chinese medicine or some other reason, he had committed an act of beastly cruelty towards an innocent waiter who came to take care of him. He drank the wine at Nanjun's place, and he would suspect that Nanjun had poisoned it, but unfortunately, whether it was true or not, it was now dead and there's no way to prove it. In Jiang Yuning's original plan, if those dramatic events hadn't occurred, she would have found a way to destroy the evidence in the wine. But with such a huge argument, the bottle of poisoned wine was shattered into pieces, naturally making it dead and there's no way to prove it. Even if Shen Qingling was deeply suspicious and wanted to question Nanjun, it was unlikely.
Now that the two had broken up, there was no point in Shen Qingling asking her.
Whatever the answer, Shen Qingling might not believe her.
Because Nanjun had lost all trust in Shen Qingling.
The second glass of water was handed to him by Pei Shuji. Was he supposed to suspect a man of drugging him?
Finally, the person who sent Jiang Yuning to take care of Shen Qingling was the hotel manager, someone completely unrelated to them.
Shen Qingling could easily find out all this by asking. Therefore, Shen Qingling's final conclusion could only be that it was a coincidence, an accident. No matter how you look at it, Jiang Yuning was completely innocent.
Yet, this innocent woman was harmed by him.
He remembered every scene and fragment of the events before the tranquilizers, such as her resistance and her lines.
Add to that the obvious scratches on his hands, the disheveled sheets and the smear of blood, her fear and hasty escape upon waking. A young man with such a strong sense of morality as Shen Qingling would inevitably feel guilt and want to find her and make amends. His kindness and moral compass wouldn't allow him to remain indifferent after hurting an innocent girl. At this point, it was Shen Qingling who took the initiative to approach her. From Shen Qingling's perspective, Jiang Yuning was a pitiful victim. No amount of compensation from him would be too much.
Jiang Yuning's first step was to gain Shen Qingling's guilt. With that guilt, how could she not win his heart?
Jiang Yuning glanced back at Shen Qingling's room.
Shen Qingling, what are you thinking right now? Will things develop as she predicted? Meanwhile, at the airport across the ocean,
a strikingly beautiful woman, accompanied by a young man and woman, was waiting to have their tickets checked. Looking at the familiar face on her phone, a determined glint appeared in her eyes. The Gu family was about to be engulfed in a bloodbath because of this woman's arrival.
Chapter 216 I Can't Truly Love You.
Guijin, Gu Yutong, and Sangyin did not leave the hotel. After such a major incident, they were worried about Shen Qingling, fearing he might get hurt alone, so the three of them stayed in the hotel and found a secluded spot to sit.
Sangyin stood at a distance in a corner, watching the two. Gu Yutong and Guijin seemed to be arguing. Gu Yutong looked at Guijin with a complicated expression. Qingling just called me. How is he?
What did he say to you?
He said he's fine, but he told me not to tell Mom and Dad what happened today, especially anything related to you.
Guijin paused, understanding the purpose of Shen Qingling's call. He was afraid that Gu Yutong would tell the Gu family what he had done, leading to his expulsion from the family. Even after suffering such a great injustice, he still thought to call Gu Yutong.
He was protecting him. He loves me so much.
Guijin felt even more guilty, realizing she needed to treat him even better from now on to make up for the hurt he had suffered. Gu Yijin suppressed her gratitude and guilt and looked at Gu Yutong.
So, did you agree to him? What do you think?
All these years, in everything I've done, I've always sided with you.
Thank you, sister. Don't you have anything else to say to me? Gu Yutong understood then that Shen Qingling's words meant these things were true.
She couldn't believe Gu Yijin had really done these things to Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin was the younger brother she had watched grow up, the person she trusted and was closest to in this family. They say an elder sister is like a mother, and Gu Yutong had given Gu Yijin all the love she could as an older sister. But only today did she realize that she didn't truly understand him. In her memory, Gu Yijin was a kind, innocent, understanding, gentle, and considerate child. Before today's incident, she had always believed this. Even though Gu Yijin had recently changed, she only attributed it to Qingling's appearance and the change in their status, attributing it to a change in his personality. She thought he was still the kind and good-natured child he always was. But only today did she realize that he was never what she thought he was. Before, when there were outsiders, I didn't ask you. Now that there's no one else around, shouldn't you explain some things to me? What do you want me to explain? Gu Yijin looked at her calmly. Now that she knew his true colors, there was no need for him to continue pretending. Continuing to pretend would only be disgusting. Gu Yijin seemed to have given up entirely. Shang Xia said you bribed reporters to frame Qingling, is that true or false? And on the show. Yes, it's true, I did it all. Before Gu Yutong could finish speaking, Gu Yijin admitted it. I coveted the inheritance, so I didn't hesitate to target Qingling before he even returned home. Unfortunately, my plan failed. After returning to the Gu family, I wasn't willing to give him back everything like that, so I begged you to take me on a variety show. I wanted to ruin his reputation on that program. I played the victim in front of you to gain your sympathy, to make you hate Qingling, isolate him, and ignore him. Seeing him heartbroken and sad would give me satisfaction. I didn't want him to experience the happiness I'd never felt. I was jealous, resentful, and bitter, so I repeatedly framed him by any means necessary. Sister, the explanation you wanted is here. What else do you want to hear? I can tell you myself. Gu Yutong was completely stunned. She looked at him with an utterly unfamiliar gaze. Why are you looking at me like that, sister? Ah, Jean, this version of you feels so unfamiliar to me. Sister, you've never truly understood me. What you know now is the real me, hypocritical, selfish, ruthless, ambitious, and unscrupulous. I have nothing to do with the younger brother you like. The kind of younger brother you want is actually Qingling. After spending so much time with him, haven't you grown to like him more and more? Once you get closer to him, you'll find that he's the perfect, gentle younger brother you've always dreamed of, and I've never been. Gu Yijin smiled darkly. Gu Yutong was deeply shocked. She stood there, stunned, for a long time. After a long silence, her voice trembled as she asked, why? If he had become like this after Qingling returned, she could understand his change. Because Shen Qingling had returned to the Gu family, her parents were not as close to her as before, and the inheritance rights were going back to Qingling. He was unwilling, he resentful, and she could try to understand his feelings. But he actually said that he had always been like this, that he was this way even before Qingling appeared. Gu Yutong couldn't believe that the younger brother she had watched grow up would be like this. Why? Didn't those two women from the Shang family make it very clear? Because I'm just a cuckoo in the nest, a fake. I've known since I was little that I'm not a child of the Gu family, a fake son, a fake brother. But my love for you isn't fake. Gu Yutong's eyes were red, and she was on the verge of collapse. I know. So? For even a moment, have you truly considered me family, your sister? Gu Yijin didn't speak, his silence deeply wounded Gu Yutong. Have you been acting all these years in the Gu family, playing the role of a good son, a good brother? Yes, how else could I gain your favor, how else could I survive in this family? You know how cold-blooded the Gu family can be. But even if they were cold-blooded, Aunt One and I have never mistreated you. So I don't want to hurt you, but I also can't love you. I need to wear a mask to receive love, and in my eyes, this love can be lost at any moment. You only love a fake person I've created, not me.
So you don't love the real me.
How can I convince myself to accept a false love that is based on deception? Once the mask breaks, or the real Gu family son returns, your love for me will disappear.
Rather than suffer for it in the future, it's better not to give your heart.
Sister, from the moment I knew I was fake, I could never truly love you.
Gu Yutong's slap followed.
She never had the heart to hit him. Every time Gu Chengwang punished Gu Yijin, she would plead for him. No matter what happened, the moment he called her sister, her heart would soften, and she would give him anything. She once thought Gu Yijin was the one who loved her most in this family. Gu Chengwang didn't favor anyone in this family, he only loved himself. Her father was high above her, someone she could only look up to. Gu Yutong had never received a father's love. She had briefly experienced her mother's love, but it was fleeting. Not long after her mother's death, Gu Chengwang married Wen Sulan. Wen Sulan was her stepmother, and she couldn't love her even more. Only Gu Yijin she treated him with genuine affection. Chapter 217. The person she hated most was the person who loved her most. Gu Yijin had always clung to her since he was little, and the word he always used was sister.
Jin loves sister the most. Sister is the best sister in the world.
Jin will stick to sister forever. She watched him learn to speak, watched him learn to walk step by step, walking from afar to her. She watched him grow from a tiny child into the vibrant young man he is today. She was a part of every step of his life. Similarly, she witnessed every important moment in her life. When she participated in her first important dance competition, her father, who had promised to be there, didn't come, but Gu Yijin did. She didn't win first place, but he was still proud of her, applauding and cheering for her. He said that in his heart, his sister would always be number one. When she graduated from high school, her father didn't attend the graduation ceremony. In her disappointment and sadness, Gu Yijin appeared with flowers to congratulate her, and a card with his carefully prepared blessings.
Sister, you will definitely have a bright and splendid future. In Ajin's heart, you are the best.
When she was cheated on by a scumbag in college, her best friends comforted her, but Gu Yijin went straight to the scumbag and beat him up. Her obedient younger brother went to the police station for the first time because of her.
Such trash doesn't deserve my sister. Someone as good as her deserves the best man in the world.
If it were me, I would cherish her and never let her shed a single tear.
After graduation, she entered the entertainment industry to pursue her dreams. Initially, everyone was skeptical, with Gu Chengwang even saying it was a dead-end career. Only Gu Yijin encouraged her.
My sister will definitely achieve her dreams and become the biggest star.
I'm waiting for her autograph.
Later, she did become a hugely popular star.
Gu Chengwang still looked down on her, but Gu Yijin would proudly tell others that he had a big star sister named Gu Yutong. Even with a family like hers, entering the entertainment industry inevitably brought attacks and slander.
Before she revealed her family background, many people spread rumors that she had risen to fame through being kept by a sugar daddy.
Negative articles flooded the internet, and Gu Yutong was so distraught that she almost committed suicide.
Gu Chengwang initially disagreed with her revealing her identity, believing that the entertainment industry was not a good path and would tarnish the family's reputation. On this path, the only person who ever supported her was Gu Yijin. Back then, it was Gu Yijin who secretly arranged for Zhang Jing to release a press release through the Zhang family's entertainment company to prove Gu Yutong's identity. For this, Gu Yijin was severely punished by Gu Chengwang, which broke Gu Yutong's heart.
I don't want my sister to be criticized.
My sister clearly earned her opportunities through her own hard work.
Why should she be slandered by those people?
My sister is a proud phoenix, no one should hurt her. Later, Gu Yutong made a name for herself in the entertainment industry, opening her own entertainment company and becoming a shareholder, which led to her current status.
Gu Chengwang's attitude changed from initial disdain to recognition, but this recognition came too late for Gu Yutong.
Only Gu Yijin knew the immense hardship and effort she had endured to reach this point.
He was involved in so many important events in her life, she shared her joys and sorrows with him.
No matter what others said, whether she was right or wrong, he didn't care, he would always stand by her side. He said his favoritism was only for his sister, loving someone meant being biased. But this same Guijin actually told her with his own mouth that he had never loved her. How could she accept this? The young man's gentle smile was blurred by her tears, gradually becoming indistinct. Gu Yutong's tears fell heavily. She thought no one in the Gu family loved her, but Guijin did. But the truth was so cruel, she had been living in lies and deception all along. Looking at his sister's tears, Guijin's eyes became complicated. Even he himself couldn't explain it, he couldn't see his own heart clearly. So many years of habit had become second nature. Seeing her cry, Guijin's first reaction was still to wipe her tears. Guijin subconsciously reached out to wipe her tears. Gu Yutong forcefully slapped his hand away. She gritted her teeth and questioned, "So everything you did for me was fake, right? Coming to my competition, attending my graduation ceremony, helping me fight my ex-boyfriend, encouraging me to pursue my dreams in the entertainment industry." Guijin's eyelids trembled, and she spoke the truth. "It was Wensulan who asked me to watch your competition. She said you disliked her and definitely didn't want to see her. She felt her presence would remind you of your mother, because it was your mother who should have been sitting there watching you compete. She said it would be more appropriate for me to go than for her to go, at least you like me. While you were dancing, she sat in the corner wearing a mask and hat, and she even took photos and videos of you. While I was applauding and cheering for you, she was also applauding and cheering for you in the crowd. She even praised you to me later, saying you danced like an elf. It was also Wensulan who asked me to attend your graduation ceremony. She knew her position was inappropriate, you disliked her presence at such an important moment, and you would be happy if I went, so she specially took leave to send me to your graduation ceremony. Those were flowers she carefully selected. She knew you'd like them. She was watching from afar in the crowd when you were talking to me. She and I picked out your graduation gift together. The person wishing you a bright future on the card wasn't me, it was her, your most hated stepmother, the person you resented the most. Back then, you were pursuing your dreams in the entertainment industry. Dad said you had no future in the entertainment industry, his tone full of belittling blame. But she said you grew up without a mother and shouldn't be so harsh on you, saying that as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. She felt you lacked care and love growing up, so you craved attention and affection, which is why you became a star. She may not understand your dreams and pursuits, but she felt sorry for you. And the man you wanted to blame but dared not is indifferent to this. He said you were born into the Gu family and had everything, and that your mother's early death wasn't his fault. He blamed Wensulan for not winning your affection, saying she was useless. Later, when you were smeared and slandered in the entertainment industry, I had Zhang Jing release press releases to let everyone know you were the heiress of the Gu family. Where do you think that money came from? Throughout countless moments in your life, whether at the peak or at the bottom, the one person who was always there for you was her. Because of your prejudice and hatred, she can only appear as a silent shadow in a corner you can't see, rejoicing for you, being proud of you, or grieving for you. If anyone in this family has any love for you, it should be her, not me. Gu Yutong was stunned after hearing all this. Her eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, her whole body trembling as she cried. How could it be her? Why her? The person she hated most was the person who loved her most. Chapter 218, A Vague True Feeling. Gu Yutong had many questions for Wensulan. But right now, she didn't know Shen Qingling's situation. If she and Guijin went back, Wensulan would probably worry again if she didn't see Shen Qingling. Gu Yutong sat blankly on the sofa, staring at the rain outside the window. At this moment, the rain in her eyes and the rain in her heart were even more intense than the rain outside. The sound of the rain outside seemed to have subsided a little, but the pattering sound was like countless fine needles, densely piercing Gu Yutong's heart. She sat stiffly on the sofa, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her dress tightly, the expensive fabric wrinkled deeply, her knuckles white from the force. Guijin's words, every single one, were like a red-hot iron, repeatedly searing her mind. It was Wensulan who invited me to watch your competition. She and I picked out your graduation gift together.
She's the one who wished you a bright future on the card. She was watching you from afar in the crowd. She's the one who's been there for you through countless moments in your life. Gu Yutong's breathing became rapid and broken, tears silently streaming down her pale cheeks, gathering into droplets on her chin, and landing on the cold back of her hand. This protection, which she had never noticed before and even attributed to others, now felt like a heavy boulder, suffocating her. A strong sob rose in her throat, and she bit her lower lip hard, tasting blood without even noticing. Over 20 years of understanding shattered in that moment. The person she had hated for over 20 years. The person she had treated coldly and spoke with barbs. The person she had deliberately ignored and disregarded. She had even cursed her countless times in her heart, wishing she would disappear, wishing she had never appeared in the Gu family. It turned out that the person who had always silently loved her, clumsily yet persistently loving her in the way she hated and resisted most, was Wensulan. That love, isolated by the high wall built by her prejudice, could only transform into a silent gaze from a corner, into flowers and cards in someone else's hands, into a force she had never known, shielding her from the storms of life and the darkness. What have I done? Gu Yutong squeezed out broken syllables from between her teeth, her voice trembling uncontrollably. An overwhelming sense of guilt, like a monstrous wave, completely overwhelmed her. She had always felt like a victim, a pitiful little thing deprived of maternal love, ignored by her father, and only able to draw warmth from her younger brother. But the truth was, she had always held a sharp blade, stabbing the only woman who had tried to approach her and offer her warmth. She had repaid the other's cautious, selfless love with indifference and hatred. The pain of this belated realization even surpassed the agony of being deceived by Gu Yijin. It was a tremor deep within her soul, a complete denial of her past 20-odd years of life. She recalled every cold word she had spoken to Wensulan, every deliberate act of distancing herself, every time she had sarcastically addressed her as Aunt Wen, every time she had turned away without hesitation when one tried to show concern. The images were now terrifyingly clear, replaying before her eyes in slow motion, each one piercing her heart with deadly precision, bringing waves of sharp, agonizing pain. The rain outside the window, as if sensing the storm raging within her, intensified, pounding against the glass with a dull thud. Gu Yutong's body trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from an indescribable, overwhelming shock and the ensuing, overwhelming regret. Time seemed to freeze, only the sound of the rain and Gu Yutong's suppressed, intermittent sobs echoed in the silent space. Wensulan. Wensulan, this name rolled through her mind, bringing a sharp ache and an unprecedented complexity of emotions. Worry, guilt, fear of facing reality, mixed with a longing she dared not delve into, a longing suppressed for over 20 years. She needed time, space, to process this truth that was enough to overturn her entire life. Sangin remained standing in the shadows, taking it all in. Gu Yijin stood there silently, like a silent silhouette. At this moment, he felt a sense of relief. He finally didn't have to act in front of her anymore. But within that relief, there was still a subtle, almost imperceptible, bitterness. He watched Gu Yutong sit there, distraught, her shoulders trembling slightly, the silent tear tracks more glaring than any accusation. He turned his face away, forcing himself to stare at the blurry rain outside the window, trying to shut out the image of her collapsing figure. But even without looking at her, her suppressed sobs felt like invisible needles, pricking his temples. He told himself that this was just a belated confrontation, tearing away the elaborate lie he had meticulously woven for 20 years, revealing the unbearable, true self beneath. He had long anticipated her reaction: shock, pain, collapse. This was exactly what he wanted, wasn't it? Let her see clearly, let her give up, let her fully understand that the wonderful younger brother she knew never truly existed. He was just a fake, a liar, a monster who wore a perfect mask to survive. But sometimes, when you act for too long, you become part of the role, only he stubbornly refused to admit it. When Gu Yutong forcefully slapped away his hand as he tried to wipe her tears, the crisp sound was like a slap across his face. He almost instinctively withdrew his hand, his fingertips lingering with a slight numbness from the slap, and a hint of disappointment that even surprised him. This gesture was too familiar. From childhood, whenever she cried, whether from grievance, sadness, or anger, he was always the first to reach out and carefully wipe her tears. It was a habit etched into his bones.
Now, this instinct was ruthlessly rejected, as if the tender pretense of the past had been completely severed.
He felt a sense of bewilderment.
He had been playing the role for so long that he couldn't even tell himself how much of those moments when he wiped away her tears, stood up for her, and applauded her were pure acting and how much were genuine. He recalled beating that scumbag, his fist slamming into the man's face, his arm numb from the impact, yet a furious rage he'd never felt before burning within him.
Was that anger merely a need to protect his good younger brother image? Or was it because seeing his sister being bullied had truly pierced a corner of his heart?
He remembered her early days in the entertainment industry, overwhelmed by scandals, calling him late at night, her voice weary and desperate. Holding the phone, listening to her suppressed sobs, he felt a weight pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe.
Was that heaviness merely fear of losing her protection? Or was it genuine heartache for her suffering?
It's all fake, all fake. Gui Jin abruptly closed his eyes, repeatedly reminding himself that everything he had done was a facade.
I need her trust, I need her protection as the eldest daughter of the Gu family, so I have to act flawlessly.
Those so-called heartache, anger, and sadness are just illusions caused by being too immersed in the role. He stubbornly told himself that he had never had genuine feelings for Gu Yutong, for Wen Sulan, or even for the entire Gu family. He was like a meticulous actor, immersing himself in the role, experiencing the character's joys and sorrows, but when the curtain falls, he must eventually take off his costume and return to being that homeless stray dog licking its wounds in a dark corner.
Tenderness is a luxury, sincerity is a trap. Once given, all that awaits him is the agonizing pain of being abandoned.
However, this firm self-persuasion seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Gu Yutong's collapsing tears. Those tears were like scalding lava, burning away the dam he had painstakingly built. He felt a profound weariness and immense sorrow sweep over him. It wasn't for Gu Yutong, but more for the grief he felt for the family ties that he himself had denied and buried for 20 years, ties that might have truly existed. To survive, he had deceived not only others, but also himself, brutally covering up all possible, vague genuine feelings with the label of false. He stood silently, his back to Gu Yutong, his shoulders taut like a fully drawn bow.
The rain outside seemed to intensify, drowning out his heavy breathing and inner sorrow in the suffocating silence.
Chapter 219: The Mystery He Cannot Solve. The two stood silently back to back, not speaking.
Until Gui Jin's phone rang.
It was Shen Qingling calling. Gui Jin's attention immediately shifted to Shen Qingling. Worried that something had happened to her, he answered the phone with concern, asking questions. Upon learning that Shen Qingling was preparing to go home, Gui Jin breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't left the hotel yet, Qingling.
Wait for me there. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Gui Jin looked at Gu Yutong. Let's go downstairs. Qingling is going home. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Gu Yutong's delicate eye makeup was smudged with tears.
She took out sunglasses from her bag and put them on.
Gu Yutong thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, since you're just putting on an act for us, what about for Qingling?
Is your current kindness towards him also just a facade to stay in the Gu family?
Gui Jin's heart was stung.
He said calmly, at first it was, then it wasn't, and it's definitely not now.
Gu Yutong sneered, you'd better think that way. Qingling is the person Antwen cares about most. If you lay a hand on Qingling again, I will definitely expose everything. I won't do those things again. Now I want him to be well more than anyone else.
Did he change you? You have indeed changed during this time. Gui Jin smiled with a complicated expression. Yes, he truly changed me. It's like when you suddenly realize the person you hate most actually loves you the most. That feeling of wanting to destroy yourself, wanting to disappear and die, torments me. I feel guilty, uneasy, sad, and remorseful, and I still feel that way now.
That's why I want to be good to him, want to make amends, want him to be happy.
No matter how I treated him back then, he always treated me with the most tolerant, kind, and beautiful heart.
I said the same things I said to you to him. Do you know what he said to me?
He said you must have had a hard time all these years.
Do you know how I felt at that moment?
Even knowing what I did, knowing my shameful side, he still chose to forgive me.
If I don't change, then I, Gui Jin, don't deserve to be human. I believe that one day you will change too. His today is Gu Yutong's tomorrow. Gu Yutong's reaction just now said it all. Her distraught, remorseful appearance was exactly like his back then. The day was approaching for the siblings to serve as dogs for Shen Qingling and her son. Gu Yutong's feelings became even more complicated after hearing Gui Jin's words. Shen Qingling's way of being kind to Gui Jin was exactly the same as Wen Sulan's way of treating her. Gu Yutong paused for a moment after hearing this, then turned and left without saying a word. Gui Jin and Sang Yin silently followed. The three found Shen Qingling. Gui Jin noticed that Shen Qingling looked unwell and was about to go forward to ask him something when Sang Yin stepped forward and supported him. Sang Yin asked anxiously, "Brother, what's wrong? Why are you so weak?" Shen Qingling, after being soaked in the rain, slapped, drugged, and sedative, "It would be strange if I wasn't weak." Shen Qingling, his face deathly pale, said, "I want to go home." Sang Yin sensed something was wrong with his complexion and reached out to touch his forehead. Shen Qingling's forehead was burning hot. Her eyes widened anxiously as she said, "Brother, you have a fever. Shouldn't we go to the hospital first?" Gui Jin panicked upon hearing that Shen Qingling had a fever and immediately stepped forward to support his other hand. "What? A fever? Qingling, I'll take you to the hospital. You can't go home like this. You were already soaked in the rain and then suffered such a shock. I shouldn't have left you alone." Gui Jin was filled with regret. He had only been immersed in the pleasure of slapping him and hadn't considered Qingling's feelings. He should have taken him away sooner. He shouldn't have let those women argue in front of him. It was all Nan Yan's fault. If Nan Yan hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have lost his temper and fought with him, ignoring Qingling's feelings. Gui Jin felt deeply guilty. Shen Qingling lowered his eyes, looking heartbroken. "But I don't want to go to the hospital right now. I just want to go home. Only when I'm home can I stop feeling so bad." Seeing him like this, Gui Jin and the others felt a pang of heartache. Gui Jin softened his voice and said, all right, then let's go home first. There's a doctor at home anyway. Don't say anything more, let's get in the car and go home quickly." The three accompanied Shen Qingling home. Shen Qingling's pale and weak appearance when he returned home startled Gu Changwang and Wen Sulan. Upon learning that Shen Qingling also had a fever, Wen Sulan was even more distressed and busied herself taking care of him. Seeing Shen Qingling like this, Gu Changwang had a bellyful of questions he wanted to ask him. He went to see Nanjun happily, so why did he come back like this? He insisted on kneeling in the rain for so long to see his beloved. He shouldn't be coming back like this. Shen Qingling was running a fever and completely unconscious. He couldn't get anything out of him. He asked Gui Jin and Gu Yutong, but both of them, following Shen Qingling's lead, didn't tell the truth, only saying they'd been caught in the rain and knew nothing else. Sang Yin, Shen Qingling's most loyal henchman, remained completely silent. Gu Chengwang couldn't get anything out of him. Shen Qingling insisted on going home, naturally wanting Gu Chengwang to see him in this miserable state. There were some things he had to say to Gu Chengwang himself. He wanted Gu Chengwang to witness his heartbreak and despair firsthand, so that Gu Chengwang could truly understand his pain and sorrow. Wen Sulan naturally had many questions for Shen Qingling, but someone stood beside her, hesitant to speak. She looked at Gu Yutong with suspicion. "Is something wrong, Yutong?" Gu Yutong had many questions for her, but at this moment, she couldn't utter a single word, her heart brimming with unspoken thoughts. She hadn't figured out how to face her yet, and seeing Wen Sulan made her heart ache. Gu Yutong ultimately fled under Wen Sulan's questioning gaze. Like Gui Jin, Gu Yutong tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, and cried all night. Wen Sulan was used to Gu Yutong like this, and didn't think much of it, sighing and shaking her head helplessly. She had originally wanted to stay with Shen Qingling while she slept, but Sang Yin took over the task, urging Wen Sulan to rest. "If you stay up all night, he'll feel so guilty and heartbroken when he finds out, he might even get sicker." Seeing Sang Yin say this, Wen Sulan sighed and went back to her room. Now only Shen Qingling and Sang Yin remained in the room. Sang Yin looked at that pale, beautiful face, her mind filled with countless questions. At this moment,
Shen Qingling was more like an unsolvable riddle to her. Imprisonment, lies, deception, framing, betrayal, scheming, harm. Every single thing those women in Gui Jin did was enough to hurt. What role did he play in all of this? Was he a simple, innocent, pitiful victim? Or was he a mastermind who had outmaneuvered them all? Chapter 220: A ruthless love-obsessed person. From the moment she came into his life, it was as if she were looking at him through a fog. I can't see through his true intentions, let alone what he really wants. Now she herself is caught in this fog, unable to escape. Even though she doubted his sincerity, and wondered if what happened today was just another elaborate scheme by him. But when she saw his tears and his pained and hurt appearance, she still felt a pang of sympathy for him. The moment I saw his tears, the truth no longer mattered. Even if she knew he was scheming and acting, her first reaction would probably be to play along with him. No matter what he wants, she will try her best to help him get it and make him achieve his wish.
Sang-in reached out and gently stroked the boy's pale face. Master, I will always be your most loyal little dog.
In the darkness, Sang-in saw the boy slowly open his eyes. Shen Qingling stared at her with a dazed look in her eyes. Sang-in abruptly withdrew his hand. She quickly got up and poured a glass of water. Brother, would you like a glass of water? Shen Qingling shook her head. Sang-in felt very sad when she saw his pale face.
Shen Qingling stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought.
Seeing his still furrowed brow, Sang-in comforted him, it's all in the past.
Look forward. Don't be sad for those who hurt you. It's not worth it, brother. Look at you, getting soaked in the rain and forced to kneel, making yourself look so pathetic. Xiaoyin really feels sorry for you.
Hearing Sang-in's words of comfort, Shen Qingling finally looked at her.
Shen Qingling gave Sang-in a sad look.
He slowly took Sang-in's hand. It's all right, you're still here. Sang-in was taken aback, and tightened her grip on the cup with her other hand.
It seems he is truly sad.
But at this moment, she felt a sense of relief, relieved that all those women had hurt him and that she was the only one left by his side. She held his hand back and said gently, I will always stay with you, brother.
Will Xiaoyin also deceive me one day?
Like them, they approached me with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Sang-in nearly knocked over the water glass in his hand.
She forced a smile and said, no. Sang-in's heart was pounding, and cold sweat broke out on his back.
The thought of Shen Qingling's resolute words to Nanjun filled her with dread and panic.
Shen Qingling said weakly, that's right, I was too suspicious.
Xiaoyin came to protect me, how could she have any other purpose?
Upon hearing Shen Qingling's words, Sang-in was overwhelmed with guilt. She came to kill him. The so-called protection is nothing but an excuse.
He has now so firmly chosen to believe her that if the truth were to be revealed one day, her ulterior motives would be even more serious than those of Nanjun. Nanjun deceived his feelings, but what she wanted from the beginning was his life.
If he knew the truth, would he be 100 times more ruthless towards her than he was towards Nanjun?
Sang-in didn't dare to think about how she would face that day if it really came.
Why are your hands shaking? What are you afraid of?
Or is Xiaoyin hiding something from me?
No, I'm just a little cold. You've had a hard day too. I'm fine now, you should go and get some rest. Okay, then I'll go back to my room first.
She took 2 steps and then turned back at the door. She wondered if he would forgive her if she had really lied to him. But he swallowed the words back. He's so smart, he'll start to suspect her the moment she asks a question. Asking such a question really feels like trying to hide something obvious. Sang-in returned to her room with a feeling of tension and melancholy. It was past midnight, and Shen Qingling was no longer sleepy.
The system appeared as soon as he woke up.
077, congratulations, host, on successfully winning over your second 3S goddess. The system reward has been issued and can be claimed in the system backend.
Shen Qingling opened the attribute panel and took a look. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Length, 25 centimeters. Appearance, 100. Health points, 60. Combat strength, 65. Reputation value, 80. Heartbeat value, 999 plus. Points, 3,965,085.
Golden Finger, top piano master / puppet master.
Conquering the Goddess, 4. Expand. Song Jining's progress, 100%.
Zhu Jiujiao's conquest progress, 56%.
Nguyen Min Gi's progress, 95%. Lin Xingmian's progress, 93%.
Summer strategy progress,
100%. Shengma strategy progress, 100%. Lin Xingdai's progress, 78%. Southern poisonous bird strategy progress, 100%. Comeback progress, 72%. Main story progress, 53%. Side quest, now available. Expand. Side quest 1, obtain Chu Jiajiao's regret points. Progress, 89%. Side quest 2, gain summer regret points. Progress, 100%.
Shen Qingling noticed that Chu Jiajiao's heartbeat value and regret value had both increased. It seems she has experienced quite a few setbacks, otherwise she wouldn't have thought of him. This is probably the only character he doesn't need to put in much effort to win over. The better Shen Qingling does, the more she will regret and suffer. Shen Qingling glanced at it and then closed the panel. He opened the system backend to check the reward for this event.
Weakness buff x10. Attribute points x10. Unlock 3 important story characters. Plot spoilers x3. System lottery x1.
As the name suggests, the weakness buff can put a person's body in a weakened state. The degree of weakness can be adjusted, and there is a percentage button on it.
Shen Qingling could only say that this was incredibly humane.
His gaze fell on the key plot character unlocking this point. Last time I wrote about unlocking characters, this time I'm writing about unlocking important story characters, so it seems this time it's not about romanceable characters.
The last time I wrote about the plot, it was a plot prediction. This time it's a plot spoiler.
It seems that this time it's not about what will happen in the future, but perhaps it's about the past.
Shen Qingling first checked the important characters in the plot.
Just like last time, 3 character cards appeared in front of me.
Name, Lu Yunru.
Identity, Gu Chengwang's White Moonlight. Personality, selfish, ruthless, and love-obsessed.
Plot relevance, 70%. Plot point, revenge. Name, Lu Xiao. Identity, Lu Yunru's son.
Personality, selfish, ruthless, and love-obsessed.
Plot relevance, 70%. Plot point, revenge. Name, Lu Zhengrong. Identity, Lu Yunru's daughter.
Personality, selfish, ruthless, and love-obsessed.
Plot relevance, 70%. Plot point, revenge. Shen Qingling gave her a puzzled look. Lu? Isn't his surname Bu?
Host, the information is correct, the surname is indeed Lu.
This might be a breakthrough point. You can pay close attention to it.
Shen Qingling decided to investigate the families in Jiangcheng and those with the surname Lu tomorrow. His gaze swept across the group, and seeing the 3 of them described as having the same selfish and ruthless personalities, Shen Qingling could only think that they were indeed a family. It was hard to imagine how the 3 of them usually got along. Upon closer inspection, Shen Qingling noticed that the phrase ruthless and vicious was followed by love-obsessed, prompting her to slowly utter a question mark.
3 ruthless love-obsessed individuals? Chapter 221 The Mudslide in the Host World.
Shen Qingling was surprised, but perhaps these 2 points weren't contradictory.
He wasn't unfamiliar with people like this. For example, Nanjin. And for example, Shang Mo. Shen Qingling continued reading.
Seeing that they all shared the same goal, revenge, Shen Qingling couldn't help but frown.
Revenge. Who was their enemy? Was it the entire Gu family, or just Gu Chengwang? According to the original plot, shouldn't Lu Yunru deeply love Gu Chengwang? But not necessarily. Because the original story is written from Gu Qingwang's perspective. From Gu Qingwang's perspective, Lu Yunru deeply loved him, but from Lu Yunru's perspective, the truth might not be so. Shen Qingling couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Lu Yunru didn't go abroad back then, but something else happened? Shen Qingling's brow furrowed. What exactly happened back then? Was Lu Yunru's sole purpose in planning for so many years just revenge? These questions lingered in his mind.
Shen Qingling opened the spoiler again. Perhaps there would be clues and answers here. Opening the spoiler, the three names on it were Lu Yunru, Lu Xiao, and Lu Jingrong.
He clicked on them one by one.
The first scene was about Lu Yunru, or rather, the young Lu Yunru. Lu Yunru stood before two tombstones, tears streaming down her face, making a vow. I will make the entire Gu family pay with their lives.
That's it? That's it. Shen Qingling only read a few seconds of the spoiler before it ended.
The long passage contained very little about the plot, most of it focused on creating a somber atmosphere and highlighting Lu Yunru's beautiful face and demeanor. You should at least write whose tombstones they are.
This damn author is really...
Speechless, Shen Qingling continued to Lu Xiao's story. In the freezing cold, the young Lu Xiao stole things, or more accurately, robbed through the alleyways of a foreign country. He shivered from the cold, his face pale and his hands and feet covered in chilblains, because he had no warm clothes.
Years of malnutrition had left him emaciated and sallow, only his eyes held a wolfish ferocity. Even when beaten and bruised, he wouldn't let go.
After the beating, he returned to the slums filled with leaves and swirling smoke, teeming with homeless people and drunkards.
Passing an abandoned corpse, Lu Xiao returned to his dilapidated little home.
Lu Yunru